In the 21st century, a young man named Li Wei found himself transmogrified into a parallel world of martial prowess as Li Wei, a prospective freshman at a martial arts university. Inheriting the memories and emotions of her former self, she resolved to marry herself off in order to save her ailing brother, who was on the brink of death. In doing so, she intended to take the place of the esteemed heir of the Gu family on the battlefield, venturing into the abyss. This sacrifice was to secure the assistance of Madame Gu in treating her brother. Unbeknownst to others, Li Wei possessed a unique system that allowed her to absorb energy from the monstrous beings of death. What others perceived as the hellish death line of the western frontier became, for her, a veritable field of opportunity. Should one inquire why she did not engage in safer monster slaying within the confines of the Abyss Rift under the Martial Alliance's control, she would assert, farming monsters on my own is far more efficient than merely waiting in a bunker for the harvest of firearms. If questioned about whether this constituted cheating, she would indignantly retort, I, Li Xiaowei, do not cheat. Chapter 1. The Dark Light. Li Wei enveloped her brother, Li Cheng, tightly in a blanket. 10 years old, he appeared no older than 6 or 7, with a small head drooping and a neck alarmingly slender, the bluish veins beneath his skin faintly visible, causing Li Wei's heart to ache that moment. A doctor's voice called from the emergency treatment room. Is Li Cheng's family present? Please come in. Coming. Li Wei hastily replied, not forgetting to caution Li Cheng, don't run around. Okay? Li Cheng shifted slightly in the blanket. Looking up at Li Wei, how could I run like this, all bundled up? Li Wei faltered, her delicate hand rising to scratch her attractive nose. She, or rather he, had originally been called Li Wei. Just 3 days prior, Li Wei was an ordinary young man of the 21st century. Yet, upon awakening, the world had turned upside down. Not only had he been transported to this perilous high martial world, but he had also undergone a gender transformation into a low-ranking female student who had barely passed the entrance exam of a mediocre martial arts university. However, there was no time for her to ponder the implications of her gender shift. The pressures of life bore down upon her like an insurmountable weight, toppling her to the ground. Li Wei's father had been a security officer who tragically lost his life 2.5 years ago during an assault by abyssal creatures. Unable to bear the loss, her mother followed suit within a month. Her younger brother, Li Cheng, suffered from congenital abyssal erosion syndrome, requiring costly medication each month. The compensation from her father's death, supplemented by donations from the kind-hearted officers at the Security Bureau, had nearly been exhausted. Medical expenses, tuition fees, and rent were all now looming uncertainties. With a deceased father, a mother who had succumbed to grief, a terminally ill brother, and her own shattered existence, the situation was dire. The burden of inheriting the complete memories and emotions of her predecessor weighed heavily upon her, an inescapable tie of familial love that she could neither discard nor flee. From doubt, of course, even without these ties, having taken over another's body, she could not abandon her only brother. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei stepped into the adjacent treatment room. Behind the desk, a middle-aged doctor with a precarious hairline was examining medical records. Only when she took a seat did he look up. Seemingly momentarily dazzled by Li Wei's stunning beauty, the doctor paused before inquiring, "Where are your parents?" "They're no longer with us," Li Wei replied, her voice somewhat muffled. "Da-da?" The doctor was taken aback, and upon looking at her again, he discerned a glimmer of pity in his gaze. "Is Li Cheng your brother?" "Yes," she confirmed. After a brief silence, the doctor spoke. "He has just received the 3rd phase of the booster shot. Do you understand what this entails?" Li Wei's mind buzzed, her fingers instinctively clenched as she tugged at the worn, faded school uniform pants, revealing a slender, pale calf beneath the frayed hem. Congenital abyssal erosion syndrome, also known as black blood disease, IT, is incurable, manageable only through targeted medication. The first phase of medication cost over $2,000 a month, administered from the age of 1 to 5. The second phase escalated to over $10,000 a month and lasted another 3 years. Less than a year after their parents' passing, the second phase became ineffective, necessitating a switch to the 3rd phase, which cost over $50,000 a month, depleting their family's savings entirely. As a result, Li Wei, a martial arts student in the crucial phase of cultivating her vitality and blood, could not even afford the most inferior blood-nourishing elixir. During the martial arts college entrance examination, Her vitality score was a mere 53, barely meeting the minimum admission criteria of the National Martial Arts University, leading her to a third-rate institution within the province. They had exhausted an entire household, yet she found herself at this juncture. The emotions left behind by the original owner were unbearable, and Li Wei struggled to come to terms with them. The third booster shot represents the last chance before the third phase of targeted medication becomes ineffective. After its administration, the patient can survive a maximum of 7 more days, akin to a death sentence for Li Cheng. Seeing her pallid complexion, the doctor felt a pang of discomfort, but having witnessed similar situations frequently in the hospital, he quickly composed himself, adopting a gentle tone. If it were possible to engage a master, there might still be hope. As for the hospital, he paused, there's no necessity for hospitalization. Consider your options at home. Emerging from the treatment room, Li Wei plopped down beside Li Cheng, gazing blankly at the emergency hall bathed in the dim light of 1:30 in the morning. A few patients receiving 4 drips were scattered in the corners. Some sat alone, while others were accompanied by family. Among them, a girl clad in pink pajamas was particularly lively, playing on her phone while being fed by a nearby boy, occasionally bursting into laughter. Their world was vibrant, yet it isolated the siblings in their corner. Suddenly, Li Cheng tilted his small face upwards and, nudging Li Wei, asked, "Hey, am I going to die soon?" Snapped back to reality, Li Wei pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply several times before dramatically waving her hand, forcing a brave facade. Nonsense. Your condition, in my eyes, is not merely good, it's exceptionally promising. Huffed. Li Cheng rolled his eyes, his expression far too mature for his age. Do you think I'm foolish? Li Wei's lips drooped, resembling a deflated balloon. Let's go home and rest. She scooped up Li Cheng and trudged out of the hospital, her mind racing as she sifted through her memories. The doctor's mention of seeking a master was clear to her. A master's intervention could cleanse the body, purging the depths of the abyss. This was the sole remedy for the black blood disease. Last year, the news had reported on a 6-year-old child in Hangzhou whose family spent 30 million to summon a master to save their critically ill son. At that time, the original owner of this body had felt a rush of excitement, but upon seeing that staggering sum, her heart had plummeted. Yet, she was Li Wei, and she was also Li Wei. Having lived nearly 30 years as an orphan, she had encountered countless adversities. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, she would not succumb to defeat. Wait a moment, I seem to be quite attractive now. A bold thought suddenly struck Li Wei. Li Cheng, what do you think about me selling myself? The small head nestled against her neck turned at her words. Who would you sell yourself to? A honeyed smile graced Li Wei's radiant face. In the belle of the school at Wuzhong, right? The line of suitors could stretch from here to there. She gestured toward the distant skyscrapers. Take Cheng Hao from our class. His family is involved in real estate. Do you think he would be willing to spend 30 million on me? Li Cheng maintained his lethargic expression. 30 million? Are you studded with diamonds? Hey, where did you learn that? From a short video. All right. Li Cheng's patience waned. Stop contemplating these absurd ideas. I miss Mom and Dad, especially the sweet and fragrant pastries Mom used to make. His voice dwindled. Li Wei, please let me go. I'm in pain every day. It hurts so much that I can't sleep. When I do sleep, I have nightmares. I truly can't bear it anymore. Li Wei halted, instinctively tightening her grip on Li Cheng. As she continued walking, her nose grew increasingly sour, her eyes more and more stinging. Her mind felt chaotic, a sensation she had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. Time passed, though she could not tell how long. Boom! A deep rumble sounded, and suddenly, torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. Li Wei jolted, glancing up to see a bus shelter a mere 10 meters away, prompting her to summon her energy and dash towards it. Yet upon reaching the awning, she realized the wind was too fierce, and the rain slashed diagonally like bullets. Swiftly, she turned, sitting on the bench with her back to the storm, shielding the small figure in her arms. Boom, boom, boom. Pitter-patter, the rain intensified, pelting her back painfully, yet her thoughts intertwined at that moment. Li Wei's the past, the recent. A dense tapestry of memories melded together. I am not quite certain how a particular phrase suddenly came to mind. The hemp rope tends to break at its weakest point. Misfortune only seeks out the unfortunate. Truly, in a moment of melancholy, The rainwater drenching my hair cascaded into my eyes, creating a stinging sensation that was quite overwhelming. Fortunately, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, ceasing within 20 minutes. As the dark clouds dispersed, the moon revealed itself, casting a cool, ethereal light once more. Li Wei wiped the moisture from her hair, and, just as she intended to rise, she heard the distant wailing of sirens echoing from the end of the street. Turning her head, she spotted a black SUV leading the way, closely followed by an ambulance, racing forward with great urgency. Initially indifferent and feeling it was none of her concern, her attention was abruptly captured when a thin stream of dark energy shot forth from the ambulance and pierced into her forehead. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the series of sudden messages that materialized before her. Detected Abyss Essence. Absorption complete. High tier auxiliary ability activated. Name, Li Wei. Realm, Apprentice Warrior. Vitality, 53. Kumba. Technique, none. Mental Art. National High School Blood Cultivation Guidance Technique, 9th. Revised Edition, non-upgradable. Abyss Essence, 357. Li Wei's previously heavy heart instantly brightened, and a smile crept on her lips. See, how could a transmigrator possibly lack a golden finger? Chapter 2. Enhance and Resonate. Linquan City, as the capital of Dongming Province, stands as one of the few large cities in the country that has remained unscathed by the ravages of war following the Abyss invasion. For several years, it served as a temporary capital until the reconstruction of the new imperial capital was completed. Thus, in contrast to those famous cities that were rebuilt on their original sites or relocated, this place retains many symbols of the bygone era, such as urban villages. The residence shared by the siblings is located within an area of the urban village that can barely be described as a commercial street. The modest, dilapidated three-story building has seen better days. Large patches of its exterior wall have crumbled away, revealing darkened, oxidized red bricks beneath. The ground floor is rented out to a business operating a supermarket, while the second floor is occupied by the landlord, Grandma Wang. The topmost loft is home to Li Wei and Li Cheng. To ensure mutual privacy, the staircase on the indoor side was partitioned off, creating a narrow, independent stairwell that faced the street. Climbing to the third floor in the dark, Li Wei cradled Li Cheng in one arm while fumbling with the key to unlock the door with the other. As the ancient security door creaked open, the familiar odor of damp, peeling walls wafted into the air. Turning on the ceiling light, which was missing its lampshade, Li Wei gazed around the small, dilapidated room of less than 20 square meters, a grin spreading across her face. With her mood transformed, everything appeared more vibrant and charming. Instead of immediately investigating her newfound ability, she first uncovered the half-damp blanket, disregarding Li Cheng's adamant protests. She swiftly undressed the little boy, placing him into the compact, luxurious bathroom and turning on a shower to give him a warm bath. A.S. Li Wei cradled Li Cheng back to his little bed. The expression on the child's face resembled that of someone who had been ravaged by countless brutish men. With a peculiar laugh, Li Wei drew the bed curtain, then retreated to the bathroom for a quick rinse. Once she donned the cartoon-themed cotton nightgown from when she was 14 and settled cross-legged on the bed. The clock was nearing 3 in the morning. Li Wei stretched languidly, becoming aware of a tightness in her chest. Unable to resist, she lowered her gaze and happened to notice the cheeks of the faded cartoon animal being stretched round, causing her face to flush slightly. She hastily shook her head to clear her thoughts and took a deep breath, directing her attention to the system panel. Disregarding the personal information section, she fixated on the line labeled Abyss Essence, 357, recalling the black light that had erupted from the ambulance. That light must be what they refer to as Abyss Essence, she mused. The black light only emerged after the ambulance arrived beside me, which indicates that my system can only absorb essence within a certain proximity. She contemplated the distance between herself and the ambulance at that moment. It should have been around 8 or 9 meters. Perhaps 6 or 7. Never mind. I can test it later. I was too stunned at the time to pay attention to the distance. Now, the next point. What exactly is Abyss Essence? Given the term Abyss, it must relate to the Abyss itself. 2 centuries prior, following the Abyss's invasion, countless fissures appeared on the surface, for which creatures of the Abyss emerged, threatening the entire human realm. Eventually, As the number of warriors increased and their strength grew, humanity managed to stabilize its position. Those fissures were either destroyed by the joint efforts of the warriors or controlled and open for exploration by all martial artists. However, to enter and test how to acquire essence within, one must first obtain an official warrior certificate issued by the Martial Alliance. Li Wei curled her jade-like fingers, anxiously fidgeting with the spaces between her toes. I am not yet a formal warrior and cannot enter the abyss fissures. Moreover, lacking martial techniques and practical experience, I would be walking to my demise by entering those fissures. This is a dead, and I must approach this from a different angle. She withdrew her pinky from between her toes and unconsciously caught a whiff of soap. Earlier, a black SUV was clearing the way in front of the ambulance, adorned with a blue-gray emblem featuring two crossed swords against a shield. It must belong to the Fisher Investigation Bureau. The Fisher Investigation Bureau uses their vehicles for clearing paths, so those in the ambulance must have been their personnel. As a department fighting on the front lines against the Abyss invasion, the injured must have. Li Wei's spirit surged, her right fist striking her left palm with a crisp sound. There must have been abyssal monsters invading the city just now, and the injured undoubtedly participated in frontline combat, subsequently absorbing the essence. Two possibilities. First, he may have slain an abyssal creature and brought the essence to me. Second, the abyssal creatures themselves might emit essence. He could have been contaminated while battling them at close range. Having developed a rough idea, Li Wei no longer lingered on her doubts and resolved to seek an opportunity to test her plans the following day. Of course, more crucially, was the question of how to acquire 30 million. Forget it. Let's add some points first. Her attention shifted to the vitality 53 section. Fixated on the small plus sign, Li Wei felt a surge of eagerness. Hee hee, ha ha ha, keek, deep blue, grant me some points, with a resounding clap. In her exhilaration, she clicked, and the vitality value flickered, rising to 54, while her abyss essence decreased by 10, leaving a balance of 347. In that fleeting moment of numerical change, she distinctly sensed a warm flow coursing through her lower abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout her body, enveloping her in a comforting warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring. Wow, this is amazing! Li Wei was elated. With just 10 points of essence translating to 1 point of vitality, was she destined to soar to new heights? It is essential to understand that the vitality during the blood-nurturing stage for aspiring warriors holds far greater significance than that during the formal warrior phase. It symbolizes talent. It signifies the future. Achieving a vitality value of 60 allows one to choose to break through and become a formal warrior. However, such warriors find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the intermediate tier, let alone reach the master level, often remaining stagnant in the lower 3 tiers for a lifetime. Once the vitality value reaches 70, the entire body resonates, and at this juncture, a breakthrough not only facilitates a smooth transition through the lower 3 tiers, but also alleviates the challenges of the intermediate bottleneck, with even mastery becoming a tangible prospect. The 3 premier martial universities in Huagua set a minimum admission standard of a vitality value of 70 during the martial examination. As for the subsequent milestones, 80 representing a minor completion, 90 a major completion, and 99 an almost perfected body, these notions were mere urban legends to Li Wei, an ordinary graduate at the bottom of her martial arts high school. Gazing at the system panel, a smile of delight graced Li Wei's face. Little did she expect that she too would have a day of becoming a legend. Deep blue, continue adding points, with a flurry of sounds. Her vitality soared to 69. Abyss essence, 197. Li Wei's fair skin suddenly flushed a vibrant red, and her damp hair danced as if stirred by an unseen breeze, the remaining moisture evaporating swiftly. Then, 70. This time, the essence diminished by 30 points. Instantly, it felt as though something within her shattered. Bang, 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 beginning from her tailbone, a cacophony of 26 bowstrings snapping erupted. Next came the sound of her bones clashing like swords, accompanied by the mournful cries of sinews tearing and reshaping. Veins bulged on Li Wei's forehead as she curled into a ball, the intense pain compelling her to cry out. Li! A faint voice called from behind the curtain, but the only response was Li Wei's muffled cries of agony. A few seconds later, the curtain parted, revealing Li Cheng's small head. He stared at Li Wei, whose body was crackling with ceaseless sounds, watching as beads of sweat, tainted with foul blood, seeped out from her pores. Suddenly, Li Cheng, who had just moments ago been filled with worry, was taken aback, his expression shifting multiple times before settling into one of astonishment. His gaze was akin to that of someone observing an extraterrestrial being. Muscle. Muscle resonance? Li Wei, have you been reincarnated as an immortal emperor? Chapter 3. A failed plea for help. After finally lulling Li Cheng back to sleep, bathing, and changing the bed linens and nightgown, the sky outside had begun to dawn. Li Wei returned to her bed, propping her legs up, her delicate, fair feet swinging joyfully, her spirits soaring. The fatigue of the past 3 days evaporated entirely. Her vitality was at a remarkable 70. If this were at the 5th high school, she would undoubtedly rank first in the entire school. Who could have imagined that, with her newfound abilities, a few casual taps would allow her to cover the ground that had taken the top students 3 arduous years to traverse? What can I say? Simply put, it was exhilarating. Reflecting on the grievances she had endured during her 3 years of high school, Li Wei found herself yearning to do one thing: to seek an authoritative institution to measure her vitality, then capture the results in a screenshot to share in her senior class group chat. Unfortunately, with Li Cheng's life hanging in the balance, she lacked the inclination to engage in such trivialities. Sigh, 30 million. Where am I supposed to find that? Just as her elation began to wane, she felt deflated once more. Her newfound abilities were indeed impressive, but they did not provide solutions to her immediate dilemmas. They could not elevate her to the status of a master overnight, nor could they conjure 30 million in cash instantly. She was completely in the dark regarding how to consistently acquire the essence of the abyss. Glancing at her status panel once more, she noted. Name: Li Wei. Realm: Prospective Warrior. Vitality: 70. Combat technique: none. Mental cultivation: National Secondary School Blood Nourishment Guide, 9th, Revised Edition, non-upgradable. Essence of the Abyss: 167. Staring at her vitality score, an idea suddenly struck her. With this vitality, if I were to attend Anha Martial University, I would surely be considered a top talent, right? The school would undoubtedly nurture and support me, Li Wei mused. It's only early July. There are still nearly 2 months until school starts. I can't wait any longer. Tomorrow, I shall inquire at the school and see if I can plead for some assistance. With this thought in mind, she felt compelled to enhance her bargaining position. With a flicker of intent, a series of crisp sounds erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Vitality: 75. Essence of the Abyss: 17. Her bones crackled once more. The pain was genuine, yet the thrill was equally palpable. Starting from 70 and adding just a little requires 30 essences? Li Wei pondered, considering it reasonable, though she wondered if the consumption would soar as she approached the minor and major perfection stages. Excitedly, she rolled over twice in bed, and finding sleep elusive, she pulled out her weathered phone. Opening her notes, she began typing with her thumbs, alternating swiftly. 1. Acquire 30 million. I. Seek help from the school. 2. Sell myself. 2. Research the essence mechanism. I. Rift entrance. 2. Investigate the entrance of the bureau. 3. Abyssal creature observation garden. 3. Strengthen. 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 Done. At 7 in the morning, the outside world gradually erupted into a cacophony as the urban village awakened from its slumber, a medley of sounds intertwining in the air. Li Wei quietly slipped out of bed, awkwardly fastening her bra, and rummaged through her wardrobe to find a black floral dress left by her mother. She donned it without even combing her hair and stepped outside, intending to buy breakfast. The dress, though somewhat outdated and ill-fitting, was wide at the shoulders and waist yet narrow at the bust. However, her striking beauty and figure rendered it an enchanting vintage allure. As soon as she stepped onto the street, she drew the attention of many elderly folks, who gazed at her curiously. Li Wei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into thin air. If it weren't for her summer school uniform, which had been drenched the night before, would she have felt this awkward? In her meager wardrobe, this was the only outfit that could cover her ankles. After hastily purchasing breakfast, she fled back to the attic. Once she had eaten in a haphazard manner, she called Li Cheng awake, feeding him tiny bites. Today, I'm heading to Anha Wuda, so I won't be taking you along. We'll drop you off at Grandma Wong's for the day, all right? Li Wei spoke, gently, negotiating. Are you going to seize the opportunities of your past life? Li Cheng did not respond directly. Instead, expressing curiosity about something else, a Jing symbol seemed to pop up on Li Wei's forehead as she flicked his forehead. I told you, I am not some reincarnated celestial emperor. Nor am I the vengeful heroine of a grand narrative. Can you think of something more sensible? Then why are your bones resonating? If you had such abilities, would you have struggled through high school? Li Cheng questioned skeptically. Damn it. Li Wei rubbed her temples, feeling too drained to argue further. After a moment, she exhaled deeply, letting go of the topic. She dressed Li Cheng, testing the morning breeze outside. It was around 20 degrees, still a bit chilly for him. She pulled a thin blanket from a bed, wrapping him snugly from head to toe, leaving only his little face exposed. With her father's old military green canvas bag slung across her shoulder, Li Wei carried Li Cheng downstairs and knocked on the security door of Grandma Wong's home on the second floor. Footsteps approached, and the door opened. Upon seeing the siblings, Grandma Wong quickly ushered them inside. Li Wei beamed. Grandma Wong, I have something urgent to attend to today. Could you kindly look after Li Cheng for the day? Having known her for 2 years, Li Wei felt reassured by Grandma Wong's consistent kindness towards them. Leaving her brother there, she felt at ease. Of course, coming quickly. Li Wei gently laid Li Cheng on the bed in the inner room, covered him with a blanket, and retreated to the outer room with the elderly lady. As she gazed at the frail little figure on the bed, reduced to mere bones, Grandma Wong's eyes grew misty as she closed the door, unable to suppress her lament. Just look at your parents. How could they be so heartless if they left so cleanly, yet abandoned you 2 little ones to suffer in this world? The words struck a chord within her, evoking the remnants of the original owner's emotions. Li Wei felt a pang in her nose, and her eyes began to well up with warmth. Cough. She cleared her throat and vigorously wiped her nose. Grandma Wong, I must take my leave. I will return to fetch him after I finish my afternoon tasks. I have already fed him breakfast, and I will trouble you for lunch. All right, do take care on the road, Grandma Wong replied. As she passed the shoe cabinet by the entrance, Li Wei seized the opportunity when Grandma Wong was distracted to swiftly retrieve a 50 yuan note from her bag and discreetly slip it into the drawer's crevice. With her current agility, the elderly lady would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Regrettably, this was all the money she had on her. She truly could not afford to give more. Sir, I am indeed a freshman at Anha Wu University. Hey, erase my admission notice, please. Let me in. I have an urgent matter. I've told you it's not possible. The school hasn't even commenced yet. Whether you're a new student or an old one, entry is strictly prohibited. If anything gets damaged on campus, I cannot bear the responsibility. Could you perhaps assist me in contacting the school leaders? This matter is genuinely urgent. Hey, you little girl. I'm just a gatekeeper. I don't have the clout to call the leaders. If I had that ability, would I still be here arguing with you? Do you know how to reach the school leaders? The phone number on the admission notice goes unanswered. I don't know. Hurry and leave. We can discuss matters once school starts. And mind you, don't even think about climbing over the wall. There are cameras everywhere. It's futile to sneak in. There is no one in the buildings during the holidays. After nearly half an hour of futile negotiation with the adamant security guard at the entrance of Anha Wu University, Li Wei finally conceded and left, disheartened. This university truly lives up to its reputation as a third-rate institution, with such management and attitude absolutely appalling. She pulled out her phone and crossed out the line in her notes that read "Seek help from the school," her gaze lingering on the words "sell myself." Sitting on the bus heading towards the abyss of the eastern city, her thoughts were a tumultuous mess. Even with a golden opportunity, growth requires time, but Li Cheng cannot wait any longer. As though she had resolved upon a certain determination, Li Wei tightened her grip on her phone. No, I must go through with it. I must sell myself. However, this resolution was perhaps made with too much force, and she failed to restrain her strength. With a soft crack, the exterior of her broken phone slightly warped, and a long crack appeared on its already pockmarked screen. Li Wei. Oh no, I forgot I'd become stronger. Beside her, a young man who had been surreptitiously observing Li Wei, seemingly wanting to strike up a conversation, witnessed this unintentional display of strength and felt a chill run down his spine. He discreetly shifted his position toward the aisle. He clearly observed that although the phone was old, it was of a military-grade brand, known for its durability. This girl appeared delicate and beautiful, absolutely untouchable, beyond reproach. Chapter 4. Failed Attempts. In Linquan City, there exists but a single abyssal rift, situated on the outskirts of the old industrial district to the east. As the destination drew nearer, the ordinary passengers aboard the bus visibly dwindled, while the presence of warriors brandishing knives and swords, armed with various implements, grew increasingly pronounced. Li Wei sat there, feeling profoundly uncomfortable, acutely aware of the many unabashed gazes sweeping over her. Notably, a muscular man with a large blade slung over his shoulder was staring, his eyes glinting with a predatory desire. As if she were his quarry, Li Wei shot him an irritated glare. To her surprise, he seemed even more exhilarated, puffing out his chest and raising his right hand to point at the dual-star warrior emblem pinned to his chest, his brow arched in self-satisfaction. Li Wei rolled her eyes inwardly. Was he not merely a second-tier warrior? How boastful he was! With that scraggly beard and crow's feet that could ensnare mosquitoes, he must surely be over 40, at the very least. Is a second-tier warrior at 40 a matter of pride? It appeared he sensed her barely concealed contempt, for the muscular man's expression darkened, and he leaned forward with intent. Li Wei instantly tensed, her delicate arms crossing protectively over her chest. Enough, came a voice that halted the muscular man's advance. A scarred youth pushed his way through, casting a cursory glance at Li Wei, his expression devoid of malice, perhaps even imbued with a hint of admiration. Captain? The muscular man protested, though he dared not challenge his superior. The scarred youth delivered a light kick to the man's calf, his voice resonating just enough for those nearby to overhear. Don't stir up trouble. She possesses at least 70 in vitality, her sinews harmonizing perfectly, a true prodigy of the martial arts. What business do you have here? Upon hearing this, the bus cabin erupted into a low hum, then fell inexplicably silent. Those brazen gazes that had once roamed freely now retreated, each passenger suddenly engrossed in the scenery outside or fixated on the floor, feigning the demeanor of exemplary citizens. Li Wei's lips twitched. How could he discern that? However, her body relaxed, grateful that the trouble had been averted without her exerting any effort. Who would have thought that a mere enhancement could bring about such a significant transformation in one's circumstances? Until the bus reached its stop, no one dared to cast another glance in her direction. Li Wei reveled in the tranquility, disembarking and following the crowd toward the entrance of the rift. This was the only publicly accessible rift within Linquan City, and the throngs of warriors were overwhelming, accompanied by various vendors and onlookers, creating a bustling scene akin to a grand market. She was not a formally recognized warrior. She was exempt from the waiting line. Navigating through the crowd, she finally managed to squeeze into a corner near the entrance inspection station, settling down to observe. System, it's your turn now. Deliver something extraordinary. 2 hours passed. Hey there, little sister. Are you alone? Would you like to join your big brother for some fun? Yet another greasy warrior approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. Li Wei could hardly muster the energy to lift her eyelids, and "Oh, thank you," she replied, already on her 8th refusal. Gradually, it dawned on her that standing there, clad in a black dress with fair skin and an alluring face, she resembled it. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, hastily making her exit. In the realm of martial artists, where wealth is abundant, the pressure is immense, and vitality runs high, it was inevitable that she would attract unwanted attention while standing there like a songbird. Once she boarded the bus for her return journey, Li Wei gazed at the unchanging display reading Abyss Essence 17, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. At that moment, the onboard display screen behind the driver's seat suddenly interrupted with breaking news. At 1:53 a.m. today, our city's Abyss Energy Monitoring Station detected a high-intensity anomaly. Upon analysis, it has been confirmed. The location is in the Baihuai district. The City Rift Investigation Bureau's action team responded immediately. The scene shifted to a middle-aged man in uniform, microphones thrust into his face. If we had arrived just 1 second sooner, the citizens would have faced less danger. In this operation, we dispatched, successfully eliminating 1 6th-tier Abyss creature and 15 4th-tier creatures. Our side suffered no significant casualties. Li Wei's eyes widened in sudden realization. Indeed, the timing aligns perfectly, she exclaimed internally. Abyss essence is undoubtedly related to abyss creatures. That ambulance from last night was definitely transporting the injured from this operation. Her thoughts crystallized. It's highly likely that one must slay the abyss creatures to extract the essence. Moreover, could the essence adhere to nearby individuals? Otherwise, last night's dark flash remains inexplicable. Surely, they wouldn't have loaded an abyss creature onto an ambulance. However, a new question arose. Having lingered at the rift for 2 hours, there must have been hundreds of martial artists emerging from their battles. Yet not a single essence was absorbed? Is there a time limit? Or is there another reason? With this in mind, she quickly retrieved her crack-screen phone and opened the AI assistant named Lingji, her fingers flying across the keyboard. What procedures must martial artists undergo when exiting the rift? Lingji, standard evacuation procedure for rift personnel version 3.7. A lengthy list. Mandatory purification and disinfection, standard duration, 4 hours. Li Wei scrolled through the screen, her gaze fixating on the words 4-hour disinfection. Could it be an issue of timing and disinfection? She pondered. Injured individuals from the investigation bureau would have been rushed to the hospital immediately, leaving no time for a 4-hour disinfection. As for the living abyss creatures, she recalled the few specialized trucks she had seen at the rift's entrance. There's no need to visit the Abyss Creature Viewing Park in the northern part of the city. Those trucks transporting live abyss creatures were less than 5 meters away from me, yet the system showed no reaction. Then, I shall investigate outside the Investigation Bureau's entrance to see what distinguishes their personnel. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Wei, dragging her weary body, returned with Li Cheng from Grandma Wang's house to the little attic. Clearly, the Investigation Bureau yielded no results at the entrance, and they nearly faced detainment as suspicious individuals. However, a few erroneous options have been eliminated, and 2 fundamental points can now be ascertained. 1.it is highly probable that the abyssal beasts must be killed to release the essence. 2. The essence's preservation is either time-sensitive or contingent upon other conditions, such as the purging process that may destroy it. Well then, the next step is to find a place to attempt slaying an abyssal beast. Noticing her listless demeanor, Li Cheng weakly inquired, "What's wrong? Did you fail to grasp the opportunity from your past life?" Li Wei, unwilling to engage, lifted him onto her bed. They lay side by side, staring blankly at the mottled stains on the ceiling. After a considerable pause, Li Wei suddenly spoke. "Do you think there's a place where even non-martial artists can kill abyssal beasts?" She pondered the notion of resonating bones and sinews, which sounded impressive, but merely signified an ordinary talent. What if she could swiftly reach a minor perfection, or even a greater one? Would the title of Peerless Prodigy entice some powerful faction or influential figure to invest early and inadvertently save Li Cheng's life? Unfortunately, Li Cheng's response extinguished her daydreams. "You're chasing illusions," he gasped, his voice growing feeble, "unless you venture to the death defense line in the western frontier, where the main forces are composed of ordinary soldiers." Li Wei paused, retrieving relevant information from her memory. Sheafing Pass, Abyssal Rift, one of the largest rifts globally, capable of releasing even 9th-tier abyssal beasts, has been jointly defended by China and the Arctic Alliance. Over 30 years ago, for reasons unknown, the rift suddenly fell into disrepair, unleashing a torrent of abyssal beasts. By time for the reorganization of the defense line, China and the Arctic Alliance launched over 20 Dongfeng and RS missiles at the rift's entrance. Even the White Eagle Federation participated, deploying strategic nuclear submarines patrolling the Indian Ocean to assist, subsequently firing 4 Trident missiles. Dozens of nuclear warheads bombarded the area throughout the day, ultimately helping humanity re-establish their defensive line. However, the original rift entrance remains irretrievable. Under the protection of their nation's top-tier experts, China and the Arctic Alliance constructed a series of fortifications around the rift, gradually advancing through a protracted tug-of war that has persisted for over 30 years, resulting in countless casualties. Hence, it is dubbed the Death Defense Line. Li Wei recalled the video clips she had previously seen online, depicting a deluge of monsters and cataclysmic scenes. If only all that could transform into my abyssal essence. Saliva nearly dripped down her chin. Alas, enlisting requires medical examinations, scrutiny, and procedural steps by the time she arrives at the western frontier. It would be too late. Li Cheng cannot wait that long. Once again, she retrieved her battle-worn phone, opened the contacts, and fell into a daze. Chapter 5. Cheng Hao, where has the dignity of a man gone? In her previous life, Li Wei's damned sense of responsibility, coupled with the affection she held for her younger brother, compelled her to make a decision without much hesitation. After all, having been orphans in 2 lifetimes, what could she do when finally faced with a biological brother? Could she simply watch him perish? Moreover, she had her golden opportunity. By cleverly timing her actions, she could negotiate with that foolish benefactor, promising to repay once Li Cheng recovered. By then, bolstered by the system's formidable strength, it was uncertain who would hold the upper hand. Of course, she had no intention of taking advantage. Both money and favors would be repaid in full. Commencing the sale. As a result, Li Wei was perplexed. She perused her phone's contact list, scrolling for quite a while, only to find that Cheng Hao was notably absent from her classmates section. It made sense, though, as the original owner had steadfastly rejected his advances for 3 consecutive years, thus naturally not retaining his contact information. With no other choice, Li Wei opened a blue bubble labeled Lingshuan, locating the class group, and prepared to send Cheng Hao a friend request. To her astonishment, she was kicked out of the group. Li Wei was taken aback. Had the original owner's social standing deteriorated to such a degree? Wasn't she the universally acknowledged school beauty? Left without options, she returned to her contacts, her finger hovering over a name, Lu Feifei. She was the original owner's deskmate, and their relationship was rather neutral, neither particularly good nor bad. Yet, at this moment, Li Wei could not think of anyone else to consult. Lu Feifei had consistently excelled academically, achieving a remarkable score of 63 in the last school exam before finals, and was later rumored to have been accepted into a prestigious university in the capital. Although it was not one of the top 3 universities in Huagua, merely gaining admission to such an institution from their small circle was quite impressive. Furthermore, this girl had a wide social network, particularly enjoying the company of male classmates. She was likely to possess Cheng Hao's contact information. Sighing, Li Wei was reluctant to engage with these old classmates, yet she pressed the dial button. The ringing tone echoed for an eternity, almost leading to an automatic disconnection, before the call was finally answered. "Hello, who is this?" A sweet, slightly flirtatious voice greeted her from the other end. "What? She hadn't saved my number?" Li Wei felt speechless but suppressed her irritation and got straight to the point. "This is Li Wei. Lu Feifei, could you share Cheng Hao's phone number with me?" "Li Wei." The voice on the other end seemed to hesitate for a moment, before responding, "Oh, it's Wei Wei. I'm so sorry. I just got a new phone, and I haven't had the chance to transfer many of my contacts." That's fine," Li Wei replied, unwilling to engage in further discussion. "Do you have Cheng Hao's number? You're looking for Cheng Hao? What for? Didn't you used to find him insufferable?" Lu Feifei's tone suggested genuine concern. "I have something urgent to discuss with him. It's quite important." Li Wei felt a tightening sensation in her chest, her patience wearing thin. "Just think carefully. Don't get tangled up with him again. That rich young man can be quite intimidating when he loses his temper." "Lu Feifei, I truly need to speak with him urgently. Do you have his number or not?" Sensing the impatience in Li Wei's tone, Lu Feifei dropped her pretense, her voice cold and laced with an inexplicable undertone. "Urgent matter? Oh, our esteemed Li, what has transpired? Now that he is no longer pursuing you, you were the one chasing after him? Huh, where was this fervor before? Who were you putting on such airs for?" "TSK, I must admit, I am quite curious. Cheng Hao is now a distinguished student at Dongming Martial University. Do you think he would still spare a thought for someone like you, who barely scrapes by at Anha Martial University?" With that, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the busy signal in her ear. Li Wei nearly crushed her phone in frustration, taking a considerable amount of time to quell her anger. Had she truly traversed into a male-centric martial arts narrative or a female-centric palace intrigue drama? What madness was this? Just as she contemplated scrolling through her contacts to reach out to someone else, her phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a text message. Upon opening it, she found a solitary phone number sent by Lu Feifei. What did this mean? Li Wei was confounded but too exasperated to ponder it further. Taking a deep breath, she dialed the number. The call connected almost instantaneously, but silence engulfed the line for so long that Li Wei wondered if the signal had dropped. "Wei, who is this?" a somewhat nervous male voice inquired. Li Wei closed her eyes, inhaled deeply a few more times, and softened her tone. Cheng Hao, it's Li Wei. Another silence ensued. This one even more prolonged, nearly a minute long. Oh, Cheng Hao's voice sounded a bit dry. What is it? Li Wei perceived a slight tremor in his voice, but dismissed it. Glancing at Li Cheng, who was staring blankly with increasingly pallid skin and hollow cheeks. As dark veins crept from his neck to beneath his eyes, Li Wei steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and spoke into the receiver. Cheng Hao, I need money. Lots of it. I can accompany you to bed. A year, 2 years, however long it takes until you grow tired of me. What? A thud echoed through the receiver, followed by the sound of a chair being knocked over. After a considerable pause, Cheng Hao's incredulous voice pierced through. Li Wei, have you lost your mind? I'm not insane. I'm quite lucid. Li Wei enunciated each word deliberately. Just tell me, are you in or out? If not, I will seek someone else. Another silence fell. Just as Li Wei was on the verge of losing her patience, Cheng Hao finally spoke. For your brother? Yes. There was no need for subterfuge. Li Wei answered with conviction. Cheng Hao's voice faltered. Is it really necessary? If I were to actually provide the funds, what would that make me? Oh, are you suggesting you would do it for free? With matters laid bare, Li Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her, even finding the humor to jest. Huh. Cheng Hao scoffed. Dream on. Li Wei, I pursued you for 3 years. When have you ever regarded me with any seriousness? I vowed back in sophomore year that in this lifetime, I must have you. With a huff, she declared, you better clean yourself up and wait. I possess the vitality of 67 and my body is in peak condition. I will ensure you cannot rise from bed for an entire month. She smirked, recalling her previous life as a man for nearly 3 decades. Who couldn't he throw around some crude remarks and threats? If not for her current guise and the need to maintain a semblance of decorum, she would have relished a fiery exchange with this young brat. All right. As long as you can cure my brother, I wouldn't mind waiting a year. You may unlock any method you desire. With this declaration, she had truly let herself go. The person across from her was visibly provoked, their breath growing heavy. Li Wei, are you serious? Absolutely, she affirmed with unwavering conviction. Cheng Hao chuckled, his tone becoming more boisterous. Fine. How much do you want? 30 million. He sputtered. What? 30 million? Is that too much? Why do you react just like Li Cheng? Goodness, are you negotiating your own worth? Cut the nonsense and just say if you're in. An awkward silence lingered for half a minute. Cheng Hao chuckled nervously. 30 million is a bit excessive. I can't decide that. Just wait, I'll ask my dad. What will you say? That you need 30 million to sleep with a woman? Upon hearing this, she felt a twinge of discouragement. Having lived nearly 30 years as a man, she could foresee the repercussions of such a conversation. Yet, this seemed to ignite something within him. Cheng Hao's voice rose sharply. Li Wei, you better wait for me. Don't you dare seek someone else. Do you hear me? I've sworn to have you. With a sharp click, the phone was abruptly hung up. Li Wei remained momentarily stunned, her phone in hand. Instinctively, she turned to Li Cheng, only to meet his remarkably clear gaze. Li Wei, are you truly considering selling yourself? He asked calmly. Li Wei placed her hand on her heart with a dramatic flair. Li Cheng, shouldn't you be heartbroken, weeping, and pleading, sister, I cannot bear for you to sacrifice your happiness for me. Li Cheng looked at her with disdain. If I said that, would you reconsider your decision? She hesitated, knowing full well that was not an option. Li Cheng curled his lip, attempting a sarcastic smile, though it bore little strength. With labored breath, he spoke. What good would my tears do? Li Wei was left speechless. Aren't you worried I might be mistreated? Li Cheng continued to smirk. Mistreated? It seems you're planning to deceive a fool. Wow, you can see through that. His voice dropped to a near whisper. I don't know what cards you're holding, but I have a feeling you'll manage to escape unscathed. Do you possess mind-reading abilities? Li Wei was genuinely astonished. Her brother was quite extraordinary. However, Li Cheng chose not to engage further, laboriously turning away to present her with the back of his head. Chapter 6. The thoughts of Father Cheng in the heart of Linquan City, at the grandest mansion of Hanhai Yuan, on the 2nd floor in the study. A woman of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing an extraordinary aura, restrained Cheng Hao's arms behind his back, forcing him down against a peach-wood desk. Behind them, Cheng's father, slightly stout, brandished a belt, panting heavily, his face flushed with rage. How long can you endure? Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you waste your days thinking about women. You dare to ask me for money? 30 million? When I married your mother, I only spent 300,000 on the bride price. This infuriates me. Do you believe our family's wealth comes easily? Just wait until I teach you a lesson. After venting his anger, Cheng's father caught his breath and raised his bear-like arm once more. Ah, don't hit me. Mom, let me go. Aren't you going to intervene? Are you still my mother? Cheng Hao struggled and wailed, despite possessing a robust vitality score of 67, rendering him akin to a small superhero. Yet, under his mother's restraint, he found himself utterly immobilized. Upon hearing the mention of the 300,000 bride price, the woman cast a glance at Cheng's father and gently patted Cheng Hao's back with one hand. My dear Hao, it is precisely because I am your mother that I refrain from taking matters into my own hands, she chuckled. Cheng Hao shivered at her words. In their family, his father was merely an ordinary man, whereas his mother was a genuine fourth-tier martial artist. The stability of the Cheng family South real estate business over the years could not have been achieved without her firm presence. If she were to discipline him, the consequences would be far graver than mere reddened skin. Crack. Another strike of the belt fell. Cheng Hao gritted his teeth and glared defiantly. Cheng Dongsheng, go ahead. Keep hitting me. Even if you beat me to death, I will still demand that 30 million. Oh, you dare to defy me? Do you wish for death? I will end you right now. Crack. I'll teach you to be obstinate. Crack. I'll teach you about women. Crack. I'll teach you about 30 million. Crack. I'll teach you to think sensibly. Crack. A mere little vixen has bewitched you. Do you have no ambition? Crack. 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 You foolish child. It would be better to beat you to death. Even becoming a martial artist is a blight. Cheng Hao had nearly surrendered to despair. Although his father was merely an ordinary man and his strikes, while painful, posed little threat to someone of his vitality, the words that followed ignited a fire within him. She is not a vixen. I won't allow you to speak of her that way. Uft. Cheng Hao's younger brother, Cheng Qian, merely 14, had been eavesdropping by the door and burst into laughter at his brother's words. Cheng Hao turned his head, glaring furiously. What are you laughing at, Cheng Qian? Is it amusing? Just wait. Crack. You dare to threaten your brother? Half an hour later, Cheng Hao lay sprawled on the couch, his pants half removed. As his mother applied medicine to his wounds, Cheng's father and Cheng Qian occupied two single sofas, observing the scene. The former bore a grim expression, his voice low as he inquired, Pray tell, who is the woman demanding money from you? I am rather curious to see what kind of enchantress would dare to ask for 30 million at the outset. Cheng Hao scoffed, turning his head away in a haughty manner, refusing to engage. You. Just as Cheng's father was about to erupt in anger, Cheng Qian beside him raised his hand, wearing an innocent and carefree expression. Dad, my brother set that sister as his phone wallpaper. Last year I caught him licking the screen at midnight. You, Cheng Qian. Oh dear. Cheng Hao abruptly stood, attempting to cover his phone, but his sudden movement aggravated an injury on his backside, causing him to collapse back down. In that fleeting moment, Cheng's mother seized the opportunity to extract the phone from his pocket. With an eager demeanor, she firmly grasped her eldest son's right hand and pressed it against the screen to unlock it. Behind them, two heads, one plump and one slender, one large and one small, leaned in to catch a glimpse. On the screensaver, a girl in a school uniform sat by the classroom window, one hand holding a pen while the other supported her chin, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Sunlight filtered through the ginkgo trees outside, casting dappled patterns around her, enveloping the space in a shimmering aura. Though she appeared still within this play of light and shadow, she exuded a sense of vitality and movement. She resembled a clear spring, a radiant moon, a gentle breeze, a bouquet of blossoms, or a droplet of morning dew. Ah! Cheng Qian swallowed hard, staring blankly. No wonder he licked the screen at midnight. I would too. Oh dear, my wife, how embarrassing! Exclaimed Cheng Hao. Look at you. Old Cheng, gaining some audacity, daring to dote on another woman while being with me? The commotion lasted a minute or two, during which Cheng Hao took the opportunity to reclaim his phone. His face was flushed, a blend of anger, embarrassment, and a sense of pride swirling within him, leaving his mind utterly vacant. Original image? Not past. Cheng's father resumed his seat on the sofa, his expression grave. Not past. I assure you it's the original. Cheng Hao responded with certainty. What does she want 30 million for? Cheng's father continued his interrogation. Cheng Hao's eyes lit up as he raised his head in surprise. Do you agree? First, tell me what she needs 30 million for, Cheng's father insisted, his tone growing more severe. Cheng Hao deflated slightly but, for the sake of the money, candidly explained, her brother has black blood disease, a congenital condition. She needs 30 million to save him. Oh, Cheng's mother raised an eyebrow. 30 million. Is she seeking a master to intervene? Cheng Hao, more honest in front of his mother, lowered his voice in response. Humph, Cheng's father scoffed. 30 million to hire a master? Have you been watching too much news? Is that not feasible? Cheng Hao was taken aback, sensing an underlying context in his father's tone. You foolish boy, you still don't see, Cheng's father admonished, his expression one of exasperation. The news merely reported that family paid 30 million in cash. But it didn't disclose how much profit was relinquished behind the scenes. It also didn't mention the relationship between them and the master who intervened. To cure black blood disease, a master must dedicate their full effort, performing intensive treatments for at least 4 hours daily over the course of 2 to 3 months, Cheng's mother interjected. Cheng Hao, do you think 30 million is sufficient? Cheng's father continued. Moreover, this matter transcends mere finances. Such money is arduous to earn. Which master has an easier path to wealth? To treat black blood disease, one requires not only money but also connections and favors. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hao's complexion visibly paled, his entire being seemingly reduced to a two-dimensional black and white photograph. He distinctly remembered the conditions set forth by Li Wei. Curing Li Cheng was the objective, while money merely served as a means to that end. The only master connected to his family desired only his maternal grandfather. Considering his mother's position within her family, it was evident that the old man would not lend a hand. Cheng's mother sighed, gently ruffling her eldest son's fluffy hair. Without this matter, they probably wouldn't even glance your way, would they? This struck a chord with Cheng Hao, who buried his head into the cushion, falling silent. Suddenly, Cheng's father asked solemnly, Call your white moonlight. I have something to inquire of her. Do you have a plan? Cheng Hao abruptly sat upright, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at his father. Cheng's father shot him a glare, his tone stern. This is not your concern. It is of greater importance. It pertains to whether our family can ascend to greater heights, whether your mother can advance to the 5th tier, and your future. Cheng's mother turned sharply towards her husband, as if recalling something. Are you referring to that matter? Yes. Cheng's father nodded emphatically. Cheng's mother was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her foolish son beside her, her heart genuinely aching this time. Chapter 7. Candidate Li Wei held her phone aloft, her father's words echoing in her mind. It turns out that 30 million cannot change much. So, can I risk everything for Li Cheng? She momentarily froze, her thoughts swirling. She glanced at the nearly empty painkiller bottle on the bedside table, and at the small figure curled up in the cot, barely asleep. The emotions of her original self surged within her, while her resolve remained unyielding. Having taken your sister's body, I must do something. The voice of Cheng's father resonated once more through the receiver. Li, if you find it difficult to decide, you may take a few days to reflect and then respond to me. No need. Li Wei replied, I can. What did you say? I can. Very well. Keep the lines of communication open. Await my call. At the Cheng family villa, Cheng Hao was on the verge of losing his mind. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared intensely at his father. Cheng Dongsheng, what do you truly intend to do? Cheng's father cast him a sidelong glance. This is her choice. If you do not wish for her to resent you for eternity, do not complicate matters. With that, he turned to his wife, Baozhu. Take the 2 children outside. Despite being a 4th-tier powerhouse, Cheng's mother was accustomed to following her husband's directives in significant matters. Ignoring her eldest son's struggles and her youngest son's curiosity, she firmly grasped the collars of both and pulled them out. As the door closed behind them, Cheng Dongsheng took a deep breath, locating a number in his contacts that he had never dialed before. The moment he pressed dial, his posture instinctively straightened, and he sat precariously on the edge of the sofa, striving to steady his breathing. The phone rang persistently, and on the other end, a deep and stern male voice emerged. Who is this? Cheng Dongsheng inhaled deeply, responding with utmost respect. Mr. Liang, this is Cheng Dongsheng from Baohe Real Estate. We met half a year ago at Master Ji's birthday banquet. Before he could finish, the man seemed to recall, interrupting, Ah, it's you, the chubby one? Ji Baozhu, my wife, is the granddaughter of Master Ji. Cheng Dongsheng bowed slightly, treading carefully. Yes, I am Ji Baozhu's husband. What a memory you have. You must have a lot on your mind. What is the purpose of your call? Cheng Dongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, mentally preparing his words. Do you remember, you mentioned to Master Ji about keeping an eye out for potential candidates? Is that still necessary? Oh, the man, referred to as Mr. Liang, seemed intrigued, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Have you found someone suitable? Yes, I was fortunate enough to come across a candidate. Cheng Dongsheng lowered his voice. I'll send you the details via email. Mr. Liang appeared somewhat impatient. All right, hurry. Cheng Dongxing quickly agreed. After ending the call, within 20 seconds, an email address appeared on his phone. He hastily opened his computer, compiling a photograph of Li Wei, which he had received through connections, along with her electronic records and family background, sending them all in one go. More than an hour later, as anxiety threatened to suffocate him, his phone rang once more. Seeing the caller ID, he felt a slight relief and straightened up to answer. However, before he could speak, Mr. Liang's excited voice came through. Dongsheng, you did exceptionally well this time. Hearing this, Cheng Dongxing felt as if he had just savored a delicious ice cream on a scorching summer day, elation coursing through him. He suppressed his excitement and replied earnestly, naturally, I would put my heart into what you arranged. Good, very good. Mr. Liang encouraged him. Bring that girl to Milan Courtyard tomorrow. I want to speak with her personally. Remember, keep it low-key, and don't let others know. Yes, yes. Cheng Dongxing nodded eagerly. And only after Mr. Liang hung up did he collapse back onto the sofa, as though he had just emerged from water, loosening his collar. After a while, the heavy study door creaked open, and Ji Baozhu gracefully entered. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her stature and demeanor were striking. She possessed the gentleness and intelligence of a wife, coupled with the sharpness and competence of a female warrior, having achieved the 4th stage of martial arts. Her longevity had preserved her youthfulness, though in her 40s, she appeared no older than 25 or 26, enhancing her allure. She settled onto the sofa opposite Cheng Dongsheng, her long, honey-colored legs crossed, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. You look pleased. Has it been successful? Cheng Dongxing nodded. Partially successful. It all hinges on tomorrow. Are you not afraid our son will resent you? This concerns the significant matters between the Cheng and Ji families. I cannot afford to be careless. Heh, you have a heart of stone. Cheng Dongxing chuckled. Isn't this the version of me that you adore? Having just released the tension that had gripped him moments earlier, he now found himself captivated by the sight of his wife's flawlessly proportioned long legs, igniting a sudden surge of desire within him. With a playful grin, Cheng Dongxing maneuvered closer, forcing himself against Ji Baozhu, their bodies entwined, his hands becoming increasingly daring. However, Ji Baozhu swiftly pushed his hand away, pondering aloud. Chairman Liang's 2 children are still in high school, right? I haven't heard of anyone heading to the battlefield. Why the urgency to find a scapegoat? Cheng Dongxing's hand ventured once more onto his wife's thigh as he casually replied, Who knows? Ji Baozhu flushed, but did not resist further. I doubt this is for his own children. I wonder who could be significant enough for Chairman Liang to personally intervene, especially with such stringent standards. In the past 6 months, the Ji family has recommended numerous young women, all of whom were turned away. I sense this matter is more complex than it appears. Oh, you're incorrigible. The children are still outside. When you entered the room, the door was locked, and you changed clothes. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Cheng Dongxing chuckled. It's someone else's affair. You needn't concern yourself. Our role is to alleviate the burdens of those in power. Surely they won't forget our contributions. If this succeeds, when you visit the Ji family again, who would dare to scorn you? In the future, who knows whether you or Ji Baoyue will be recognized as the legitimate heir? Your words suggest I've reaped all the benefits, she retorted playfully. Oh no, I haven't washed yet. I prefer the unrefined version, he replied with a grin. The following morning, Li Wei, cradling Li Cheng, awaited the arrival of Cheng Dongxing, who approached in a dilapidated van. In the passenger seat sat Cheng Hao, his countenance pale, as if all his bones had been extracted. Upon spotting Li Wei in her old-school uniform, clutching a small silkworm, Cheng Dongxing eagerly rolled down the window, removed his sunglasses, and with a cigar clutched in his left hand, beamed broadly. Li classmate. Li Wei, taken aback by the shabby vehicle, nodded politely in response. She then waved at the lethargic Cheng Hao, who did not even blink. Don't mind him, Cheng Dongxing exclaimed as he exited the vehicle, opened the rear door, and invited Li Wei inside. I feared you might think me a fraud, so I brought him along. Faced with such forthrightness, Li Wei found herself at a loss for words, offering only an awkward yet courteous smile. A gentle breeze tousled her hair, rendering her beauty almost surreal. Cheng Dongxing, momentarily entranced, quickly envisioned his wife's honey-hued legs, rousing himself from the daze of her captivating presence. This person is even more striking in reality than in photographs. What sort of sustenance has Cheng Hao consumed to have such a classmate? As the vehicle resumed its journey, Cheng Dongxing's chatter remained unceasing, while Cheng Hao remained silent. Do not be afraid. Today, I will introduce you to a person of significant stature who will not pose any harm to a young girl like you. Just respond truthfully to any inquiries made, and relay what you told me yesterday without embellishment. It is imperative to be honest and avoid any cunning tricks, understood? Chapter 8. The noblewoman. The vehicle wound its way through the streets for quite some time, as if Mr. Chung was deliberately taking a convoluted route, until finally stabilizing upon entering the mountainous region southeast of the city. Approximately 2 hours later, a cluster of blue-tiled, white-walled buildings whizzed past the car window. The van rounded the main entrance and came to a halt beside a shaded path. As Li Wei stepped out of the car, she noticed an inconspicuous wooden door nearby, scarcely a meter wide, with a darkened paint and a brass fish door knocker hanging from it. A woman in a sky-blue modified cheap house stood at the entrance, exuding a composed and serious demeanor. Upon seeing her, Chung Dongxing hurriedly exited the vehicle, bowing and gesturing with small, hurried steps, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I trouble Secretary Fan? My utmost apologies." Secretary Fan acknowledged him with a reserved nod, their fingertips barely brushing before she turned her gaze toward the newly arrived Li Wei, asking in a voice as clear and crisp as a mountain spring. "Is she the one?" Chung Dongsheng replied, "Yes, this is Li Wei, a classmate of my son S." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Mr. Chung, I will take her inside first. You may return now. Moreover, Mr. Liang has expressed that he will arrange a meal with you afterwards." Secretary Fan's tone was strictly professional, devoid of any emotional inflection. Chung Dongsheng had been waiting for this very statement, and his face instantly brightened as he nodded vigorously, deftly returning to the driver's seat. However, just as he was about to start the engine, his son Chung Hao, who had been feigning unconsciousness in the passenger seat, abruptly flung open the door and stumbled out. Positioning himself in front of Li Wei, gazing at the person he had admired for 3 years, Chung Hao's eyes reddened as he stammered, "See, could you possibly not leave?" Chung Dongsheng was alarmed by his son's appearance, his face paling. From the driver's perspective, he could clearly see Secretary Fan frowning, her gaze sharpening. This foolish son was about to ruin everything. Just as Chung Dongsheng contemplated jumping out to silence his son, Li Wei's unexpected action left everyone momentarily stunned. She handed Li Chung to Secretary Fan, placing the small child into her arms. This sudden gesture caught Secretary Fan off guard, and cradling the frail child, the previously cultivated intensity dissipated in an instant, leaving her somewhat flustered. With her hands now free, Li Wei turned to the emotionally fragile Chung Hao. Observing his reddened eyes and quivering expression, a rare pang of guilt stirred within her. How have I become the villain in this tale? Yet, even if it was unintentional, I feel a sense of regret. "Brother Chung," Li Wei extended her small hand, patting Chung Hao's shoulder in a camaraderie-like manner. "I am truly sorry." Chung Hao's tears froze in his eyes, creating a somewhat comical effect. "Leaving is inevitable," Li Wei indicated the wooden door. Her tone calm, yet resolute. "My brother has little time left. This place is our last hope." Tears finally burst forth from Chung Hao, who was frozen in place, sobbing like a child, his body trembling and bowed over, utterly inconsolable. At that moment, Li Wei suddenly opened her arms and gently enveloped the still sniffling Chung Hao in an embrace. The gesture was somewhat awkward, resembling the camaraderie of brothers rather than anything romantic. Chung Hao instantly stiffened, instinctively straightening up, the faint scent of sunlight-drenched linens emanating from the girl enveloping him. He could feel her softness pressed against him. Yet his hands remained rigidly at his sides, paralyzed by tension. "Thank you, Chung Hao, and your father as well." Li Wei's voice was soft, imbued with a sincerity she was unaware of. "You both reached out to me in my darkest hour, offering a glimmer of hope." Her gratitude was genuine. Seeing this foolish boy in such profound sorrow, she instinctively felt the urge to comfort him. There was no romantic inclination. It was purely the bond of friendship at play. "And no, Chung Hao stammered, his mind a blank canvas. "It's all right, Chung Hao," Li Wei continued in that familiar, brotherly tone. "You may hug me, pat my back, or wrap your arms around my waist, but no touching my chest or backside." As she reached the latter part of her statement, even Li Wei, with her thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, she resolved to give a little. This fool had pursued his original form for 3 years without so much as a finger's touch. Li Wei pondered. If she found herself in a similar situation in her past life, having invested so much only to gain nothing, it would have been unbearable. Today's farewell likely meant they would never meet again, so she might as well help him ease some regrets. Of course, it was merely a small consolation. Though, before her transmigration, she had boasted to her friends that if she became a woman, she would surely indulge her brothers. Alas, her companions were still on Earth. In this martial world, she had made no such promises. Ah, Chung, this is all I can do for you. After all, you were not my brother in my previous life. To her surprise, as soon as Li Wei spoke these honest words, Chung Hao not only failed to find solace but began to cry even harder. He abruptly broke free from Li Wei's embrace, as if deeply insulted and aggrieved, covering his face and fleeing. The speed of a budding martial artist was not slow, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the path. Chung Dongsheng paused for a moment, then quickly started the engine and hit the accelerator, roaring after him, muttering curses under his breath. You brat! What a disgrace! Ah, youth! Secretary Fan, holding Li Chung, seemed to harbor a faint, elusive smile. She did not say anything further, nor did she intend to return the child to Li Wei. Turning instead to push open the small door, Li Wei shrugged, feeling a sense of relief as she slipped her hands into her school uniform pockets and followed her inside. After traversing several moon gate doors and winding corridors for about 10 minutes, they passed by rockeries and fragrant lotus ponds, the environment serene and exquisitely elegant. At long last, Secretary Fan came to a halt outside a waterside pavilion. She pushed open the door and, stepping aside to allow Li Wei entry, exhibited an unexpectedly respectful demeanor. Please, go in. I will take care of the child for now. Suitable meals and toys have been prepared for him in the side hall, along with professional caregivers. So there is no need for you to worry. What is going on? This woman was so arrogant in front of Chung Dongsheng before. Why is she suddenly so courteous? Li Wei pondered, though given the circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. She exchanged a glance with Li Chung, who winked at her reassuringly. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she stepped inside. The interior of the pavilion was spacious, adorned with exquisite furnishings that exuded understated luxury. A large screen depicting ink-wash landscapes stood in the center, creating a barrier between the inside and the outside. With the natural light filtering through, Li Wei could discern two figures beyond the screen, one male and one female, though they were not distinctly visible. Wasn't it said that I would be meeting Mr. Liang? Why is there a woman too? Suppressing her curiosity, she proceeded around the screen without needing any prompting. What is there to fear? As long as it can save Li Chung, I will face whatever comes my way. However, upon catching sight of the two individuals behind the screen, Li Wei found herself momentarily taken aback. The man seated as a guest appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of refined elegance, with deep-set eyes. Undoubtedly the Mr. Liang mentioned by Chung Dongsheng. Yet, it was the woman in the main seat who truly left Li Wei astonished. With an oval face, petal-like lips, and sharp brows that conveyed a sense of authority, she sat impeccably upright in a walnut chair, her back straight and hands gracefully folded on her lap. On her snow-white wrist, a pair of translucent jade bangles gleamed, enhancing her striking beauty. She wore a new-style long dress with a high collar, black as the base, embellished with gold thread embroidered with interlacing patterns along the collar and hem, embodying both grace and dignity. Judging solely by her appearance, one could easily believe she was under 30, yet the poise and elegance she radiated suggested the wisdom and refinement of a woman in her 40s or 50s, tempered by the vicissitudes of life. Li Wei, with her limited vocabulary, struggled to find words befitting such grandeur. If she were to describe her, the term queen would finally take on a concrete and vivid representation in her mind. She could hardly fathom what kind of illustrious family could have raised a lady of such beauty. As Li Wei marveled silently, she noticed the beautiful lady slightly furrow her brow, her slender fingers gently tapping the tea table. The elegant and distinguished middle-aged gentleman immediately leaned in attentively, resembling Chung Dongsheng in his demeanor towards Secretary Fan. The lady spoke without any hesitation, addressing Li Wei directly. Her voice was unique, reminiscent of sandalwood infused with the essence of first snow, cool yet rich. Yu Chuan, she is truly beautiful. Jiang Shui possesses only 5 or 6 parts of her allure. Is her surname Liang, and is she called Yu Chuan? Is it truly appropriate for the esteemed real estate magnate, Chung Dongsheng, to display such deference? Furthermore, he holds the esteemed title of chairman of the Educational Coordination Committee of the Martial Arts Alliance in Dongming Province, an equivalent to the head of the Provincial Education Department in a previous lifetime. If he is so sycophantic, then who is this striking lady? Is she the Empress Dowager? And who is Jiang Shui? Do they believe I am excessively beautiful? What could that possibly imply? Li Wei was beset by questions yet maintained a poised smile. She then observed Liang Yuchuan, a prominent figure within the martial arts system of Dongming province, smiling ingratiatingly as he explained, "Cousin, she bears the closest resemblance. I cannot rely on photographs for identification. It must be by chance. Moreover, Miss Jiang has been abroad for 4 years. A woman's beauty evolves significantly over such time. If we wait any longer, the opportunity will slip away." The beautiful lady fell silent for a moment, weighing her options, before giving an almost imperceptible nod. Her gaze returned to Li Wei, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her features. She turned to Liang Yuchuan, questioning, "Didn't you say her vital energy was only 53? Why do I feel as if her meridians are resonating?" Liang Yuchuan, a well-known 6th-tier martial artist, focused his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, this could be troublesome. The excitement has revealed too much." Li Wei felt a jolt of anxiety, but managed to force a somewhat awkward smile, earnestly stating, "Have you ever heard of the immortal emperor's reincarnation?" The two listened to her words with varying expressions, momentarily rendered speechless. Clearly, no one took her statement seriously, nor did they exhibit any interest in the secret of her newfound strength. The oppressive silence became almost suffocating, prompting the beautiful lady to abruptly inquire, "Yuchuan, what is Jiang Shue's current vital energy level?" Liang Yuchuan promptly responded, 79. "Is she attempting to reach the minor perfection stage?" The beautiful lady appeared slightly surprised. Perhaps she is aiming for a breakthrough," Liang Yuchuan speculated. The beautiful lady nodded thoughtfully, concluding, "It seems fortune is on our side. Our appearances are a good match, and our vital energies are comparable." She seemed to be evaluating a valuable item, initially troubled about how to assist in enhancing her vital energy. "Indeed," Liang Yuchuan agreed. Then, silence enveloped them once more, leaving Li Wei feeling like a mere transparent ornament. What on earth do these two mean? Are they speaking in riddles? After a while, the beautiful lady turned to Liang Yuchuan and instructed, "Yuchuan, you may leave now." Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Yuchuan rose, inclined his body slightly, and strode out with purpose. Li Wei was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to meet with Chairman Liang? Cheng Dongxing had repeatedly advised her on Liang's temperament, speaking habits, and taboos. All this time, the true audience was this beautiful lady? Reflecting on Liang Yuchuan's cautious demeanor and the term cousin, her curiosity was reaching a boiling point. "Please, have a seat." The beautiful lady gestured toward Liang Yuchuan's former position. "Oh," Li Wei, feeling quite at home, settled down comfortably, shifting her waist and rubbing against the soft cushion. "Oh, quite pleasant." The beautiful lady's lips twitched imperceptibly, yet her face maintained a serene smile. "Li Wei, allow me to confirm once more," she said. Li Wei promptly straightened her posture, her heart racing with anticipation. The main event was about to unfold. There is no need to be so tense. The enchanting woman gently pressed her forehead, her tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "If it required your life to secure your brother's survival, would you be willing?" A subtle tremor coursed through Li Wei's body as vivid scenes from web novels, films, and television dramas surged through her mind. Sacrificial rites, life exchange ceremonies, all quite brutal. Surely, she isn't suggesting something sinister? The lady, perceiving her thoughts, quickly reassured her. "What I mean is, would you be willing to assist me in a perilous task? Upon its successful completion, I will enlist a master to treat your brother." "Oh, so that's the nature of the exchange," Li Wei instinctively inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Just how dangerous is it?" "Serve in the Western Frontier Defense Forces in place of my son," the lady replied, her tone steady, her piercing gaze fixed on Li Wei, scrutinizing her every reaction. To her surprise, the young girl exhibited little fear. Rather, her expression morphed from shock to elation, as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. Soon, that joy transformed into yearning. Indeed, Li Wei yearned for it, envisioning the overwhelming tide of monsters, the scenes of them being decimated by cannon fire. If she were to join, all she needed was to find a trench or a bunker to hunker down in. Was that not akin to passively accruing experience? If those relentless monsters were to become her abyssal essence, how exhilarating that would be. Would she not ascend to the rank of master in a year, a martial immortal in 2, and save the world within 3? Most crucially, the beautiful lady offered her a chance to serve at the coveted Western Frontier Deathline while promising to summon a master to treat Li Cheng. This was, indeed, a win-win situation. Of course, in this scenario, Win-win meant that Li Wei emerged victorious twice. As for the danger, in her past life as an orphan, she had engaged in all manner of risky jobs for money, high-altitude work, underground labor, you name it. Now, endowed with a golden opportunity, what reason did she have not to seize it? Moreover, did merely surviving guarantee safety? Based on her extensive experience with web novels. In a world of high martial arts with interdimensional foes, if the protagonist did not step forth to avert catastrophe, relying solely on the locals would lead to ruin. And who was the protagonist? Naturally, it was her, Li Wei, a traveler with a system capable of enhancing vitality. Aside from a slight gender discrepancy, who could dare claim she was not the protagonist? Furthermore, while we may lack a chubby, round-faced sister, we do have a frail younger brother. This configuration is perfect. Cough. She was lost in delightful thoughts when suddenly a clear sound jolted her back to reality. Li Wei snapped to attention, meeting the gaze of the beautiful woman, who had a pair of smiling phoenix eyes. Her face instantly flushed crimson. Oh no, how embarrassing. She straightened her back, attempting to mask her discomfort with an imposing demeanor, and spoke with utmost seriousness. As long as it can save my brother, I will do whatever you ask. The stunning woman, possessing far superior strength than Li Wei, could easily discern the truth behind her words. Upon hearing this, she smiled with satisfaction and then adopted a solemn expression. Very well, in that case, the deal is struck. She extended her hand. I am Liang Qiushi. You may call me Aunt Liang. Does this mean I passed the interview? Li Wei, realizing this only afterward, hurriedly shook her hand. I'm Li Wei. Just call me Shaoli. Liang Qiushi chuckled lightly, her grace evident. I shall simply call you Li Wei, or perhaps, in the future, Jiang Shui. Who is Jiang Shui? What does she have to do with this? Before Li Wei could voice her question, Liang Qiushi dropped a bombshell. Jiang Shui is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family in Fangcheng, and she is engaged to my son, Gu Jinji. I need you to impersonate Jiang Shui and marry Jinji. Huh. Li Wei felt as if her ears had malfunctioned, her eyes nearly bulging out. Marry? Sharp explosion. What kind of twist is this? A wealthy family as substitute marriage? Is this truly a high martial arts world and not some urban drama? Wasn't Li Wei supposed to be inquiring about going to the battlefield? Of course, you will go to the battlefield. In place of Jinji, Liang Qiushi replied nonchalantly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. But, if you are not his wife, what identity do you have to take his place? Oh, a substitute service. Now Li Wei understood. And a peculiar memory flashed through her mind. There was once a powerful noblewoman. Remarkable, indeed. Quickly dismissed these chaotic thoughts. She was struck by a new perplexity. She was well aware of the implications of substitute service. 30 years ago, the breach at Shifeng Mountain Pass fell, and humanity lost the advantageous terrain of the Rift Passage, forcing them to rely on fortress systems to battle the abyssal monsters in open warfare. Especially after high-end combat powers achieved deterrence and balance, the low-tier skirmishes became increasingly brutal. To bolster combat strength, the Martial Arts Alliance of Huagua enacted the War Mobilization Act. One provision mandating that graduates of martial arts universities must serve in the Western Frontier Defense Forces for at least 1 year. This was also aimed at dispelling rumors in society regarding the cowardice of the children of the elite. The recruitment of aristocratic youths by the Martial Arts Alliance was exceedingly stringent, unless a direct relative of theirs was a master-level powerhouse stationed at the Abyss. No matter the status, they could not evade military service. Otherwise, both the individual and the family would face severe penalties. It was against this backdrop that the dark industry of substitute service emerged. In essence, this matter boils down to the offspring of the affluent entering into sham marriages upon reaching the appropriate age, only to have their spouses take their places on the battlefield when graduation arrives. The Martial Arts Alliance and the military undertook stringent measures to curb such phenomena for a period. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that both parties were often complicit in this arrangement. Eventually, the authorities instituted a process of introspection for enlistment, permitting couples to serve together as long as it was established that their decision was voluntary. Yet, did Liang Qiushi's son truly need to go to war? Was there not a grandmaster in her family? Given Liang Yuchuan's attitude towards her, it seemed utterly improbable. Li Wei's thoughts were almost palpable on her face, and with Liang Qiushi's extensive experience, she could not possibly be oblivious to it. Her smile remained gentle, though a flicker of complex emotions danced beneath the surface. As if questioning why I sought her out, Li Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment but nodded earnestly. This matter, you see, must be traced back over 30 years. She let out a soft sigh, her gaze drifting into the distance, as though transcending time. Once upon a time, the inner voice of Li Wei echoed in her mind. Chapter 10. Grievances within the tranquil waterside pavilion. The air was infused with a subtle aroma of tea, yet it could not obscure the palpable tension. 32 years prior, the Fisher of Shifeng fell into disarray. Liang Qiushi adopted a more relaxed posture, her legs elegantly crossed, her fingertips lightly tapping the smooth tea table as she began. At that time, the martial immortals stationed there were Kirill Orlov of the Arctic Alliance, Zhang Hemming of the Northwest Zhang family, and, she paused briefly, my son's great-grandfather, Gu Xuanzhang, the then patriarch of the Gu family. Goodness, martial immortals? No wonder Liang Yuchuan holds her in such high regard. Li Wei was taken aback, realizing she was now in the presence of figures who epitomized the pinnacle of the martial arts realm in Huagua. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. As Liang Qiushi continued her narrative, everything had been tranquil until one day, the three martial immortals suddenly plunged into the depths of the fissure, uttering not a word and leaving no arrangements behind. As she recounted this, an inscrutable confusion flickered in Liang Qiushi's eyes. Their absence lasted a full 7 days. It was not until the early hours of the 8th day that the Arctic Alliance suddenly contacted our nation, declaring that their martial immortal, Orlov, had perished. What? Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment. How did the Arctic Alliance come to know? The explanation was intricate. Have you ever read web novels? Liang Qiushi countered. Li Wei nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her familiarity. You can think of it as the extinguishing of a soul lamp. This analogy was blunt yet effective, and Li Wei comprehended instantly. Liang Qiushi continued. On the morning of the 8th day, while both nations were engaged in urgent communication, the passage was suddenly besieged by a monstrous assault. At that time, the morale of the troops was fractured, and with no martial immortal to oversee, the defending forces collapsed within 3 hours. The subsequent events were covered extensively by the news. We, along with the Arctic Alliance and the White Eagle Federation, launched dozens of nuclear warheads at the entrance of the fissure, managing to delay for just a day until reinforcements arrived. And what of the other 2 martial immortals? Did they perish within? Li Wei inquired curiously. Liang Qiushi lamented that if everyone were dead, it would be far less troublesome. Li Wei did not comprehend. Liang Qiushi reminisced that, a fortnight later, Zhang Jia's martial immortal perished, while Jin Ji's great-grandfather managed to escape, becoming the sole survivor among them. Upon hearing this, Li Wei began to harbor some suspicions. 2 out of the 3 martial immortals had met their demise, and the one remaining might indeed be the target of resentment. Moreover, their negligence was apparent. The deceased could be overlooked, but the survivor, despite being a martial immortal, would undoubtedly need to provide an explanation, otherwise he would face significant challenges. So, Li Wei tentatively inquired about what Gu Wuxian had to say. Liang Qiushi's expression dimmed. He had been gravely injured when rescued, and had remained unconscious until now. The details of what transpired within the rift were shrouded in mystery. Well, this leaves us utterly confounded. With only him alive, he would surely become the object of hatred. Indeed, Liang Qiushi's subsequent words confirmed Li Wei's suspicions. Since that incident, various parties have been blaming the Gu family, with the Zhang family adamantly asserting that it was their martial immortal who was killed by Gu family's martial immortal. Li Wei blinked. Was the Zhang family attempting to shift blame? To elicit sympathy? To divert attention? Liang Qiushi bitterly smiled, acknowledging the young girl's astuteness. Li Wei's lips twitched. Liang Qiushi sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. In order to uphold the Gu family's standing, my father-in-law forsook his accumulation of strength and hastily ascended to the title of Grand Master. 5 years ago, during the eruption of the North Sea Rift, he suffered grave injuries, nearly losing his standing, and has since been recuperating at home. Ironically, that same year, Zhang Hemming's eldest son, Zhang Lui, successfully attained the status of martial immortal. This is quite something. Li Wei's lips quivered. Liang Qiushi steadied his breath and continued. Since then, the Zhang family has not merely resorted to words, but has overtly and covertly suppressed us. If it weren't for our Gu family's martial immortal still being alive, the Fade of tranquility would likely have crumbled by now. Li Wei, Liang Qiushi cast his gaze toward the lotus pond outside the window, his eyes unfocused. Jin Ji had graduated and, according to the Mobilization Act, was to head to the western frontier. It was only due to the marriage arrangement and his grandfather's influence that they managed to delay until September. As she spoke, her voice trembled and her eyes reddened. This heavy burden evoked a semblance of sympathy in Li Wei. Wait, what is the difference between my mindset and that of someone living in a basement, eating instant noodles, yet feeling pity for a domineering CO with a stomachache? She shuddered and quickly gathered her thoughts. Liang Qiushi seemed lost in memories, sorrowfully stating, "Neither my husband nor I possess much talent in martial arts. We have relied on resources to reach our current level, and it seems unlikely we will ever attain the status of Grandmaster. The direct lineage of the Gu family is frail, with 2 injured and 2 weak. A prestigious martial immortal family with a legacy spanning a century is left without a single capable Grandmaster. How tragic," Li Wei lamented. Now she understood why someone of Liang Qiushi's stature was compelled to seek someone to serve in their place. Having suffered the misfortune of 2 successive generations of masters, the Gu family seems to be in a rather unfortunate predicament. However, Li Wei remains perplexed. If it is merely a matter of serving in place, why must she masquerade as Jiang Shui? It would seem more straightforward to simply marry your son, rather than complicating matters by forcing her to impersonate another. Aunt Liang, Li Wei mused, it would be prudent to seek clarification. Liang Qiushi smiled wryly, indicating that the situation was far from simple. While the matter of serving in place is tacitly understood by all, it resides firmly in a gray area, actions permissible yet unspeakable. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the Gu family are distinctly unique. For minor families, as long as both parties are willing, no one tends to scrutinize such arrangements. Yet now, the Zhang family is vigilantly seeking any opportunity to scrutinize us. Just imagine if Jin Ji were to hastily marry someone. Would the Zhang family not seize the opportunity to expose the truth? Under the glaring spotlight of public opinion, how could I possibly allow you to substitute for Jin Ji in the West Xinjiang? Li Wei gasped, unable to restrain her astonishment. Your son has certainly amassed a considerable amount of enmity. It seems the Zhang family is hell-bent on his downfall. Liang Qiushi sighed in resignation. My son is simply too stubborn. Despite my attempts to encourage him to maintain a low profile, he insists on pursuing the path of martial arts with unwavering determination. He has excelled academically and emerged as the champion of the National Martial Arts Freshman Competition. Who else could the Zhang family target but him? Aunt, could it be that your tone is a hint of Versailles? Nevertheless, the champion of the Martial Arts Freshman Competition? That rings a bell. Suddenly, she recalled that during her 3rd year in junior high, the school had organized a viewing of the event live. The name Gu Shun had once captivated the campus. At that time, her parents were still alive, and the young girl had been a fan of his. No wonder I felt that the name sounded familiar. Impressive, Li Wei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Li Wei, I have summoned you because you bear a striking resemblance to Jiang Shui, Jin Ji's fiancée. Liang Qiushi's voice was a soft murmur, explaining that you masquerading as Jiang Shui is essential, as she is the only one with a legitimate claim and a long-standing engagement to Jin Ji, making her the most suitable candidate to marry him at this critical juncture. Moreover, within the aristocracy of the capital, it is well known that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family harbors an obsessive love for Jin Ji. Only someone like Jiang Shui could, in the event of unforeseen circumstances, advocate for serving in place as his wife, thus appearing reasonable and silencing public gossip, ultimately preventing the Zhang family from finding fault. Liang Qiushi turned her gaze to Li Wei, her expression serious as she inquired, "Are you capable of fulfilling this role?" Li Wei swallowed hard, a chill running down her spine. This was indeed a rather significant undertaking. So what does this entail? An increase in compensation. Chapter 11. Another when Li Wei retrieved a tissue, dabbing at the tea stains on Liang Qiushi's mouth and collar. Such jesting lightened the previously serious atmosphere considerably. Aunt Liang, I was merely joking. Please do not take offense, Li Wei said, her cheeks slightly flushed, regretting her earlier playful remark. Liang Qiushi's lips curled slightly in a helpless smile as she shook her head. After addressing the tea stains, she regained her composure. Seeing that she was not angry, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and, with a serious expression, said, Aunt Liang, I reiterate, as long as it can cure Li Cheng, I will do whatever you ask. Liang Qiushi's eyes sparkled, gazing at Li Wei as if she were suppressing some emotion. After a long pause, she apologetically said, Oh dear child, I am sorry. Li Wei felt a twinge of guilt. Don't look at me with such a remorseful gaze. I have one, after all. Ugh. It's rather embarrassing, this wretched sense of shame. Clearing her throat, Li Wei tentatively asked, Aunt Liang, I have a few questions. Liang Qiushi naturally pinched the corner of her eye, already restored to her calm demeanor, and replied, Go ahead. Does Jiang Shui have family? Also, she and your son are childhood friends. If I were to impersonate her, would I be found out? Li Wei fidgeted with her fingers, fearful that any misstep might jeopardize her plans. Liang Qiushi's fingertips gently traced the warm rim of her cup. As for the Jiang family's influential elders, I have already established communication. Regarding Jin Ji and the younger members of the Jiang family, you need not worry. Jiang Shui left for abroad at 16, and it has been 4 years. Time can blur many details. Moreover, I will arrange for you to go to the UK and live with Jiang Shui for a week, taking some of her distinctive belongings to study her various manners and habits. Then, under the guise of the Jiang family's young lady, you may return home openly to await marriage. How long has this been in the works? Purely out of curiosity, Li Wei could not suppress her inquisitiveness. You mentioned before that Miss Jiang loved your son to the point of madness. Why doesn't she come herself? Her love. Liang Qiushi's voice turned suddenly sharp, her demeanor cooling somewhat. Perhaps she loves herself more than she loves Jin Ji. She merely disguises it very well. This sister is quite perceptive. Li Wei marveled. Then she asked, if I replace her, will she cause trouble? Liang Qiushi chuckled, we will keep an eye on her. Why did she go abroad? Li Wei was quite curious. For years ago, she poisoned her own sister, Jiang Yao, nearly causing a fatal incident. Coupled with her disruptive behavior at home, the Jiang family sent her away as a form of exile, Liang Qiushi explained. Oh, this troublesome woman. Li Wei felt the weight of her responsibilities increasing. Noticing that Liang Qiushi was still attentively waiting for more questions, she contemplated for a moment before mentioning Li Cheng. Before going into the fray, will I still be able to see Li Cheng? Liang Qiushi moved her fingers thoughtfully, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, once you marry into the Gu family, I will arrange for you to meet privately. Li Wei sighed in relief, eager to inquire about Li Cheng's condition. However, Liang Qiushi preemptively clarified, as for his illness, before the matter is settled, I will arrange for a master to help alleviate it, but it will not be fully cured. Do you understand? Li Wei nodded, harboring no excessive emotions. It's a transaction, I understand. Having endured enough hardships in her past life, Li Wei had long since lost her naivete. She understood that there is no love without reason in this world. Given Liang Qiushi's esteemed position, it was commendable that he could remain so composed and courteous in her presence, neither harsh nor insistent. Considering that she would be stationed on the front lines for an extended period, her concern for Li Cheng's well-being prompted her to make a request. Auntie Liang, once Li Cheng has recovered, would it be possible for you to look after him for a while? Li Wei initially envisioned her merely seeking assistance with childcare, intending to take Li Cheng under her wing once she achieved her own success. However, Liang Qiushi clearly misinterpreted her intent. Gazing into Li Wei's innocent and clear eyes, she suddenly clenched her fist to obscure her mouth and nose, tears welling in the corners of her eyes, lingering on the brink of falling, leaving her speechless for a moment. Auntie, are you all right? Li Wei asked, somewhat bewildered. Surely not. I am going to the battlefield in place of your son. Although I have my own duties, is it too much to ask for help with Li Cheng? Why such distress over it? It's nothing. Liang Qiushi discreetly wiped her eyes under the pretense of raising her hand. You need not worry. Once Li Cheng has recovered, I will arrange for him to attend the Liang family's school. The Liang family will nurture him according to the standards befitting a legitimate heir until he graduates from Wu University. Ah, really? Li Wei was taken aback, realizing she had misjudged Liang Qiushi's intentions. With such generous arrangements, why the tears? However, this sister's planning is quite unexpected. What she initially perceived as a mutually beneficial arrangement now seemed to be a triple win. Of course, the ultimate beneficiary was still Li Wei. Furthermore, before Li Wei could fully process this, Liang Qiushi continued, to solidify your identity, I have made arrangements with the head of the Jiang family. Before you head to the western frontier, she will impart the first 3 techniques of the Jiang family's ultimate art, Moonlit 9 Swords, as well as the corporeal section of the Taiyin Jade Lotus Treasure Codex to you, as a small token of compensation. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's smile nearly reached her ears, her expression so exuberant that, had it not been for her exquisite features, it could have easily been mistaken for a humorous meme. Although she was not entirely aware of the worth of the Moonlit 9 Swords and Taiyin Jade Lotus Treasure Codex, She had a grasp of the value of martial arts techniques. The most basic and systematic combat methods could fetch millions in the marketplace. As for the mental cultivation methods, their prices were unpredictable, often relying on luck. Typically, they were valuable, yet not readily available, unless one joined the official ranks or military, or excelled in securing a place at a reputable martial arts university. It was exceedingly challenging for a civilian martial artist to acquire both mental and combat techniques. Liang Qiushi's thoroughness was commendable. She was equipping her with the necessary skills. How splendid! If calculated this way, it's practically a quadruple win. The Jiang family truly was generous. Li Wei raised her elegantly shaped thumb, beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. The head of the Jiang family, a master who had sustained injuries, was noncommittal. By disguising yourself as Jiang Shui to enlist in the military. According to the Mobilization Act, you effectively represent both families. Jiang Shui has a fraternal twin brother named Jiang Han, and in 2 years, it will be his turn. With your arrival, he will no longer need to enlist. In this world, it seems that love does not arise without reason. Are there any other questions? Liang Qiushi sipped his tea, awaiting a response. Li Wei hesitated, her discomfort evident, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask, after marriage, is it necessary to share a bed? A slight cough escaped Liang Qiushi as he pressed his forehead in exasperation. It is not necessary, but we must share the same bed. The Gu family undoubtedly has spies from the Zhang family, so we cannot allow them any evidence of a sham marriage. Regardless of where we are, you must present an appearance of affection towards Jinji. Can you manage that? As long as we don't have to share a bed. Li Wei exhaled in relief, likening it to sleeping in a dormitory with friends in her past life. If we're acting, I can reluctantly accept that. After all, I owe them a great deal. We must execute this beautifully. Furthermore, Liang Qiushi seemed to struggle with his words, finally articulating, others in the Gu family are unaware of my plan. You must keep this a secret. Li Wei responded. So, it's just the two of us putting on a show. Chapter 12. Conversations of parting in the deep of night. 2 old vans slowly entered the slumbering village, halting on an empty street. Li Wei, cradling Li Cheng, exited the vehicle and glanced back inside, whispering, I'm going to pack. All right, came Liang Qiushi's voice from the darkness. Go ahead. Li Wei tightened her hold on Li Cheng and ascended the stairs. Upon returning to the attic, she flicked on the light and was about to place Li Cheng on the bed when the little one squirmed, surprisingly vigorous. Instinctively, she set him down on the floor, and in the glow of the light, she noticed the dark bruises that had crisscrossed his slender cheeks had faded significantly. What is this? Li Wei asked, astonished. Li Cheng, however, remained unfazed. He took 2 steps forward and plopped down on a chair beside a folding table, saying, an old gentleman came this afternoon and placed his hands on my stomach. Then I felt warm all over and unknowingly fell asleep. I just woke up in the car, and I feel so much better now. Is that all it took? Liang Auntie is quite something. Li Wei exclaimed as she scooped up the little man, showering his forehead with kisses. All right, hurry up and pack. They're waiting. Li Cheng urged, wiping the saliva from his forehead with disdain. Li Wei, unfazed, chuckled with delight, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart. If the departed truly have spirits, she hoped they could witness Li Cheng's recovery. As for her, it was time to begin her journey of self-improvement. After giving her rosy cheeks a light pat, Li Wei enthusiastically pulled out a dusty dark purple suitcase from beneath the bed. She first wiped its surface clean with a cloth, then placed it on the bed and opened the lid. She picked up a family portrait from the bedside table, wrapping it in 2 layers of bedsheets and pillowcases before placing it at the bottom of the suitcase. This is the most important thing I've put here, so don't lose it, she instructed. Due to the limitations on personal belongings, all meaningful items from their home would be carried by Li Cheng. Countless fragmented memories, primarily remnants left by their parents. Li Wei hoped that Li Cheng could preserve these memories, so that in the future he would not look back with a sense of regret. However, Li Cheng turned his head away, feigning indifference. Such a tsundere. Li Wei mumbled under her breath as she continued to tidy up. In the wardrobe lay her father's uniform and her mother's dresses. And in the small drawer below, there was an iron box containing her father's sheriff badge, their marriage certificate, diplomas, and an assortment of 5 photo albums. Additionally, there was the identity card of their mother, which had been preserved due to the compassion shown by a female officer when they applied for their mother's death certificate. Each item was carefully placed into the suitcase. With every addition, she reminded Li Cheng. Yet, the little one had moved a chair to the window, resting his arms on the sill, gazing silently at the tall buildings and neon lights outside the urban village. Li Wei paid no mind to his demeanor, as long as he could hear her. That was enough. After 20 minutes of scouring every nook and cranny of the room, until the suitcase was nearly bursting, she finally sat back on the edge of the bed, exhaling deeply. At that moment, Li Cheng unexpectedly turned around and asked, "What about your graduation photo?" Huh. Li Wei was momentarily bewildered, only then recalling that indeed, such a thing existed. After rummaging through her memories, she remembered that the photo had been carelessly tossed atop the wardrobe. The reason? The high school experience had left her with less than fond memories. She completely understood why it had been discarded in such a manner. She fetched a stool, climbed up, and after some effort, finally retrieved the photo roll that had yet to gather dust. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the sight of the original self, looking gloomy yet still radiantly beautiful. Beside her was a familiar boy, grinning foolishly. It was undoubtedly Chung Hao. "This is youth," sighed a soul nearing 30, echoing the sentiments of a secretary. "Stop being narcissistic," Li Cheng interjected. Li Wei chuckled and tucked the photo into the suitcase, securing it with a clasp. "Let us go?" With her slender, delicate arms, she effortlessly lifted the heavy suitcase and was about to step out when Li Cheng turned his head again, fixating on the window, silent as ever. With a sigh of resignation, Li Wei set down the suitcase, walked over, picked him up, and sat in the chair. Following Li Cheng's gaze, she saw the brilliantly lit city just a few hundred meters away, contrasting starkly with the dim, quiet urban village they inhabited, 2 worlds apart. "What are you thinking about?" Li Wei gently inquired. After a moment of silence, Li Cheng replied, "What did you promise them?" "Military service in exchange." "Have you heard of it?" Li Wei's tone was light. She then recounted the events that had transpired. The little fellow grew increasingly tense as he listened. When he finally spoke again, his voice quivered slightly. "Li Wei, why don't you go tell that lady downstairs that we want to be leaving, all right?" "Not leaving? What about your illness?" Li Wei pinched his cheek and, to be honest, felt a bit touched. "All right, stop overthinking. I'll tell you, even if you're perfectly well, I still have to go to the battlefield. For others, the battlefield is a matter of life and death, but for me, it's just like returning home." Li Cheng's ears perked up, and he quickly turned, propping himself up with his hands against Li Wei's body, kneeling on her thigh, his large, bright eyes fixed intently on her gaze. "Repeat what you just said for me," he demanded with an undeniable tone, appearing utterly adorable. Li Wei smiled gently, locking her gaze with his, and repeated, "I said, going to the battlefield is just like coming home." After she finished speaking, Li Cheng remained in a daze for a long while, as if ensnared in profound self-doubt. Li Wei chuckled. "What's wrong?" Li Cheng, a bit perplexed, took a deep breath and incredulously replied, "Why does my rational mind tell me you're just talking nonsense to comfort me? Yet my intuition insists that what you say is true? Because it is true. Why would I lie to you? Remember when I asked where the aspiring martial artists go to slay those abyssal creatures? I was already planning to head to the battlefield then," Li Wei candidly confessed. Li Cheng was increasingly baffled. "I mean, even if you were a reborn celestial emperor, shouldn't you adhere to some basic principles? Shouldn't you first cultivate a bit?" Li Wei patted his head, wearing an enigmatic smile. "Cultivation? The strength gained from mere cultivation is superficial. Where's the solidity in that? During the stage of nurturing one's vitality, if a martial artist refrains from nourishment or cultivation for a day, there's a risk of diminishing vitality." Li Wei herself possessed decent talent, so why did her vitality only reach 53 during the college entrance exams? It was simply because she couldn't cultivate regularly and lacked funds for supplements. Her vitality fluctuated, ultimately landing her at Anha Martial University. However, since activating her system, in just 2 days, she hadn't practiced the guiding technique even once, coupled with inadequate nutrition and irregular sleep, not to mention being mentally exhausted. She had committed every possible taboo, even failing to retain the good habit of cultivating during her previous life. Yet, did Li Wei's vitality decrease? Not only did it not diminish, but it remained in its optimal state. It was as if her entire being had been digitized. "Li Cheng, you simply do not comprehend the allure of solid cultivation." Heh. Li Cheng stared at Li Wei's mysterious smile, frowning. "Are you mocking me?" "Goodness," Li Wei's eyes twitched. "Can you truly read minds?" "Humph." Li Cheng twisted his body, sliding off her knee, and marched toward the door like a little adult. "Hey, wait." Li Wei hurriedly picked up her suitcase, closed the window, turned off the lights, and locked the door. "Sis, you're too slow." "Wait, did you just call me sis?" You misheard. How could I mishear? Come on, say it again for me to hear. I won T, ugly woman. Ugly. Haven't T you seen how I made Cheng Hao cry? Are you sure? Isn't it you who has tarnished your own image, leaving him with shattered illusions? Huh, is that so? Under the cloak of night, Li Cheng leaned against the rear seat, his body propped on the luggage compartment, gazing through the back window at the slender figure receding beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. It was only when the vehicle turned, obstructing his view, that he settled back into his seat, silent tears streaming down his face. Amidst the interplay of streetlight and darkness, his lips moved soundlessly. You're not even my sister. Why are you being so kind to me? Chapter 13. Departure. After Li Cheng's car drove away, Li Wei boarded another van. As the vehicle jolted into motion, she turned to Liang Qiushi, saying, Aunt Liang, before I leave, there are a few small matters I need to trouble you with. Speak. Liang Qiushi gestured towards Secretary Fan in the passenger seat. We are about to depart from Linquan. Any issues, let Xiao Fan handle them. Secretary Fan promptly pulled out her phone, turning to Li Wei with a professional demeanor. Young madam, how may I assist you? Coughing slightly, Li Wei felt slightly taken aback by the title, her toes fidgeting within her shoes. She quickly addressed the matter at hand. I rented that loft and left in a hurry, so I didn't have time to clean up. It's not ideal to terminate the lease abruptly. Just give me the keys, and I will arrange for someone to clean it immediately. Secretary Fan noted in her phone's memo while responding efficiently. Li Wei hurriedly handed over the keys, adding, the landlord, Grandma Wang, has always taken good care of us. It would be quite difficult for her to find new tenants suddenly. Could we possibly offer her some compensation? No problem, Secretary Fan assured. I will make the arrangements for the elderly lady, so you need not worry. I will repay that amount in the future, Li Wei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. You are too formal. It's merely a small matter. Secretary Fan smiled gently, her tone warm. Li Wei contemplated this and chose not to insist further, thinking that one day, when she became stronger, she would have the opportunity to return the favor. Finally, she broached her most pressing concern. Will there be any trouble if Li Cheng and I suddenly go missing? Especially regarding on Hawuda, if I don't report. This time, Secretary Fan did not respond immediately, instead looking to Liang Qiushi, who hesitated momentarily. Liang Qiushi waved his hand dismissively and said to Li Wei, there will be an incident that records the two of you as deceased. The Public Security Bureau will not investigate. The capital will simultaneously arrange a new identity for Li Cheng, and his name will remain unchanged. And me? Li Wei asked tentatively. You are Jiang Shui. Liang Qiushi stated matter-of-factly. No, I mean, when I return from the battlefield, I cannot continue living under Jiang Shui's name. She chuckled awkwardly. I am going to upgrade and become stronger, not to face death. Liang Qiushi and Secretary Fan exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat complex, as if regarding a fanciful child. That look seemed to say, do you really expect to return from the battlefield? After a few seconds of silence in the vehicle, Liang Qiushi finally spoke, his tone laced with barely perceptible doubt. If you truly manage to return safely, I will arrange a new identity for you and restore your name. Li Wei made a decisive gesture. All right. 2 hours later, the van came to a halt by the national highway, beside which a colossal container truck awaited. Liang Qiushi turned to Li Wei with a smile and announced, we've arrived. Li Wei was momentarily bewildered. In this desolate countryside, where had they reached? Arrived? Liang Qiushi could not help but chuckle. Don't be dazed. It's time for you to set off. Set off? To Britain? What shall we take? A plane? Or an intercontinental maglev? A sudden unease gripped Li Wei as she gazed at the massive truck. Liang Qiushi shook his head. Your journey must remain confidential. Public transport is not an option. Li Wei, undeterred, glanced at the imposing container truck and inquired, what about a private jet? I cannot trust the crew of a private jet. Liang Qiushi firmly rejected. Your identity cannot be exposed. Otherwise, my plans will be in vain. Li Wei stole another look at the silent driver. Then, Liang Qiushi followed her gaze and reassured her, rest assured, everyone present today is on our side. All right. Xiao Fan, give her the items. Secretary Fan opened a briefcase and produced a tubular object the size of a relay baton, handing it to Li Wei. Liang Qiushi took Li Wei's hand and placed the tube in her grasp, explaining, this is a specialized cryogenic protective agent for your journey to Mars. It acts swiftly and has no side effects. Huh. As Li Wei opened her mouth in surprise, another brown pill was placed in her other hand. This is a precious blood-nourishing elixir to prevent excessive blood loss during your journey. Take it, Liang Qiushi stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Li Wei, without further thought, swallowed the pill. She then looked down at the tube in her hand, her understanding beginning to clarify. Liang Qiushi, perceiving her hesitation, directly stated, "The cold chain is the fastest and most discreet method. Rest assured, sleep a while, and you will arrive. Someone will be there to receive you." Goodness. Am I really being treated like frozen meat for express delivery? Well, it's best to settle the matters with the Gu family quickly and rush to the battlefield to level up. Moreover, if I become the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, as a person of power, is there any way to acquire some formidable monsters to hunt in advance? If so, perhaps I could develop a bit more before heading into battle. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wei felt an increasing impatience. Holding the tube, she asked, "How do I use this?" Secretary Fan pointed to the end of the tube where a red arrow was marked. "Madam, aim this end at your arm. Press firmly, and with your thumb, press the button on the other end. It will automatically inject." Got it. Li Wei rolled up her sleeve, found the injection site from her past life, aligned the arrow, and gently pressed the button with her thumb. A slight sting surged through her upper arm, followed by a rush of icy liquid entering her body. Within mere seconds, a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over her, and the scenery before her began to sway and blur. "Don't lose your phone," she mumbled vaguely, before her consciousness slipped into complete darkness. In the imperial capital of Huagua, at the Zhang family's villa, Zhang Jia's current head, the 9th-tier martial immortal Zhang Lui's second son, the 7th-tier master Zhang Yanqing, was sitting cross-legged on a mat in the pavilion. The garden was filled with the chirping of insects, and the pavilion was suffused with the delicate aroma of sandalwood, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. After a stick of incense had burned down, Zhang Yanqing slowly opened his slightly closed eyes and softly inquired, "Uncle Lin, what news do you have regarding Liang Yuchuan's efforts to find a scapegoat for his nephew?" Outside the pavilion, the elderly man known as Uncle Lin entered, shaking his head. "It remains unclear. The Liang family has managed their affairs in Dongming province with utmost secrecy, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Our people hold low positions and can only gather superficial information. Whom has he approached?" Zhang Yanqing pressed further. Uncle Lin shook his head once more. "Over the past 6 months, Liang Yuchuan has been spreading word in various circles, offering benefits, and the number of people involved is too vast to monitor. Thousands, in fact." Zhang Yanqing continued. "Whom has he seen recently? He's a master of spirit refinement. Unless it's a grandmaster, no one can follow him," Uncle Lin responded. "What about his secretary? Any recent developments?" Zhang Yanqing asked. "Yesterday, Fan Yifang accompanied Liang Yuchuan to the Mulan Villa, which is under the Liang family's domain. Our people dare not approach. However, someone saw Shen Yinchuan, the old master from Dongming Martial University, returning to the city from the villa in the afternoon." A cold smile crept onto Zhang Yanqing's lips. "The education commissioner meeting with the president of the Martial University? Huh, how reasonable. Let's continue to keep an eye on it. I refuse to believe he would be so devoted for the sake of a mere nephew," Uncle Lin quietly reminded him. "There are rumors that this nephew may very well be Liang Yuchuan's illegitimate child with his sister-in-law." Zhang Yanqing's expression darkened, and he fell silent for a while. After another stick of incense had burned, he seemed unwilling to relent. "What about Liang Qiushi? Internal reports indicate that Madame Gu has been busy preparing for Gu Jinji's wedding." Uncle Lin replied. "Is that all?" Zhang Yanqing questioned skeptically. "Yes," Uncle Lin confirmed. "What of her twin sister, Liang Chunhua?" Zhang Yanqing pressed on. "She is currently in seclusion at the ancestral home of the Liang family on Dongyue Mountain, personally guarded by the great master Liang, the sword sovereign of Dongyue. Thus, it remains impossible to gather information." "Very well, impeccable, isn't it?" Zhang Yanqing remarked, seemingly amused by his own frustration. "Inform that rascal Zhang Pengqing to stop gallivanting outside and return promptly." Uncle Lin bowed in compliance. Chapter 14. By the lakeside in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Li Wei caught a whiff of the refreshing fragrance of lily of the valley, as crisp as morning dew. Gradually, her physical sensations returned. It felt as if sunlight was cascading over her, warm and comforting. She slowly opened her eyes, propped herself up, and surveyed her surroundings. The intricately carved wooden bed, the velvet drapes, the exquisite and elegant furnishings, and the intricately patterned cashmere carpet all conveyed a sense of sophistication. "Have I arrived?" Li Wei murmured softly, feeling a touch of unreality. She slid off the bed, tugged at her cream-colored silk nightgown, and, barefoot, walked to the open window, peering outside with curiosity. Suddenly, a mirror-like lake came into view, shrouded in the morning mist that floated like delicate gauze over the water's surface. A few wild ducks flapped their wings, creating ripples across the tranquil waters. In the distance, across the lake, a tower stands majestically, surrounded by lush trees and scattered red-roof cottages. From afar, it resembles a painting by Constable, evoking in Li Wei a sense of vibrant life and the flourishing of all things. Wait, why does my admiration for this beautiful scenery carry a Fenghua accent? A sudden click sounded from behind as a door swung open. Li Wei turned sharply, her muscles tensing. What she beheld was a face that bore a striking resemblance to her own, yet devoid of the youthful vitality characteristic of a young girl. Instead, the complexion was sallow, the eye sockets were deeply set, and the under-eyes bore dark circles, suggesting a prolonged lack of restful sleep. Those hollow eyes fixated on Li Wei, instilling a sense of dread within her, prompting an instinctive wariness. At last, the girl spoke, her voice icy. "Get dressed and come downstairs." With that, she turned and departed, her dark gray house dress accentuating her frail silhouette. Particularly noticeable were her knees and ankles, the slenderness of her calves causing her bones to protrude awkwardly. Is she Jiang Shui? What has happened to her? Before she could ponder further, two English women dressed as maids entered, each carrying a tray laden with garments and toiletries. They cast a fleeting glance at Li Wei, remaining silent as they placed their burdens down and exited, exuding an air of aloofness. Oh my, such a temper. Half an hour later, Li Wei and Jiang Shui sat face to face on wicker chairs by the lawn. Both donned identical dark gray house dresses and sported the same unflattering hairstyles, their faces mirroring each other's stoicism. A middle-aged butler, expressionless and likely of Chinese descent, stood nearby, his demeanor stern and unapproachable. The English maids had vanished, leaving the expansive estate enveloped in silence. Eventually, Jiang Shui broke the stillness, her voice tinged with a faint sense of desolation. "You need not mimic me, just learn some manners. My mother asked me to discuss family matters with you, but I am not in the mood for that right now. We shall talk tonight." She gestured towards the butler, stating, "He is from the Gu family. He will teach you what you need to learn." Li Wei's mind conjured an image of a diminutive soldier, her expression mirroring a similar despondency, even more pronounced than Jiang Shui's. "This is unnecessary. I am not in the mood for such dramatics," she retorted, eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Jiang Shui's mouth. Li Wei rolled her eyes dramatically. "Do not flatter yourself." "You," Jiang Shui exclaimed, her frustration causing her to stomp her foot, finally displaying a flicker of vitality. She took a few deep breaths before sitting back down, declaring, "Here, this is for you." As she spoke, she pulled a lavishly oversized handbag from beside her. With a thud, the bag was dropped onto the stone coffee table between them. "These are your belongings to prove your identity upon returning home," she said with a hint of irritation. Li Wei craned her neck, eager to see inside, yet hesitated, sensing it might be inappropriate. At that moment, the butler spoke up, "Miss Jiang, as per our agreement, you must explain to our young lady the origins and purposes of these items." "Young lady?" Jiang Shui's face was filled with derision. "Just her? Merely a scapegoat." She appeared reluctant to comply and attempted to leave. However, under the pressure of the butler's piercing gaze, Jiang Shui relented. With an air of annoyance, she reached into her orange handbag, first pulling out what appeared to be an ordinary women's belt. The belt was approximately 3 fingers wide, adorned with a buckle featuring 2 parallel golden rings, slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin. Its design was not particularly striking, yet it emanated an indescribable allure. Jiang Shui cast a glance at Li Wei, who wore a look of utter bewilderment, and a smirk of mockery crept onto her lips. "This is the standard soft sword of the Jiang family, with a single unit costing over 10 million, Jiang Shui remarked. "Sword? 10 million? Li Wei gasped, her face a canvas of questions. Wow, starting off with something so extravagant. Jiang Shui found Li Wei's reaction amusing, relishing her naive demeanor. A commoner was indeed a commoner. Ever since she laid eyes on Li Wei, she had wished to tear her face apart. Why should it be so? Why should a commoner like her marry Gu Jinji and become the young mistress of the Gu family? Why should she relinquish her identity to her? Why should she be so much more beautiful than herself? It was she who was engaged to Gu Jinji, even if she no longer wanted it. It was still her possession, not for a commoner to claim. Even if Li Wei was merely a scapegoat, even if the entire marriage was a facade, Jiang Shui could not accept it. Regrettably, she dared not truly harm Li Wei. At present, she was no different from a prisoner. The butler beside her was a formidable 6th-tier warrior sent by Liang Qiushi to oversee her. For now, she could only resort to these petty tactics to undermine Li Wei's self-esteem. It would be best to make her realize her own insignificance, to obediently perish for Gu Jinji, without harboring any ulterior motives. "Oh, this thing can tighten itself?" Li Wei exclaimed as she slipped the belt over her long skirt, fastening it. With a gentle tug, the 2 rings seemed to activate a small mechanism below, perfectly accentuating her slender waist. It felt quite comfortable, neither too tight nor too loose, just right. Li Wei twisted left and right, her demeanor lacking grace. Then, she bent down to reach her foot. The pose resembled that of someone performing calisthenics. After a few attempts, Li Wei looked up and asked Jiang Shui, "Hey, Miss Jiang, is the sword inside the belt?" Jiang Shui's lips twitched in annoyance. Li Wei, curious, inquired. "If I bend over too much, will the sword cut through the belt and perhaps trim away the love handles on my stomach?" Jiang Shui scrutinized Li Wei's delicate waist, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "No, it may look like leather, but it's actually made of high-strength memory alloy." "Is that so?" Li Wei understood, and began fiddling with the belt buckle. "How do I draw the sword? Is it from this ring?" If a man were to unsheath his sword with a trembling hand, would it not slice through with a mere flick? Upon uttering this, Li Wei mischievously cast a glance at the butler's trousers. The typically stern-faced middle-aged butler abruptly stepped back, his legs pressed tightly together, his expression frozen. Jiang Shui, after a moment of silence, finally lifted her gaze towards the sky and weakly suggested, "There's a hidden button beneath the right ring. Press it." Li Wei promptly reached out to explore, locating the spot and gently pressing it. A soft click resonated in the air, and the right golden ring sprang open, instantly elongating into a column approximately 15 centimeters in length. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a golden ring split into 2 semicircular halves, connected by a dense spiral metal mesh. She grasped it, finding the texture surprisingly pleasant. How astonishing! Li Wei pressed down firmly on the top, and the golden ring closed again, the column retracting as if it had never existed. Click! She pressed the hidden button once more, and the sword handle sprang out again. Click! It closed. Click! It sprang out again. This sensation, this position, Li Wei, with one hand gripping the sword handle and the other on her hip, stood with her legs apart, gazing thoughtfully at the distant lake. A wave of nostalgia washing over her as she recalled her younger brother's former grandeur. "Isn't it fun?" Jiang Shui suddenly inquired. "Indeed it is." Li Wei responded without a moment's hesitation. "You've never played with it before, have you?" Jiang Shui pressed further. Chapter 15. The initial string of the cold pool sunken jade under Jiang Shui's perfunctory guidance. Li Wei attempted to grasp the sword handle and gently pulled it to the right. A soft pop echoed. The left golden ring sprang open from the far end, transforming into a guard resembling the number 3. Following this, with a clang, a sword blade, delicate as a cicada's wing and approximately 70 centimeters long, was drawn forth by Li Wei. However, when she tried to swing it, the blade felt limp, akin to a lifeless serpent, producing a clattering sound. How does one wield this? It's so flaccid that it would be a struggle to poke someone with it. Li Wei lifted her head, her beautiful face adorned with confusion. A slight, unnatural expression flickered across the butler's face, yet he dutifully reminded her, "Madam, this is a special alloy that requires your vital energy to wield." "Oh, is that so?" Li Wei responded, promptly channeling her vital energy and attempting to gather it in her right hand. Immediately, the point of contact between the sword handle and her palm began to warm slightly, accompanied by a faint vibration. "Oh, look, it's solidifying. It truly is becoming firm," Li Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she watched the once limp silver-gray blade gradually straighten and harden from the guard onward, her excitement palpable. When she withdrew her vital energy, the blade softened once more. Upon reinvigorating it, it hardened again. My goodness, is the high martial world truly this extraordinary? No wonder so many have dreamed of becoming heroes. The act of hardening and softening provided a surprisingly delightful release of tension. The butler beside her silently gazed at the sky, seemingly engrossed in studying the shapes of the clouds. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui was consumed by profound doubt and self-doubt. She questioned whether the Gu family had truly lost their sanity, opting for such a peculiar substitute in her stead. Simultaneously, She pondered if perhaps she herself had gone mad for contemplating a psychological assault on someone mentally unstable. When Li Wei had her fill of play, she sheathed the soft sword back into her belt, and Jiang Shui had completely lost her patience. Swiftly, she rummaged through her large designer handbag, extracting a multitude of items and placing them onto the table with a flurry, introducing each with a flat tone devoid of inflection. This box of jewelry is all signed, given to me annually by my mother before I turned 16. These 2 watches were gifts. One from my brother and the other from my father. Here is the key to the vault at the Imperial Capital Bank, containing precious gifts I have received throughout my life, along with some durable training resources. These are membership cards from various clubs and establishments in the capital. Their balances vary, and I can hardly recall them all. Lastly, this is a confidential phone customized for the Jiang family, designed to prevent eavesdropping and tracking. Jiang Shui pushed a sleek, high-end phone towards Li Wei, stating, "I've deleted the fingerprint lock. You may record your own. I've retained all useful files and photos. So do refrain from carelessly deleting anything, for if our secrets are exposed, do not blame me." Upon seeing the phone, a jolt of realization struck Li Wei, and she abruptly turned to the butler beside her. "Excuse me, my phone?" The butler maintained a polite smile, replying, "It has been taken by young Master Chung. Madam instructed that during the execution of the plan, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, you should refrain from using your previous communication devices." A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Li Wei's forehead, her mind buzzing, nearly causing her to exclaim. Yet, in the next moment, she recalled something, her demeanor relaxing as she patted her chest. "Oh my, that scared me. My own phone is still on Earth in the 21st century, and I hadn't even had the chance to misuse the original phone. What a false alarm. Wait, that's not right. I don't think I deleted my study materials from the computer and phone before I crossed over." Jiang Shui observed Li Wei oscillating between tension and relaxation, her expressions theatrical, which only heightened Jiang Shui's annoyance. "Hey," Li Wei remained lost in her thoughts, oblivious to Jiang Shui's call. "I said hey." Jiang Shui raised her voice. "Huh." Li Wei snapped back to reality, gazing at Jiang Shui with a bewildered expression, feigning calmness. "Oh right, please go on." Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising irritation, Jiang Shui retrieved the final item from her handbag. It was an unassuming tablet, a generic brand, and the model appeared outdated, as if it had been used for several years. "What is this?" Li Wei questioned, feeling the incongruity of such a mundane object amongst the array of valuable items. However, Jiang Shui, with an expression that suggested Li Wei's lack of discernment, coldly replied, "This is the tablet my grandmother, Jiang Xinyue, gave me 4 years ago when I went abroad. Within it lies the complete first form of Moonlit 9 swords, the initial string of the cold pool, submerged in jade." "What are you doing?" "Let me take a look. What else could I do?" Without waiting for Jiang Shui to finish her sentence, Li Wei swiftly snatched the tablet, swiped the screen, and to her surprise, found no password, directly accessing the main interface. The screen was astonishingly simplistic, featuring only a gear icon for system settings and a small figure practicing swordplay under the moonlight. Nothing more. Such a crucial item. "And you haven't even set a password?" Li Wei expressed her curiosity. Jiang Shui retorted with cold sarcasm. "How could you utilize it without prior release?" "Oh, quite considerate of you. I must commend." Li Wei feigned indifference as her fingers had already tapped on the icon depicting the little figure practicing swordplay. There was no flashy loading animation. It simply presented a directory, formatted with the solemnity of an academic paper. This is quite different from the martial arts manuals I envisioned. Part 1. Overview Chapter 1. Characteristics of the Cold Pools Jade 04 Section 1. Detailed explanation of high-speed characteristics 05 Section 2. Detailed explanation of silent characteristics 13 Section 3. Intent to kill concealment 22 Part 3. Application of force Part 7. Footwork Chapter 1. Swordplay and maneuvering 394 Chapter 2. Footwork and Chi blood flow 401 Part 12. The prototype of initial string sword intent. Wow. Is this the first form of Moonlit 9 swords? A total of 849 pages, perhaps thicker than the Xinhua dictionary? Wait, something appears to be flashing. Li Wei finally remembered her own system and hurriedly concentrated, bringing up the panel. Name: Li Wei. Li Wei, realm: preliminary martial artist, Chi blood, 75. Combat skill: initial string of the cold pool, recording 01. Mental method: folded. Abyssal essence, 17. Li Wei gazed at the change in the combat skill section, her eyes widening in astonishment, then lighting up with excitement. Tentatively, she swiped the tablet. Flipping to the next page. Combat skill, initial string of the cold pool, recording 02. Incredible. Without even delving into the dense text on the tablet, she could see that with each page turned, the system's recording progress bar was rising. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Li Wei's fingers moved as if powered by an electric motor. Frantically scrolling across the screen. 0304-1139 Jiang Shui observed Li Wei's entranced expression, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of her lips. I suggest you take it easy. This device merely serves as identification for you to take back as a task completion. Dreaming of truly mastering the cold pool's jade? Be realistic. Just wait until you return for Jiang Xinyue to enlighten you. She paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes, and leisurely added, oh, by the way, should Jiang Yao, that little vixen, insist on a spar upon your return, simply kneel and beg for mercy. Rest assured, she wields her strength with restraint, at most. You'll be bettered in for a few days. Li Wei's fingers danced across the screen with increasing speed, leaving a blurred trace in their wake. Utterly disinterested in Jiang Shui's incessant chatter, she dismissed Jiang's words as mere background noise, her attention firmly fixed elsewhere. Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Jiang Shui's voice escalated, her temper flaring at such blatant disregard. Annoyed by the interruption, Li Wei retorted without lifting her gaze, be quiet. Can't you see I'm busy learning sword techniques? Learning sword techniques? Is that what you call it? Are you doing it with your mind or merely scanning with your eyes? Jiang Shui scoffed, crossing her arms and watching with cold amusement. Seeing Li Wei's continued indifference, Jiang Shui couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the steward. Her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your Madame Gu is truly impressive, finding a once-in-5,000 years prodigy for a scapegoat. The steward, feeling somewhat awkward, attempted to persuade her, Madam. Upon your return, the head of the Jiang family will bestow upon you the teachings you need. There is no necessity for this learning now. We have less than 7 days, and there are many rituals and protocols you must master swiftly. I'll learn it immediately, Li Wei declared. Jiang Shui continued to chuckle derisively, while the steward wore an expression of disbelief mingled with awe. Suddenly, a notification flashed. Combat technique. Initial cold pool deep jade, successfully recorded. Entry level 010. Li Wei abruptly tossed aside her tablet and shook her aching thumb, exhilaration bubbling within her. With only 17 points of essence remaining on the panel, she decisively opted to expend 10 points, rapidly tapping the entry 10 times. A torrent of intricate information surged into her mind, akin to a headache after a night of revelry, yet entirely bearable. In the blink of an eye, she had grasped the fundamentals of the cold pool deep jade technique, feeling as if she had trained diligently for 3 to 5 years. Every aspect of force application, every nuance of footwork, every subtle flow of energy was vividly clear. She could even recite the over 800 pages of illustrations and text without missing a word. This so-called first form is far from a mere sequence of movements. It comprises a comprehensive combat system encompassing body mechanics, force application, energy circulation, and even a hint of mental interference. It resembles an enhanced version of a phase swift sword and the evil repelling sword manual, with rapid movements and swift strikes, executed silently. Li Wei formed a sword shape with her fingers, gesturing haphazardly. There are no flashy techniques here, just the simplest thrusts, slashes, and cuts, direct and efficient. This technique, when wielded beneath a 4th-tier warrior, in conjunction with the Jiang family's unique cicada wing soft sword, becomes a formidable weapon, swift, discreet, and requiring minimal energy. Casting one last glance at the system panel, Li Wei reveled in her triumph. Chapter 16. A once-in-5,000 years prodigy. As Jiang Shui observed Li Wei setting aside her tablet, she continued to gesture animatedly, her eyes filled with disdain, though she feigned astonishment, saying, "Oh, have you mastered it? Truly deserving of being the future young mistress of the Gu family." The exaggerated tone sent shivers down Li Wei's spine. "Can you speak normally without dying?" Li Wei retorted, clearly disgusted. Jiang Shui scoffed, chin raised, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I am complimenting you, can't you tell? I have struggled to comprehend the content of that tablet for 4 years. And you, young mistress, grasp it in just 5 minutes? Impressive, truly admirable. Wow." Li Wei mimicked her in a mocking tone. "Listening to your jealousy is quite amusing. Are you envious? Envious? Of you?" The words ignited a powder keg. Jiang Shui trembled violently, her expression grotesque. "What do you think you are? A lowly commoner? A counterfeit? A pitiful wretch. A scapegoat. Am I supposed to envy you? She shouted until her voice nearly broke, her eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Li Wei. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you keep it up, I swear I'll slap you. Li Wei snapped back, her stance firm, hands on her hips, neck stiffened, ready to retaliate. Slap me? Who do you think you are? An elite of a noble family? A martial genius? Just a commoner. If it weren't for Liang Qiushi protecting you, I could crush you with a single hand. Jiang Shui stepped closer, her frail frame trembling with fury, her long skirt billowing around her. Li Wei, steadying her belt, retorted sharply, You keep calling me a commoner. But you are not merely a commoner. You are a despicable person. I will kill you. Jiang Shui, completely unhinged, lunged forward with wild abandon. The butler's expression darkened, his mental energy coalescing, ready to intervene. But then, with a swift motion, Li Wei transformed like a specter, spinning around to position herself behind Jiang Shui. Accompanied by a faint, piercing whistle of a blade cutting through the air, her soft sword pressed against Jiang Shui's neck. Jiang Shui froze, a bead of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Meanwhile, the butler, a sixth-tier powerhouse, was nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. This footwork, this speed. The directness that bypassed all complexity and struck at the vital points. It was undoubtedly the Jiang family's ultimate technique, the first form of the moonlit nine swords. Known as the initial string's cold pool sinking jade. While she had not fully grasped the essence of the silent sword, her speed had already begun to take shape. At this level, she had certainly entered the realm of proficiency. The courtyard fell into a profound silence for a moment, suddenly erupting with Jiang Shui's maniacal laughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ha ha. She laughed uncontrollably, her body shaking, causing Li Wei to instinctively withdraw her sword slightly. Even so, Jiang Shui's neck grazed the blade, leaving a thin line of blood. The droplets slowly oozed out, yet she appeared utterly unfazed. First, she laughed. As her laughter continued, tears began to flow. Eventually, she staggered back a few steps and collapsed into a willow chair, her gaze vacant. Li Wei was slightly dazed, and the butler seemed lost in thought as well. For a moment, the courtyard was filled solely with Jiang Shui's sounds of laughter and weeping. At last, she grew weary of both crying and laughing. Raising her head, she glanced at the butler, whose complexion appeared somewhat unnatural, and with a mocking expression, Jiang Shui weakly remarked, Did you see that? 5 minutes? Or was it 4? Huh. I wonder what Liang Qiushi was thinking, letting someone like this take Gu Jinji's place. I truly wish to see how you all will conclude this. How amusing. How amusing. With that, she stood up and wobbled towards the villa. As she passed Li Wei, her tone softened. Wait for me. I'll bandage up and return to give you a lesson. I'm looking forward to it. When Jiang Yao returns to the country, make sure you don't back down during your sparring. Li Wei opened her mouth, utterly perplexed by this woman's thought process, and turned to inquire what the butler intended to do next. Moreover, she was quite hungry. Where is everyone? Li Wei stood foolishly in the empty courtyard, still holding the limp sword, her expression one of bewilderment. In the manor's underground secret chamber, beside the secure line, the butler said, Madam, there is something I must discuss with you. I will get back to you. Understood. 10 minutes later, the wall-mounted phone beside the butler rang. He promptly answered, and Liang Qiushi's voice came through. Speak. Madam, just now. He succinctly recounted the incident of Li Wei entering the cold pool of submerged jade for 5 minutes. Finally, he could not help but express his concern. Madam, such a person may be difficult to control in the future. On the other end, there was silence for a good 2 to 3 minutes, while the butler stood like a wooden post, not daring to breathe. Finally, Liang Qiushi's voice resonated once more. Proceed as planned. Treat this as if nothing occurred. Remember, trust those you employ. Yes, madam. Click. You say this is your grandmother? She appears younger than your mother. Stop chattering. Look at the big screen and pay attention. If you call the wrong person later, you will bear the consequences. Your father's surname is Tang. So why is yours Jiang? The Jiang family has always had matriarchs. Children take the mother's surname. Did you not hear me call Jiang Xinyue grandmother rather than maternal grandmother? This round-faced girl is Jiang Yao? Such an adorable sister, and you have the heart to poison her? Adorable? With 800 cunning eyes? I did not poison her. She poisoned herself and framed me. So you were framed just like that? I merely wanted to escape marriage and played along. You're ruthless. Why does your brother look different from you? Aren't you twins? Have you ever heard of fraternal twins? Fool. Keep insulting. I'm sorry. But could you put the sword down first? In Dongming Province, in the Dongyue Mountain area, at the Liang family ancestral home, behind the mountain, Liang Yuchuan slightly inclined his body towards the thatched cottage, addressing the head of the family. The electronic imaging data of Li Wei has been obliterated by hackers, and all physical graduation photographs have been removed for processing. A portion of the offline storage devices has been located, though it remains uncertain whether this is the entirety. Consequently, network surveillance is currently at the highest alert level. Should any new photographs or videos emerge, we will track and eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Her classmates from primary and secondary school, teachers, neighbors from the past 5 years, as well as friends and colleagues of her parents, Li Xinghai and Wei Xiaoyu, have been subtly influenced by those in the refinement realm, interfering with and diminishing memories associated with Li Wei. However, such interference typically lasts only 3 to 6 months and is inherently unstable. In that moment, silence enveloped the air. Time seemed to freeze until a gentle breeze swept through, carrying a soothing male voice from within the cottage. These matters are inconsequential. The crux lies in the biological characteristic records. Furthermore, it is fortunate that student and household registration records no longer exist in physical form, unlike in my era. Otherwise, it would pose greater complications. In an instant, the surrounding trees rustled, the chorus of insects filled the air, and the melodious chirping of birds breathed life back into the forest. Indeed, the arrangements for altering the student and household records have been made, and they are expected to be fully resolved within 3 days at the latest. Liang Yuchuan exhaled in relief, hastily clarifying. Her biological features, such as the footprint of a newborn, the iris data from martial arts entrance examinations, and access fingerprints, have all been altered promptly. The soothing male voice expressed agreement. Modification is the correct course. Outright destruction would draw too much attention. Expedite the completion of these tasks, and send her biological characteristics to the Jiang family, prompting them to act as well. As long as we solidify the evidence corresponding to her identity, what does it matter if she is recognized? In this world, there are indeed others who bear similar appearances. Understood, replied Liang Yuchuan. Yuchuan, you have performed admirably this time. You flatter me. Liang Yuchuan bowed once more, his left hand trembling slightly behind his back in excitement. Chapter 17. Learning and returning home. The first day was tumultuous. Li Wei and Jiang Shui clashed at the slightest disagreement, primarily due to Li Wei's unilateral efforts to stretch her limbs, thoroughly subduing Jiang Shui. In any case, throughout the day, Li Wei barely managed to familiarize herself with Jiang Shui's social circle, comprising nearly 100 individuals. Had it not been for the invigorating physical exertion, her mind would have likely faltered. Simply distinguishing the small red hearts denoting the closeness of friendships beside the group photographs could have rendered her incapacitated. Fortunately, the meals for lunch and dinner were exquisite. Li Wei tasted for the first time the specialty of this world, meat from mutated beasts. The flavor was pleasant, and upon consuming it, a warm sensation enveloped her body. Through the butler's narration, she learned that mutated beasts and abyssal creatures are not of the same kind. One is consumable while the other is not. Moreover, after 2 centuries of high martial arts, the wild mutated beasts have been eradicated, leaving only artificially bred varieties. The second day dawned. The etiquette class that drove Li Wei to despair commenced. Yesterday, she had struck Jiang Shui with utmost flamboyance. Today, she found herself in a state of utter disarray while learning the art of propriety. As Li Wei, burdened with a hefty dictionary and clad in high heels, awkwardly practiced her strides, Jiang Shui sat nearby, chuckling. This time, she had learned to merely laugh without the sting of mockery, lest she find a metaphorical sword at her throat once more. Jiang Shui candidly acknowledged her fear of death. Her desire to live was profound, ideally for a long and enduring time. Out of sheer curiosity, she pondered the outcome of the elaborate charade concocted by the Gu and Jiang families. On the third day, the Silver Radiance Holy Mark Knight Academy dispatched a document containing Jiang Shui's transfer approval, academic transcript, and a letter of recommendation from the principal. As Gu Jinji's fiancée, Jiang Shui was set to transfer back to the homeland, continuing her studies at the prestigious Qingyun Martial University in the capital. The original owner had toiled for 3 arduous years to gain admission to Anha Martial University. Yet, she had been granted the privilege of entering the nation's premier martial university with a mere flick of her identity. Although it was all a facade, the irony was not lost on her. What astonished Li Wei even more was the photograph affixed to the document. It was her own. Did even foreign entities conspire with the Gu family to fabricate such deceit? On the fourth day, the embassy sent Jiang Shue's newly issued passport, and once again, the photograph depicted Li Wei. Upon receiving the little booklet, she felt momentarily dazed. How could a family like the Gu's, with its limping martial lineage, possess such influence? What must the true top-tier powers be like? On the fifth day, Lady Sterling, the estate's etiquette instructor, was in despair. She lamented to the butler, asserting that Li Wei was the sole individual capable of transforming champagne into foul muck. Jiang Shui erupted in laughter upon hearing this assessment. Consequently, she joined Li Wei in practicing the wall-sitting technique, a pained expression rapidly settling on her face. By the sixth day, Li Wei had finally mastered walking in high heels without slipping, and wearing a skirt no longer prompted her to instinctively cover herself. Her smile no longer revealed her gums, and her manner of handling objects had ceased to resemble a dragon's claw. The butler breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had not failed his mistress's expectations. If the young mistress spoke a bit louder, so be it. If her expressions during moments of excitement became abstract, that was acceptable too. At least now, she resembled a woman, in some regard. On the seventh day, at the main entrance of the manor, the counterfeit and bankrupt version of the Jiang family's eldest daughter, adorned in a summer edition, was escorted by the butler and maids to a luxurious black sedan that had long awaited her arrival. Li Wei lowered the rear window, straining to produce what she deemed a poised smile, rehearsed countless times, as she waved farewell to all. Just before the vehicle set in motion, she inadvertently glanced up and caught sight of Jiang Shui peering down from a second-floor window, her gaze laced with malice and a smirk of derision. Li Wei raised her hand in a throat-cutting gesture while patting the golden ring at her waist, arching her brow in defiance. Jiang Shui's expression darkened, and the curtain was hastily drawn shut. At the new capital's international airport, the arrival hall buzzed with throngs of people. Jiang Han held up a cardboard sign emblazoned with the characters Jiang Shui, occasionally shaking it with a look of impatience on his face. After a while, seeing no one approaching, he felt a surge of irritation, contemplating discarding the sign altogether. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd ahead. Wow, look! Is that girl a celebrity? Incredible! She's stunning. This will certainly provide material for tonight's dreams. Jiang Han furrowed his brow and stepped back a few paces. Standing at a height of nearly 6'3", he peered over the sea of heads, only to find himself momentarily entranced. Before him was a girl gliding gracefully with a suitcase in tow, her delicate sandals clicking softly against the ground. Her raven-black hair cascaded like mist over her shoulders, the ends curling languidly. Clad in a light blue dress that hugged her slender frame, the loose tie at her waist accentuated her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a fairy from a painting. Seemingly oblivious to the gazes around her, her starry eyes scanned the hall until they brightened upon spotting Jiang Han, prompting her to approach quickly. Instinctively, Jiang Han concealed the tattered sign behind him, raked a hand through his hair, and allowed a mischievous smirk to curve his lips. Then, he heard her voice. "Oh dear, my foolish Ododo, why are you the one here to pick me up?" As Li Wei spoke, the enchanting atmosphere dissipated rapidly. "Wait, who are you?" Jiang Han reflexively retorted, but upon closer examination of her features and tone, realization struck him. "Holy moly, Jiang Shui, have you had plastic surgery?" He bent down abruptly, his eyes nearly aligning with Li Wei's face, scrutinizing her with an expression of utmost bewilderment. Li Wei disdainfully pushed his large head away. "Get your head out of the clouds. Hurry up, don't just stand there like a monkey for everyone to gawk at." It was then that Jiang Han noticed numerous onlookers capturing the moment with their phones, causing his face to redden with embarrassment. Faced with the gaze of the public, he seized Li Wei's suitcase and grasped her arm, leading her out. Once at the parking lot, they approached a flamboyant pink sports car. Jiang Han lifted the hood, attempting to stow the suitcase inside. However, the trunk of the sports car was exceedingly compact, and despite several angles, the suitcase refused to fit. "Why on earth did you bring so much junk?" he grumbled, turning to complain. Li Wei recalled Jiang Shui's advice on sibling dynamics and retorted, "You show up in a rundown sports car to pick me up and still have the audacity to criticize?" Jiang Han, holding back a few choice words, ultimately gave in. Without another word, he yanked open the zipper of Li Wei's suitcase, dumping its contents into the minuscule trunk. The empty suitcase was carelessly tossed into a nearby trash bin. "Jiang Shui, it's been 4 years, and you're still as annoying as ever. Get in the car," Jiang Han proclaimed as he slid into the driver's seat. Slamming the door shut, Li Wei settled into the passenger seat, resisting the urge to touch everything, and mimicked Jiang Shui's demeanor, letting out a cold chuckle. Same to you. With a roar, Jiang Han deliberately pressed the accelerator, the engine's growl eliciting glares of disapproval from surrounding travelers. He finally shifted gears, twitched the steering wheel, and the car elegantly spun out like a dart. Goodness, can you slow down a bit? Are you trying to kill someone? Li Wei instinctively shouted. Oh, when did our Miss Jiang start to care about the lives of others? Jiang Han shot her a sidelong glance. Li Wei retorted, England, lakeside manner. Jiang Shui leaned against the edge of the bed, enviously observing the wild ducks on the water's surface, her expression inexplicably serene. Miss, it's time for us to depart. The butler's voice resonated from behind her. Oh, Jiang Shui replied obediently, taking a deep breath. She picked up the luggage she had already prepared from beside her feet. Chapter 18. Arrival. The supercar sped along the highway, leaving Li Wei's spirit trailing behind. After Jiang Han overtook yet again, she could no longer contain herself. I say, are you out of your mind? Jiang Han ignored her, pressing the accelerator even harder. The intense force pushed Li Wei firmly into her seat. The scenery outside blurred into a haze, and the roar of the engine was deafening. For a moment, she was stunned, but her anger surged up suddenly, and she slapped the center console with a bang. Jiang Han, enough. Her shout was urgent and fierce, reminiscent of the authority she wielded during her time as the leader of the children in the orphanage. This time, it seemed to have an effect. Jiang Han gritted his teeth, and the car's speed finally began to decrease. Li Wei turned to glare at him, scrutinizing his expression. As she studied him, she sensed something was off. Was he sulking? Throwing a tantrum? If he had any grievances, he should voice them instead of pouting. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Her younger brother was rather childish. Having lived 2 lives, she now embodied Jiang Shui, and found herself admonishing him with the tone of an elder sister, surprisingly adept at it. However, upon hearing her words, Jiang Han tightened his grip on the steering wheel, causing it to creak ominously. After a tense silence of several seconds, he finally erupted. What is the point in speaking? Besides mocking me, scolding me, and belittling me, what else can you do? Li Wei felt a wave of frustration. Well, Jiang Shui, you certainly haven't succeeded in your role as a person. She pressed her temples, feigning a dramatic sigh. We were young and naive back then. For years have passed. People change, don't they? Change. Jiang Han scoffed coldly. If you had made any progress, you wouldn't have agreed to the marriage with the Gu family. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean by that? Hadn't Liang Qiushi said that only the Jiang family matriarch and Jiang Shui's parents knew the truth? Everyone else should merely see Jiang Shui as someone who returned to bear Gu Jin's child. In this era of high martial arts, relationships between men and women were more liberated than those on Earth in her previous life. With Jiang Shui's status, even if she had been married and had children, there would still be many suitors after Gu Jin's passing. Did Jiang Han actually know the inside story? Was there a flaw in the plan? Li Wei felt a sense of unease and decided to probe further. She feigned ignorance and asked, why shouldn't I have agreed? You are not unaware of my feelings. Words linger on the tip of my tongue, yet falter. After all, she is a man at heart. I find myself drawn to Gu Jinji's words. And even though I am acutely aware that it is merely an act, I still struggle to articulate them. How absurd. Where has my courage to discuss such matters with Cheng Hao vanished to? Indeed, one does not realize their own resolve until they are pushed to the brink, still clinging to a semblance of dignity. Yet, Jiang Han understands Jiang Shui all too well, as if he can anticipate her unspoken thoughts. He clenches his jaw, slams the steering wheel, and maneuvers the sports car with a serpentine grace, sending the unsuspecting Li Wei reeling. Are you trying to say you like Gu Jinji? His tone is mocking, laced with a hint of frustration. You like him, but does he even acknowledge your existence? Can't you be a bit more self-aware? Stop trailing after men like a fool. A love-struck mind is best suited for foraging in the wild. Do you not comprehend? Your sister is astute, you know. A persona is merely a facade. She is well aware of the truth. Yet, thinking of her agreement with Liang Qiushi, she knows the performance must go on. Li Wei grips the car door handle tightly, suppressing her nausea, and defiantly declares, so what if he doesn't like me? The mere prospect of marrying him is enough. Unreasonable. Jiang Han slaps the steering wheel again, his neck turning red from anger. After a few labored breaths, he manages to steady his voice. Just the other day at a gathering, I overheard some friends mention that the Gu family intends for you to take Gu Jinji's place on the battlefield. Seriously? How does he already know this? Liang Ai, your secrecy is so poor that even the intelligence agencies would be impressed. With news spreading this way, can the plan still hold? Or are they merely speculating? Never mind, I can't concern myself with the affairs of the elite. I must first tend to my own matters. Li Wei can only continue to feign ignorance. She adopts an air of nonchalance, remarking, he just graduated from a prestigious university. What battlefield are you speaking of? Are you unaware of the Mobilization Act? Don't you know about the grievances between the Gu and Zhang families? Do you not realize that the western frontier is Zhang's territory? You dare to return without knowledge of these matters? Jiang Han's handsome face is a portrait of incredulity. I wondered why Gu Jinji, fully aware that the Zhang family is targeting him, remains so nonchalant. It appears there is a foolish girl named Jiang Shui waiting to serve as a shield. What does he have to fear? Li Wei pretends to be unconcerned, imitating Jiang Shui's tone as she insists, Brother Jinji is not that kind of person. The steering wheel creaks again as Jiang Han grits his teeth and snaps. Can you not speak properly for once? Stop mimicking my speech. Li Wei, incensed, retorts. Where have I ever imitated you? Jiang Han is taken aback. Li Wei, damn it, I've lost the thread of the scene. After a brief moment of tension, Li Wei was the first to lower her guard and reassured, rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. As she raised her left hand, her thumb, middle, and index fingers came together with a casual grace, as if to say she had everything under control. You? Jiang Han scoffed disdainfully. Perhaps you should first ponder how to deal with Jiang Yao upon your return. Her vitality is at 81, and she has reached a minor perfection in her physical prowess. This time, she will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to confront you. What? Li Wei froze in place. With each significant breakthrough, a martial artist's strength would markedly advance. Although Li Wei was unfamiliar with the nuances between minor perfection and the resonance of bones and muscles, she had experienced firsthand the transformative leap in power when her own body transcended that stage. A martial artist with a vitality of 70 could easily defeat 3 to 5 opponents with a vitality of 69. The difference was not merely a numerical one, but a qualitative leap. Fortunately, I have learned the cold pool's immovable wall. Li Wei quickly inquired, does Jiang Yao know it as well? Jiang Han smirked coldly. What? Are you beginning to feel apprehensive? Enough with the chatter. Just tell me if she knows it. Li Wei pressed on. With a dark expression, Jiang Han replied, no, she does not. Li Wei sighed in relief, recalling the matter of the transmission of power, and couldn't help but ask, did Grandma not bestow her with the transmission? Jiang Han turned to scrutinize her. Jiang Shui, something is amiss with you. Jiang Yao has never been favored by Grandma since childhood. You are well aware of that. Given the immense cost of such a transmission and Grandma's severe injuries, how could she possibly grant it to her? But they said that upon returning, Grandma would bestow it upon me, Li Wei remarked. Let us take it one step at a time. With the cold pool's immovable wall at my disposal, I should be adequately prepared. Moreover, it is high time to seek opportunities to eliminate the abyssal beasts. The stronger I become, the better. Li Wei pondered, seeking Jiang Han's guidance on where she might find abyssal beasts to slay or even to observe others in battle. Before she could voice her thoughts, the sleek sports car had traversed the tree-lined avenue and approached an imposing, intricately designed metal gate. After navigating around the central courtyard's fountain, the grand Western-style manor came into view. The Jiang family had arrived. In the secret chamber of Gu Garden, a pair of twin sisters, Liang Qiushi and Liang Chunhua, sat across from one another. Is she back? Liang Chunhua inquired coldly. Yes, just arrived, Liang Qiushi replied. Nodding, Liang Chunhua continued. The people outside have guessed your true intentions quite accurately. Are you not concerned? Liang Qiushi narrowed her eyes and smiled. Remaining still ensures no flaws are exposed. It's merely a warning from my father-in-law, husband, and son. It won't hinder my plans. Is it worth it? Liang Chunhua pondered for a moment before asking. Liang Qiushi smiled. For the sake of Jinji, it is indeed worth it. Chapter 19. The Arena Fong City is located in the northwest of the new imperial capital. In the early stages of the abyssal invasion, the Yinshan Mountains were overtaken by abyssal beasts, transforming the area into a fortified city. Eventually, the rifts were cleared and controlled, leading Fong City to transition from military to civilian use. For over a century, the economy, bolstered by the martial artists drawn to the Yinshan Rift, has flourished. The Jiang family in Fong City stands as a shining jewel amidst this prosperity. Jiang Han skillfully parked the flamboyant pink sports car in front of the main building. Casting a glance at the desolate entrance and scoffing, TSK, where are the welcoming party? Quite the grand occasion, Isn't it, young lady? Li Wei's lips twitched. No wonder Jiang Shui is filled with resentment. It appears there's a reason behind it. After 4 years, her daughter returns home, and not a soul in sight? What a reception. Before her thoughts could fully form, Jiang Han had already leaped from the car, striding up to the firmly shut main doors, and with a resounding kick, shouted, "Where is everyone? Have they all vanished? Come out." Startled, Li Wei hurriedly exited the car and rushed over, grabbing his arm. "Enough already. You're being too loud. First, help me take my things to the room." Jiang Han shrugged off her hand, exasperated. "Fine, you can choose a guest room for yourself." Guest room? Li Wei was taken aback. "What about my room?" She vividly recalled Jiang Shui describing the spacious bedroom with a walk-in closet and balcony. Yet, Jiang Han suggested she settle for a guest room? Well, she might not mind, but Jiang Shui certainly would. "Your room?" Jiang Han smirked. "It has been transformed into Jiang Yao's training space." Li Wei feigned outrage. "Isn't there a designated training room in the annex?" Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. "You'll have to ask her about that. If you're capable, go reclaim it yourself." Li Wei narrowed her eyes, her mind racing. "Should I stir up some trouble? If I don't, will Jiang Shui be upset? Ugh, it's so frustrating. Can't we just dive into battle without all these complications?" As she grappled with her thoughts, a sudden noise erupted behind her. Turning around, she spotted Jiang Han hauling her precious luggage with a familiar half-skirt, treating it like a bundle of trash as he pulled it from the trunk. "What the heck? Jiang Han, you spendthrift. That skirt. Do you have any idea how much it costs?" She pointed at a corner of the skirt, prominently poking out due to a hard object, her voice contorting with anguish. How could it still be wearable after this? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback by her outburst, but his expression quickly darkened as he pretended to toss the hefty bundle to the ground. Alarmed, Li Wei rushed to stop him. "Jiang Shui, are you out of your mind? How much could a skirt possibly be worth? Do you expect me to haul this junk piece by piece?" Li Wei wanted to emphasize that this particular half-skirt belonging to Jiang Shui was worth 970,000. However, the thought barely formed before she caught herself. "Damn, I almost forgot. I'm Jiang Shui now, money isn't an issue. 97,000. It's painfully infuriating." Suppressing her anguish, she waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. Let us just go upstairs and find a room to drop this off. I have something important to ask you." The two ascended to the second floor and found a sunlit guest room. Jiang Han tossed the luggage onto the bed, dusted off his hands, and plopped down at the foot of the bed, crossing his legs and tilting his chin slightly as he scrutinized Li Wei. "Speak up, what is on your mind?" Li Wei rubbed her hands together, contemplating her words. "Is there a place around here where one can see the abyssal beasts? Or perhaps somewhere to personally slay them?" Jiang Han gazed at her incredulously, as if she were a fool. "You? A killer of abyssal beasts? My dear young lady, have you taken the wrong medicine today?" Li Wei took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch him, and forced a smile she believed to be sweet. With her hands clasped together, she softened her voice. "It's fine to take a look, just to broaden my horizons. Please, my beloved Odo." Upon witnessing her unexpectedly soft demeanor, Jiang Han was suddenly reminded of the near blunder they had at the airport during their first encounter, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. He inhaled deeply several times, forcing himself to avert his gaze from Li Wei's face, and awkwardly stated, "In a few days, the investigation bureau will handle a detained 6th-tier abyssal beast. My fourth uncle is in charge of this matter, so if you wish to see it, I shall contact him." See. Li Wei perked up, her excitement palpable. "All right, I'll reach out to him tonight," Jiang Han recollected. Yet, Li Wei remained unsatisfied. She was eager not only for the grand feast, but also for the small delicacies. "Well, aside from the 6th tier, are there any of those, how shall I put it? Persistent types? Jiang Han found it difficult to grasp Li Wei's phrasing. "Those places where abyssal beasts continuously perish," she attempted to clarify. "Or perhaps those lesser beings that don't fit into the tiers. Let me personally take them down. Are there abyssal beasts that can exist outside of the fractures?" Jiang Han regarded her with disdain. "Have you thrown away all the knowledge your teachers imparted to you? Just tell me if there are or not." Li Wei urged impatiently. "Yes," Jiang Han replied readily. "At the frenzied shark martial arts hall, there's an underground arena where abyssal beasts fight daily, and occasionally there are reckless warriors who dare to enter and battle the monsters. Let us go," Li Wei declared, waving her hand assertively. "Now?" Jiang Han asked. "Absolutely, right now. Hurry up," she insisted, resolute as a warrior. On the periphery of the city, at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains, lay the frenzied shark martial arts hall. Jiang Han's flamboyant pink sports car did not enter through the main gate, but rather descended along a concealed slope, driving down to the 5th underground level. They passed through at least 3 heavily guarded checkpoints. At the final security check, both were requested to exit the vehicle. A pair of individuals clad in matching vests, exuding a fierce aura with menacing shark tattoos adorning their arms, approached with detection devices in hand. The tattooed man bowed respectfully to Jiang Han. "Brother Han, apologies for the routine checks." It was evident that Jiang Han was a regular here. He impatiently tossed his phone, car keys, and lighter into a nearby metal storage bin. "I understand. Just hurry up. Don't dawdle." "Understood." The tattooed man replied courteously, yet his actions were meticulous, scanning Jiang Han thoroughly with the detector multiple times before stepping aside. Li Wei followed suit, placing Jiang Shue's exquisite handbag into the storage bin, and confidently extended her hands for the sharp-eyed woman with short hair to inspect. As the detector passed over her belt, it beeped incessantly. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly, unbuckled her soft sword, and tossed it into the storage bin as well. At that moment, behind the security checkpoint, a man dressed in a black suit, resembling a manager, approached with a servile demeanor. He first offered Jiang Han a cigarette and lit it, before his gaze fell upon Li Wei, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Young Master Han, is this your new girlfriend? Truly stunning," he exclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Han swiftly delivered a slap to the back of the suited man's head, neither too hard nor too soft. "Get lost. Have your eyes wandered into your trousers?" Jiang Han scolded, his irritation evident. "This is my sister. My real sister." The suited man, taken aback, repeatedly bowed in apology to Li Wei, addressing her as Mississippi. Jiang Han, uninterested in his flattery, tugged at Li Wei's arm, leading her inside. Noticing Li Wei glance back at the storage area, he remarked, "They don't allow phones or personal belongings here. Worried about filming or such. They'll return your things when you leave, so don't fret. You won't lose anything." "Oh, all right," she replied. With a forceful push, they opened the final soundproof door, and a wave of fervor assaulted them, mingled with sweat, tobacco, alcohol, and an odd, pungent scent. It felt as though they had stepped into a colossal discotheque, with dazzling lights flashing and heavy metal music roaring, the cacophony nearly threatening to bring down the ceiling. The tiered circular audience was packed with indistinguishable figures, who waved their arms and shouted hoarsely, "Kill the demon! Tear it apart! Slay! Slay!" Li Wei squinted, the strange odors filling her nostrils and the chaotic scene before her stirring a sense of discomfort within her. Jiang Han noticed her slightly furrowed brow and, with a cold grunt, turned without further ado, descending the steps towards the front row near the railing. Li Wei hurried to keep pace. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the battle unfolding in the arena. Before them lay a circular arena approximately the size of 2 basketball courts. Its floor composed of a dark, specialized material, completely enclosed by tall, robust alloy cages. At that moment, 2 monstrous creatures, entirely black and grotesquely contorted, engaged in a primal and bloody struggle. One of the beasts, slightly larger, bore a pair of fearsome, curved horns reminiscent of a goat, but far more robust and menacing. Clearly held the upper hand. It pressed its sharp horns against the shoulder and neck of its opponent, a 6-legged abomination resembling a menacing dog, pinning it against the alloy cage wall. The 6-legged creature emitted desperate roars, thrashing about in a futile attempt to escape, its razor-sharp claws scraping helplessly against the ground and the cage. Unfortunately, its movements grew increasingly feeble, its cries dwindling into silence. "Is it going to die?" A thought struck Li Wei, prompting her to disregard Jiang Han. She quickened her pace, nearly breaking into a run, as she edged closer along the outer passage of the alloy cage towards the 2 battling beasts. As she approached the 6-legged abyssal creature, less than 10 meters away, the monster's body suddenly convulsed, falling utterly silent. Simultaneously, an exceedingly faint black light, visible only to Li Wei, emerged from the creature's corpse, gracefully penetrating the metallic mesh and instantly entering Li Wei's forehead. Abyssal Essence, 7103, Chapter 20. Reacquiring Essence. Li Wei's heart soared with joy. 96 points of Essence. Delightful. I can increase my vitality by 3 points. Ignoring the tumultuous cheers and jeers from the audience, Li Wei dashed back to Jiang Han's side and plopped down beside him. What tier of abyssal creature was that? Jiang Han glanced at the sheep-like monster still wandering about, This one is Tier 3. The winner is called Ghost Sheep, an old fellow, and a star here. Li Wei stroked her chin, contemplating. Tier 3 yields 96 points. Not bad. Moreover, I was so caught up in excitement that I forgot to test the absorption distance. I must be mindful of that later. She glanced at the vitality points displayed on her system panel, refraining from hastily allocating them. In such a crowded place, during the sinew and bone resonance phase, a sudden increase in vitality would cause her bones to crackle like frying beans, creating too much noise. She was now an underground operative and needed to remain discreet. As Ghost Sheep was led back into the passage, several individuals clad in heavy protective gear entered the arena with a cleanup vehicle, swiftly dragging away the lifeless canine creature. The clamor in the arena momentarily subsided, and the lights softened. Li Wei observed some patrons rising to leave while new spectators entered. The seating appeared consistently full. Jiang Han gazed up at the large screen overhead. In half an hour, there will be a Tier 2 match, Bug King versus Three-Tailed Cat. Shall we indulge in a couple of rounds? Li Wei, sprawled on the sofa in the front row VIP section, weakly shook her head. Not interested. You play your game. And don't mind me. Huh. Jiang Han crossed his legs, hands tucked into his pockets. Weren't you always averse to places like this? Li Wei replied. Apologies. For I am an imposter. Noticing her silence, Jiang Han occasionally cast furtive glances her way, increasingly sensing something amiss. He pondered why Jiang Shui had undergone such a significant transformation. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, as if a certain possibility dawned upon him. His expression darkened as he abruptly grasped Li Wei's shoulders, forcefully turning her to face him. Their eyes locked, and Jiang Han's voice carried a chilling undertone. Jiang Shui, tell me the truth. Are you trying to acclimatize to the battlefield in advance? Did you know what the Gu family was plotting all along? Did you willingly substitute yourself for Gu Jinxia's demise? Unbeknownst to them, as Jiang Han settled into the VIP seat, someone behind had recognized him. A youth in a flower-patterned shirt with an ear stud sat directly behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation while rapidly typing on his phone. Most love flower shorts, big brother. Your future wife and your brother-in-law are at my venue. Most love flower shorts, wow. Your wife is stunning. Everywhere, it burgeons at the tip of my heart. My dearest flowered shorts, I speak sincerely. For the sake of this wife, you ought to bring Zhang's gang to their knees. Just ponder this. Should anything unfortunate befall you, others would reside in your home, share your bed, and even harm your child. Can you endure that? Absolutely intolerable, my friend. My dearest flowered shorts, hello? Where are you? Respond. My dearest flowered shorts, would you like an unedited photo of your wife? I could take one for you. Gu Jinji, mind your own business. My dearest flowered shorts, really don't want it? Gu Jinji, with such idle time, you'd be better off honing your skills. My dearest flowered shorts, TSK, such a paternal demeanor. Suddenly, the young man with ear studs overheard Jiang Han's inquiry. Jiang Shui, tell me the truth. Are you trying to acclimate to the battlefield in advance? Did you already know the calculations of the Gu family? Are you willingly sacrificing yourself for Gu Jinji? He became alert, instinctively covering the phone's microphone and pressing the voice call button. At the same time, he minimized the call interface, his fingers moving with the swiftness of a cramp. My dearest flowered shorts, brother da hurry. There's juicy news. Listen. Beep. The voice connection was established, and a mischievous grin spread across the young man's face as he stealthily extended the phone from the crevice of the sofa backrest, holding his breath. Li Wei was gripped by Jiang Han, struggling to twist free but finding herself unable to do so. It suddenly dawned on her that this fellow was already a first-tier skin membrane realm warrior, and with her current strength, resistance was futile. She felt a bit helpless. Don't take rumors at face value. Gu Jinji is not that kind of person. Jiang Han was clearly unconvinced and pressed. But what if? What if he indeed wants you to die in your stead? Li Wei, already vexed by this fellow's nagging, was eager to accumulate experience points and had no time to argue with him. Her expression hardened, and her tone turned sharp. If he wants me to die, then so be it. I would gladly do so. If I could take his place on the front lines in the West, I could wake you up laughing in the middle of the night, believe it or not. You, Jiang Han, enraged, shoved Li Wei back onto the sofa, his finger trembling as he pointed at her beautiful face, shouting, You are simply incomprehensible. After which, he crossed his arms, turned away, and withdrew into silence. TCH, fish-faced a-doo-doo. Li Wei rubbed her sore shoulder, grimacing without a hint of femininity. Dare to use force to suppress me? Just wait. Once I level up, See if I don't pin you down and rub you against the ground. In the back row, the young man with ear studs leisurely retracted his phone, ending the voice call, and continued typing. My dearest flowered shorts, brother duh, your wife is remarkable. Truly, I wish to discuss a matter with you. In the event that one day you truly meet your end on the battlefield, how about I take care of your wife for you? Gujinji, get lost. My dearest flowered shorts, I was wrong. After 2 or 3 minutes, the young man with ear studs figured Gujinji would no longer respond, muttering to himself about deserving to be single when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he was astonished to find a new message from Gujinji. Gujinji, it is too chaotic there. Could you kindly watch over it for me? I shall treat you to a drink later. The young man with ear studs displayed a knowing smile and promptly replied. Most fond of floral shorts, rest assured, I will fulfill the task with utmost diligence. 50 minutes later, the battle between the feline and the insect monstrosities approached its climax. The insect creature had lost a significant portion of its body, while the feline beast's 3 tails had mysteriously vanished. At that moment, the insect's jaws clamped tightly around the feline's waist. As the feline's front paws futilely clawed at the insect's rigid shell, Li Wei refrained from drawing closer. Eventually, the feline creature struggled a few times, emitted a mournful cry, and collapsed. Li Wei's eyes brightened. Under Jiang Han's perplexed gaze, she rose to her feet. She navigated along the corridor towards that direction. Upon reaching a distance of approximately 10 meters from the feline's lifeless form, a faint black light emitted from the creature and swiftly darted towards Li Wei, piercing her forehead. Abyss Essence, 103131. Li Wei quietly inhaled. This time it is 28 points. This was significantly less than the 3rd tier, roughly a third to a quarter. Nevertheless, 2 crucial facts had been ascertained. First, the absorption range of the Abyss Essence is about 10 meters. Second, only upon the death of a creature can the Abyss Essence be absorbed. With these 2 points clarified, Li Wei's heart, which had been in suspense since acquiring this golden opportunity, finally found solace. The 10-meter distance felt somewhat limited. Should she venture to the death line of the western frontier, she would not be able to absorb the entirety of the battlefield's experience. Nonetheless, she felt content. Leveling up was all that mattered. Time was of the essence. Before heading to the western frontier, any increase in strength was beneficial. Who knows, perhaps with enhanced prowess in the future, her absorption range may expand. Chapter 21, Jiangyao Night, Urban Area of Fong City. Our Yao Yao is truly remarkable. Jiang Yunshu lovingly tousled her little daughter's silky black hair, as if cradling a rare treasure. Tang Zhou, who was driving, felt a sense of pride. Indeed, Yao Yao had mastered the Cold Pond's dust jewel in just 2 years. What did Master Xie just say? He remarked that our Yao Yao possesses the bearing of a master. Ha! The little girl, bashful from her parents' praise, replied in a soft and sweet voice. Master Xie was merely being polite. Do you truly believe it? This is no mere politeness. Jiang Yunshu feigned a stern expression, yet her eyes brimmed with pride and delight. Your brother started practicing at 16, and where is he now? He hasn't even touched the threshold. You, in just 2 years, have accomplished this, surpassing your grandmother's youthful pace. Tang Zhou immediately chimed in, perfectly in sync. Your mother speaks the truth, Yao Yao. Modesty is commendable, but excessive humility is not beneficial. As martial artists, we must retain our vigor, understood? A blush surfaced on Jiang Yao's chubby round face as she embraced her mother's arm, burying her face in Jiang Yunshu's neck. I will heed my parents. Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of joy in her heart, gently patting her daughter's back with her empty hand. Turning to her husband, Dear, do you think this year's new students at Qingyun can rival our Yao Yao? In the realm of minor perfection, coupled with the cold depths of the tranquil pool, could one secure a commendable position in this year's freshman competition at Wuda? Tang Zhou confidently asserted. Not to say first place, but I believe a spot in the top 3 is undoubtedly achievable. Alas, the peculiar youth from the Yun family also enrolled this year. Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Yao interjected with displeasure, Dad, you mustn't speak of Brother Zheng like that. He is not some oddball. He is truly a wonderful person. Tang Zhou's lips twitched slightly, recalling Yun Zheng's illustrious deeds, and mused that only his foolish daughter could hold such an opinion of him. All right, I misspoke. It is my fault, he acknowledged. Yet his gaze swiftly met Jiang Yunshu's through the rearview mirror, both sharing a knowing smile. The Yun family of the imperial capital stands as a formidable force, firmly seated among the top 3 in Huagua, boasting a lineage of dual martial immortals that has dominated the nation's fate for 2 centuries. Although Yun Zheng is a distant relative, he shares a close bond with the Yun family's eldest daughter, Yun Shi. Given his prodigious talent, should their youngest daughter truly forge a connection with Yun Zheng as parents, they would naturally welcome such an outcome. The Zhang family may reign supreme in Fangcheng, yet on a national scale, they are merely a typical master family. With the matriarch's recent ailment, the couple had long been contemplating their family's future, such as securing a lucrative match for their eldest daughter. It was only upon recalling their eldest daughter that Jiang Yunshu seemed to suddenly remember. Has Jiang Han been picked up? Uncertain, Tang Zhou replied, shaking his head. That lad hasn't he mentioned it to me. Jiang Yunshu habitually furrowed her brow. This is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Tang Zhou attempted to ease the tension. It's nothing to worry about. Both children are 20 now, and besides, we have servants at home. They won't starve or freeze. Cuddled in her mother's embrace. Jiang Yao's eyes darkened momentarily, a fleeting shadow that was hard to grasp. She then lifted her head, her expression tinged with worry and regret, whispering, Dad, Mom, I. Jiang Yunshu immediately tightened her hold on her daughter. What is it, Yao Yao? Speak to Mom. Yes, I'm sorry, Jiang Yao said, her eyes brimming with tears, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. I forgot that my sister was coming back today. Yesterday, thinking about meeting Grandfather Xie today, I let the housekeeper give everyone a day off. I'm so sorry. Everyone had a day off? Tang Zhou was taken aback. Yes. Jiang Yao's voice was barely above a whisper. Upon seeing her youngest so frightened, Jiang Yunshu felt a pang of sympathy. Yao Yao, it's no big deal. What is there to worry about? They are capable young adults. They won't starve. She continued, You are about to become a formal martial artist. Why are you still so timid? Jiang Yao raised her glistening eyes. Mom, do you think my sister will be angry? However, Jiang Yunshu's reaction was somewhat nuanced. She did not respond as she usually would, reprimanding Jiang Shui to comfort Jiang Yao. After all, she was privy to the details and understood Jiang Shui as true nature. But she had made a promise to Liang Qiushi not to reveal the truth to her youngest daughter. With a slightly evasive gaze, she replied, I know you're afraid of her, but she won't be home for long. Yao Yao, just try to keep your distance from her. Jiang Yao lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering, appearing utterly aggrieved. From an angle unseen by Jiang Yunshu, the hatred in her eyes nearly solidified into a palpable form. How could this be? Why on earth? That worthless Jiang Shui, what right did she have to marry brother Jinji? Just because she was born 2 years earlier? She disbelieved every word of the rumors circulating outside. How could someone like brother Jinji allow his woman to suffer in his stead? And as for the Zhang family plotting against brother Jinji, that was nothing but a farce. Mere tales spun to deceive the innocent. Brother Jinji was the cherished jewel of the Gu family, a prodigious talent. Who would dare lay a finger on him? Even if the Zhang family were audacious enough, would they provoke the venerable elder Gu? Before his injury, Qi Mian Gu Xuanzhang ranked 5th on the martial immortal list. What was that newly risen Zhongli? Merely the 19th, a bottom dweller. Yet, regardless of her pleas and turmoil, her parents remained unyielding for the past 6 months. She loathed Jiang Shui for snatching away the engagement that rightfully belonged to her. Loathed Jiang Han, that fool, whose gaze was forever fixated on Jiang Shui. Loathed her grandmother. She could have enlightened her, yet insisted she toil for 2 years before mastering the cold pool's deep jade. Always icy and indifferent, never showing her affection. She also harbored resentment towards her parents. Resentment for bestowing such a splendid marriage upon Jiang Shui. Resentment that they were both useless in martial arts, leading her to shame. If she could marry brother Jinji, would she need to curry favor with the little madman Yinzheng? Would she need to follow behind Yin Shi like a shadow? Jiang Yao's hand, concealed at her side, clenched tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. If you dare to return, do not blame me for my cruelty. I wonder, if you were to be crippled by Yunzheng, would the Gu family still want you? A cold smile crept onto her lips at the thought. And while her parents engaged in another topic of conversation, she swiftly retrieved her phone, crafting a message to send. Meeting under the moonlit Yao Tai, brother Zheng. Sister has returned. I am so scared. Back in the city, at the Beast Arena. Home. Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Han as if he were a fool, leaving him utterly speechless. You've been here all day? Still not heading home? Jiang Han felt his sister was truly acting strangely. Li Wei placed her hands on her hips, legs apart, a posture that rendered her 7 days of etiquette lessons futile. Home, you can go back yourself. When that 6th-tier abyss creature appears, you can come looking for me. Jiang Han's eyes widened in shock. Are you out of your mind? Li Wei stole a glance at the system panel. Abyss Essence, 352, awesome. Keep it coming. She shot Jiang Han a sidelong glance, nonchalantly adding, stay out of societal affairs. Jiang Han trembled with indignation. Fine. Jiang Shui, you win. You're ruthless. He plopped back onto the sofa in a huff, determined, I want to leave. Let us see how long you can last. Just so you know, this place never closes. Li Wei chuckled to herself. Is there truly such a delightful turn of events? Chapter 22. Like mayflies gazing at the sky on the morning of July 20th, the day after Li Wei returned to her homeland. In the capital, at Gu Garden. During breakfast, Gu Xiong, seated at the head of the table, took a sip of bird's nest and chicken congee, then promptly set down the porcelain bowl. His brow furrowed deeply. Noticing this, Liang Qiushi, sitting beside him, put down her chopsticks and inquired, Brother Hong, is the food not to your liking? Gu Xiong clasped his hands on the table, closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gaze fell upon his wife. Xiao Qiu, have you heard the rumors regarding Jinji's marriage? Liang Qiushi's expression remained unchanged as her eyes flickered over to their eldest son, who was preoccupied with his meal, and to their younger son and daughter, who appeared indifferent yet were clearly chewing at a slower pace. She pursed her lips slightly and replied in a steady voice. It is merely the baseless conjecture of the Zhang family, Brother Hong. Do not let it trouble you. Gu Xiong tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze lingering on his wife's face for several seconds. Finally, he asked softly, Sister Chunhua has been in seclusion for half a year, hasn't she? Liang Qiushi lowered her gaze, her hand holding the soup bowl, pausing almost imperceptibly, remembering her husband's inexplicable advances the previous night. Her cheeks flushed slightly as a flicker of relief washed over her. Has he begun to harbor suspicions? Fortunately, I managed to revert things in time. Otherwise, I would have surely been exposed last night. This household is filled with shrewd and stubborn individuals, young and old alike. If they were to discover my intentions. Liang Qiushi resumed her meal, delicately picking up a dainty crab roast soup dumpling, savoring it slowly, hoping her sister could successfully break through. Gu Xiong reassured her, Sister Chunhua is exceptionally gifted, and with her father protecting her, you need not worry. Liang Qiushi replied, though her brow remained slightly furrowed. Observing that the children had nearly finished their meals, Gu Xiong directed his gaze to the far end of the long table where Gu Jinwen and Gu Jini sat. You two, step outside for a moment. The siblings immediately made long faces, reluctantly setting down their bowls and chopsticks, glancing back multiple times as they exited the dining room. The door closed softly behind them. Gu Jinji, who had been deep in thought, lifted his head and fixed his calm, dark eyes on his father. Gu Xiong regarded this eldest son, whom he had taken pride in for over a decade, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. What are your thoughts on Jiang Shui? Brother Hong. Liang Qiushi began to speak. Gu Xiong raised his hand to silence her. Let Jinji speak. As Gu Jinji's thoughts drifted back, he recalled the little girl who frequently visited Gu Garden, always trailing silently behind him, never making a fuss or shedding tears. To be honest, he scarcely remembered her. Later, when he entered martial arts middle school, he devoted himself entirely to training, and they rarely crossed paths throughout the year. Subsequently came the sensational poisoning incident, sparking widespread discussion. Many felt it was unjust, claiming his grandfather had lost his senses to have betrothed him to such a fiancée. Others awaited the spectacle, hoping that Jiang Shui, the troublemaker, would turn the Gu family upside down. As for him, it mattered little, for he knew that until he resolved the threat posed by the Zhang family, he would neither marry nor possess the right to do so. It seemed everyone proclaimed that Jiang Shui was hopelessly in love with him. Before yesterday, he felt rather detached. Until the thought struck him, can one really laugh awake in the middle of the night while squatting in a bunker? Whether love exists remains uncertain, yet the person is undeniably intriguing. Gu Jinji's brows subtly twitched, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift into the faintest trace of a smile. His grandfather's choice must surely be infallible. Liang Qiushi relaxed his hands resting on his knees slightly, maintaining an outward calmness. Gu Xiong observed his son, and after a moment, nodded. In a couple of days, bring her over. With the wedding date approaching, it is essential for you to spend some time together beforehand. All right. Gu Jinji replied with a hint of indifference. I have already discussed it with my in-laws. I will fetch her on the 25th, rest assured, Jinji. Focus on your cultivation without distraction, Gu Xiang affirmed, nodding in agreement with the arrangement, though his expression grew increasingly solemn. Jinji, this marriage was fervently advocated by your grandfather and your mother. I understand the old man's intentions. He merely wishes to secure a good omen and provide you with a source of motivation to persevere in times of adversity. At this point, he cast a glance at Liang Qiushi. However, your mother's thoughts remain opaque to me. Liang Qiushi's elegant swan-like neck stiffened, and she looked at her husband in surprise. Gu Xiang disregarded her reaction and continued speaking to his son, regardless of her intentions. You must remember that you are a man of the Gu family and bear the responsibility. Yes, father, Gu Jinji replied with a slight nod. In the city, at the Jiang family estate, no one was there to receive them. Tang Zhou set his phone aside, wearing a look of helplessness. Jiang Yunshu furrowed her brows. They are unreachable, not answering their calls. What do they intend to do? Jiang Yao timidly shrank into the corner of the sofa. Her eyes red-rimmed. Does my sister particularly despise me? Has she even decided not to return home? It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Yunshu rubbed her temples. Feeling quite vexed. In a few days, the Gu family will come to collect her. If Jiang Shui goes missing, how will we explain it to Madame Gu? Recently, they have greatly benefited from the Gu family. Many items have been provided for Yao Yao, especially that precious mind-enhancing pill, which is unattainable even with money. If the marriage falls through, how will we repay them? Tang Zhou, however, was not particularly anxious. My uncle told me that in a few days, the two children will be going to his place to witness the execution of the abyssal beasts. They will surely not go missing. There is no need for concern. That Jiang Han is becoming increasingly outrageous. Jiang Yunshu felt somewhat reassured by this, but her anger had not dissipated. Tang Zhou chuckled. The children are still young. They can be taught gradually. Both were oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of malice in Jiang Yao's downcast eyes. I have already informed Yunzhang. Yet Jiang Shui has vanished. Has she sensed something? Impossible. She is so foolish. For years ago, my poisoning was so clumsily executed that she didn't even notice. It must be coincidence, surely. Humph. She cannot possibly remain absent from home forever. Just wait, Jiang Shui. Yunzhang is a prodigy with a vitality score of 86. And he has mastered the Blood Dragon Claw. This time, you are doomed. The realms of combat techniques are classified from the lowest to the highest as novice, mastery, proficiency, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. In the stage of aspiring warriors, individuals are fervently nurturing their vitality, with few diverting their focus to practice combat techniques. Unless they yearn to make a name for themselves during the freshman competition. Yunzhang, who had mastered combat techniques to proficiency before enrollment, is truly an anomaly. As for Jiang Shui, she is merely a 20-year-old inept individual still struggling with the resonance of her bones. Upon encountering Yunzhang, she feels as insignificant as a mayfly beneath the vast sky. My dear sister, Yunzhang delights in shattering others' bones. I eagerly anticipate it. Zhang Jia's private courtyard, training ground. Zhang Yansheng flicked his finger, unleashing a fierce blade aura that left several ghastly, intersecting gashes on the specially crafted alloy floor. 10 meters away, a proud figure stood resolutely, confronting the blade aura without flinching, his fierce eyes brimming with martial intent. Come at me, he bellowed, drawing the Yinling blade from his waist, executing a horizontal slash like thunder. Boom, clang, clang, clang. The blood-burning blade surged forward, shattering the intangible blade aura upon contact. The young man's face flushed, and after a brief moment of adjusting his breath, he exhaled a puff of white mist before sheathing his sword. In his movements, the joints of his hand gripping the sword shimmered with a jade-like hue, signifying extraordinary potential. Zhang Yansheng displayed a look of approval, exclaiming, second-tier perfection. The jade bones are forming well, truly worthy of being my son. Yet, a trace of regret crossed his features. Alas, your physical body has barely reached great perfection before becoming a warrior. If only you could advance further and attain the near-legendary physique. The young man's lips tightened, his sun-kissed skin as solid as rock. When Shun Yaoqi broke through to become a warrior, his vitality was merely 96, despite both achieving great perfection. If we were of the same age, who would be superior remains uncertain. You, before graduation, were the only fourth-tier student in Huagua, Zhang Yanqing jested. You dare compare yourself to the foremost of the younger generation? Bold indeed. With that, he gestured for the young man to take a seat beside him. Pengcheng, when do you plan to advance? The young man, Zhang Pengcheng, lazily settled onto the mat next to Zhang Yansheng and replied, my jade bones haven't reached their limit. I still need to refine them further. Gu Jinji reached the 3rd tier 3 months ago. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Zhang Yansheng inquired. After the freshman competition, he resigned himself to mediocrity, breaking through to become a warrior with a vitality of 89. Since then, I and he have inhabited different realms. Zhang Pengcheng laid his blade casually on his lap, drawing a segment of its gleaming, mirror-like blade that reflected his sharp brows. A mere point of difference, yet worlds apart. Zhang Pengcheng scoffed. Now, when Gu Jinji sees me, he is akin to a mayfly before the vast sky. Chapter 23, 2 Days Swish. What is it? Zhang Pengcheng sheathed his sword and looked at his father nonchalantly. You summoned me back in haste merely to deal with him? Zhang Yansheng replied with an inscrutable expression. Oh? Have you been wronged? Who was it that, for years ago, upon losing to Gu Jinji in the freshman competition, rushed home in despair? Zhang Pengcheng's expression faltered slightly as he stubbornly remarked, it's merely a bit of wear and tear. Zhang Yansheng, with his eyes half closed and an indifferent demeanor, stated, he is getting married, did you know? Oh, Zhang Pengcheng responded nonchalantly. Let him marry, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Yansheng gazed at his son, a sigh escaping his lips. The Zhang family is filled with brash individuals, his father, his brothers, and now his son, ultimately bearing the weight of it all. Unable to restrain himself, he pointedly asked, have you considered what would happen if Gu Jinji had his wife take his place in the army? Without a moment's thought, Zhang Pengcheng shook his head, insisting, he is not that kind of person. Coughing, Zhang Yansheng nearly choked on his own saliva, his expression twisting in disbelief. I should never have married my distant cousin. Damn it, inter-family marriages are disastrous. He steadied his breath, fixing his gaze on the oblivious Zhang Pengcheng, his voice lowered. Regardless of who he is, you must understand that Gu Jinji must die, and it must be a reasonable death. If he marries, it might complicate matters. I detest uncertainties. Zhang Pengcheng, visibly agitated, interjected before his father could finish. Are you not tired of all this scheming? If you want him dead, I'll just challenge him directly, one swift strike. And it's over. Fool. Zhang Yansheng raised his hand and struck his son on the back of the head, furious. If it were that easy, would I need you? Rubbing his head, Zhang Pengcheng retorted, are you so idle? Fixated on that guy. Is there something wrong with you? As for the truth from 30 years ago, outsiders may not know, but you should shut up. The ground trembled like a spider's web cracking, and the metallic walls vibrated ominously. In an instant, the ferocity of Zhang Yansheng's eruption pinned Zhang Pengcheng to the ground, his face contorted with tension, sweat streaming down his body. Gradually, Zhang Yansheng retracted his imposing aura, his fist clenching then relaxing as he remarked, such words should not be uttered again. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond. Zhang Pengcheng shrank his head, struggling to raise his upper body, offering a sheepish smile. It was impulsive, just a moment of impulse. But, Dad, Gu Jinji is merely a mediocre cultivator, at best. He will become a grandmaster. What are you striving for by putting in so much effort against him? Have you forgotten your grandfather's dream? Zhang Yansheng suppressed the urge to strike his son again, attempting to speak gently. The future still relied on this boy. Disrupting things now would not do. With such a son, Zhang Yansheng felt a headache coming on. Zhang Pengcheng sat up, spitting out a bit of blood, incredulous. Are you truly serious? Do you really believe Gu Jinji could lead to the downfall of the Zhang family? Can he even achieve that? Zhang Yansheng slapped his son back down to the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, a martial sage should not be insulted. Zhang Pengcheng lay back, akin to a salted fish, muttering, fine, you say it, I will do it. Zhang Yansheng sighed deeply, wearily waving his hand. The Gu and Jiang families have been betrothed for 20 years. We have no reason to obstruct it. However, I will not permit Gu Jinji to marry smoothly. On the day of the wedding, I will bring people to restrain the masters from the Gu family, as the bride and groom toast their guests. Seize the moment to provoke them as a peer. I have investigated Jiang Shui. She possesses a stubborn disposition and a fiery temperament. Should she lose her composure, feign indignation and strike her down, in that fleeting moment, only Gu Jinji can intervene. Whether you succeed hinges upon your own capabilities. Peng Cheng, do not let me down. Zhang Pengcheng scoffed, questioning if the Gu family could truly send us an invitation. Zhang Yansheng coldly retorted, as unwelcome guests, we naturally arrive uninvited. On July 22nd, at noon, at the Jiang family estate, Jiang Yao lay sprawled on the luxurious carpet of her bedroom, desperately suppressing the myriad pains coursing through her body while maintaining a facade of joy and satisfaction. The youth atop her, having exerted himself for 2 hours, slowly lifted his head, a cruel shadow of a smile playing on his otherwise unremarkable dark features. Your blood grows increasingly enticing, little Yao. He licked his lips, his words sending chills down her spine. Tears welled in Jiang Yao's eyes, caught in a struggle between weeping and composure. Brother Zheng, you're hurting me, she whimpered. Be a good girl, Yun Zheng suddenly interjected, lightly tracing his finger down Jiang Yao's slightly chubby cheek. Though his movements and expressions radiated tenderness, Jiang Yao felt an icy dread enveloping her. She trembled, feigning shyness, unable to meet his gaze. In an instant, Yun Zheng transformed his gentle touch into a claw, gripping Jiang Yao's delicate neck. Her eyes widened in terror as her arms instinctively rose, fingers digging into the back of his hand, her expression rife with desperation and disbelief. Ugh! Her nails scraped against his skin, yet left no mark. She sought to pry his fingers apart, only to discover her strength utterly lacking. It is the binding effect of the blood dragon claw. Despair washed over Jiang Yao as tears streamed down her face. Just when she felt her breath slipping away, the pressure on her neck eased, allowing fresh air to rush in. Ha ha, cough, cough. Jiang Yao gasped for breath, trembling as she coughed. Yun Zheng propped his head on his hand, reclining beside her, observing the scene with keen interest and a joyful smile. Once Jiang Yao had regained her composure, he spoke in a tone meant for soothing a child. Little Yao, this is your punishment. Next time, do not be so careless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao instinctively recoiled. Her voice hoarse. Yes, I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. I truly did not deceive you. My sister has returned home. Oh, let me hold you close. Yun Zheng enveloped her in his embrace, offering comfort. I must have misjudged you. Now, little Yao, could you tell me where she is now? I don't know. Jiang Yao's voice trembled violently. Her luggage remained at home, yet everyone had vanished. Jiang Shui, I loathe you. Why aren't you at home? Why? Jiang Shui, wait. The suffering I endure today will be repaid 1,000-fold. At the same time, in the arena during intermission, sister, you are truly my flesh and blood. Jiang Han gazed at the disheveled Li Wei with an ethereal expression, exclaiming, It has been 2 days and nights. Shall we not return? Li Wei, mustering her waning spirit, replied in a monotone, If you wish to leave, then go. I can manage. Jiang Han pointed at her, his body trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Fine. You truly are remarkable. I am eager to see just how far you are willing to go for that lad. Gu Jinji. Here, you can learn about the abyssal beasts, adapt to the brutal slaughter, and even train your endurance, correct? Are you resolute in heading to the battlefield? To encounter a sycophant of your caliber is quite the fortune. And to think you are my sister. You are impressive, Jiang Shui, truly impressive. Li Wei rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. Say whatever you like. Unbeknownst to them, a mobile phone was slowly slipping out from the crevice of the sofa. Brother, dear brother, I can no longer endure this, came a voice. You, at the second tier, cannot withstand a mere aspiring warrior? Brother, do you have any idea how much trouble I have shielded your wife from these past 2 days? She can still afford to take a nap, yet I dare not blink. Furthermore, to keep my sister-in-law content, I have nearly depleted the stock in my beast pen. This was meant to last 3 months. Shin Yaoqi is on the student council's attendance sheet. I can do it. Chapter 24, A Touch of Improvement. On the morning of July 24th, at a certain base on the outskirts of the city, in the reception room, Li Wei and Jiang Han sat side by side, resembling 2 refugees from the Middle Eastern wars. Their hair was unkempt, their eyes were sunken, their lips chapped and peeling, and their skin bore an unhealthy ashen hue. Opposite them sat a stern middle-aged man in a dark gray bureau uniform, around 30, broad-shouldered with a scarred brow. What has become of you two? Have you been fleeing? Tang Ao scrutinized the 2 children of his cousin, speechless. Jiang Han scoffed and shot a glance at Li Wei beside him. Uncle, ask her. It is all her doing. Li Wei forced a dry smile, remaining silent. What could she say? That she had leveled up by watching abyssal beasts fight? How absurd. Very well. Tang Ao stood and beckoned the 2 to follow. I shall not pry further. After you have finished watching the commotion, you must return home promptly. The relatives from the Jiang family have all gathered today to congratulate the soon-to-be bride, Do not keep them waiting. The two quickly rose and trailed behind, responding listlessly. As they passed through a metallic gate, four individuals in gray uniforms approached, carrying two sets of heavy full-body protective gear. Swiftly donning them upon the unsuspecting pair without further ado, Tang Ao explained, "The aura of a sixth-tier abyssal beast is far too potent. Your frail bodies cannot withstand it. If you wish to avoid being carried to the hospital, just wear these without complaint." Before long, the corridor was adorned with two clumsy gray penguins. Their footsteps echoing as they waddled, occasionally bumping into one another, eliciting laughter from the gray uniformed personnel passing by. After entering the elevator and navigating several turns, I finally passed through a prominently marked airtight door, and my surroundings suddenly opened up. Before me lay a pit as vast as a standard swimming pool. The pit was encircled by thick alloy walls, each intermittently adorned with enormous floor-to-ceiling observation windows, allowing a clear view of the interior. Clad in cumbersome protective gear, Li Wei hastened her steps to peer through one of the observation windows. There, nestled in the center of the pit, was a creature that was no smaller than a long-distance bus, a jet-black caterpillar, coiled tightly. The thickest part of its cigar-shaped body measured over 5 meters in diameter. Despite the pit's depth being 3 to 4 meters, its back still loomed higher than Li Wei's head. Goodness, how enormous! Li Wei marveled internally, a chill creeping down her spine. At that moment, Tang Ao approached her, arms crossed, and solemnly remarked, "Codename, Deathworm. A new species that has emerged at the western frontier. Its mouth and saliva can penetrate fortress foundations, and on its first appearance, it claimed the lives of several hundred of our comrades. We later captured a few and sent them to research institutions across the nation. This is one of them. Is the fortress no longer safe? What of my plans for idleness? How reckless it seems. Perhaps lurking in the arena for upgrades might be a better option." She pondered. "But Aunt Liang, I made a promise. I can't go back on my word. We are not those kinds of people. Let us go for it. Besides, if we manage to capture it, surely they have devised a method to deal with it?" Li Wei quickly inquired, "Fourth uncle, have they discovered how to combat it?" Tang Ao chuckled. "They haven't figured it out yet. Can we just bring it here to play around with?" Hearing this, Li Wei felt somewhat reassured. Immediately after, Tang Ao retrieved a walkie-talkie, his expression turning serious. "Let us begin," he commanded. As his words faded, the ceiling above opened several apertures, and an array of technologically advanced weapons emerged. Electromagnetic cannons, ultra-high pressure arcs, and high-energy plasma beams unleashed a relentless barrage upon the caterpillar. Had Tang Ao not adjusted the transparency of the observation window just in time, Li Wei feared the dazzling flashes within would have blinded her. Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces behind the protective gear, Tang Ao playfully draped an arm around a large penguin's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "Isn't it spectacular? Aren't you in awe of human ingenuity? Why aren't the warriors involved?" Jiang Han inquired curiously. Tang Ao patted his nephew's shoulder, stating, "It's just a practical test of these weapons' effectiveness against it, making use of what we have." As he finished speaking, Li Wei felt a sudden rush before her. A torrent of darkness, far more substantial than any shadow she had encountered in the arena, surged through the observation window and struck her squarely between the eyes. She instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to Tang Ao's steady grip. Essence of the Abyss, 29, 335, 762. Fong City, Seasons Green Ridge Hotel. Emerging from the Bureau's headquarters, the two did not return home directly. Instead, they sought refuge in a luxurious hotel, securing 2 rooms to freshen up. After all, as the fourth uncle had stated, the Jiang family's relatives were waiting, and they could not afford to return home in such a disheveled state. Li Wei entrusted her well-worn light blue dress and undergarments, which she had donned for several days, to a hotel made for expedited cleaning and pressing, while she herself retreated into the restroom, enveloped in a plush bathrobe. Upon closing the door, she shed the robe and sank into the bath. Finally, she could indulge in some respite. The pent-up stress had been overwhelming. Concealing one's true capabilities, remaining inconspicuous, utterly irrelevant. At this moment, she was an underground operative, and without a modicum of strength, anxiety gnawed at her insides. Deep Blue intensify. The familiar sound of popping beans resonated within her, as excruciating pain surged through her body like a tidal wave, particularly at the moment when her vitality surged from 78 to 79. Darkness encroached upon her vision, nearly causing her to faint. Gasping for breath, she fought the urge to scream, fearful of attracting attention, and instead clenched her teeth tightly, forcing out muted gasps between them. Her body convulsed uncontrollably in the bathtub for several minutes. Beads of sweat streaked with blood cascading down her skin, leaving crimson trails upon the pristine tub, reminiscent of a crime scene. At last, the pain began to subside, and Li Wei gasped for air, clutching the edge of the tub to steady herself. Glancing at the display, she noted, Vitality, 79, Abyss Essence, 5,642. After expending 120 points of essence, she had reached the pinnacle of her current realm. The next step was minor perfection. However, the persistent plus sign next to her vitality value instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Previously, moving from 70 to 75 had been painful yet bearable. Little did she anticipate that the final 4 points would feel akin to a cruel execution. No, I must not falter. With renewed determination, I will surge forward. Gritting her teeth, her eyes ablaze as if in competition with unseen adversaries, she focused her will upon the plus sign once more. Vitality, 7980. Abyss Essence, 5642, 5542. The moment her vitality surpassed the 80 threshold, the anticipated agony did not ensue. Instead, a sensation of mild soreness and subsequent itching began at her joints. Although uncomfortable, it was a veritable heaven compared to the torturous ordeal she had just endured. Wait. Li Wei paused, realizing that this minor perfection seemed less agonizing than she had expected. Thus, she soared forward. Charge. Vitality, 8089. Abyss Essence, 5542, 4642. The result? Shock coursed through Li Wei's expression. If the previous itch had been a gentle stream, the current sensation was a surging river. In that moment, she felt an army of fine needles emerging from the very marrow of her bones. She yearned to scratch, yet could not reach. Desperate to escape, the itch clung to her like a relentless affliction. In just a few breaths, her heart was thrown into disarray, beads of sweat glistening upon her forehead. Initially, this itching was confined to the joints, but it swiftly spread to every bone and muscle. Her vision blurred, and she nearly lost consciousness. From her skin, a foul, mud-like substance oozed from her pores, sticking to her jade-like form, smearing against the bathtub walls and mingling with the blood, seeping in an unsettling manner. After nearly half an hour, Li Wei finally ceased her struggles, lying in a thin layer of blood and mud, resembling a lifeless body. Is it possible that the torment of 4 sleepless nights has vanished? I feel somewhat revitalized now. Chapter 25. Fill it up. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Wei sprang up from the bathtub, muttering, startled awake from a dying illness. Just a little more can be added. Thud. Ouch. She hardly noticed the blood and mud beneath her, and her heel slipped, sending her crashing back down, causing her to wince in pain. What on earth? It was then that Li Wei recognized something was amiss. She reached down, touched her body, and brought her hand closer to her nose. Oh dear, it reeked. This is what they call a transformation? How utterly revolting. She hurriedly turned on the shower, cranked it to the maximum pressure, and unleashed a torrent of water upon herself and the bathtub. After several minutes of vigorous rinsing, it appeared somewhat cleaner, yet the foul odor lingered stubbornly. Reluctantly, Li Wei squeezed an ample amount of fragrant body wash, applying it generously to herself and the tub before rinsing again. After 2 thorough washes, the unpleasant scent finally dissipated. With a long sigh of relief, Li Wei placed her hands on her slender waist, content as she stood by the edge of the bathtub, finally taking a moment to examine herself. Upon a closer look, she was nearly taken aback. Her original form had been striking, but after the passing of her parents, the burdens of life had taken their toll. Years of hardship had left her looking haggard, with her skin bearing some unremarkable blemishes. Had it not been for her youth and dedication to martial arts, she might have long lost her beauty. But now, what did she behold? Her skin was as smooth as the finest white jade, her pores nearly invisible. She pressed her hand against her chest and leaned closer to the mirror. The reflection revealed a girl whose lips resembled freshly picked cherries, plump and dewy. Her entire being appeared as if meticulously sculpted. Smack! Li Wei slapped her forehead, misjudging the force and causing a ringing sensation in her head. Fortunately, it's not merely a transformation in beauty. My strength has surged as well. I came to be a master, not a mere ornament. She attempted to throw a punch, exerting minimal effort, yet the air whooshed audibly with her movements. It felt as if her strength had doubled compared to when her muscles had resonated. Calm your mind and focus on the 5 senses. The natural patterns of the marble on the wash basin, the minuscule scratches at the edges of the mirror, the direction of each cotton thread on the towel hanging nearby. The faint footsteps from the adjacent room, the muffled sound of the service cart's wheels rolling over the carpet in the corridor, and even the lingering odor that, despite her earlier belief of having eradicated it, now faintly lingers in the air. In this moment, the world before her is astonishingly vivid. Li Wei feels exhilarated. The sensation of growing stronger is truly addictive. Continue. I can push further. I desire ultimate perfection. I yearn for the path of the body. Her emotions surge with unprecedented intensity. She recalls her high school homeroom teacher who incessantly advised the students to accumulate as much vitality as possible during the pre-warrior phase, cautioning against hastily seeking breakthroughs. He cited the example of the martial arts freshman competition, questioning why first-year formal warriors were not permitted to participate. The reason being, true geniuses do not achieve breakthroughs in their freshman year. Anyone with a modicum of talent and ambition, wishing to traverse further along the martial path, would spend 1 to 2 years earning credits at the martial arts university, exchanging resources and nurturing their vitality. Those who scored above 60 in the college entrance examination, provided they are diligent, can easily achieve the resonance of sinew and bone before their 3rd year. For those with even greater talent, minor perfection is not merely a dream. It is only when their vitality can no longer be enhanced that they opt for a breakthrough. Individuals like Jiang Shui, who find themselves stuck at 79, just on the verge of minor perfection, often hold back their breakthroughs out of reluctance, sometimes even until graduation. This underscores the significance of nurturing one's vitality as a pre-warrior. At that time, the homeroom teacher could not quite articulate why higher vitality is better, often repeating vague notions of having a solid foundation, great potential, and good aptitude. However, Li Wei remembers this well. Others may reach their talent ceiling, unable to progress regardless of the resources invested. She is different. She has a unique advantage. It merely requires enduring a bit of pain. Gritting her teeth will see her through. Today, Li Wei is determined to behold the vistas from the highest peak. Continue. Add more. With a swift motion, she rolls back into the bathtub, lying sprawled out. Her eyes slightly reddened with excitement. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. Vitality value: 89,100, non-upgradable. Essence of the Abyss: 4642-164-2642, with a flick of her hand. She inadvertently pressed a button. Oh no, now she has a headache. Wasn't the maximum supposed to be 99? Li Wei barely has time to utter this exclamation when darkness envelopes her, and she loses all consciousness. Time becomes a blur, and in a dazed state, she perceives a faint glimmer. It is exceedingly dim and small, like a solitary firefly. Instinctively, she attempts to draw closer, to grasp it, but in that moment, with a thunderous explosion, the light bursts forth, flooding everything with an infinite radiance. She witnesses the genesis of 2 lives, gradually taking shape within the warmth of nurturing. He heard the anguished cries of 2 mothers during childbirth, felt the suffocating pressure, and then inhaled the first breath of air, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. He struggled to turn over, while she attempted to crawl. He clutched the cold railing of the orphanage as he learned to walk. She frolicked on the grassy expanse of the park, chasing her friends. He leaned against the window, watching a family of 3 share laughter. She poked her baby brother in the cradle, giggling with delight. He was growing up, so was she. The sun set and rose again. The moon waxed and waned. The flora experienced cycles of withering and flourishing, while the city transformed rapidly. Until one day, he closed his eyes, and she opened hers. 2 sensations, 2 memories, completely intertwined. Li Wei gradually sat up from the bathtub. Without the aid of her hands, and without even feeling the strain in her abdomen, she simply willed herself to sit up. And thus she did. The movement of her body resembled origami, abrupt and peculiar. Unconsciously, she glanced at the panel. Vitality: 100, non-upgradable. Then, her thoughts began to coalesce. 100. She murmured, her voice ethereal, imbued with an indescribable cadence. Strangely, as she spoke, the residual droplets on the tub's wall trembled slightly, as if they had come to life. Her heightened sensitivity alerted Li Wei to her own unusual transformation. As she contemplated standing, the bizarre scene unfolded once more. Her entire being pivoted on her heels. Her legs straightened and rotated upward, effortlessly bringing her to a standing position, the motion both startling and fluid. She extended her hand, commanding the water droplets to coalesce, flow, and gather at the tips of her delicate fingers. A bead of water, the size of a soybean, floated on her fingertip, crystalline and translucent. Suddenly, Li Wei felt an inexplicable connection to everything around her. With a mere thought, she felt omnipotent. In the blink of an eye, the world transformed. No, it is not merely transformation, but a complete immersion, a profound descent into that level of existence. Goodness, I can vividly recall the position I was in when I emerged from the womb. And I was born in a university women's restroom. I must stop thinking about it. The more I ponder, the more tragic it seems, far worse than this poor Li Wei. But what is my situation? If 99 vitality represents the body of the path, then what does 100 signify? The body of the Tao? Harmony with the heavens? Moreover, why can I control water? No, it is more than just controlling water. She dispersed the droplets from her fingertips, thinking, I want to breathe. Indeed, a gentle breeze appeared to swirl around her, carrying a refreshing essence that rushed into her mouth and nostrils. It feels as if the universe has become my parents. It's somewhat exhilarating. Just as she reveled in this sensation, a sudden pain surged in her forehead, and her temples throbbed. Li Wei stumbled, nearly falling again. She shook her head, and the feeling of oneness with the universe dissipated swiftly, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Yet she remained unperturbed, readying her bathrobe and sitting cross-legged upon the toilet, calming her mind as she delved deeper into her thoughts. Soon, her consciousness was involuntarily drawn to her brow. In a hazy vision, she glimpsed a tranquil pond. Where could this be? A ripple of emotion stirred within her, and the glassy surface of the water quivered in response. In an instant, that enigmatic sensation returned. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though her mind was being stirred with a sharp instrument, causing a wave of pain that nearly overwhelmed her. She tilted her pale face upward, leaning against the raised toilet seat, a wry smile escaping her lips. After this attempt, she gained clarity. That mysterious state she had just experienced could be accessed at any time, yet her current abilities could not sustain it for long. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Her strength would inevitably grow, would it not? One day, she envisioned transforming this active skill into a passive one, a smile spreading across her face. Chapter 26. Yun Bajin. On the way home, Jiang Han gripped the steering wheel, his gaze frequently darting to the passenger seat, as if he had seen a ghost. Well, the change is so drastic that it startled him. What am I to do with this uncontainable charm, or rather, talent? Li Wei turned her head to gaze out at the streets, her keen perception attuned to Jiang Han's every movement. Finally, Jiang Han stammered, I must ask, have you had plastic surgery again? Li Wei was at a loss for words. Did you not notice my untamed elegance and ethereal demeanor? Why do you fixate solely on the notion of surgery? Let me reiterate. I, Li Koff, Jiang Shui, have not undergone any surgery. Jiang Han looked skeptical, but realized that they had spent less than 2 hours in the hotel. Who could achieve such rapid, remarkable results from surgery? Then, if it wasn't surgery. Squeal. The flamboyant pink sports car screeched to a halt, tires screeching against the asphalt, leaving behind a harsh, black mark. The car behind nearly suffered a fright. Had it not been for the considerable distance, it would have collided directly. As for Li Wei, she remained as steady as a mountain, seemingly impervious to the tremendous inertia caused by the abrupt stop, her body not swaying in the slightest. Jiang Han turned to witness this scene, and his suspicions were confirmed. Ignoring the cacophony of horns behind him, he widened his eyes, exclaiming, have you reached minor perfection? Li Wei could hardly be bothered to respond. Minor perfection? Little brother, your perspective is limited. Do you not comprehend that my vitality is at 100? Would that not astonish you? In the latter part of the journey, Jiang Han appeared to descend into a profound self-doubt. Was it merely due to observing a few days of monster fights that Jiang Shui could achieve a breakthrough so effortlessly? Back during their college entrance examinations, Jiang Han had a vitality of 79, with a bright future ahead. Yet what transpired? 2 arduous years of university, with resources squandered for credits, and his vitality remained stagnant. It was only a fortnight ago, upon returning home for the holidays, that he discovered all the family resources had been consumed by Jiang Yao. In despair, he grit his teeth and made the decision to break through and become a warrior. Now, shall you inform him that Jiang Shui has achieved a minor completion? Jiang Han felt increasingly stifled, overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation, as if the world bore an inherent malice towards him. Deep within the Jiang family estate, a tranquil grove encircled a charming courtyard. Inside the main room of the courtyard, a striking woman clad in a red dress reclined languidly on a chaise longue, a seven-petaled red lotus adorning her forehead, accentuating her captivating allure. Yet, at this moment, such a beauty was indulging in potato chips with little regard for decorum. On the projection screen opposite her, a trending comedic variety show was playing, and the lady's wide eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed heartily, sending chip crumbs scattering everywhere. Suddenly, as if disturbed by an unwelcome thought, she raised an elegantly arched eyebrow, her countenance cooling as she muttered, "That little lunatic from the Yun family possesses quite the audacity. Does she truly believe I am incapable of wielding a blade?" It seemed she attempted to sit up. Yet after a brief struggle, she languidly sank back down. Let the younger generation navigate their own tribulations. I am still recovering from my grievous injuries. Yes, still recuperating. I must take care. Sighing, she lamented, "Ever since my mother vanished, the Jiang family has truly declined with each passing generation. The eldest, though seemingly astute, was ultimately ensnared by his own cleverness. The second is merely a simpleton, and the youngest is an even greater source of distress. The Jiang family is doomed, utterly doomed." She lifted the empty bag, pouring the remaining crumbs into her mouth, ensuring not a morsel went to waste before discarding the bag. With a casual flick of her jade-like hands, the grease and remnants clinging to her skin effortlessly separated, coalescing into tiny spheres that obediently flew into the trash bin. If this scene were to be witnessed by Li Wei, she would surely find it familiar. The manner in which the stains flowed and gathered bore a striking resemblance to her previous manipulation of water. Once the potato chips were devoured, the lady summoned the refrigerator in the corner, which obediently opened, allowing a chilled bottle of cola to soar forth. The cap unscrewed itself mid-air, gracefully landing in the trash. While the bottle settled securely in her grasp, she savored a sip, yet before she could swallow, a flicker of awareness stirred within her, as her senses detected the arrival of a familiar flamboyant pink sports car within the estate's vicinity. "Oh, my dear granddaughter and grandson have returned. How delightful," she mused. "However, I must venture out soon. I cannot allow Yunzheng to truly harm her. Xiao Qiu, my heart aches for your son," she thought. As her thoughts turned to Li Wei, her consciousness casually sweeping over the passenger seat of the sports car. Then, unexpectedly, boom. The proximity of that figure? As the sports car approached the Jiang family estate, Li Wei quivered, instinctively covering herself, and then, recalling something, raised a hand to shield her chest. Jiang Han cast a glance at her, poised to deliver a mocking remark, but ultimately found life too mundane and chose silence instead. Meanwhile, Li Wei furrowed her brow, attentively sensing something, her expression growing peculiar. "Is it just my imagination? Did I just feel as though I were exposed?" She pondered. Goodness, heightened perception can be a double-edged sword. It sends shivers down my spine. At this moment, in the main hall of the estate, the once lively scene abruptly turned chilling. Yunzheng reclined on the main sofa, casually crossing his legs. With his left hand, he nonchalantly grasped Jiang Yao's collar, while his right hand leisurely toyed with the hem of the girl's dress. Only after meticulously cleaning the bloodstains from his fingers did he delicately lay the unconscious Jiang Yao beside him, treating her as if she were an exquisite treasure, even placing a soft cushion behind her to ensure her comfort in her stupor. Opposite the fragmented coffee table, a middle-aged, portly woman clutched a short, stout young man whose shoulders were soaked in blood. With her bloodshot, triangular eyes, she glared at Yunzheng, her teeth chattering in rage, her voice hoarse. "Yun, what do you mean by this? Why did you crush my son's shoulder?" Yunzheng, still focused on smoothing Jiang Yao's disheveled hair, did not even lift his gaze. Responding with a tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather, "He has a loose tongue. Who can he blame?" A young girl behind the middle-aged woman could no longer contain herself, pointing at Yunzheng and exclaiming, "Mom, don't listen to his nonsense. My brother was merely joking with him, warning him that if he mistreats Sister Yao in the future, we, as her older siblings, won't let him off easy." How is that being foul-mouthed? The middle-aged woman, upon hearing her daughter's words, was nearly driven to faint with rage, her instincts compelling her to pounce on Yunzheng and tear him apart. How dare this insolent wretch inflict such cruelty on her precious son over a mere jest? Yet, as her gaze flicked to the expressionless, intimidating middle-aged man in the white robe behind Yunzheng, her burgeoning fury was swiftly quelled. But she would not relent. As the head of the Jiang family's second branch, when had Jiang Zhiro ever endured such humiliation? In a fit of anger, she abruptly turned to the pale-faced Jiang Yunshu, who was cowering at the back of the crowd, and demanded sternly, "Sister Yunshu, with Jiang Yao's boyfriend being so vicious, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Why invite an outsider when our Jiang family daughters marry? Humph. Don't think I'm unaware of her intentions. My poor son." Jiang Yunshu visibly stiffened, her face burning with embarrassment. Wanting to mediate, yet fearing to offend Yunzhang, her voice caught in her throat. Internally, she berated Jiang Zhirou's family mercilessly. Last night, she had repeatedly advised everyone to keep the younger generation in check and to avoid provoking the formidable Yunzhang. Yet what happened? Jiang Yuquan, that gluttonous fool, insisted on getting involved. He had grown accustomed to wielding the Jiang family's name in the capital, truly believing himself invincible. Now, trouble had arisen, and they sought an explanation? What could they possibly say? Offending the Yun family for Jiang Yuquan's sake? Not to mention that the matriarch was still recovering, even if she weren't. The Jiang family could not afford to antagonize the Yun family. Jiang Yunshu wrestled with how to downplay the situation. Yet Yunzhang did not grant her the luxury of hesitation. Rising from his seat, he gracefully navigated the chaos around him and strolled over to Jiang Zhirou. "Do not speak in such a manner. Little Yao is so pure and kind-hearted. How could she harbor any ill intentions?" He extended a finger and poked Jiang Zhirou's brow. Perhaps due to the sweat brought on by her surprise and anger, the six-petaled golden lotus that had been affixed there became slightly dislodged. With Yunzhang's poke, the golden lotus tilted. Yunzhang grinned. "Oh, plump lady, do not slander little Yao. She is the most adorable. As for the explanation you desire, hee. What are you trying to do?" Jiang Zhirou, taken aback by his erratic demeanor, retreated 2 steps, pulling her son along, her neck stiff, her bravado a mere fade. Yunzhang retracted his smile, adopting an air of arrogance, then turned gracefully, striding to the center of the hall, hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of nonchalance. "What am I doing?" "Naturally, I am here to fulfill your request," he remarked, a mocking curve gracing his lips as he surveyed the crowd, his presence imposing. "Do not say I have not given your Jiang family a chance. Today I stand here, any aspiring martial artist from your Jiang family, one and all. If any can surpass me, I shall offer you a satisfactory explanation. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Jiang family instinctively hid behind their parents, none daring to show their faces. Yunzhang was immensely pleased with their reaction. Indeed, this was the very essence of wanting to vanquish him while feeling utterly powerless. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, a melodious and enchanting female voice suddenly resonated from the entrance. "Oh, I was wondering who might have graced us with their presence. It turns out to be the illustrious Yun Bajin." Chapter 27. A blade Li Wei and Jiang Han crouched low, peering through the crack of the door. They had been there for a little while, primarily because Jiang Han was too timid, fearful that after days of playing truant, his parents would catch him in a combined effort, insisting on scouting the situation first. As fate would have it, they chanced upon Yunzhang's infuriating demeanor after injuring someone. Li Wei felt a twinge of mischief, unable to resist jabbing her elbow into Jiang Han's side. "Hey, what's with this show?" Jiang Han held his breath, his voice low and grave. "His name is Yunzhang, Jiang Yao's paramour, so he counts as half a member of the Yun family." "Half?" Li Wei's curiosity was piqued, her head tilting upward. Jiang Han felt her soft hair brush against his neck, a ticklish sensation, the unique, clean scent of her enveloping him, causing his face to inexplicably flush. A jolt of realization struck him. Could it be that he harbored inappropriate feelings for Jiang Shui? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. He had always been sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Indeed, he felt affection for this sister. But affection was one thing. It was entirely different from romantic notions. Something was amiss. Indeed, it was overwhelmingly so. He hastily shook off those errant thoughts, placing a hand on Li Wei's restless head, gently pushing her away a tad, and in a hushed tone, he clarified. He was originally a distant, impoverished relative of the Yun family, having grown up in a remote valley. In his first year of high school, he trained diligently until he achieved remarkable prowess, which led to his discovery by the main branch of the Yun family. Subsequently, he changed his household registration, acknowledged a new father, and was then groomed for prominence. Thus, he can only be regarded as a half-member of the Yun family. At this juncture, Jiang Han's lips curled into a grin as he chuckled. The name Yunzhang was chosen by him himself. "Do you know what he was called before?" "What was it?" Li Wei inquired, brushing Jiang Han's hand away from her head. Her curiosity piqued. Jiang Han stifled his laughter, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. He was called Yun Bajin. It is said that he weighed exactly 8 pounds at birth. Uffed. Li Wei could no longer contain herself, nearly bursting into laughter, and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Is that true? How do you know? Jiang Han, feeling quite pleased with himself, let out a couple of triumphant hums. Suppressing his mirth, that guy is just a pretentious show-off. There are plenty of people who can't stand him, and someone eventually dug up his past. Li Wei blinked. So no one dares to deal with him? Jiang Han shrugged. The young lady of the Yun family is protecting him. If it weren't for Yun Shi shielding him, he would have been beaten to death several times over. Li Wei found the name Yun Shi somewhat familiar, and after a moment's thought, she recalled. Yun Shi, the eldest daughter of the Yun family, granddaughter of the second sword immortal on the Huaguo martial immortal ranking, Yun Sheng. It was as if a princess had stepped into reality. She remembered that when Jiang Shui spoke of interpersonal relationships, a photo of her had been prominently displayed among the enemies, adorned with 5 black hearts, evidently marking her as a formidable foe. Of course, whether the young lady of the Yun family knew Jiang Shui was another matter altogether. Meanwhile, in the hall, Yun Zheng was poking Jiang Zhirou's forehead, initiating his enthusiastic performance. Upon witnessing this, Li Wei's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Can I kill this Yun Bajin?" Jiang Han choked, thinking, is a member of the Yun family that easy to provoke? Just as he was about to dissuade her, he felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him unable to utter a single word. His eyes widened in terror, a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Li Wei, oblivious to her younger brother's harrowing experience, was about to press for a response when an unexpected sultry voice, tinged with languor, echoed in her mind. Oh, killing him may be excessive, just take off one of his arms. Who? Li Wei's hair stood on end, the previous sensation of being watched returning with a vengeance. She took 2 steps back, turning abruptly to scan her surroundings, but the entrance was utterly empty. No trace of a soul, not even a ghostly shadow. What are you looking for? The voice resounded in her mind once more, laced with mockery. It's me, Jiang Xinu. Li Wei stood frozen in shock, instinctively murmuring in disbelief, Grandma? Oh, my dear granddaughter. Jiang Xinu's tone remained somewhat irreverent, but then it shifted to one of urgent insistence. Enough with the chit-chat. Hurry in and cut off his arm. That Yun kid is being unbearably pretentious. It's driving me mad. If you don't hurry, the situation will spiral out of control. Understood. Li Wei felt a surge of delight. After all she wanted was to uncover the truth about this person. Now that a master is backing her, what is there to fear? She immediately took a bold step forward, ready to kick the door down. However, upon reconsideration, recognizing that this was still her home, her expression stiffened, and she awkwardly withdrew her foot. Clearing her throat, she pushed the door open while swiftly accessing the system panel in her mind. Combat technique. Initial string cold pull. Entry level 30-30. Mastery 0-100. Essence of the Abyss. 642612. Combat technique. Initial string cold pull. Mastery 100-100. Proficiency 3300. Essence of the Abyss. 612512. Combat technique. Initial string cold pull. Proficiency 300-300. Minor accomplishment 1000. Essence of the Abyss. 512212. In one breath. She advanced the first form of reflected Moon 9 swords, cold pull, to the minor accomplishment stage, as a torrent of insights surged into her mind. Akin to a flood breaking through a dam, the volume of information was far beyond the tenfold of what she experienced during her initial training. Strangely, Li Wei felt no burden. The profound knowledge seemed inherently hers, seamlessly integrating into her understanding. Could it be that I have become completely desensitized to pain? Or perhaps the transformation brought by my vitality exceeding 100. Yet, she had no time to ponder these thoughts. At that moment, she distinctly heard Yun Zheng's provocative declaration. Don't say I didn't give the Jiang family a chance. Today, I stand right here. Any of your Jiang family's aspiring warriors, one and all, if anyone can defeat me, I will offer you a satisfactory explanation. How about that? Suppressing the impulse to cover her face and scoff, Li Wei replied with a tone that was as calm as it was laced with clear sarcasm. Oh, I thought who was gracing us with their presence. Turns out it's the renowned Yun Bajin. In the midst of reveling in the spotlight, Yun Zheng suddenly froze and whirled around. Upon seeing Li Wei, his eyes were bloodshot, radiating a furious and violent aura. "You're seeking death." The words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, brimming with endless malice and murderous intent. With a crack, the floor tiles shattered as he lunged at Li Wei like an arrow released from its bow, his hands transforming into claws, fingertips shimmering with a foreboding black-red light. "Ah, be careful. Quickly get out of the way." As Yunzheng unleashed his true power, the Jiang family members in the hall erupted into chaos. Recognizing the familiar features of the girl at the doorway, some quick-thinking individuals deduced that the newcomer was Jiang Shui. After all, she was one of their own. Despite their trepidation, instinctively, some called out in surprise. However, the middle-aged man in a white robe, who had been silently following Yunzheng, suddenly narrowed his eyes at the sight of Li Wei. Not good. A powerful expert. Just as he moved to intercept the frenzied Yunzheng, he was horrified to discover his body was as if frozen in ice, utterly immobile. Jiang family master. The middle-aged man in the white robe felt an involuntary twitch in his eyelids, and his heart plummeted into despair. Casting aside any semblance of pride, he immediately called out for mercy. "Spare me." Before he could finish his plea, a figure clad in pale blue appeared like a specter at the spot where Yunzheng had just stood. The hem of her skirt swirled gracefully, descending softly and stirring a faint, refreshing fragrance. Li Wei gave her wrist a delicate flick, sending the droplets of blood from her sword flying. With a swift motion, she sheathed her blade with a crisp sound, and only then did she raise her gaze to the pallid-faced man in white. "What were you just saying?" He opened his mouth, glancing between the composed Li Wei and the gruesome sight of the severed arm a few meters away, then at the unconscious Yunzheng. His throat constricted, and ultimately, he chose silence. Damn it, she must be a consummate master. There was no mistaking it. The realization in his eyes confirmed that she was not someone he could provoke. Offending such an individual meant certain death unless he eliminated her right this moment. Would the Yun family risk offending a person of her caliber over a mere guest? The thought was absurd. Just consider the status of those who had reached such heights. It was clear, as he felt the invisible shackles of restraint dissipate, regaining control of his body, he swiftly bowed deeply to Li Wei. He then deftly picked up the severed arm and hoisted the unconscious Yunzheng under his arm, rushing out the door without a backward glance. His speed was akin to that of a rabbit fleeing from a hawk. This is not how the script unfolds. I've barely set the stage, and the supporting character has already been whisked away. I haven't even delivered my lines. Li Wei stared at the empty doorway, perplexed. Moreover, she pondered why. After severing a man's arm, she felt no turmoil within. Had she become desensitized, or was the world itself distorted? While she grappled with these thoughts, her mind was suddenly bombarded by the sharp, piercing sound of Jiang Xinyue's signature outburst. "Wait, have you truly mastered the art of silent swordplay? You've reached minor perfection? I didn't even have the chance to guide you. You're telling me you not only learned it, but have already reached a minor mastery. Did you study from that flimsy material Jiang Shui handed you? Since you met Jiang Shui, has it even been half a month? Do you know how long it took me to master this technique? Can we please adhere to some basic principles? Your swift progress makes me look foolish." A cacophony of high-pitched exclamations filled the air, causing Li Wei's head to buzz. Before she could collect her thoughts, a throng of people surged forward, chattering excitedly. "Is that you, Xiaoxue? How you've transformed over the years. In just 4 years, you've blossomed into a fairy. Xiaoxue, I'm your second aunt. I held you when you were a child. Do you remember me? And I'm your eldest uncle. You always loved to follow me to the park to explore bird nests. Xiaoxue, it's me, Lele, the one who always trailed behind you as a child. You look stunning, both beautiful and fierce. I adore you. Sister Shui, are you now at the minor perfection or the major perfection stage? As I observe that lad Yunzheng before you, he seems utterly fragile, as if made of paper, shattering at the slightest touch. That move you executed earlier was undoubtedly the cold pool-less immersion, wasn't he it?" The blade passed silently, confirming your mastery at the minor level. "Little Shui, you are truly remarkable." My dear niece, Li Wei, felt as though she were about to be submerged by the overwhelming enthusiasm surrounding her. Excuse me. Grandma wishes to see Jiang Shui. Please make way." Jiang Han exerted tremendous effort to extricate Li Wei from the fervent embrace of her relatives, seizing her wrist and sprinting away, as if a fierce beast were in pursuit. Once the two finally escaped the clamor of the hall, Li Wei felt as if the world around her had transformed into a dizzying spiral. The fervor of her relatives nearly melted her away. It was simply unbearable. As she ran, Her mind began to clear, and she suddenly recalled a peculiar sight she had glimpsed in the hall. She wondered why every female relative seemed to sport a lotus flower atop their forehead, each adorned in various hues, red, gold, and white, creating quite an exquisite display. However, it struck her as odd that her distant aunt's golden lotus appeared slightly askew. Was this a unique custom or identity marker of the Jiang family? Yet, Jiang Shui had never mentioned it. Li Wei raised her hand to touch her own smooth forehead, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the sea of lotus flowers. Meanwhile, in the Jiang family's hall, Jiang Yunshu inquired, "Where's Yao Yao?" Tang Zhou replied, "I don't know." Jiang Yunshu pressed, "Wasn't she just on the sofa?" Tang Zhou confirmed, "Yes." Jiang Yunshu urged, "What do you mean, yes? Go find her." Tang Zhou responded, "Oh, all right, all right." Chapter 28. As Li Wei and Jiang Han traversed a vibrant garden filled with misty purple wisteria, they arrived at the small courtyard. Jiang Han halted at the stone steps, gazing at Li Wei, his mouth opening and closing as if he were about to speak, yet hesitating. Curiosity stirred within Li Wei, and just as she was about to inquire, the youth abruptly declared, "You should go in yourself," and before the words had fully left his lips, he had darted away. What was that all about? Li Wei muttered to herself, disinclined to ponder it further. She ascended the steps, resting her hand on the verdigris door knocker, pausing momentarily as thoughts swirled in her mind. Jiang Xinyue had called her over, likely related to her rapid surge in strength. In truth, from a rational perspective, she ought to exercise caution. For instance, she could accumulate essence and wait for the opportune moment to enhance her abilities or regulate her growth rate to masquerade as a reasonably talented individual. In fact, she had recognized this issue the first time Liang Qiushi and Liang Yuchuan detected her abnormal vitality. Yet, for some reason, deep within her heart, she had no desire to conceal it. In fact, she relished the thrill of defying convention, indulging in the reckless abandon of her journey. Whether it was at the lakeside manor, where she swiftly resolved the chilling depths of her heart in a mere 5 minutes, or at the Fangqing Hotel, where she elevated her vitality to a remarkable 100 points within just 2 hours, it seemed that only through such endeavors could she truly feel exhilarated and genuinely alive. What could this be? A peculiar psychological defense mechanism? She gently shook her head, dismissing these tangled thoughts. At this juncture, overthinking was futile. It was merely a matter of confronting challenges as they arose. With a measured push, she opened the wooden door, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. The courtyard was adorned with simplicity and elegance, lacking the imposing mystery she had anticipated. The ground was laid with green bricks, framed by white walls, and flanked by miniature Zen gardens reminiscent of Japanese dry landscapes. In the center of the courtyard stood a pomegranate tree, resplendent and flourishing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Reclining on a lounge chair beneath the tree was a striking woman clad in a fiery red dress. Upon noticing Li Wei's entrance, she beamed with a radiant smile, gesturing towards the indigo cushion beside her, her voice melodious. "Please, have a seat." Li Wei, feeling no need for formality, gently closed the courtyard door behind her and walked a few steps to the tree, sitting cross-legged on the cushion. She then broke into a brilliant smile, her voice sweet and crisp as she greeted, "Hello, Grandma." Seeing Li Wei in such a relaxed demeanor, Jiang Xinyue initially intended to tease her. However, she was taken aback when Li Wei suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on the red lotus on her forehead, brimming with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Instinctively, she reached up to caress the 7-petaled lotus, smiling. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" "Indeed." Li Wei nodded vigorously, then inquired, "I've noticed that those aunts, uncles, and sisters outside also bear this mark. Is there a special significance to it? Why does Jiang Han not have one?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinyue's smile faded slightly. "What significance? They are merely a bunch of foolish pretenders." "Foolish pretenders?" Li Wei exclaimed, clearly unprepared for such an assessment. Jiang Xinyue scoffed. The women of the Jiang family adhere to the Taiyin Yulian Balu as their foundational technique. Once their cultivation breaks through to the refining spirit realm and they successfully unlock their consciousness, they can cultivate their own life lotus within their sea of consciousness. She gestured to the seemingly sentient 7-petaled red lotus on her forehead. "This is the external manifestation of the power of my life lotus. However, aside from me, there is not a single mid-tier practitioner in the Jiang family at present. So where would their lotuses come from?" As for Jiang Han, The Taiyin Yulian Baolu can only be practiced by women. This is common knowledge. Li Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the array of lotus flowers around her. What difference was there between adorning a Wuling Hongguang with a Rolls-Royce hood ornament? What was the point? Aesthetic appeal. It truly resonated with the saying that one's identity is self-given when out in the world. Li Wei expressed her bewilderment. Enough. Jiang Xinyue waved her hand dismissively, shooing away the topic as one would a bothersome fly. Let us not dwell on them. Subsequently, she sat up straighter, no longer leaning back. The reason I summoned you here is to inquire whether you remain willing to fulfill the marriage pact with the Gu family. Alternatively, do you still find satisfaction in the tasks assigned to you by Liang Qiushi? Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. Had they not reached an agreement? Was it possible to renege on such an arrangement? Moreover, why was it referred to as a sham marriage instead of a reflection of my extraordinary abilities? Her mind was flooded with questions. Jiang Xinyue, catching the bewilderment in Li Wei's eyes, gently rubbed the corners of her eyes and sighed. Your humble origins and lack of formal training at Wuda make it understandable that you do not recognize your own worth. Allow me to finish my explanation before you make a decision. Li Wei blinked her large eyes and nodded. Please go on. Jiang Xinyue narrowed her long, phoenix-like eyes and spoke slowly. Each year, approximately 2 million students participate in the martial arts entrance examination nationwide, yet only around 80 to 90,000 gain admission to Wuda. Among these, fewer than 5,000 achieve the requisite muscle and bone resonance necessary to qualify for the top 3 institutions. Furthermore, this year, only 15 students reached the minor completion above muscle and bone resonance, with Qingyan securing 6, Kunlun 5, and Jinhai 4. The admissions officers from these 3 schools have tirelessly campaigned for their enrollment, promising numerous advantages, even resorting to petty squabbling among themselves. At this juncture, she fixed her gaze upon Li Wei, her eyes brimming with intricate emotions. As for those who attain major completion, no talents have surfaced in the past decade who could achieve such a feat. Only 4 individuals have managed it. Beyond that, regarding the pinnacle of major completion, only one person, the sword immortal Yunsheng, has emerged from the abyss of the path for the past 200 years. And you, Li Wei, Jiang Xinyue continued, her gaze piercing, are merely 18 years old and yet stand as one of only 2 individuals in Huagua to possess the body of the path. Are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for a complete stranger, Li Wei? Instinctively, she glanced at her attribute panel, vitality, 100, non-upgradable. Then, she scrutinized the complex expression on Jiang Xinyue's face before quietly checking her panel once more. Soon, realization dawned upon her. Oh, so she assumed my vitality was only 99. Her perspective is rather limited, isn't it? My vitality is actually 991. However, this kind matriarch seems rather fond of me. Perhaps she wishes to preserve my potential? To be honest, Li Wei felt a fleeting temptation at Jiang Xinyue's suggestion to withdraw from the engagement. Having heard the entangled grievances between the Gu and Zhang families, and having witnessed the 6th-tier abyssal creature that morning, she increasingly believed that the prospect of idly lingering on the battlefield might not be as serene as she had initially imagined. Nonetheless, life is not merely a calculation of gains and losses. Meeting Jiang Xinyue's gaze, Li Wei smiled cheerfully, revealing a row of small white teeth. I have already given my word to Aunt Liang. I cannot be untrustworthy. Moreover, my brother's life depends on her assistance. Yet, Jiang Xinyue pressed on relentlessly, unwilling to relent. I can seek out Liang Qiushi and retrieve your brother. I will personally ensure his safety and well-being. I can officially recognize you as my god-granddaughter. From this moment onward, the entire Jiang family shall serve as your steadfast support. You may reclaim your original identity, whether it be Li or Jiang, entirely at your discretion. All that I have learned throughout my life, including the complete Taiyin Yulian Baolu and Ingyue Jujian, as well as the 4-season sword array left by my mother to suppress the Jiang family's fortunes, can be imparted to you without reservation. My dear granddaughter, Jiang Xinyue's voice bore an unprecedented allure. Do give it some thought, shall you? Li Wei felt her heart racing, nearly salivating at the prospect. How can one test a person in such a manner? She pressed her palm against her chest, taking several deep breaths to steady her emotions. Had it not been for my golden opportunity, I would surely be exclaiming how accurately you perceive people. Alas, she ultimately could not overcome the barriers within her own heart. She lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Xinyue's, biting her lip and speaking with a tinge of heartache. Grandmother, I am indeed tempted. However, there is an old adage, one must not forget the well digger when drinking water, do you not agree? In my most desperate times, it was Aunt Leong who extended a helping hand to me. Without her, my brother might have perished long ago. She swallowed hard. Thus, I must fulfill Aunt Liang's request. Should I return alive from the battlefield, I will come back to be your granddaughter. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xinyue's expression shifted through surprise, scrutiny, and regret, ultimately settling into profound admiration. She regarded Li Wei silently for a long while, until Li Wei began to feel somewhat uncomfortable, at which point Jiang Xinyue suddenly leaned forward, extending her delicate hand to gently pat Li Wei's slender shoulder, her voice laced with a hint of admiration. Good child. Li Wei was taken aback at first, but then a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Goodness, was this all an assessment of my character? Chapter 29, Test? Hesitation. What? Did you think I was testing you? Jiang Xinyue reclined back in her rocking chair, her gaze playful as she observed the thoughts plainly displayed on Li Wei's face. Finding it somewhat amusing, Li Wei blinked. Ah, is that not the case? Jiang Xinyue tilted her head back to gaze at the sky, peering through the gaps in the leaves at the bright red pomegranates, remaining silent for a long while. Li Wei followed her gaze, pondering whether the pomegranates could reveal the petals of a flower. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable seated, she extended her legs forward, shifting her posture, her delicate feet swaying in her sandals, their pale hue almost dizzying her. TSK, Jiang Xinyue suddenly remarked, a hint of disdain in her tone. Did you toss away the 7-day etiquette lessons? Li Wei jumped, quickly retracting her legs to sit up straight, needing to uphold her image as a refined young lady. You, Jiang Xinyue chuckled, shaking her head, her voice dropping to a husky whisper. In truth, I was not testing you. I spoke thus because I, too, am in a state of hesitation. Hesitation? Li Wei queried. Bewildered, Jiang Xinyue nodded, her thoughts seemingly drifting far away. I am contemplating whether to forsake small righteousness for the greater good. Small and great righteousness. Where is this leading us? Li Wei was increasingly confused, yet her thick skin prompted her to ask, Grandma, could you elaborate? Jiang Xinyue was amused by her naivety and playfully tapped her forehead, scolding her lightly before proceeding to explain. Originally, Xiaoqiu sought my assistance without hesitation, and I readily agreed. Do not think me heartless. In my view, exchanging a mere 53 vitality for that brat Gu Jinji is worthwhile. Li Wei stroked her chin, surprisingly nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is the national champion. Jiang Xinyue interjected. No, this girl seems a bit misguided. After a moment of struggle to maintain her composure, Jiang Xinyue collected herself and continued. However, that was my prior thought. I did not hesitate before meeting you, as Jinji is at the pinnacle of minor perfection. But after meeting you, I began to waver. Li Wei's face twitched slightly, as she experienced a strong sense of déjà vu, her mind replaying the lines, before tonight. I was untroubled, for my heart was solely with the realm. After tonight, I am perplexed. With a sister-in-law, what need have I for the realm? Jiang Xinyue, having spoken halfway, sensed Li Wei's odd expression and, with a stern countenance, asked, Are you teasing me? Li Wei jumped slightly, shaking her head vigorously. No, Grandma, you misunderstand. Jiang Xinyue flicked her fingers, unleashing an invisible force. Li Wei felt a sharp pain in her forehead, instantly sobering and refraining from further fanciful thoughts. Humph, Jiang Xinyue scoffed, exasperated at her laziness. Do you understand what an 18-year-old's path to mastery signifies? Li Wei, clutching her reddened forehead, grinned sheepishly and shook her head. Jiang Xinyue raised an eyebrow. Take Gu Jinji, for instance. During his freshman competition, he had a vitality of 89 and had just mastered the Gu family's sword techniques. Let us assume his strength at that time was 1. Meanwhile, your current strength is merely 3. Li Wei smirked, crossing her legs and folding her arms, disregarding the swelling on her forehead, striking a proud pose. Jiang Xinyue's lips twitched again, suppressing the urge to strike her, grit her teeth, and explained. The path to mastery allows one to actively enter a state of communion with the heavens. With this communion, both your combat prowess and cultivation speed will be amplified. In comparison, Gu Jinji, having broken through to minor perfection, possesses a strength of 10, whereas your breakthrough will yield a strength not of 30, but rather 50, or even higher. At this moment, your peers are still nurturing their vitality, with so-called prodigies like Yunba Jin not even reaching a strength of 1. Once you become a martial artist, Leveraging the enhancement from the communion with the heavens in your cultivation, your realm will soar exponentially. At the rate of that old Kut Yunsheng, you could ascend to the 4th tier in about 2 years. Beyond the 4th tier, your strength will easily surpass 1,000. But what of your contemporaries? They would be fortunate to achieve the level Gu Jinji was at during his freshman competition after finishing their vitality nurturing. Li Wei listened with delight, thinking, am I really this formidable? No, Grandma has underestimated me. I am even more impressive than she believes. I am, after all, a hidden gem at 991. Moreover, I possess a system. 2 years to reach the 4th tier is far too slow. I shall gather some essence and deliver a small shock to this world as its protagonist. Moreover, is the state of harmony with the heavens she mentioned akin to the enigmatic condition I experienced at the hotel? Just as she contemplated inquiring further about this celestial resonance, Jiang Xinyue deftly shifted the conversation back to the main topic, her tone growing somber. Thus, I must clarify. I was not testing your willingness to exchange Gu Jinji for a mere underachiever that I would not hesitate to do. However, to barter with a person of lesser stature for Gu Jinji may indeed border on transgression. Upon hearing this, Li Wei chuckled, but it seems to me, you've already made your decision, haven't you? A fleeting look of resignation crossed Jiang Xinyue's face, followed by a wry smile and a shake of her head. Even a master is still human, after all, and possesses their own desires. Who among us lacks a touch of selfishness? Li Wei, unfazed by the gravity of the moment, leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. By the way, Grandma, what exactly is your relationship with Aunt Liang that you are so inclined to assist her? Jiang Xinyue shot her a sidelong glance, her tone nonchalant. She is my father's former lover, my ex-boyfriend's mother. What? Li Wei's jaw nearly hit the floor. The revelation was utterly tantalizing. Jiang Xinyue added, when Liang Qiushi was studying in the capital, she resided with the Jiang family, and I considered her as my goddaughter. Li Wei silently raised her thumb in admiration, her expression one of profound respect. Goodness, supporting your ex-boyfriend's daughter. What a remarkable woman you are, Grandma. No wonder you are so invested in helping Aunt Liang. Given this connection, having shared this, Jiang Xinyue lifted her chin slightly. All right, prepare yourself. I shall assist you in breaking through to become a martial artist. Currently, the most they speculate is that you have achieved great perfection. If you were to wander outside while embodying a lesser physique, the consequences could be dire. Once you break through, your foundation will remain undetectable. Remember, do not flaunt your abilities. Not everyone is as accommodating as I am. She paused, her gaze laden with significance. Or perhaps, had it not been for my own need of you, I might have been quite intrigued by your little secret. Startled, the prospect of a breakthrough filled Li Wei with exhilaration. After all, she had reached the pinnacle of being a prospective martial artist. To continue her ascendance, she must become an official martial artist. However, Jiang Xinyue's subsequent words sent a shiver down her spine. Reflecting on her earlier speculations and mental preparations at the courtyard entrance, she initially believed she had successfully evaded detection. Yet, it turned out that Jiang Xinyue was well aware of the truth, merely choosing not to expose it. Li Wei chuckled nervously, hastily assuring, I certainly won't breathe a word to anyone. You can rest assured. Moreover, I shall protect your grandson's life. I will ensure that everything is executed beautifully for you and Aunt Liang. Jiang Xinyue regarded Li Wei's vibrant, beaming face, her clenched fists loosening and tightening repeatedly, as if she were grappling with an immense resolution. Finally, she stood up, her form gracefully gliding to stand behind Li Wei. Sit tight, prepare for the breakthrough. Li Wei suppressed her excitement, responding, yes. Chapter 30. The treasure of the lunar jade lotus. A wave of warmth enveloped Li Wei's head, a soothing sensation washing over her. Following this, it felt as though an opening had emerged on her forehead, a torrent of heat cascading downwards, cleansing every corner of her being. She could not help but tremble, her cheeks flushed, resembling someone immersed in a hot spring, on the verge of melting away from sheer comfort. Grandma, what are you doing? Li Wei's voice quivered, her tone tinged with an uncontrollable, delicate moan. What on earth? This commotion could ruin my reputation. It's a spiritual awakening. What else could it be? Jiang Xinyue's voice revealed no sign of turbulence. A warm current surged through her body in waves, and Li Wei gradually acclimated to the sensation. Suddenly recalling Jiang Han's mention of the toll of such an awakening, she could not help but express her concern. Grandma, weren't you injured? Is this awakening safe? The warm flow momentarily paused, then surged even more fiercely. Ah! Li Wei nearly bit her tongue, trembling uncontrollably, on the brink of collapsing. Yet an invisible force held her in place, forcing her to maintain a cross-legged position. Once the overwhelming comfort subsided, she heard Jiang Xinyue's teasing voice, "My dear granddaughter. Fret not, I am merely pretending." What? Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What else could it be? Jiang Xinyue's tone was languid. Those two from the Gu family. One is unconscious, the other barely hanging on. If I didn't return to stabilize the situation, would this marriage proceed smoothly? The Zhang family has a martial immortal. And you, a mere master, would be no match. Li Wei felt overwhelmed, stars dancing before her eyes. Oh no, how mortifying. Did that soft, helpless sound truly come from me? Goodness, how could I ever face anyone again? If only she could move, she would have burrowed into a hole and hidden away. As the wave of sensation faded, Li Wei gasped for air, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her cheeks, her neck and eyes flushed with an unusual hue. Appearing somewhat disheveled, Jiang Xinyue snorted, "What? Do you still dare to look down on me?" "No, I wouldn't," Li Wei replied cautiously. "Grandma, your love for your ex-boyfriend is genuine. Enough of that nonsense. We must focus." Jiang Xinyue's voice turned serious. "Prepare yourself. It is about to begin." "What? It hasn't started yet?" Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Xinyue scoffed. "What just happened was to help you cleanse your body, invigorate your blood, and restore your spiritual energy. Now silence. Focus your mind." Li Wei promptly gathered her thoughts, attuning to her body. Suddenly, she sensed her body boiling with energy. Her blood surged vibrantly, warm and chaotic, banishing the fatigue from the mystical state she had experienced earlier. Is my skill cooldown complete? While she pondered this, Jiang Xinyue's astonished voice echoed above her. "How is it that all your meridians are wide open?" Li Wei fell silent, daring not to respond. She overheard Jiang Xinyue muttering to herself, "The near-path physique has such advantages? I never heard that old coot Yinxing mention it. Has he been keeping secrets?" Li Wei continued to feign ignorance, believing that silence was golden, even feeling an urge to whistle to mask her discomfort. Forget it. No time to dwell on that. Let us proceed to the next step. Jiang Xinyue resolved, moving forward without further hesitation. As she guided the flow of vital energy within Li Wei's body with her own strength, she elaborated thoughtfully. The human body contains 360 acupoints, with 120 located in the skin, 120 in the tendons and bones, and 120 in the internal organs. By connecting these acupoints through specific pathways of energy, different methods of connection can create distinct circulatory patterns of vital energy, yielding varied effects. The so-called arcane arts are the result of ancient practitioners discovering nearly perfect methods of connection. What is even more crucial is their ability to harmonize with the unique essence of the techniques themselves, unleashing powers far exceeding those of ordinary practices. In this age of advanced technology, supercomputers can simulate nearly flawless routes for energy circulation. Yet, in the end, lifeless machines lack the spirit and nuance inherent to these arts. For instance, our Zhang family's Taiyin Yulian Treasure Codex and the Gu family's Great Sun Visualization Method are not results of mere calculations. Jiang Xinyue spoke with a light-hearted tone, hinting at pride akin to a child showcasing a prized toy. Our Zhang family's Taiyin Yulian Treasure Codex stands among the foremost legacies in the entirety of Huagua. When others break through to the first tier of martial arts, they typically begin by connecting the 120 acupoints in the skin, establishing a small external circulation. Upon reaching the second and third tiers, they then construct additional small circulations for the tendons and bones and the internal organs, allowing the three streams of energy to flow independently. It is only at the moment of breaking through to the fourth tier that these three separate circulations are forcefully merged, unleashing a surge of energy to break open the lower dantian. However, the Taiyin Yulian Treasure Codex is different. It encompasses the entirety from the outset, connecting all 360 acupoints to form a complete and unified large circulation, with the lower dantian positioned as the central node of the entire network. Thus, the acupoints serve as the soil, the pathways as the roots, and the central node resembles a lotus buried deep within the mud. Once sufficient accumulation occurs, the lotus will break free from the mire, establishing the lower dantian. Advancing to the fifth and sixth tiers then becomes a natural progression, akin to roots and stems growing, lotus leaves unfurling, and buds condensing, culminating in the blooming of the lotus upon the waves. Li Wei listened with rapt attention, unable to restrain her curiosity. So, what is the cost, Grandmother Gu? Jiang Xinyue paused momentarily, her voice tinged with frustration. The cost? The cost is that before the 6th tier can manifest the destined lotus flower, this flawed technique offers no enhancements whatsoever, and is even inferior to the commonplace methods available on the market. Li Wei inquired. Techniques can have enhancements? Jiang Xinyue huffed in exasperation. Of course. Take the Gu family's Great Sun visualization method for instance. At the 1st tier, the energy naturally possesses a burning effect, making a punch feel like roasting meat. By the 4th tier, one can even condense the illusion of the Great Sun within the lower dantian. At this point, her frustration boiled over. It infuriates me. That old rascal Gu Litong. He always insisted on sparring with me during our martial arts days. Should I just use my head to fight him? Or smash him with a lotus root? Do you know what I went through back then? It drives me mad. Li Wei's eyes twitched, her thoughts racing. What an intriguing tale. Who is Gu Litong? Is he also from the Gu family? It seems he belongs to the same generation as my dear grandmother. Could he be Aunt Liang's father-in-law? That injured grandmaster? She pondered further. Moreover, if the power below the 6th tier is lacking, it's not an issue. We can swiftly elevate to the 6th tier, after all. We have an advantage. As she indulged in her musings, her complexion suddenly turned pale, the rosy hue of her skin vanishing in an instant, and beads of sweat cascaded down her face. It hurts. Every part of her body felt as if countless red-hot needles were piercing through, causing her to nearly lose consciousness. In her dazed state, Jiang Xinyue's voice echoed distantly. Endure. We're beginning to take root. Jiang Xinyue firmly restrained Li Wei's trembling body while cautiously guiding her vital energy with her own essence, meticulously opening up the delicate meridians. Threads of energy surged forth. As 360 roots were forcibly awakened, they intertwined and connected with one another, swiftly and precisely forming a complex yet uniquely beautiful network of blood vessels. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, the moment the central node was established, Jiang Xinyue stood frozen in shock. Just as the connections were completed, the vital energy within Li Wei surged forth as if it had found an outlet, rushing towards the node with fervor. This phenomenon was inconceivable. How could this be? She has just become a warrior. How could her vital energy possess such momentum to impact the lower dantian? Panic surged within her, fearing a mishap with Li Wei, prompting her to intensify the flow of her essence in an attempt to suppress the restless energy. Yet, as her consciousness delved deeper, the full scope of the node gradually crystallized in her perception. The lower dantian was half opened. Jiang Xinyue let out a sharp gasp. Her heart raced, instinctively retracting her essence, leaving only a thread of consciousness to cautiously observe, fearful of disturbing anything. In the next moment, she beheld an astonishing sight. A section of ethereal lotus root, as white and tender as jade, emerged from Li Wei's half-opened lower dantian. The 360 slender roots eagerly absorbed the boiling vital energy within Li Wei. With the ample nourishment, the lotus root grew at a visible pace, the segments rising, the leaves unfurling, and the delicate stems reaching upward as if imbued with life. In mere moments, within the similarly half-open middle dantian, a tender green lotus leaf emerged, fragile yet exuding an indescribable sense of comfort. Jiang Xinyue's scalp tingled, and a daring hypothesis, so audacious it was hard to believe, surged within her. Could this girl be aiming to? She held her breath, scarcely daring to exhale. As expected, the root that had reached the middle dantian showed no signs of halting, continuing its ascent, piercing straight through Li Wei's brow like a sharp sword. With a soft pop, a delicate bud broke through the chaos within Li Wei's half-opened upper dantian, peeking into existence. The azure flower petals loosened, transforming into specks of shimmering light that melded into the void. In an instant, the pitch-black expanse was illuminated by a glimmering radiance. As a translucent and flawless white lotus unfurled slowly amidst the chaos, swaying gracefully. Almost simultaneously, an indescribably crisp and ethereal fragrance wafted from Li Wei, instantly permeating the entire courtyard. The flora within the courtyard surged with fervent growth, the buds on the pomegranate tree bursting into bloom, teeming with vitality. Jiang Xinyue inhaled this scent, her body stiffening, her face etched with shock and disbelief. A first-tier consciousness, cultivating the jade lotus? How could this be possible? After 2 to 3 minutes, the rampant growth of the surrounding plants gradually subsided. The once tranquil and elegant courtyard was now a scene of disarray, with the tiles upheaved and the walls cracked. Amidst the knee-high blossoms, Li Wei slowly opened her apricot-colored eyes, the excruciating pain long since faded, her body restored to freedom. She rose gracefully, attempting to throw a punch and kick her legs. The strength coursing through her movements was entirely transformed. She felt that if her former self was capable of breaking through walls, she could now easily dismantle a small villa. Moreover, a mysterious and gentle power had intertwined with her own vitality, inseparable from her essence. Eagerly, she gazed at the interface. Name: Li Wei. Realm: first-tier martial artist. Skin membrane realm. Vitality: effect: purification 500,500. 1 essence supplement 100 vitality. Combat technique: initial string, cold pool, minor accomplishment 01000. Mind method: Tane Jade Lotus Treasure Tome. 1 petal lotus 5000100000. Slightly. Abyss essence 212. The additional effect behind the vitality. Could this be the enhancement grandmother spoke of? Furthermore, the vitality cap cannot be allocated anymore. Essence can only be used to replenish consumption. Could it be that elevating the realm requires enhancing the techniques? Additionally, why does the Tane Jade Lotus Treasure Tome, 1 petal lotus, start with 5,000 experience? How peculiar. She felt compelled to experiment. Thus, she invested a bit of essence into Tane Jade Lotus Treasure Tome. Mind method: Tane Jade Lotus Treasure Tome 500110000. Abyss essence 212211. Vitality effect: purification 5005001. Fixating on the decimal change in her vitality cap, Li Wei's spirit surged. Indeed. Moreover, wasn't it said that this technique does not confer enhancements before the 6th tier? Then, what is the source of the vitality effect? She could not resist another introspective glance, her gaze settling on the solitary, blossoming petal of the illusory white lotus at the center of her consciousness sea. Her lips twitched involuntarily as she instinctively raised her hand to touch her forehead. No need to touch, just look. Jiang Xinyue offered her phone. Li Wei accepted it, unlocked it, opened the camera, and switched to the front-facing lens. Immediately, the screen vividly reflected that, unbeknownst to her, a white lotus petal radiating a holy and ethereal glow had appeared on her forehead, lifelike and seemingly conjured by the heavens. Curiously, she gently rubbed her fingers together, feeling a smooth and delicate texture that was indistinguishable from the surrounding skin. However, if one were to focus intently, a faint sense of kinship, akin to a shared bloodline, could be discerned. With her mind, she could even manipulate it, causing it to sway slightly. Li Wei's shoulders slumped, her demeanor deflated. Am I really expected to go out with this thing on my head? How utterly ridiculous. What's the matter? Jiang Xinyue snatched back her phone, her voice somewhat hoarse. You've gained an immense advantage, demolished my garden, and yet you feel wronged? Noticing the disarray around her, Li Wei scratched her head sheepishly and chuckled awkwardly. It's just that I've got an extra petal on my forehead. I'm not quite accustomed to it yet. Then take your time to adjust, Jiang Xinyue replied, giving a gentle kick to the wooden chair that had begun to sprout tender shoots. After a moment of silence, she settled cross-legged among the blooming flowers, her red dress blossoming amidst the vibrant hues like a blooming lycoris, enchanting and beautiful. Seeing this, Li Wei mirrored her position opposite Jiang Xinyue, cautiously inquiring, Grandma, what exactly is happening? Wasn't it said that one must reach the 6th rank to awaken their innate lotus? Jiang Xinyue took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to lash out, and responded tersely, all 3 of your dantians are in a semi-open state. In my extensive years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Strictly speaking, you already possess some attributes of a 6th rank warrior. It's merely a matter of insufficient power accumulation. Wait, so you're saying I just need to keep leveling up to take off? Power accumulation? That's no challenge for me. Li Wei internally screamed with excitement, her smile growing increasingly audacious. Jiang Xinyue regarded Li Wei with a complex gaze. The Jiang family's legacy was brought forth by my mother from a chasm of despair in her youth, containing many ancient texts chronicling our lineage's exploits. Your situation is still hard to believe. Not even tracing back to the source of our inheritance has such an occurrence ever been recorded. Doesn't that just prove how well you teach? Li Wei remarked playfully. Cease your banter and listen, Jiang Xinyue retorted. Okay, Li Wei replied. Jiang Xinyue gazed up at the fiery orange pomegranate blossoms, a wistful expression on her face. Originally, I had planned to teach you only the corporeal section of the Taiyin Yulian Baolu, but it seems this technique has naturally evolved to perfection within you. Since it is destined to be, let me share with you the essence of this innate lotus. Li Wei, despite her internal skepticism regarding Jiang Xinyue's intentions, remained attentive. Jiang Xinyue continued, according to the ancient texts, the innate lotus comes in 4 colors, each possessing unique and wondrous capabilities. The red lotus signifies slaughter and karma. The golden lotus embodies protection and fortune. The black lotus represents devouring and destruction, while the white lotus symbolizes purification and creation. My mother, Jiang Wantong, my aunt Jiang Wanyun, and I have all awakened the red lotus upon reaching the 6th rank. As for your Bai Lian, Jiang Xinyue paused, gazing at Li Wei with a complex expression. It is an exceptionally rare form of innate lotus. Its purifying power holds an unparalleled restraining effect on abyssal creatures, while its creative force is shrouded in mystery. My mother speculates that once one achieves mastery based on the Bai Lian, they may possess the ability to conjure creations from thin air. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly. Primarily, the symbolism of this white lotus is rather ominous. Jiang Xinyue disregarded her nonsensical remarks and shifted the topic. Ahem, it would be best to withdraw from the Gu family marriage. Just as Li Wei was about to object, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and she collapsed, losing all consciousness. Chapter 32. Zheng Yi's dubious idea on the night of the 24th. In the imperial capital, amidst the luxurious private room on the top floor of the unnamed club, the air was suffused with a subtle, expensive fragrance, isolating them from the city's clamor outside. Gu Jinji, dressed in understated casual attire, sat across from a young man in a floral shirt adorned with ear studs. Where are the goods? The young man in the floral shirt leaned forward, his hands rubbing together with excitement, his eyes brimming with impatience. Gu Jinji suppressed the weariness evident in his demeanor and retrieved a hard-shell folder from the nearby sofa, tossing it casually across the table. Careful now. The young man caught the folder with both hands, opening it gingerly to extract a somewhat crumpled sheet of A4 paper. Gazing at the printed form filled with numerous signatures, he trembled with exhilaration. Ah, my goddess! Clutching the A4 paper as if it were a beloved maiden, he exclaimed. Gu Jinji raised a hand to his brow, his thumb and middle finger pressing against his temples, utterly exasperated. Ahem. After lingering over the paper for a while, the young man finally cleared his throat, stowing the folder away, and with a serious demeanor, clasped his hands in gratitude. Brother, your kindness is beyond words. Gu Jinji pressed his lips tightly together, his expression cold. Zheng Yi, be normal. The young man, Zheng Yi, grinned mischievously. Don't be so serious. If you act like this, how will you not frighten your future wife after marriage? He then shifted his position, scooting around the coffee table to sit beside Gu Jinji, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Your wife is stunning. I tell you, if I weren't already enamored with Goddess Shun, I would surely compete with you fairly. With a theatrical display of longing, he lamented. Ah, what does that poem say? Once you've crossed the vast seas, nothing else can compare, apart from Mount Wu. There are no clouds, my Goddess Shun. Gu Jinji's jawline tightened, brows furrowing as he shoved Zheng Yi's arm off his shoulder and distanced himself, frowning. Enough of your nonsense. I need to ask you something. TCH. Zheng Yi returned to his side, feigning injury. I thought you genuinely invited me for drinks. Gu Jinji ignored his complaints and got straight to the point. You claim to be the romantic sage of Qingyun, so tell me. Is there a way to make a woman utterly despise you? Zheng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Despise? Are you out of your mind? Why would one want a woman to hate them? You've already acknowledged me as the romantic sage of Qingyun. Do you not realize that I only inspire love in women? Gu Jin's arrow pierced the heart as he remarked. Doesn't Shin Yaoqi despise you? Zheng Yi clutched his chest, struggling for breath. Brother, the atmosphere is suffocating. The tension in the private room lingered for a while, but ultimately, Zheng Yi succumbed under Gu Jin's calm, yet imposing gaze. He weakly inquired, what act are you putting on now? Is Yunqi bothering you again? Not Yunqi. Gu Jin shook his head. It's Jiang Shui. What? Sister-in-law? Zheng Yi was taken aback. Aren't you two about to marry? What's this act you're putting on, brother Da? Gu Jin remained silent, his fingers curling slightly as he unconsciously tapped the coffee table. You are aware of my situation. Her feelings are something I cannot reciprocate. Besides, If I fail to return, stop, stop, stop. Zheng Yi exaggeratedly interrupted. In these 2 years, you faced countless trials and tribulations. What haven to you seeing? Now that you are on the brink of marriage, why speak such disheartening words? Upon hearing the mention of marriage, Gu Jin's brow furrowed, as if suppressing something within. This time is different. Bang! Zheng Yi slammed his palm on the coffee table, creating a spiderweb of cracks on the heavy marble surface. What is different? Isn't it just the Zhang family trying to harm you? So what if they are martial immortals? My family has martial immortals too. My great-grandfather ranked 13th on the martial immortal list, far superior to that old scoundrel Zhang Lui. How about this, brother Da? I'll accompany you to the western frontier. Humph. Let us see if the Zhang family has the audacity to take us both down. Click. Hiss. Gu Jin shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he opened a bottle of beer and gulped down a mouthful. He gazed at the young man opposite him and said, "Thank you for your good intentions, but the matters between the Gu and Zhang families are not for outsiders to meddle in. If you wish to avoid your family patriarch breaking your legs, refrain from foolish actions." Zheng Yi's fervor deflated, replaced by a peculiar irritation. He too opened a can of beer and downed it in one go, ignoring the droplets spilling from the corner of his mouth. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, "Brother Da, stop thinking of sacrificing your life to make the Zhang family relent. My great-grandfather said, the Zhang family members are wolves, devoid of humanity. You are about to marry. And your fiancée is such a wonderful girl. You will no longer be alone. Please do not give up on yourself. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of your sister-in-law." Gu Jin tightened his grip on the can, his fingers turning white, a shadow crossing his handsome features. "You worry too much. I would never gamble with my life. The Zhang family must also consider whether they possess the means to eliminate me. And you?" Zheng Yi scrutinized Gu Jin's eyes, uncertain of the truth in his words. Among their childhood companions, Gu Jin was the most mature, often concealing his emotions. It was exceedingly difficult to see through him. Gu Jin shook the slightly deformed can, raised it, and drank it down in one go, stating, "Don't overthink it. I simply do not have feelings for Jiang Shui." He paused before continuing, "To me, emotions are a burden." Zheng Yi opened his mouth, hesitating for a while before finally giving a thumbs up. "You're impressive. I hope when you meet my sister-in-law, you can maintain that same bravado." Gu Jinji regained his composure, his voice cold and stern. "If you cannot provide an answer, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." "Wait." Zheng Yi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender that would only provoke a woman's disdain. "Hee, I have my ways. Speak." Gu Jinji gestured. "Please commence your performance." Zheng Yi suggested. "You could disguise yourself as an abusive husband?" Gu Jinji replied. "No, let us try something else. That's too disgraceful." Zheng Yi continued. "How about being unhygienic and disorderly?" Gu Jinji remarked. "Jiang Shui has already become quite infatuated. This method would take too long to yield results." Zheng Yi scratched his head. "What if you leaked intimate details about yourself with other women, making her think you were cheating?" Gu Jinji frowned. Given Jiang Shui's temperament, that would not end well. Zheng Yi clenched his fist, neglecting cleanliness and childcare. "Lounging on the sofa all day while scrolling through your phone?" Gu Jinji's lips twitched. "Cleaning is handled by hired help. The child has yet to be born. And I am too busy training to be on my phone." Zheng Yi racked his brain. "I've got it. I recently read a rather distasteful female-oriented novel." Gu Jinji urged. "Get to the point." Zheng Yi elaborated. "There's a repugnant man in there who made me wish I could leap into the book and eliminate him. He's the extreme control freak type, with a dark room and a gold chain, suffocating women with fear, prompting them to distance themselves." Gu Jinji listened intently, occasionally twitching his face. Finally, Zheng Yi summarized, "There's one condition. You must be able to overpower him. The novel's setting is a world without martial arts." He used himself as an example. In reality, one must consider both parties' strengths. "For instance, if I were to approach Shin Yaoqi with this." He suddenly felt a chill at the thought and fell silent. The room descended into silence, with only their slightly tense breaths remaining. After a long pause, Gu Jinji finally spoke, his voice carrying a barely detectable huskiness. "Shall we try it your way?" Chapter 33. Yunqi's resolution on the morning of the 25th, deep within Yanshan. At the Yun family's Lilong Pond, Yunqi extended her delicate hand by the white jade platform at the pond's edge, plucking a few grains of shimmering fish food from the nearby jade urn and casually scattering them into the sword pond. With a splash, The surface of the water rippled as three slender, iridescent scaled sword carps swiftly converged, jostling and fiercely biting at one another. Yunshi gazed intently at the water's surface, a rare glimmer of anticipation flickering across her exquisite features. The sword carps in this pond were nurtured by her grandfather, Yun Shang, through the essence of sword intent. Each one was extraordinary in its own right. If she could earn the recognition of one of them, her chances of success at the upcoming National Martial Arts Exchange competition, where she would serve as the new captain of the Qingyun team, would undoubtedly increase. As the holiday approached its end, she spent nearly a month in this place, neglecting even the team training. Observing the escalating conflict in the water, she gently grazed her fingernail across her index finger. A drop of crimson blood silently fell, landing precisely at the center of the three battling sword carps. However, as the blood dispersed, the three sword carps, as if encountering a nemesis, abruptly ceased their struggle. With a flick of their tails, they transformed into three streaks of light and vanished into the depths, leaving no trace behind. Yunshi furrowed her brow slightly, exhaling softly. Her whispered words tinged with disappointment. It still does not work. At that moment, a gentle middle-aged voice reached her ears. Xiaoxi, do not lose heart. Your grandfather also attained the third tier before he subdued the Yunyu. You are merely at the first tier now. There is no need to rush. Take your time. Grandmother. You need not comfort me. Yunshi realized it was her grandmother communicating through a secret transmission, and a bitter smile crossed her lips. Her grandfather once subdued the dragon's sword. Yet here she was, unable to even communicate with an ordinary fish sword. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the transmission, as if her grandmother too felt the inadequacy of her words of solace. This granddaughter of hers, possessing many admirable qualities, was burdened by an excessive competitive spirit, particularly in comparison to her exceptionally gifted grandfather, Sword Immortal Yun Shang, the only one to have ever possessed the near-legendary physique since the abyss descended. Was the youngest martial immortal in Huagua, firmly seated as the second in the nation and among the top 3 globally. Despite the emergence of many prodigies in the 50 years since Yun Shang's rise to fame, none have truly surpassed him in talent and achievement. Why must she compare herself to her grandfather? Moreover, Yunshi's innate talent, while commendable, does not rank among the very best of her generation in the Yun family, or even the younger populace of the entire imperial capital. Not to mention her grandfather's extraordinarily gifted disciple, Shen Yaoqi, or that little wolf cub from the Zhang family, Zhang Pengqing, whose martial aptitude would undoubtedly overshadow hers. Such ambitions only serve to burden the young girl. Approximately a mile away from the Carp Dragon Pool, atop the mountain peak Sword Pavilion, old Madame Yun gazed into the distance, watching the ever-changing mists swirling in the mountains, her eyes filled with affection coupled with a hint of helplessness. All right, enough overthinking. That little girl has been kneeling for over an hour. Let us attend to this matter, she conveyed once more through the transmission. By the edge of the Carp Dragon Pool, Yunshi gently nodded, withdrawing her gaze from the water. She turned around, her obsidian-like eyes landing calmly on Jiang Yao, who was kneeling before her. Jiang Yao seemed to sense this gaze, her frail form trembling imperceptibly, her head bowing even lower. Jiang Yao. Yunshi's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion. Do you understand your mistake? Jiang Yao's body quivered violently, her gaze concealed beneath her bangs flashing with resentment, soon overshadowed by deeper fear. Her voice trembled, a plaintive plea escaping her lips. I understand. Feigning ignorance, Yunshi inquired. Oh, and where did you err? Jiang Yao bit her lip fiercely, her nails nearly embedding into her palm, inwardly cursing Yunshi and Jiang Shui 1,000 times over. Wretched girl. Wretched girl. They are all wretched. Jiang Shui is wretched. Yunshi is also wretched. Slap. A crisp slap echoed sharply by the empty poolside, reverberating with an unsettling clarity. Yunshi struck swiftly and forcefully, without the slightest forewarning. Jiang Yao spun like a top from the impact, collapsing to the ground with a thud, her left cheek rapidly swelling and turning crimson, while a split at the corner of her mouth oozed glaring crimson. She clutched her stinging face, staring at Yunshi in disbelief. Her eyes filled with terror and confusion. I disapprove of the look you just gave me, Yunshi remarked, shaking her hand as if to brush away some unclean thing. Her voice icy. Acknowledge your place, Jiang Yao. The slap rendered Jiang Yao dazed yet enlightened. Terrified, she hastily knelt again, biting back the searing pain on her face. Pressing her hands to the ground, her head bowed, no longer daring to reveal a hint of resentment. Answer me, Yunqi said coolly. What was the mistake? Jiang Yao's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly as she endeavored to make her voice sound weak and pitiful, all the while suppressing the surging hatred within her. I shouldn't have used Brother Zhang. Humph, Yunqi scoffed lightly. Now that you understand, do not repeat your errors. Very well, you may return now. Take good care of Xiaozheng. Jiang Yao exhaled in relief. As if granted a reprieve, her thoughts once again ignited. She raised her head, blinking her tear-filled eyes timidly. Sister, I didn't mean to. Yunqi appeared to have heard a jest, her lips curving into a slight smile, yet her tone abruptly turned frigid, mercilessly interrupting Jiang Yao's words. What? Having used Yunzheng, do you now wish to exploit me as well? And no. Jiang Yao quaked in fear, instantly prostrating herself on the ground, her forehead pressed against the cool, white marble surface. Yunqi regarded the humbled figure with an indifferent gaze, her emotions revealing no fluctuation. Go. Yes, yes, Jiang Yao stammered, forcing herself to rise from the ground, mumbling in submission as she lowered her head. Retreating several steps with her back to Yunqi before she finally dared to turn around, almost stumbling as she fled from the Lilong pool. Once Jiang Yao's figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path, a middle-aged woman in a simple yet elegant long dress, exuding an air of noble grace, silently appeared beside Yunqi. Grandmother, Yunqi exclaimed, startled, then playfully linked her arm with the visitoress. You always do this, startling me every time. The old lady smiled affectionately as she stroked her granddaughter's silky hair, yet her gaze remained sharp as she looked in the direction Jiang Yao had disappeared. That young girl bore significant malice towards you. Why is she still around? Yunqi sighed slightly, revealing a hint of exasperation. Who can help it if Xiaozheng is fond of her? That child is completely enchanted by her. If I act against her now, it would only drive Xiaozheng away from me. I can deal with her later when he tires of her. The old lady chuckled, a teasing glimmer in her eyes. Surely that's not all? Have you not yet given up on that young man from the Gu family? Keeping his sister-in-law close by, what are your intentions? Yunqi's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, though she quickly regained her composure. It's merely a strategic move. Perhaps it will prove useful at some point. You indeed. The old lady remarked, lightly tapping her granddaughter's dainty nose, her tone imbued with both exasperation and indulgence. The grandmother and granddaughter nestled together for a brief moment. When Yunqi suddenly spoke, Grandma, I comprehend Liang Qiushi's character, and I am well aware of the fervent love Jiang Shui harbors for Gu Jinji. I initially believed that Liang Qiushi would exploit Jiang Shui, compelling her to sacrifice herself for Gu Jinji. Her delicate brows knitted in confusion, yet Mr. Fei, Yunjing's protector, interjected, stating that Jiang Shui had achieved the pinnacle of blood cultivation. Yunqi turned her gaze toward the matriarch, asking, Do you think Master Jiang would consent to allow a prodigy at the peak level to serve as a scapegoat for Gu Jinji? Or is it possible that Jiang Shui's relationship with him is, indeed, a genuine union? The matriarch refrained from directly addressing her granddaughter's inquiry, instead responding with a pointed question. A flicker of cold light flashed in Yunqi's eyes. If Jiang Shui were merely a pawn for Liang Qiushi, she would do nothing but enjoy the spectacle. However, if she were not, she paused, a cruel smile curving her lips. Then I shall ensure she becomes one. The matriarch encouraged her, saying, Pursue what you desire. If the sky should fall, your grandfather and I will bear the weight. Chapter 34, Zhang Yinxing. The plan must change. On the afternoon of the 25th, at the Zhang family villa, our associates collected fingerprints from Jiang Shui's personal belongings, which matched the data in the database. Uncle Lin, whose hair had turned gray, held a rare paper document from this era and reported in a steady voice. However, acquiring her biological samples proved to be a challenge. After returning to the country, she first visited the Zheng family's arena, and yesterday she moved directly into Jiang Xinyue's small courtyard. Thus, it was of little concern. Zhang Yinxing held two photographs. The left displayed a selfie of Jiang Shui taken years ago, while the right captured Li Wei at the airport. After a thorough comparison, he casually tossed the photos onto the table. Initially, he suspected that Liang Qiushi and Jiang Xinyue had orchestrated a switch, appearing somewhat enlightened. For if she had truly reached the pinnacle of blood cultivation, a transformation in appearance and demeanor would indeed be plausible. On the sofa diagonally opposite, Zhang Pengqing, who had been idly toying with his fingers, snatched the photograph, glanced at Jiang Shui's image, and flicked it away with his fingers. His gaze was firmly fixed on the captivating figure in the blue dress on the right, a smile of keen interest playing at the corners of his mouth. Zhang Yinxing ignored him and turned to Uncle Lin, inquiring, "Is the information reliable?" Uncle Lin affirmed, "What the Yun family has disclosed should be accurate. Moreover, the fact that she could sever Yunjing's arm with a single strike serves as evidence." Zhang Yinxing pressed further, "What if she has already become an official martial artist?" "Our insider within the Jiang family is a third-tier martial artist," Uncle Lin explained. "She may not discern whether Jiang Shui has reached the pinnacle, but she would undoubtedly recognize if Jiang Shui were a martial artist in action. Jiang Xinyue has concealed her level of mastery exceptionally well." Zhang Yinxing nodded, his gaze returning to the photograph, as if connecting all the dots. Could it truly be a genuine union? That seemed unlikely, as it did not align with Liang Qiushi's typical methods. He suddenly asked, "Uncle Lin, which school is Jiang Shui attending in England?" Uncle Lin perused the documents and replied, "Silver Radiance Holy Mark Knight Academy, Dragon Lance Division." "In the Dragon Lance Academy," Zhang Yinxing pondered, "is the dean named Wallace?" "Alan Wallace," Uncle Lin added. "Exactly." A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhang Yinxing's eyes. No wonder his dragon skeleton forge breathing technique excels at refining the bones and strengthening the physique. "I recall that Jiang Xinyue's mother once saved Wallace during an international joint operation." "Indeed, that is true," Uncle Lin affirmed, with a decisive clap of his palm. Zhang Yinxing exclaimed, "Everything aligns perfectly." "Humph. The so-called poisoning incident involving the Jiang family was likely a self-directed play to justify sending Jiang Shui to Wallace for training. Jiang Xinyue has calculated deeply. She has long been wary of our Zhang family. Fearing that we might discover Gu Jinji's fiancé, he possesses exceptional talent and preemptively sought to eliminate her." "It wasn't he us," Zhang Pengqing interjected unexpectedly. "It was you." Zhang Yinxing's face twitched with irritation as he shot a glare at his son, choosing not to engage in an argument. He rose and paced around the room, muttering to himself, "It seems my previous deductions were misguided. No matter how much Jiang Xinyue values Liang Qiushi, she would not risk the entire future of the Jiang family for her whims. Why is Gu Litong so insistent that Gu Jinji marry Jiang Shui? He must have long known of Jiang Shui's talent. Although Gu Jinji's foundation is merely at the peak of small perfection, he once possessed the potential to reach great perfection. Their offspring would represent the long-anticipated union of the sun and moon between the Gu and Jiang families." Zhang Yinxing's expression turned icy as he contemplated how beautifully they envisioned their plans. Just then, Zhang Pengqing called out, "Dad." Holding a photo of Li Wei, he licked his lips, his gaze filled with a predatory desire. "Don't kill her. Leave her for me to play with." Zhang Yinxing halted, unexpectedly refraining from immediate anger, instead scrutinizing his son for a moment before coldly stating, "You have reminded me that Jiang Shui indeed must not be killed." "Huh?" Zhang Pengqing was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, huh?" Zhang Yinxing scolded, exasperated. "And put away those vile thoughts. This woman is not the same as the one you previously toyed with." "Why not?" Zhang Pengqing retorted. "Doesn't Hu Yuqiong's family have a master? The Hu family serves as our Zhang family's watchdog. They reside in the west frontier, and she herself possesses no talent, being merely a collateral branch. It is not comparable." "Fool," Zhang Yinxing snapped. "The Jiang family is firmly established in the capital, with intricate connections. Do you think Jiang Xinyue would grant us any leniency?" Zhang Pengqing stubbornly replied, "Regardless, I have set my sights on her, and I intend to have her. Try that, and see if you live to regret it." Zhang Yinxing's eyes turned frigid. As Zhang Pengqing prepared to argue further, Uncle Lin interjected gently, "Young master, the elder of the Hu family was once the protector of the former patriarch. The Hu family is considered a vassal of our Zhang family. Even if you were to act against a collateral miss, it might be overlooked. But the Jiang family is different. If you truly harm Jiang Shui, Master Jiang may very well come after you directly." Zhang Pengqing shrank his neck, his bravado somewhat diminished. Yet he stubbornly refused to concede. "I've heard that Jiang Xinyue is utterly cold-blooded, indifferent to the fate of her family. Just look at that lad from the Yun family, constantly tormenting Jiang Laosan. Does she care? Nonsense." Zhang Yinxing could no longer contain himself. His masterly aura surged forth, stifling Zhang Pengqing's breath. "She disregards Jiang Laosan because he is merely a worthless pill, propped up by resources. But Jiang Shui is a consummate master. A consummate master. You yourself are also a consummate master. Have you not considered what your grandfather would do if someone dared to harm you? Huh? Have you lost your mind?" You are aware of Jiang Xinyue's cold-bloodedness. Do you think she would care about the lives of others in the Jiang family? A master without attachments is set to eliminate you. Do you believe you can survive this? Our Jiang family would be embroiled in turmoil as well. Zhang Yinsheng pointed a finger at his son. Can your grandfather protect you every single day? After being bellowed at by his father, Zhang Pingcheng regained his senses. Realizing that he had merely been putting on a brave front, he promptly wilted, too intimidated to speak further. Zhang Yinsheng reigned in his imposing presence, inhaling deeply, and turned his gaze back to his son, his expression now solemn. The plan has changed. Jiang Shui cannot be killed. Zhang Pingcheng inquired softly, so, should I return to Shijiang? Return? What purpose would that serve? Zhang Yinsheng smirked coldly. You still need to attend the wedding. Gather your friends, assemble a table. At that time, I will provide support. You incite chaos. The louder the commotion, the better. It would be splendid to smash up the Gu family's venue and trample that Gu lad's face into the ground. Zhang Pingcheng's eyes brightened. Smash the venue? Now that is something I relish. He instantly felt invigorated, yet a hint of confusion lingered. What was the use of ruining the wedding? They were still legally married. Zhang Yinsheng chuckled knowingly. Leave that to me. Just do as I say and refrain from overthinking. Given Jiang Shui's temperament, TSK, excitedly rubbing his fists together. Zhang Pingcheng declared, Don't worry, Dad. I promise to make Gu Jinji lose all face at the wedding. Chapter 35. Dispute Godmother. We had clearly agreed on this. A familiar, incredulous female voice echoed in her ears. Li Wei stirred, realizing it was Aunt Liang. Did I just faint? The thought barely formed when the haze dissipated. Her mind suddenly sharp. What impressive physical condition I have. She attempted to rise, only to find herself seemingly cemented in place, her entire body rigid and immobile. Her throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her incapable of uttering a sound. What on earth is happening? She felt bewildered. Outside, Jiang Xinyue's voice rang out. Xiao Qiu, you are losing composure. Yet Liang Qiushi's voice rose sharply, piercingly. Losing composure? How could I not lose composure? Li Wei is my person. What authority do you have to detain her? It was as if she had thrown caution to the wind, her speech quickening. For this matter, my sister forcibly suppressed her realm to come to the capital to assist me. My father endured immense pressure to withdraw from the front lines to provide me cover. My cousin has even tarnished his reputation by declaring that his nephew is his son, thus creating turmoil within the household. And you? How can you simply retract your words? Goodness, is the grandmother serious? Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, desperately attempting to struggle. Yet her body remained as still as a finely crafted figurine. This is disastrous. My reputation as an honest and reliable young man is about to be ruined. Oh dear grandmother, you have truly brought me to distress. Jiang Xinyue's voice remained unhurried, imbued with a languid tone, yet each word was articulated with clarity. Xiao Qiu, do you know that Li Wei possesses a rare body type? Regardless of the type, I sought her out. At this point, Liang Qiushi's voice abruptly halted, followed by an incredulous and hasty retort. What did you say? Jiang Xinyue enunciated each word deliberately, as though striking Liang Qiushi's heart. Li Wei is a rare body. Outside the room, silence enveloped them like a shroud. Li Wei could faintly hear the hurried rhythm of her heart, exacerbated by her inability to move. After what felt like an eternity, Liang Qiushi finally spoke, her voice dry and disoriented. How is that possible? Jiang Xinyue disregarded her disarray, continuing to unveil her bombshell. Not only is she a rare body, but she also possesses 3 partially open dantians. Having just broken through to the first tier, she has already attained her innate lotus, a most rare white lotus as recorded in the heritage texts. She paused, her tone grave. Xiao Qiu, tell me, is it appropriate to send such a martial immortal seed to her demise? Liang Qiushi appeared overwhelmed by the barrage of revelations, sinking into silence once more. After several breaths, her voice broke the stillness, laden with a hint of struggle. But she is not your biological granddaughter. Jiang Xinyue's voice remained devoid of emotion. Jiang Yinshu was adopted by me from the second branch, and Jiang Shui is not my biological granddaughter either. Li Wei, what? Liang Qiushi's voice was parched, but there is still a blood relation. Jiang Xinyue chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe I am one to be bound by blood ties? Xiao Qiu, as long as Li Wei is a citizen of Hua and possesses the potential to become a martial immortal of our nation, That is sufficient. What nonsense is blood relation? It holds no significance. Liang Qiushi grew anxious. Goddess Mother. Even if she were to take Jin Ji's place in the western frontier, she may not necessarily perish. The Zhang family is targeting Jin Ji, not Jiang Shui. With you present, they would certainly exercise some caution. Jiang Xingyue replied coolly. Do you believe that yourself? Liang Qiushi fell silent once again. This silence stretched on longer, to the point where Li Wei felt her rigid posture might lead to muscle cramps. Finally, Jiang Xinyue's tone softened slightly. How about this? I will consult your father and old Zun. Together, we shall exert pressure on the Zhang family to ensure Jin Ji's safety in the western frontier. However, Liang Qiushi let out a short, sorrowful laugh, returning Jiang Xinyue's words verbatim. Do you trust the Zhang family's assurances? They seek to eliminate a person, and there exists a plethora of methods to orchestrate an accident. When the time comes, they will feign profound sorrow and offer sincere apologies. In the aftermath, what can you truly do to them? Would you genuinely wage war against the Zhang family for Jin Ji? Jiang Xinyue remarked. The Zhang family seems to have lost their senses, relentlessly fixating on Jin Ji. Someone discreetly informed me that this is a direct order from that old coot, Zhang Li. Liang Qiushi's voice gradually regained its composure, yet Li Wei, or rather Jiang Shui, was in a different predicament. She was not on the Zhang family's death list. Furthermore, given her displayed talent, once she garners fame, the Zhang family would be deterred from making a move against her. Her speech quickened, imbued with an earnest desperation. Godmother. If Li Wei were merely an ordinary person, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. If the Zhang family were to eliminate her, it would cause barely a ripple. They are well aware you would not risk confronting the Zhang family for an ordinary granddaughter. However, the situation is vastly different for a person of Jiang family lineage endowed with the lotus of fate. The Zhang family, if they possess any sense, should realize that if Jiang Shui were to meet an untimely and mysterious end on their territory, you would surely go mad. You would seek vengeance at any cost. Even the martial arts alliance would hold them accountable. They would not dare take such a risk. Jiang Xinyu pondered, weighing the pros and cons, before inquiring. Since you are confident that the Zhang family, for unknown reasons, is intent on eliminating Jin Ji, have you considered that if Li Wei were to thwart their plans, the Zhang family, in a fit of rage, might direct their ire towards her? The pressure you mentioned can indeed be applied here, Liang Qiushi interjected. She is not a primary target for the Zhang family. Eliminating her would be meaningless and would only bring them trouble. Jiang Xinyue's stance softened slightly. Are you suggesting that she deliberately showcase her talents? Indeed, that is the only way that strikes a balance, Liang Qiushi pressed on. Oh, just yesterday I admonished her to remain low-key and conceal her abilities. Jiang Xinyue's voice carried an indescribable melancholy. This matter had escalated. Liang Qiushi's thoughts became increasingly lucid. What cannot be concealed, the Zhang family has undoubtedly already discovered. Moreover, Zhang Yansheng would certainly speculate that your previous decision to send Jiang Shui abroad was rooted in your foresight of her extraordinary talent, aimed at safeguarding and secretly nurturing her. Yes, it must be so. Jiang Shui's mentor is Alan Wallace. Your original intention was for him to care for Jiang Shui. Yet his techniques are most adept at laying foundations, which inadvertently misled the situation. At this point, the Zhang family would surely no longer doubt Li Wei's identity. After all, even if Liang Qiushi possessed immense capabilities, it would be utterly illogical to find a person of Jiang lineage to serve as a scapegoat for Jin Ji. I surmise that their scheming focus may very well be on preventing Jin Ji and Jiang Shui from producing offspring. Therefore, we might as well turn the tables on them. What on earth is happening? I feel as though I have become more astute. Li Wei listened, dumbfounded. Jiang Xinyue pondered for a moment before pressing further. On what grounds do you believe the Zhang family would not act out of desperation and directly send someone to assassinate Jin Ji? If this is truly the case, what significance do all your actions hold? Liang Qiushi's voice was remarkably assured. That individual who once assured my father-in-law that the Zhang family would never resort to underhanded tactics. That individual? Who could that be? Li Wei's curiosity was piqued. Aunt Liang's tone is as if she possesses a get-out-of-jail-free card. That individual has taken the initiative? Jiang Xinyue's tone conveyed evident astonishment, clearly aware of who that person was. Liang Qiushi replied with a gentle hum, offering no further elaboration. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xinyue pressed on. If that individual is willing to intervene, why not see it through to the end, avoiding such complications? Liang Qiushi's voice carried a note of helplessness. The specific reasons elude me. My father-in-law merely stated that this individual remarked, "The great way is 50, the heavens yield 49. And one must always leave a line." Heh, Jiang Xinhua lowered her voice, as if speaking to herself or fearing eavesdroppers. That truly reflects that individual's consistent style. Godmother, what if we do it this way? Liang Qiushi's voice dropped, tinged with both trepidation and entreaty. I know you have been searching for the whereabouts of Grandma Jiang Xinhua's mother. I could ask my father to make a trip to the abyss on your behalf. The ensuing conversation was conducted in hushed tones. Li Wei strained to listen, managing to catch fragments of words like trapped, fissures, remnants, and exchange. Time passed, and suddenly, with a soft creak, the door swung open. Jiang Xinhua and Liang Qiushi entered, one after the other, with Liang Qiushi's eyes noticeably reddened and her demeanor somewhat tense. Enough. My dear granddaughter, rise. Jiang Xinhua glanced at Li Wei, her tone still languid, yet she waved her hand dismissively. Li Wei felt an immediate release, the invisible shackles evaporating. Bursting with energy, she sprang from the bed, her vigorous movement nearly causing her to topple over. Noticing Liang Qiushi's reddened eyes, Li Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment and scratched the back of her head, offering a somewhat foolish grin. Jiang Xinhua observed her carefree demeanor, raised a hand to massage her throbbing temples, and sighed. I have discussed this matter with Xiao Qiu. It is of great importance, and ultimately, it depends on your own wishes. I refuse to wait. Before Jiang Xinhua could finish her statement, Li Wei decisively interrupted, even extending her hand in a classic gesture. Her expression resolute. Liang Qiushi's previously tense demeanor visibly relaxed, her gaze towards Li Wei filled with gratitude and warmth, as if a colossal burden had finally been lifted. Jiang Xinhua sighed in resignation, looking at Li Wei. Have you truly considered this? This is not a trivial matter. Li Wei nodded vigorously, retracting her hand and giving a thumbs up, asserting with certainty, what I say goes. That is the essence of Li Wei's resolve, the embodiment of my martial spirit. Chapter 36. A new journey begins. Li Wei sat in the opulent back seat of a luxury business car, rolling down the window and surveying the crowd gathered to bid farewell outside. Surrounded by a throng, the unfamiliar parents stood at the forefront, eager to draw closer, yet hesitating. Their smiles strained and forced. Li Wei could even sense a subtle undertone of ingratiation in their expressions. In contrast, the exuberant members of the Jiang family, akin to blooming lotus flowers, gazed fervently at the small white lotus mark on her forehead, making her feel akin to a husky lost among a pack of wolves. With her significantly enhanced memory, Li Wei endeavored to recognize each face, waving goodbye with a smile that was nearly frozen in place. During this time, she instinctively scanned the crowd, yet Jiang Han's figure eluded her. Odd, he had been fine just moments ago. Why had he not shown up to bid farewell? This fellow had rendered her considerable assistance, and she had yet to express her gratitude properly. Oh well, there will be another occasion to meet, she mused. At last, the vehicle commenced its journey. The windows rose, severing her from the external sights and sounds. Li Wei exhaled deeply, sinking into the plush seat, glancing at Liang Qiushi beside her, and casually remarked, Aunt Liang, I'm so grateful you came. Otherwise, I would have been utterly tormented by them. Liang Qiushi's lips curled into a knowing smile, clearly resonating with her sentiment. She picked up the remote control at hand and gently pressed a button, causing the soundproof partition between the driver's seat and the rear to rise silently. Curiously, Li Wei reached out to tap the seemingly luxurious partition. Is this soundproof? She inquired. In her lifetime, she had never traveled in such a lavish car with a divider. It is equipped with an electromagnetic soundproofing system, providing complete insulation, Liang Qiushi explained. Oh, I see. I almost slipped into speaking in that peculiar Japanese-inflected Chinese. Li Wei felt her cheeks warm. There were no anti-Japanese dramas here, and she needed to amend that habit. Liang Qiushi seemed unfazed, chuckling softly. To be honest, I did not expect you to honor our agreement. It's only right. Li Wei replied, feeling no sense of nobility. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit, as her objectives aligned seamlessly with Liang Qiushi's plans. Observing her calm and gentle visage, Liang Qiushi's gaze softened, and she instinctively reached out to brush a stray lock of hair from Li Wei's cheek. Li Wei's body tensed reflexively, instinctively wanting to lean back, yet her movement halted. The warm touch of Liang Qiushi's fingertips brought an unfamiliar warmth that inexplicably stung her eyes. The small figure by the orphanage window, watching the happy scenes of families, seemed to resurface in her mind. Had he ever imagined what life would be like with parents? The memories of her original self held answers, yet each recollection was accompanied by an indescribable pain. At that moment, Liang Qiushi's gentle gesture caused the blurred faces of two mothers from her memories to gradually overlap. One was the mother of her original self. The other was an ordinary, slightly plump woman outside the orphanage. A warm tear unexpectedly slipped from the corner of her eye. Startled, Li Wei quickly regained her composure. Somewhat flustered as she raised her hand to wipe it away, hoping to conceal this sudden lapse of decorum. However, Liang Qiushi's fingers gently brushed across her cheek. An action so tender it was almost surreal. "I apologize, Aunt Liang," Li Wei attempted to explain. In the next moment, to Li Wei's astonishment, Liang Qiushi enveloped her in an embrace, his warm chin resting atop her head, his voice tinged with an imperceptible quiver. "Li Wei, I'm sorry." Li Wei found her face unexpectedly buried in Liang Qiushi's soft chest, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks as if they could fry an egg. Any notions of maternal tenderness or nostalgic melancholy were swiftly shattered by the sudden suffocating sensation and awkwardness. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, overwhelmed. After a brief flurry of confusion, they finally separated, each returning to their seats in an awkward silence. Clearing his throat, Liang Qiushi regained his usual composure. "The Gu family has eyes in the Zhang family. Remember, do not expose any vulnerabilities." Li Wei promptly straightened up, nodding earnestly. "Understood. Do not suppress your abilities. Perform as necessary," Liang Qiushi added, still somewhat concerned, reiterating his caution. Li Wei nodded again. "Got it." Looking at her, Liang Qiushi's tone softened. "If you have any questions or needs, you may tell me now." Li Wei immediately perked up, asking, "When can I meet Li Cheng?" After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qiushi replied, "Mid-August. I need to make arrangements to ensure discretion." "All right." Li Wei nodded in understanding. Liang Qiushi was meticulous in his actions. Rash engagements could indeed invite complications. Having a specific time frame is sufficient, she thought. Li Wei then inquired, "I've learned etiquette in the UK, albeit somewhat haphazardly. What do you think?" "No matter," Liang Qiushi waved his hand dismissively. "Just familiarize yourself with the basics and avoid making fundamental mistakes. We hail from a martial arts lineage, not a society bound by tedious formalities. There are fewer rules." Li Wei sighed in relief and asked, "Now that I am a first-tier martial artist, may I venture into the rifts to slay monsters?" Liang Qiushi nodded. "You may go. It's advisable to familiarize yourself in advance. However, stay on the periphery and do not delve too deep. With your current strength, as long as you exercise caution, the safety concerns are minimal." As he spoke, Liang Qiushi felt a sense of disorientation. Just over 10 days ago, when he first met Li Wei, she was merely a budding martial artist on the brink of potential. Now, after such a short time, she had remarkably advanced to a formal martial artist. Given her innate talent, had she not been concealing her identity for his sake, she would likely have already gained significant renown in Huagua. Liang Qiushi's gaze became unfocused, his heart seemingly constricted. Li Wei, unaware of Liang Qiushi's intricate emotions, brightened at the prospect of monster hunting, feeling reassured. The arena-style battles were far too slow, often taking 1 or 2 hours per match, and sometimes requiring waiting for arrangements. Nothing compared to the efficiency of personally entering the rifts. With the critical issues resolved, Li Wei contemplated her forthcoming role, but couldn't resist asking. A hint of shyness in her voice. "Aunt Liang, do I need to fulfill any marital obligations with your son?" Liang Qiushi was amused by her straightforward question. "Rest assured, there is no need." Li Wei sighed in relief. Yet a flicker of unease lingered as her fingers instinctively tapped together. She softly probed, "But what if, hypothetically, your son were to make advances towards me?" Liang Qiushi smiled knowingly. She understood her son's character well, and, without any psychological burden, jested, "You are quite capable yourself. If he dares to overstep, just teach him a lesson." Li Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? I can take action? That sounds wonderful." Liang Qiushi nodded affirmatively, indeed. Recalling Liang Qiushi's conversation with Jiang Xinyue, Li Wei curiously inquired, "Who is that person?" Liang Qiushi's expression turned serious. "That person is that person. No further questions." Chapter 37. An unharmonious first encounter. The two engaged in a meandering conversation for over an hour, primarily centered around Gujinji. Through their dialogue, the image of this enigmatic figure gradually took shape in Li Wei's mind. Reserved yet exceptionally gifted, burdened with familial responsibilities, and so forth. In Liang Qiushi's words, her son seemed utterly flawless. Around 3 in the afternoon, the vehicle slowed gracefully as it passed through an imposing gate equipped with a guard booth. Li Wei, who had been lost in thought, immediately straightened up and turned to Liang Qiushi. She nodded, indicating their arrival. The car wheels rolled over the sun-baked speed bumps, causing a slight jolt as they entered a long, straight tree-lined avenue. Majestic ginkgo trees lined both sides, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight, while vibrant flower beds burst forth in a riot of colors. Compared to the elegance of the Jiang family's garden, this landscape exuded a grand and stately air, imbued with a sense of historical depth. As the vehicle reached the end of the avenue, gliding past a fountain adorned with silver patterns and maneuvering around the 3-story main building, it eventually came to a stop before a quaint 2-story house nestled amidst lush greenery. This is Jinji's residence. You will be staying here. Liang Qiushi gestured towards the small building. Li Wei casually nodded, feeling no embarrassment. After all, it was merely a performance. Where they stayed was of little consequence. Her right hand inadvertently brushed against the belt loop, while her left hand lifted the luxury handbag bestowed upon her by Jiang Shui. The car door opened automatically, and the afternoon sun streamed in, illuminating the hundreds of tiny diamonds embedded on the bag's edge, casting a dazzling light that nearly blinded Li Wei. So gaudy, she internally scoffed, shaking off the oddly textured double-spiral handle, and followed Liang Qiushi out of the car. She was still clad in the light blue dress and crystal-strapped sandals she had worn upon her return, having had no time to change her undergarments. Fortunately, she had washed them at the hotel the previous day, so she didn't appear overly disheveled. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed her, causing the blue and white ribbons adorning her waist to sway in harmony with her skirt, revealing her smooth calves. Instinctively, she pressed her hand against the hem of her skirt on the outer thigh, stepping aside to avoid the automatically closing car door. Just then, an uncomfortable gaze fell upon her. Downstairs, Li Wei instantly discerned the source. Following her instincts, she glanced back. On the terrace of the 2nd floor, a tall and strikingly handsome man leaned against the railing, gazing down at her. Clad in a deep blue short-sleeve training outfit, the cuffs and hems neatly tailored, the fabric subtly revealed the contours of well-defined muscles, adding an edge of intensity and strength to his otherwise noble demeanor. Recalling the photographs she had previously seen, there was no doubt this was Gujinji. He was undeniably handsome, to the point that Li Wei felt a twinge of envy. If only she had such looks in her past life. Could she still be single at 28? Yet what was with that gaze? It held scrutiny, a barely perceptible astonishment. But more overwhelmingly, it exuded an unsettling, clammy sensation. Li Wei's perceptiveness was remarkably acute, and she felt as though his gaze were cold, slippery tendrils attempting to creep, coil, and cling to her body, sending a shiver of physiological discomfort through her. What the hell, a creep? In an instant, Li Wei's temper flared, her reflexes outpacing rational thought. Clang. The mechanism of her waist clasp clicked softly, and her soft sword was unsheathed with a resounding echo. The pale blue light shimmered like a fleeting glimpse of a phoenix, and in the next moment, Li Wei's figure appeared like a specter on the 2nd floor terrace. What are you staring at? The cold blade rested firmly against the man's shoulder, Li Wei's delicate face etched with fury, her almond eyes wide open as she demanded an explanation. The man, poised to reach for the long knife leaning nearby, froze mid-motion, as if struck by a spell, his gaze lingering with a blend of lingering scrutiny and bewilderment. The atmosphere, both upstairs and downstairs, became instantly charged. Liang Qiushi had just unfurled an exquisite lace parasol, while the driver bent down to retrieve luggage from the trunk. Nearby, the gardener's shears snipped empty air with a crisp sound, and with a sudden clatter, Liang Qiushi's parasol slipped from her grasp, landing on the ground with a sharp noise, jolting her back to reality. A Shui, quickly lower your sword. He is your brother Jinji. In the small living room, all the servants had been sent away, leaving only a tense Liang Qiushi, a frigid Gujinji, and a bewildered Li Wei. After holding her breath for what felt like an eternity, it was Liang Qiushi who finally broke the silence. Ahem. She cleared her throat, forcing a smile. Jinji, a Shui just wanted to show off a bit in front of you. Look at her skills, quite impressive. She's just playing around. Don't take it to heart. As she spoke, her confidence waned, her voice diminishing, and the smile on her face grew increasingly strained. Confronted with her son's cold visage, reminiscent of an ancient Greek marble sculpture, she surrendered, turning to Li Wei with encouraging eyes. Shui, you haven't seen Jinji in so many years. Why don't you say something? Li Wei understood it was her moment to step forward. Though her heart felt somewhat awkward, she resolved to uphold the persona she had constructed, no matter what. She reminisced about the television dramas she had once watched, striving to conjure a bashful expression as she subtly shifted her position towards Gu Jinji. In response, Gu Jinji, maintaining his composure, shifted slightly as well. Li Wei, undeterred, edged closer once more. Gu Jinji continued to shift. Li Wei moved again. Gu Jinji shifted again, until he found himself cornered at the end of the long sofa, with no retreat left. Oh, so you wish to challenge me? Li Wei smirked, boldly extending her arm to wrap around Gu Jinji's shoulder, projecting an air of camaraderie. Liang Qiushi felt the urge to cover her face, but restrained herself. Gu Jinji attempted to shake off this woman's grasp, but was momentarily frozen by a sudden whiff of a delicate, ethereal fragrance emanating from her. Meanwhile, Li Wei pondered what to say to salvage Aunt Liang's precarious plan for service. Damn it, I'm at a loss for words. Man, have you successfully captured my attention? No, too much. Little thing, do not think you can escape my grasp. Ugh. Why didn't I watch more romantic dramas back in the day? The more she struggled to find words, the more anxious she became. Her mind flooded with memories of past shows, sifting through them one by one. This anxiety caused her to think impulsively, leading to a rather nonsensical thought. You can wait for Shuejia at home. Shuejia would be pleased. However, the way you look at Shuejia indicates she does not like it. Liang Qiushi. She finally, albeit discreetly, covered her face, sensing a rise in her blood pressure. Gu Jinji. He snapped back to reality from the enchanting scent of the young woman, expressionless as he pushed Li Wei's grasp away and relocated to the single sofa. Ahem. Liang Qiushi had finally cleared her throat today, attempting to change the subject. Jinji, you are unaware that Grandma Jiang noticed Shui's exceptional talent 4 years ago, which is why she quietly sent her abroad for careful training, even keeping it from me. As she spoke, she displayed an appropriately poignant expression. Shui has indeed proven herself. After 4 years, she has achieved perfect blood nurturing, and just yesterday made a breakthrough to become a formal martial artist. When she used to visit our home, she was about this tall. Liang Qiushi raised her hand to indicate a height just above the armrest of the sofa, astonished at how quickly she had blossomed into a young lady of such promise. Not long ago, after confirming that Li Wei agreed to continue with the engagement, Jiang Xinyue and Liang Qiushi had aligned their narratives. Jiang Xinyue was certain that the protector from the Yun family could at most discern that Li Wei had the foundation of perfect blood nurturing, to avoid complications arising from the exposure of her unique physique. They had agreed to present Li Wei solely as having broken through to the first tier of martial artists based on her foundation of perfect blood nurturing. After all, a prodigy at the level of perfect cultivation was already sufficient to make the Zhang family wary, and there was no need to provoke them further. As for the faint white lotus mark on Li Wei's forehead, outsiders were oblivious to the mysteries of the Taiyin Yulian Bao Lu, and with the assistance of numerous lotus spirits within the Jiang family to help conceal it, it was unlikely to draw excessive attention. Listening to his mother's words and recalling the exquisite flash of the sword just moments ago, Gu Jinji found himself momentarily lost in thought. Perfected? A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly giving way to understanding. No wonder it was so formidable, although he still felt that the sword's sharpness was somewhat beyond imagination. The explanation of perfection seemed to make sense for the time being. He turned his gaze back to Li Wei, his eyes clear and resolute. No longer exhibiting the previously sticky demeanor, it appeared that his plan had utterly failed. Miss Jiang, shall we head to the training ground for a spar? Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes brightened with eagerness. That sounds great, Mr. Gu. I was just thinking the same. He calls me Miss Jiang, and I call him Mr. Gu. Is that acceptable? Addressing him as Brother Jinji is simply beyond my capacity. However, recalling that infuriating look from earlier, she felt a twinge of doubt and couldn't help but issue a warning. Hey, if you look at me like that again, humph. With that, she raised her small fist, believing herself to be quite imposing, though she appeared rather endearing instead. Gu Jinji felt a bit awkward and responded softly, I apologize. Meanwhile, Liang Qiushi sat alone in the living room, struggling to regain her composure for quite some time. She had envisioned numerous scenarios regarding the development of events following their initial meeting, but she never anticipated that they seemed to have become acquainted through a duel instead. Was this the generational gap? Chapter 38, Swift Sword. Fiery Blade. The Gu family's training ground was situated in the underground of the back garden, spanning half the size of a football field. As Li Wei followed Gu Jinji, they drew the attention of several garden maintenance staff, particularly due to Li Wei's stunning beauty, which left many utterly spellbound. Upon reaching their destination, Gu Jinji's younger siblings, having caught wind of the news, hurried over. The adorable Gu Jinji, only 14 and sporting a bun hairstyle, clung to Li Wei's arm. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. Your skin is so smooth. What skincare products do you use? Are you really going to spar with my brother? That is outrageous. How could he lay a hand on you? Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. If he dares to hurt you, I'll tell Grandpa. He will surely come to your aid. On the other side, Gu Jinxuan, 16 years old, approached with a dazed expression, clearly captivated by Li Wei's beauty. Sister Jiang, he said with a grin, why not consider not marrying my brother? Wait for me 4 years and marry me instead, okay? Bang. That hurts. Why did you hit me, Genie? Ouch. You hit me again? Do you think I want to retaliate? Just don't hit my face. Observing the younger boy running around with his sister in pursuit, hands clutching his head, Li Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding the lively siblings utterly delightful. She gently nudged the upright, seemingly meditative Gu Jinji with her elbow, her tone tinged with admiration. Your brother and sister are so full of energy, it must be quite lively at home. Gu Jinji glanced at the two engaged in their playful antics, his brows furrowing slightly, lips pressed into a straight line as he replied in a low voice, noisy. Who are you calling noisy? Li Wei raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at him. Gu Jinji, catching the motion in his peripheral vision, quickly assessed the distance between them and the speed at which she might strike. He swallowed, maintaining his composure as he clarified, I meant the two of them. Satisfied with a hum, Li Wei withdrew her hand and gestured towards the center of the training field, inquiring, shall we begin? Gu Jinji nodded, asking, shall we use training weapons or our own? Li Wei touched her belt, recalling the astonishing sharpness of her cicada-wing soft sword, and expressed her concern about controlling her strength, suggesting, training weapons, please. After a moment of silence, as if weighing his options, Gu Jinji ultimately acquiesced. He approached the edge of the arena and pressed a discreet protrusion on the wall. A concealed weapon rack slowly slid open, revealing an array of simple, iron-gray blades. What is the length of your sword? Gu Jinji inquired. Without hesitation, Li Wei replied, 70 centimeters. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinji retrieved a similarly sized gray long sword from the rack, flicking his wrist to send the sword soaring towards Li Wei with a whoosh. She easily caught it, feeling its weight settle in her hand. As her fingertips glided along the blade, she noted its icy coolness. Its heft and metallic texture were indistinguishable from a real sword, though its rounded, unsharpened edge possessed a unique matte finish. Curiosity about the material piqued within her. At that moment, Gu Jinji stood 10 meters away, wielding a matching gray Ming-style waist knife. The blade of the training weapon is made of a special material, he stated, his voice still cool. It may appear metallic, but it is not. When it strikes the skin, if the force exceeds the basic defensive strength of a first-tier martial artist, the edge will instantly soften. His gaze then fell upon Li Wei, who remained in her light blue dress. He asked, Miss Jiang, do you require a change in a practice attire? Li Wei shook her head dismissively, asserting, no need, I'm wearing safety shorts. To emphasize her point, she kicked off her cumbersome crystal sandals, revealing her fair feet, while casually lifting the hem of her dress. Gu Jinji's expression froze, a rush of warmth surged to his head, and his cheeks flushed crimson. Gu Jinji's sister, Gu Jini, reacted swiftly, exclaiming as she covered the eyes of her curious brother, Gu Jinwen. However, before Gu Jinji could avert his gaze, he glimpsed that beneath Li Wei's dress were a pair of cream-colored athletic shorts, the hem reaching just above her knees. Rather than safety shorts, they resembled stylish women's capris. The expressions on the faces of the Gu siblings conveyed a myriad of unspoken thoughts as they regarded Li Wei's unabashed demeanor, both pondering, is this future wife, sister-in-law, of theirs operating on a different wavelength? Clearing his throat, Gu Jinji forcibly suppressed his unusual thoughts. Inhaling deeply as the flush on his face gradually faded, restoring his impassive demeanor. With his right hand holding the knife angled toward the ground and his left hand raised palm up, he deadpanned, "Miss Jiang, please." Li Wei released her skirt and deftly untied the blue and white ribbon at her waist, skillfully gathering her flowing hair into a ponytail. The strands danced in the air, revealing her smooth, full forehead and exquisite features. With a flourish, she brandished her sword and playfully arched her brows at Gu Jinji, saying, "Be careful, Mr. Gu." Noticing this, Gu Jinwen and Gu Jini quickly retreated to the sidelines, their faces a blend of concern and excitement as they whispered to one another. Gu Jini asked, "Do you think sister-in-law can win?" Gu Jinwen replied, "Looks alone cannot determine strength. But sister-in-law appears quite confident." Gu Jini countered, "That's merely the audacity of youth." Gu Jinwen remarked, "Then why compete if the gap is so vast?" Gu Jini inquired, "We come from a martial arts family. Shouldn't we establish our family status through competition before marriage?" Gu Jinwen asserted. Before she could finish, Li Wei sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, her light blue figure approached Gu Jinji like a specter. The worn training sword in her hand sliced through the air with a barely audible whistle, striking at an odd angle towards his neck. Gu Jinji's pupils constricted. This time he was prepared, yet Li Wei's speed still exceeded his expectations. Reacting instinctively, he focused his gaze, exerting power through his waist, and swiftly raised his long knife from below, accurately blocking the sudden strike. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal echoed across the vast training ground, reverberating in the air. As the sound wave spread, Li Wei's figure blurred once more. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes, tracing an incredible arc that positioned her behind Gu Jinji. With a twist of her wrist, she thrust her sword towards his vital points. The speed of her change in direction was astonishing, too rapid for Gu Jinji to react and block in time. In a moment of urgency, he shouted, and his internal energy surged forth, pivoting on his feet as he spun at high speed. The long knife in his hand whirled in tandem, creating a dazzling silver barrier that enveloped him completely. "By the heavens, are you the sword saint of the orcs?" Li Wei exclaimed, startled by the sudden whirlwind of blades, and she leaped back to evade the deadly edge. Yet, as soon as she landed, Gu Jinji's spinning abruptly halted. With a fierce roar, his internal energy erupted with unprecedented intensity, unleashing a torrid wave of power that radiated outward, distorting the very air around him. Li Wei felt as though she had been thrust before a colossal steel furnace, her skin prickling with a searing pain. What is this overwhelming force from the Gu family? This is terrifying. Boom. A raging crimson aura enveloped the blade. Gu Jinji pressed forward like a cannonball, his long knife raised high, descending towards Li Wei's head. Li Wei's eyes widened, her pupils dilating as she poised to respond. The pale blue figure transformed once more into an elusive shadow, narrowly evading a ferocious strike. Simultaneously, her long sword darted forth like a sudden downpour, the sharp sound of its tip slicing through the air, creating a symphony of delicate explosions. The sword's resonance cannot be suppressed. It seems that to achieve the effect of silence and stealth with the frozen pond's deep blue, one must indeed pair it with the cicada wing soft sword. Li Wei mused, her thoughts racing as her offensive maneuvers became increasingly fierce and swift. Gu Jin's strike missed its target, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of the myriad sword shadows descending upon him. Relying on his acute auditory skills and combat intuition, he barely managed to parry several blows. Yet, Li Wei's speed was breathtakingly rapid, her movements unpredictable and inscrutable, now to the left, now to the right, with angles of attack that defied logic. He was compelled to activate the electric fan once more. The blazing light of his blade formed a swirling ring of fire, forcibly repelling Li Wei's onslaught. This scene left the onlookers from the Gu family, particularly the younger siblings, wide-eyed with astonishment. Gu Jinwen rubbed his eyes vigorously, incredulous as he grasped his sister's arm. "I can't be mistaken, can I? My brother is the one being overpowered? My brother, the national champion? Jin Yi pinched me. Am I dreaming? Ouch!" Gu Jinwen exclaimed. "You really did pinch me?" Gu Jini blushed deeply. "Sorry, I got too excited." Gu Jinwen, bewildered, asked, "What are you so excited about?" Gu Jini's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the ethereal, ghost-like blue figure in the arena. "I've made my decision. Starting today, I shall cease practicing the sword and learn from my sister-in-law." With that, the young girl puffed out her still-developing chest, spread her legs, her left hand resting on her waist, while her right hand mimicked a sword, thrusting forward as if emulating a great master, murmuring incantations. Your sword is sharp. Yet mine is no less so. After her performance, she turned to the astonished Gu Jinwen, eagerly asking, "Second brother, do I look impressive?" Gu Jinwen, with a blank expression and twitching lips, instinctively retorted, "You little brat, stop twisting my ear. Let go. It hurts." Chapter 39, A Sudden Breakthrough? No, I am the protagonist. Within the martial arts arena, Gu Jin felt increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. The woman's speed was astonishing, her training sword always striking from angles he least expected, with an exquisite precision that was utterly confounding. What frustrated him further was that with each clash of blade against blade, a portion of the vitality he infused into his sword inexplicably dissipated, as if gnawed away by an unseen force. This left his sword technique only able to maintain a meager 60 to 70% of its original power. What is this ability? Gu Jin's brow furrowed in concern. His eyes filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Li Wei appeared to be in a commanding position, yet the toll on her was immense. Sustaining such high-speed movement and a barrage of attacks was an exceedingly heavy burden for a first-tier martial artist. Seizing a moment of evasion, she quickly glanced at her status panel. Qi and Blood, Effect, Purification 243-5001 is. Less than half remains. She bit her silver teeth, her wrist flicked, and the sword light surged anew, its momentum akin to the sharp horns of an antelope, piercing towards the vulnerable spot in Gu Jin's lower back. Boom. A fiery whirlwind erupted again, the searing blade light forcing her to retreat. Damn it, I'm running low on energy. Sweat beads had formed on her forehead, and her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. I cannot lose. Absolutely cannot lose. Forcing down her fatigue, her swordplay remained fierce. Gu Jin, too, could not sustain the sword storm for long. Under Li Wei's sudden acceleration and offense, he was compelled to retreat repeatedly, his form seemingly engulfed by the sword light. He had never anticipated that as a dignified third-tier martial artist, he would be so thoroughly pressed by a mere first-tier breakthrough. A surge of intense unwillingness and an even fiercer fighting spirit churned within his chest, rising up. If I cannot surpass this step. His focus sharpened like never before, every ounce of potential being squeezed out. In the heat of battle, his comprehension of Lianyang Tiandao deepened rapidly. Areas that had felt stagnant during practice suddenly became as enlightening as a sudden epiphany, illuminating his understanding. The blade's momentum, in silence, grew more harmonious and fervent. Suddenly, Gu Jin's entire aura shifted. The ordinary training sword in his hand emitted a brilliant pressure. With a single slash, it felt as if the air itself had ignited. Li Wei squinted, a sensation akin to a great sun illuminating the heavens, shining through the world, leaving no escape, enveloped her. Lianyang Tiandao had reached its pinnacle. Under the blade's intent, Li Wei's advantage in speed was significantly diminished, making it difficult to rely on her agility to evade. She was compelled to raise her sword to block repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Each collision sent a jolt through her arms, her form staggering backward. For the first time since their engagement, she found herself at a disadvantage. The onlooking members of the Gu family were once again left dumbfounded. Gu Jinwen rubbed his eyes vigorously, seizing his sister's arm. Did I not see wrong? Has elder brother truly mastered Lianyang Tiandao? Gu Jin's small face was etched with tension and worry, her gaze fixated on the pale blue figure. Now forced into a precarious position by the blade's light. Is sister-in-law going to be all right? At that moment, Gu Jinwen had no mind to address Gu Jini. He stared blankly at his elder brother, whose might had surged, each strike imbued with unmatched force, while observing Li Wei's continuous retreat, fraught with peril. Muttering to himself, how could one comprehend such formidable blade intent before reaching the refining spirit stage? Is the gap between my brother and me truly this vast? In the center of the training arena, bang, another heavy strike landed, causing Li Wei to stagger, her footing unsteady, nearly toppling to the ground. Damn, this guy actually broke through in the heat of battle. Is he cheating? No, this script is all wrong. This sudden breakthrough, this dramatic reversal of fortune, should be the privilege of the protagonist, should it not? Yet, I am the protagonist. Li Wei's stubborn temperament flared up instantly. All right, you are impressive, truly formidable, but I am not one to be trifled with. She steadied herself, refraining from hastily launching an attack. Instead, she gradually adjusted her breathing. her mind sinking deeply into the sea of consciousness within her brow. There, an expansive pool lay in tranquil stillness, a single white lotus swaying gracefully. The air within the training ground seemed to momentarily suspend, as if time itself had paused. An indescribable, cool, and vast aura began to emanate from Li Wei, radiating outward like ripples on water. Just as Gu Jinzi prepared to unleash a decisive blow to thoroughly defeat Li Wei, his movements abruptly halted. He acutely sensed the shift in Li Wei's momentum, a sensation that sent a tremor through his heart, as if he were confronting an incomprehensible, higher existence. What is this? Gu Jinzi's heart raced, yet his extensive experience kept him from faltering. His battle instincts screamed at him to end this confrontation immediately. Delay could spell disaster. He unleashed the full force of his recently perfected sword intent, crimson light surging forth, imbued with the power to obliterate all, aimed directly at Li Wei. In the face of this earth-shattering strike, Li Wei slowly lifted her head, her expression betraying no hint of panic. A faint, almost mocking smile graced her lips, radiating absolute confidence. Let me show you what 991 truly means. In the next instant, her aura transformed dramatically. Everything around her became astonishingly clear within her perception. The flow of air, the subtle fluctuations of energy, the tense expressions of Gu Jinwen and Gu Jini at the sidelines. Even the intricate movements of blood and qi within Gu Jinzi's body, every muscle contraction laid bare before her. All was vividly apparent, as if she held dominion over it. With a mere flicker of thought, the currents of air naturally cradled her form, allowing her to flow effortlessly, deftly mitigating some of the force from Gu Jinzi's blade, while simultaneously infusing her own sword with additional propulsion. Gu Jinzi, now alarmed, felt as if he were battling the entirety of the training ground itself. His slashing strike was subtly diverted by an inexplicable airflow, altering its angle ever so slightly. Meanwhile, Li Wei's thrust was executed with impeccable speed and precision, imbued with an overwhelming force that rendered him utterly constrained and uncomfortable. What is this? Unity of man and heaven. Gu Jinzi was utterly shaken, his worldview shattered. The legendary state of unity with the cosmos could be entered voluntarily? For a martial artist, achieving such a state, often referred to as enlightenment, even once in a lifetime, is a rare stroke of fortune, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Thus, the inherent ability of the near-path body to actively engage in the communion of heaven and humanity appears remarkably extraordinary and invaluable. As for the unity of heaven and man, it is nearly regarded as a legend within the martial arts realm. This woman, instead of pursuing enlightenment, dares to wield such celestial blessings against him? Li Wei paid no heed to Gu Jinzi's shattered worldview. Empowered by her self-styled invincible state 991, her form became increasingly elusive. Her swordplay transcended mere pursuit of speed and cunning, embodying a profound and ethereal rhythm. With each sword thrust and step taken, she executed her movements with effortless grace. On her imperceptible attribute panel, the progress bar for her combat technique surged swiftly. Combat technique. Initial string of cold pools sunken jade. Minor achievement 01000. Combat technique. Initial string of cold pools sunken jade. Major achievement 1001000. Combat technique. Initial string of cold pools sunken jade. 6001000. As the state of unity with heaven persisted, the exquisite white lotus at her brow began to emit a gentle, holy glow. Faintly, an ethereal white lotus manifested, swirling as if adorning her with a floral crown. Is this the manifestation of the life lotus unique to the Jiang family's spirit refinement realm? Is that thing on her forehead real? Gu Jinzi felt utterly bewildered. He sensed that the emotional turmoil of his past decade could not compare to the intensity of today alone. However, with the jewel of unity in sight, he felt strangely calm regarding the appearance of the life lotus. His complexion paled, and he found himself increasingly on the defensive. Gu Jinzi understood that he could not delay any longer. I'll give it my all. He poured the remaining vitality within him unreservedly into the blade. Buzz. The blade trembled violently, and the fierce light of the sword surged forth with an indomitable resolve, ruthlessly cleaving towards Li Wei. Li Wei, unyielding, concentrated her vitality along with the forces of nature at the tip of her sword. Meeting that miniature sun, she thrust her sword forward. Clang! The clash resonated like the harmonious sound of jade, exploding with a thunderous roar. Crack! Crack! The point of contact between sword and blade began to shatter inch by inch, transforming into countless iron-gray fragments that scattered and flew about. Thud, thud. The two were propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. However, Gu Jinji's condition was evidently superior to Li Wei's. At the very least, he managed to prop himself half upright, while Li Wei lay motionless. In that moment, their gazes met in midair, neither willing to yield. Unexpectedly, two small voices suddenly shrieked from the sidelines. "Ah, big brother's swordsmanship has reached perfection. I must tell father. Wait for me, second brother. I must inform mother." Li Wei, Gu Jinji, Chapter 40. Social death in the training arena. Weapon fragments littered the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of sweat from battle mingled with an ethereal fragrance. Gu Jinji inhaled deeply. The peculiar fragrance was somewhat familiar, as if it emanated from the girl. He steadied himself, refraining from probing further, and struggled to rise from the ground, casting his gaze towards Li Wei, who lay several meters away, gasping for breath. A first-tier martial artist's innate lotus? Harmony of man and nature? He shook his head, a hint of indescribable complexity crossing his face, utterly bewildered. However, given his disposition, he would not casually delve into the secrets of others. Moreover, this individual was soon to be his wife. A state of great perfection? His thoughts drifted back to the freshman competition 4 years prior, to the spirited version of himself. Perhaps, choosing to break through prematurely after the competition was a source of regret. With a deep exhale, he approached Li Wei's side. As he drew closer, he noted the disheveled strands of hair clinging to her sweat-drenched cheeks. Her light blue dress and safety shorts were somewhat tattered, revealing a small patch of pristine skin that glowed under the arena's lights. Gu Jinji's heart skipped a beat, warmth flooding his cheeks, which he swiftly suppressed. He endeavored to maintain a cool tone, extending his hand. "You are quite strong." Li Wei, lying on the ground, her body aching, held her breath. "As if I've lost. Who do you look down upon?" She glanced at Gu Jinji's outstretched hand and smirked. In the next moment, she suddenly grabbed his wrist, her core engaging. And with a swift motion, she flipped herself upright, leveraging his hand to pull him down forcefully. Caught off guard, Gu Jinji lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. "Huh, the outcome is far from decided," Li Wei exclaimed with a mischievous laugh, then pounced on him. I shall not relent until I subdue you today." Gu Jinji was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such chaotic and unrefined tactics, reminiscent of a brawl. As she pinned him down, he scrambled to block her erratically thrown punches, struggling even more with the need to avoid touching any inappropriate areas of her body. In that moment, the once proud young man found himself in a most undignified predicament, his movements stiff as if he were a marionette. The two continued to grapple, their positions growing increasingly absurd. Suddenly, the heavy-sensing doors of the arena swung open, and Gu Xiang and Liang Qiushi entered, accompanied by Gu Jinwen and Gu Jinyi. In an instant, the four halted in their tracks, their gazes converging on the center of the arena. There, Li Wei and Gu Jinji were entangled, their clothes in disarray, cheeks flushed, both panting heavily. The four froze in shock. Gu Shiheng's expression subtly twitched, while Liang Qiushi's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Gu Jinwen's mouth hung open, capable of holding an egg, and Gu Jinyi let out a shriek, covering her eyes with her hands yet unable to resist peeking through her fingers. Cough, cough. Gu Xiang coughed heavily twice, shattering the awkward silence that enveloped the room. Had we arrived at an inopportune moment? Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt as if struck by lightning. She abruptly sprang away from Gu Jinji, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiled prawn, wishing fervently to vanish into a crack in the earth. It's over. A grand scene of social embarrassment. I can never face anyone again. Gu Jinji swiftly rose as well, adjusting his disheveled training attire, his ears tinged with a suspicious hue of red, his gaze evasive. Liang Qiushi had no choice but to step forward, seemingly oblivious to the misunderstanding that had just transpired, her tone remaining gentle. Have you finished? Look at you both. In such disarray, you should tidy yourselves up first. Half an hour later, the group reconvened in the living room of Gu Jinji's small residence. Gu Xiang was the first to direct his gaze toward Li Wei, his expression still somewhat dazed. I watched the match footage. It was quite remarkable. He then inquired, I heard you have achieved the pinnacle of blood nurturing? Li Wei had changed into a light gray cotton long dress, her small face flushed, managing to infuse the somewhat mature color scheme with a sense of youthful vibrancy. At Gu Shiheng's question, She nodded shyly, still feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Seeing her in such a state, Gu Xiang couldn't help but smile, turning to his wife. Xiao Qiu, look at this child, she's blushing. Liang Qiushi feigned annoyance. Enough already. She's a grown woman. Must you tease the young lady? Ha ha. Gu Xiang erupted into hearty laughter, only to shift his demeanor, turning to Gu Jinji with a serious expression. Jinji, come with me. Yes, father. The father and son left without any clear indication of what they would discuss. The two young ones, who had been unable to contain their excitement moments ago, paid no mind to this, and, upon seeing their usually stern father and elder brother depart, instantly grew exhilarated. Rushing to Li Wei's side. Sister-in-law, you were incredible. Defeating a third-tier opponent while being only a first-tier yourself, and one like my brother, capable of fighting above his level. Jiang Jia, did you and big brother Gu Jinji clash fists, thumbs touching, looking all tense, did you? Smack. Liang Qiushi playfully swatted her second son on the back of the head. Enough. Let your sister-in-law rest. She has important matters to attend to tomorrow. The two young ones instantly drooped their heads and scurried away under their mother's undeniable gaze. Once they had left, only Li Wei and Liang Qiushi remained in the living room. Liang Qiushi sat beside Li Wei, gently asking, "Are you hurt?" Li Wei rubbed her warm cheeks. No. Liang Qiushi tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Speaking of which, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, Jinji's fiery sun blade might not have broken through to the grand mastery level so swiftly. I have gained from this as well. Li Wei was reluctant to take credit, for her initial intention had merely been to pacify that young man. She hadn't anticipated the outcome. Was her brain not functioning properly at that moment? Moreover, why was Gu Jinji able to break through at such a critical juncture? Who was the true protagonist here? Fortunately, she felt she had not left the battle entirely empty-handed. In the shadows, she discreetly summoned the system panel, observing the alterations within the combat technique section. Combat technique. Initial string of cold pools 6001000. She pondered, so, practical combat can indeed advance the progress of combat techniques. It is not solely reliant on skill points. I wonder if practice can also refresh the progress bar? I shall test it shortly. However, diligently training alone is ultimately inferior to the prowess of the Wind Spirit Moonshadow sect. Liang Qiushi gazed at the endearing and fluctuating expression of Li Wei, unable to resist caressing her long hair, and remarked, "Tomorrow, you shall participate in the official martial artist assessment at the Martial Arts Alliance." Noticing Li Wei's lingering confusion, she asserted, "Did we not agree this morning? Showcase your strength and enhance your reputation. This way, the Zhang family will be cautious in their actions." She continued, "However, during the assessment, you must conceal the special effects of the near-path body, understood?" Li Wei eagerly nodded, her earlier feelings of shame and awkwardness somewhat alleviated. Anticipating the forthcoming assessment, she could not help but feel a sense of excitement. Oh dear, is it time to flaunt my abilities? I relished the thought. Having concluded the necessary arrangements, Liang Qiushi exhaled in relief, and noticing the absence of outsiders in the hall, she suddenly lowered her voice. "You and Jinji just had a misunderstanding." Li Wei decisively extended her hand in a gesture of exasperation, her face a portrait of despair, and fervently declared, "Aunt Liang, it was all a misunderstanding." Chapter 41. Home. A few minutes prior, Gu Xiang and Gu Jinji departed from the small building, walking side by side along the stone path of the back garden. The setting sun elongated their shadows, enveloping the atmosphere in solemnity. It was not until they passed a flower bed that Gu Xiang halted. Turning to gaze at his son with a cheerful expression, "Your grandfather instructed you to test her, yet you exerted your utmost effort. Are you not afraid of offending your fiancée, thereby preventing you from sharing a bed?" Gu Jinji's handsome features momentarily stiffened, and he replied, "You have viewed the video recording. You must comprehend that without going all out, I could not prevail against her." Unbidden, flashes of their recent fierce combat replayed in his mind, the ghostly agility, the fierce and merciless sword light, and the fusion of heaven and man with the innate white lotus intertwining in a tumultuous montage, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation. For over 20 years, he had never found himself in such a plight against his peers. This predicament even dulled the joy of achieving a breakthrough in the raging sun sky blade. Gu Xiang, upon hearing, felt his heart stir in response. Heaven knows how astonished he was while watching the video. By the end, he felt almost numb. A first tier nearly reversing a third tier, and that third tier was Gu Jinji, who inherently possessed the ability to battle above his rank. You and your mother have truly bestowed upon you a little monster, he chuckled wryly. Then seemingly recollecting something, he inquired, "This girl, is she all right?" Gu Jinji cast his father a look that clearly conveyed, "Is that even a question?" After a moment of silence, he articulated his analysis with clarity. Her cold pools technique is extraordinarily proficient, even when wielding a training sword. She can suppress the sound of the sword's whistle to an exceedingly low level, undoubtedly within the minor achievement realm. Such mastery of the cold pools cannot be attained without 5 to 10 years of rigorous practice. He paused momentarily before continuing. As for the Lotus of Fate, you have seen it in the video. I do not fully comprehend the profundities of the Taiyin Yulian Baolu, yet it has always been a symbol of the Jiang family's core inheritance. Her identity should pose no issue. Gu Xiang sighed deeply. In that case, I can rest easy. Your mother. He lifted his gaze towards the descending sun on the horizon, reflecting on the Liang family's ingrained tendency to prioritize kinship over reason. I had expected her to find a scapegoat for you. Gu Jinji's expression remained calm, though a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. I have informed her that I will not accept anyone to substitute for me in the Western frontier. Should she insist, I shall accompany the woman she finds to death alongside her. She promised me she would respect my choices. Gu Xiang chuckled ruefully. If that were effective, your grandfather would not have gone to such lengths to have you test that girl, would he? Shaking his head, he continued, I truly did not anticipate your mother adhering to the rules this time. It is uncharacteristic of her. Now, I can be at ease. Even if she wished for Jiang Shui to take your place, the head of the Jiang family would never consent to it. Gu Jinji understood his mother's approach all too well. This deviation was indeed unusual. Forget about it. Gu Xiang patted his son's arm, filled with encouragement and hope. For the sake of such a wonderful wife, you must strive to live on. Do you understand? As for the Zhang family, he pondered, I will ally with several familiar factions to navigate the situation. 30 years ago, did they not know the truth behind those events? The two families bear no deep-seated enmity. With proper maneuvering, there may yet be room for negotiation. Gu Xiang regarded his son's upright posture with pride. I believe in my son. A mere abyssal creature cannot harm you. Such a wonderful wife. The term wife struck Gu Jinji like a spark, causing his thoughts to drift. Uncontrollable flashes of memories swirled in his mind. The first time he heard that excited remark from Zheng Yi, if I must die for him, then so be it. I would gladly sit in a bunker on the western frontier. Do you believe I could wake up laughing in the middle of the night? Then there was Jiang Han's exasperated inquiry. Let me see how far you can go for that, Gu Jinji. Are you truly resolved to go to the battlefield? And today, that carefree woman who casually draped her arm around his shoulder, the dazzling swordplay in the training ground, swift and unparalleled. The final strike under the shadow of the White Lotus, where she fought valiantly despite defeat, and the way she pounced on him like a wildcat, wrestling with him in a chaotic yet strangely captivating manner. Finally, the scene crystallized at the moment of their first encounter. He stood on the second-floor balcony, leaning against the railing, looking down. She had just exited the vehicle, the breeze lifting her skirt as she instinctively pressed it down, then looked up at him. Their eyes met, a fleeting glance that felt like a pause in time, as if the world had momentarily come to a standstill. In those days, the image of that taciturn little girl gradually gave way to the vivid silhouette of a lively young woman. A faint smile delicately crept upon Gu Jinji's lips, softening the coolness etched upon his brow. Oh, Gu Xiang astutely detected this subtle shift, his face adorned with a mixture of surprise and mischief. What is this? A rare bloom from an iron tree. Have you developed feelings for someone? The warmth on Gu Jinji's face evaporated in an instant. This marriage is merely to appease my grandfather. As for everything else, I shall address it upon my return from the western frontier. Observing his son's stubborn demeanor, Gu Xiang chuckled softly. I had thought you would utter that classic line. Women, I, Gu Jinji, shall never harbor feelings for you. Gu Jinji's expression darkened profoundly. Father, you ought to refrain from indulging in such frivolous entertainment. Instead, devote your time to cultivation. Meanwhile, in the small building, Liang Qiushi led Li Wei to the second floor. As she opened the door to the master bedroom adjacent to it, she gently introduced, This is the bedroom prepared for you. I had it specially redecorated. Come take a look and see if you like it. Li Wei peered inside, and the room revealed itself to be spacious and bright. Perhaps around 50 to 60 square meters, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in wardrobe. The overall arrangement exuded an elegant comfort, avoiding excessive opulence. Yet every detail reflected a subtle sophistication and thoughtfulness. It was evident that considerable care had been taken. She felt an inexplicable stir within her, accompanied by a hint of confusion. "Aunt Liang, didn't you say we would be living together?" Liang Qiushi smiled, gently nudging her into the room. "Well, since the wedding hasn't been formalized yet, let us stay apart for a few days to give you both some time to acclimate, preventing any awkwardness later." Li Wei secretly exhaled in relief. Recalling the mortifying incident at the training ground, she felt her 10 toes curling in embarrassment, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment to bury herself in. If she were to share a room with Gu Jinji tonight, she believed she might spontaneously combust. On the other side, Liang Qiushi had naturally opened Li Wei's suitcase, tidying up as if she were a devoted mother. Jewelry and smaller items were carefully organized into the drawers of the vanity, while the few pieces of clothing brought back from England were hung in the wardrobe. Seeing this, Li Wei hurried over to assist. However, upon entering the spacious walk-in wardrobe, she was momentarily stunned. The 3 walls of the wardrobe were densely filled with an array of women's clothing, complemented by rows of brand-new shoes and bags below, a dazzling spectacle indeed. Judging by the style and craftsmanship, they were undoubtedly top-tier luxury items. Noticing her astonished expression, Liang Qiushi's smile deepened. "Look, all of these were prepared in advance for you. I wonder if they will suit your taste. Would you like to try some on now to see if you like them? All of this is for me." Li Wei's voice came out slightly dry. Such a display she had only ever witnessed in novels and dramas. "Of course," Liang Qiushi replied with a light-hearted tone, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. As she spoke, she eagerly retrieved a meticulously tailored black, white, and brown checkered Chanel-style coat from the wardrobe. Without further ado, she began to drape it over Li Wei, intermittently exclaiming with delight, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For the next hour or so, Li Wei lamentably realized that she had become Liang Qiushi's personal clothing rack. From elegant long skirts to sharp trousers, from casual sweatshirts to exquisite outerwear. She tried on numerous outfits, all the while being instructed to strike various poses and even walk around the room to showcase the ensembles. Liang Qiushi watched with glee, occasionally snapping pictures with her phone, murmuring that her wife looked stunning in whatever she wore. Li Wei, overwhelmed and in a state of bemusement, felt a mix of emotions as she struggled to reject this fervent enthusiasm. As she continued to model, Liang Qiushi lamented that the ready-to-wear standard sizes from the stores lacked a certain charm, suggesting that after the wedding, she would invite a few familiar designers to tailor a collection specifically for her. After being put through such a whirlwind of fittings, combined with the exhaustion from her earlier duel, Li Wei felt her mind growing hazy. Amid Liang Qiushi's gentle laughter and bustling presence, a strange and unfamiliar emotion began to blossom within her. In her daze, she fleetingly experienced the illusion that she had truly returned home, as if she were the dutiful daughter-in-law of the Gu family, about to embark on a new life here. However, as soon as this thought emerged, it struck her like a sharp needle, jolting her back to reality. This is wrong. Wake up, Li Wei. All of this is a facade, merely a performance. I am not Zhang Shui. I am Li Wei. I will eventually leave this place. This is not my home. The intense self-admonition freed her from the illusory sense of belonging. "Aunt Liang, I'm feeling a bit tired," she interrupted Liang Qiushi's enthusiasm, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and detachment. Liang Qiushi suddenly recalled that Li Wei had just engaged in a duel with Jin Ji and must have expended considerable energy. Caught up in her own excitement, she had overlooked this fact. A slight, apologetic smile crossed her face as she quickly set down the garments, advising Li Wei to rest early and to call her anytime if needed, before gently closing the door behind her. The room fell into a serene silence. Li Wei stood still for a moment, before silently tidying up the clothes she had tried on and carefully rehanging them in the wardrobe. After completing this task, she gazed blankly out the window. The orange-red glow painted the horizon in vibrant hues, casting a golden sheen over the Gu family courtyard. An inexplicable sense of loneliness washed over her, silently engulfing her heart. Having lived 2 lifetimes, I find myself without a home, wandering as a mere transient wherever I go. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the sudden wave of melancholy. Why dwell on such futile thoughts? Instead, I should focus on the registration assessment at the Martial Arts Alliance tomorrow. My life, which is as flamboyant as the wind, is about to set sail in grandeur. Chapter 42. The Resurgence of Social Death. It was not until the sun had completely dipped below the horizon that Li Wei gradually emerged from her solitude. Initially intending to retire to bed, she was suddenly stirred by the significant progress she had made in her battle earlier that day with the cold pool's submerged wall. An irresistible curiosity compelled her to try once more. What if practice could enhance her proficiency? Could I aspire to become the sword god of Shirley Slope? Since the cold pool's submerged wall lacked fixed routines, she could only conjure an imaginary opponent in her mind. Drawing her flexible sword from her waist, she began to perform movements in the empty room. Slash, thrust, parry, point. Yet, the progress bar on the interface remained utterly still. Is it not working? Li Wei paused, furrowing her brow as she recalled the earlier battle. It seemed that her progress had surged only after she entered the mysterious state of 991. Was that state the key? Taking a deep breath, she focused her mind into her brow's sea of consciousness, attempting to stir the waters of that realm. A resonant hum spread through the air, a chilling and vast aura permeating the space once more. With renewed determination, she wielded her sword again. Flash, flash, flash. This time, she incorporated her footwork, maximizing the space of her bedroom. The sword flashed, and her form danced. Soon, she was glistening with a light sheen of sweat. However, despite dozens of strikes, the numbers on the interface stubbornly remained at 600. Frustrated, Li Wei sheathed her sword, and the enigmatic state dissipated alongside her determination. Is it only through actual combat or allocating points that progress can be made? Disheartened, she shook her aching wrists, when suddenly, her nose caught a whiff of something unusual. What is that delightful scent? Involuntarily, Li Wei twitched her nose, curiously sniffing the air around her. Unbeknownst to her, a faint yet enchanting fragrance had wafted into the room. A pure, ethereal essence reminiscent of the crisp air following a fresh snowfall, tinged with a subtle sweetness. This scent felt oddly familiar. A realization struck her. Earlier in the training grounds, when she was drenched in sweat, she had sensed a similar aroma. At the time, she thought it was merely a figment of her imagination. Could it be emanating from her own self? A chilling thought crept into her mind. With her gaze flickering uncertainly, she abruptly turned and dashed out of her bedroom, racing down the stairs towards the lower level. The small building was structured with 2 floors above ground and 1 below, encompassing an area of 600 to 700 square feet, with the laundry room situated in the basement. Li Wei stormed into the room like a gust of wind, purposefully lifting the lid of the laundry basket tucked in the corner. Inside lay her discarded garments. The tattered dress and athletic shorts had likely been dealt with by Liang Qiushi, leaving only her intimate bra and panties forlornly resting at the bottom of the basket. After a moment's hesitation, she reached for the bra she had worn from England, its coolness and slight dampness palpable against her fingertips. Holding her breath, she resigned herself to bringing the fabric to her nose, cautiously inhaling its scent. The scent of sweat was not as pungent as one might have anticipated. Instead, a distinctly discernible, ethereal fragrance filled the air, reminiscent of what she had just detected in her bedroom. Being intimate apparel, the aroma was even more pronounced. What on earth? Is my sweat fragrant? Could it be due to the Taiyin Yulian treasure codex? No way. After my adorable little brother vanished, must I now also be stripped of the manly scent of sweat? Will this cultivation method ever yield results? Li Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as she held her intimate garment, engulfed in overwhelming astonishment. At that moment, the light at the laundry room entrance dimmed suddenly, and a tall silhouette appeared silently. Gu Jinji was on the verge of calling out to Li Wei for dinner when he found the bedroom empty and had descended to the basement, only to witness the peculiar scene. Li Wei, with her back to him, holding a piece of lingerie to her nose, seemingly in the act of sniffing it. "What are you doing?" he asked hesitantly, still lost in the shock of her transformation from a masculine figure to an alluring fragrance. Li Wei was entirely oblivious to what she was holding, having even forgotten that it was her own. Upon hearing his voice, she spun around abruptly, and upon seeing Gu Jinji, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a lifeline, she thoughtlessly thrust the garment under his nose. "Quick, take a whiff. Does it not have a delightful scent?" The soft, damp fabric nearly grazed the tip of his nose, carrying the unique, refreshing aroma that had stirred his thoughts during the day. Gu Jinji's face flushed from his neck to his ears, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He recoiled abruptly, his gaze flustered and evasive, his mind buzzing. Yet, just as that sudden, fragrant thought began to blossom, he forcibly extinguished it. Visions of the Zhang family, the Gu family, and the inevitable fate of the western frontier flashed through his mind. He could not, nor should he, be so naive. He coldly uttered 4 words before turning swiftly to leave, his steps slightly unsteady. Li Wei watched his retreating figure, then lowered her gaze to the garment in her hand, her mind momentarily malfunctioning. What on earth did I just do? I had him smell my own garment, and questioned if it was fragrant. Li Wei, are you a fool? Tears threatened to spill as she faced the smooth wall of the laundry room, repeatedly knocking her forehead against it. 1, 2, 3 times. Wait, why does it not hurt? Li Wei paused to touch her forehead. It seems that after becoming a first-tier warrior, my physical resilience has indeed increased. I don't even feel the wall impact. She hastily touched the seemingly high-end wall tiles. Thankfully, they were intact. Sighing in disillusionment, she tossed the lingerie back into the laundry basket and floated back to her bedroom on the 2nd floor. Li Wei threw herself onto the soft bed, enveloping her head with the quilt in a futile attempt at physical isolation. Yet, her mind was consumed by the foolishness of her earlier actions. It was over. Having experienced social embarrassment in the afternoon, she had now buried herself deeper into despair come evening. Oh, my cherished dignity, how tragically you have perished. She tossed and turned on the bed like a pancake, enduring nearly an hour of torment, unable to drift into slumber. Agitation, an overwhelming sense of irritation, and a profound embarrassment that seeped into her very bones. Ultimately, unable to withstand this mental anguish any longer, she resolved to practice the Taiyin Yulian Baolu, hoping to divert her attention and soothe her troubled spirit. Lifting the quilt, she sat cross-legged, guiding the flow of her vital energy within, allowing it to circulate gently according to the prescribed method. Threads of energy coursed through her like a gentle stream, caressing her skin, muscles, and even deeper tissues. A subtly tingling sensation spread from her limbs, akin to soaking in a warm spring, each pore opening in delightful comfort. The previously tense nerves gradually relaxed with the rhythm of her practice. Li Wei felt her eyelids grow heavier. How soothing it was. Yet, in her indulgence, she succumbed to slumber, her body tilting sideways, fully clothed. The next morning, she was awakened by a series of light knocks at the door. Instantly alert, she sat up, the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling window, piercing her senses. Who is it? She called out while sliding off the bed. A cool voice from the other side replied. It's me, time to rise for breakfast. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Li Wei as unwelcome memories resurfaced, though, thankfully, they were not as unbearable as the night before. Cautiously, she glanced down to check for any wardrobe malfunctions and was relieved to find herself still clad in the wrinkled light gray cotton dress from yesterday. At that moment, she cared little about her appearance, just as long as she was decent. With a resolute pull, she swung the door open, her heart in turmoil as she contemplated whether to address the events of the previous night. However, before she could organize her thoughts, the strikingly handsome visage of Gu Jinji filled her vision. A new day begins with a tinge of envy towards this man. His calm gaze settled on her face before subtly sweeping down to take in her disheveled hair and wrinkled dress. His charming brows knitted slightly. Go wash up, he instructed succinctly. Oh, Li Wei replied, instinctively attempting to close the door. But Gu Jinji showed no intention of departing. Instead, he stepped past her into her room, striding directly into the closet. Hey, what are you doing? Li Wei stood momentarily stunned. Gu Jinji offered no response, standing there with her hair in disarray. She hesitated for a few seconds before turning to follow him into the bathroom. Fine, I'll wash up first, she decided. Moments later, she swiftly completed her facial cleansing and tooth-brushing routine, hastily tousling her hair with her fingers before striding out with fervor. At that precise moment, she spotted Gu Jinji standing at the entrance of the cloakroom, holding a pure white dress resembling a shirt. Upon seeing Li Wei emerge, he extended the dress towards her, urging her to wear it. She felt a bit dazed. Did this person really need to dictate her choice of attire? Li Wei had initially intended to don a sporty outfit since she was to participate in an assessment. Yet, perceiving Gu Jinji's insistence, the newcomer hesitantly accepted the dress and turned to retreat into the restroom. In front of the mirror, she donned the dress, which was tailored to perfection, accentuating her graceful figure. However, the style seemed rather formal, bordering on the mundane. As she exited the restroom, Gu Jinji's gaze lingered on her momentarily before he presented her with a pair of pure white, square-toed, low-heeled leather shoes. And this, he added. Li Wei felt a twinge of resistance. Was it not too formal? Gu Jinji regarded her with an unwavering expression, delivering a revelation with a calm demeanor. This is perfect. We are first heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau for photographs and to acquire our marriage license, followed by a wedding dress fitting. Li Wei's mind went blank, her thoughts swirling in chaos. Marriage license. Wedding dress. Today. The prospect overwhelmed her. Was her grandiose life of pretense about to be curtailed before it even began? Chapter 43. Acquiring the license. Once Li Wei was adequately prepared, the two departed the small building in silence, making their way toward the main structure. The morning light was soft, and in the dining room of the Gu family's main building, only Liang Qiushi was seated elegantly at the long table, partaking of her meal. A maid occasionally attended to her, clearing plates and replacing warm towels, exuding an air of opulence. The breakfast was exquisitely presented, each dish a tiny work of art, arranged to please the eye. Li Wei had never encountered such meticulous cuisine, yet at this moment, she found herself devoid of appetite. The impending reality of acquiring a marriage license weighed heavily upon her, filling her with unease. Ah, how vexing, she thought, as she poked at the bird's nest porridge with a silver spoon, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Liang Qiushi, tinged with a hint of resentment. Liang Qiushi paused mid-sip of her coffee, an awkwardness settling in. Setting her cup down, her voice remained gentle. I apologize, Ashu, it was my oversight. The time is simply too tight, she explained. The wedding is scheduled for August 2nd, leaving us scarcely a week. Li Wei felt a jolt at the mention of a wedding in just a week. The pace was alarmingly swift. However, upon reflection, she realized that Gu Jinji was to depart for the West in September, and she would need to fill his role, necessitating some buffer time. If they were to marry just before his departure, the intention behind the union would be far too pronounced. Upon comprehending this layer, and reflecting on the illusory nature of this marriage, her mood inexplicably improved. I am not getting married. I am merely acting, she repeatedly chanted in her mind, brainwashing herself. Liang Qiushi observed her expression, noticing a slight relaxation in her brow, and heaved a quiet sigh of relief. He added, rest assured, the photography and registration will be swift. Selecting a wedding gown won't take much time either. If all goes smoothly, we could finish by the morning. In the afternoon, you can head to the Martial Arts Alliance without delay. Upon hearing Liang Qiushi's words, Li Wei's spirits finally brightened. Beside them, Gu Jinji maintained his meticulous dining habits, only inquiring after Liang Qiushi finished. What about father and Jinwen and Jeannie? Liang Qiushi, with a hint of intention, glanced at Li Wei and replied in a neutral tone. Your father feels they have been rather lax lately, so he took them to the training grounds early this morning for extra practice. Li Wei silently stirred her porridge, mentally lighting 3 candles for the unfortunate siblings. What a pity, truly a pity. After breakfast, the trio set off together. This time, they were in a more spacious and luxurious silver-black sedan, which swiftly brought them to the nearest civil affairs office. The photography session proved exceptionally arduous. The photographer praised their ethereal beauty, exclaiming how well-matched they were, a golden boy and a jade girl, while internally critiquing the scene. One had a gaze that wandered aimlessly, while the other wore an expression devoid of emotion. They lacked even the most basic semblance of familiarity, let alone affection. New groom, move a little closer. Yes. Bride, look at the camera. Smile. Think of something joyful. Ah yes. Lift the corners of your mouth a bit. Your smile is more sorrowful than a frown. The photographer, left with no choice, had to intervene directly. He first positioned them nearly side by side, and then earnestly guided their expressions. After a struggle of several minutes, he finally managed to capture a shot that appeared somewhat acceptable. In the registration hall of the marriage office, they attracted the attention of all present, whispers and gasps echoing around them. Li Wei and Gu Jinji maintained rigid expressions, akin to 2 soulless marionettes, mechanically signing documents and pressing their fingerprints under the guidance of Liang Qiushi and the staff, completing all formalities. Liang Auntie, I apologize. I wish to portray a loving couple, but I overestimated my acting skills and emotional resilience. When that pristine red booklet was handed to her, Li Wei felt as if her fingertips had been scalded. An emptiness enveloped her heart. It seemed as though something of great significance had irrevocably departed alongside the arrival of this booklet. Goodness! If any former acquaintances were to see this marriage certificate and realize I am the one with long hair, wearing a dress, would I ever be able to show my face again? Clutching the marriage certificate, She dazedly followed Liang Qiushi and Gu Jinji out of the civil affairs office. Instead of returning to the Gu family estate, the luxurious sedan headed north into the opulent commercial district of the capital. At 10:30 in the morning, vehicles entered the underground parking lot of the Tianjin International Business Center. Beside the exclusive parking space stood a young girl clad in a sharp professional outfit, her gold-rimmed glasses accentuating her poise. Upon seeing the three alight from the car, she promptly approached and bowed respectfully. "Madam, Mr. Gu, Miss Jiang, this way please." Under her guidance, the trio took the internal elevator directly to the 78th floor. With a soft chime, the elevator door slid open, revealing a spacious area brimming with artistic flair. The vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed the vibrant skyline of the capital city. Elegant, gilded characters inscribed in graceful cursive adorned the frosted glass wall at the entrance, cloud-weaving feather dreams. A woman in a cream-colored long dress, radiating an elegant and gentle demeanor, approached them, her face adorned with an impeccable smile. Jinji, she greeted Liang Qiushi and Gu Jinji with familiarity. Her gaze soon fell upon Li Wei, igniting a spark of astonishment in her eyes as if she had discovered a rare treasure. "You must be Miss Jiang," she exclaimed warmly, stepping forward to take Li Wei's hand. "I am Lin Shuang, the owner and chief designer. Please come in." Li Wei was momentarily overwhelmed by her exuberance and found herself half-dragged into a more private fitting area. The ensuing moments plunged her once again into the dread of being transformed, even more so than the previous day. Lin Shuang treated her as if she were a living muse, excitedly presenting an array of breathtaking wedding gowns for her to try on, continually exclaiming, "Absolutely perfect. This one is tailor-made for you. No, this one is even better. The shoulder design accentuates your collarbone beautifully. The hairstyle must complement it to evoke an ethereal feel." Li Wei felt as if she were suffocating. The gowns were indeed stunning. Each one exuded a celestial charm and captivating allure. Yet, they challenged her limits to an extreme. They were either cut daringly low to the navel, left the back entirely exposed, or featured sheer fabrics that hinted at her body's contours. Some designs cleverly employed exquisite lace and scattered rhinestones to obscure key areas while leaving the rest nearly bare. She internally screamed, "What is the difference between wearing this and wearing nothing at all?" "Cough, Sister Lin." Li Wei attempted to maintain her politeness. "Isn't this fabric a tad too scant?" She pointed out the excessively large back opening. "Won't that reveal too much? Is there perhaps a style that is slightly more traditional, more conservative?" After Li Wei's fervent protests and insistence, Lin Shuang reluctantly set aside the bold avant-garde designs and presented a more modest option, albeit with great reluctance. It was a vintage long-sleeved, off-the-shoulder wedding gown, adorned with exquisite handcrafted lace patterns at the neckline and cuffs. The waistline was perfectly tailored, and the skirt cascaded in layers of lustrous satin, exuding elegance and grace. Although her figure was still exquisitely outlined, the necessary areas were at least adequately concealed. "This one will do," Li Wei exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. Lin Shuang and Liang Qiushi exchanged a glance, a blend of helplessness and amusement evident in their expressions. As for Gu Jinji, after trying on the suit, he remained seated on the sofa in the lounge area. When Li Wei, reluctantly pushed out by Lin Shuang and Liang Qiushi in her wedding dress, appeared before him, he was momentarily rendered speechless. In that instant, the world seemed to hush, leaving only the tumultuous rhythm of his heart. Chapter 44. Gu Jinji's evasion. Under Gu Jinji's intense gaze, Li Wei felt an overwhelming discomfort, her cheeks flushing slightly. Yet, recalling their stiff interactions at the Civil Affairs Bureau, akin to a march to the gallows, she suppressed her unease. No, she had to perform. The heartfelt persona of Jiang Shui could not falter. Their awkwardness during the registration could be attributed to the nervousness of a young girl. But at the moment of trying on the wedding dress, a normal woman would naturally radiate joy at the prospect of marrying the one she adored. If she did not play her part, Gu Jinji might grow suspicious. Moreover, having tried on even the most revealing styles in the fitting room, this relatively modest dress seemed less awkward. What is there to fear? I've come this far. She steadied herself, striving to emulate the poise Lin Shuang had just demonstrated, slightly tilting her body, lifting the hem of her dress, and twirling in place while offering Gu Jinji what she believed to be a charming smile. Is it beautiful? Her voice was soft and sweet, almost sending shivers down her own spine. However, The anticipated response from Gu Jinji, whether astonished or tender, did not materialize. The brief flicker of surprise on his face quickly faded, replaced by an almost deliberate indifference. His expression darkened, and in a stiff tone, he declared, "I have matters to attend to. I'll be leaving." Without casting another glance at Li Wei, he rose and strode out with purpose. This abrupt turn of events left the three present in a state of bewilderment. Li Wei's smile froze, her mind momentarily blank. Lin Shuang stood rooted, equally perplexed. Liang Qiushi, reacting the quickest, hurried to the door, grasping Gu Jinji's arm. She intended to say something, but upon meeting her son's unsettlingly calm gaze, one that hinted at brewing storms, her words were instantly stifled. "Mom." Gu Jinji halted, looking at her, his emotions swiftly retreating behind a mask of composure. Liang Qiushi gazed at her son, a pang of pain gripping her heart, leaving her feeling weak. She had meant to express that his sudden change of demeanor was inconsiderate to Jiang Shui, a display of rudeness. Yet, reflecting on the past 4 years, was this not his usual pattern? The more others sought to draw near, the more he retreated, as if emotions were some formidable beast to be avoided. Liang Qiushi understood the burdens he bore, and the weight of it ached within her, causing her hand to loosen its grip instinctively. Gu Jinji fell silent for a few seconds. His lips moved slightly, yet ultimately, he said nothing. Before departing, his gaze uncontrollably flickered towards Li Wei once more. A brief glance akin to being scalded by the blinding purity of white, as he hastened his steps and vanished at the doorway. Liang Qiushi watched her son's retreating figure, her eyes a tapestry of complex emotions, which ultimately coalesced into a barely audible sigh. She turned back, her face once again adorned with a gentle smile tinged with a hint of apology, addressing the other two. "Shu Ying, a Shui, I sincerely apologize." Li Wei, seemingly indifferent, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Good that he has left, saves me from the awkward performance here. My face was about to cramp." Lin Shuing, ever perceptive, instantly restored her impeccable professional smile, her eyes sparkling as if the earlier incident had never transpired. "No worries, Liang Ai. Now, Miss Jiang, shall we continue?" The following proceedings began to take on a formulaic nature. Lin Shuing exhibited an exceptional level of professionalism, meticulously measuring and recording various data for Li Wei, recommending suitable makeup styles and jewelry combinations, her explanations thorough and impeccable. However, an almost imperceptible low pressure seemed to linger in the air. Li Wei relished the tranquility, vacantly complying with Lin Shu Ying's instructions, her thoughts already drifting to the afternoon's martial arts alliance assessment. Once the makeup plan and a set of elegant yet understated pearl jewelry were finalized, a sense of accomplishment washed over them. Liang Qiushi escorted Li Wei and politely bid farewell to Lin Shu Ying as they exited the studio. By this time, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The two sought out a high-end restaurant within the mall that exuded an elegant atmosphere. Once the server had delivered the dishes and departed, leaving only the two of them in the private room, Li Wei could no longer contain herself and leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Aunt Liang, I'm sorry. Was my performance not quite?" Before she could finish her sentence, Liang Qiushi suddenly raised a finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. Li Wei immediately ceased speaking, her eyes wide with questions. Liang Qiushi gestured towards the dishes on the table. "Let us eat." Then, she swiftly took out her phone, typed a few words, and turned the screen towards Li Wei. It displayed a line of text. "There may be eavesdropping." Li Wei froze instantly, her gaze darting around the room, instinctively bending over to lift a corner of the tablecloth and peering underneath. To her surprise, apart from Liang Qiushi's elegantly long legs encased in exquisite black stockings, she found nothing suspicious. What on earth? Is this a spy movie set? Really? But Aunt Liang's legs are indeed impressive. "Uncle Gu, how's your back?" Liang Qiushi paid no heed to her startled exclamations and began to eat with her chopsticks. Li Wei hastily dismissed the colorful thoughts swirling in her mind, offering a sheepish smile as she focused on her meal. This dinner unfolded in a peculiar and silent atmosphere. Returning to the vehicle, Liang Qiushi spoke gently. "Aksu, this afternoon I must oversee the wedding and hotel arrangements, so I will not accompany you. The Martial Arts Alliance's capital branch is nearby. I will escort you there first." As she spoke, she sent a friend request to Li Wei via her spiritual messaging app. Once she saw Li Wei successfully add the contact, she continued, "This is Xiaoyan's spiritual signal. She will be your dedicated driver from now on." I have already instructed her to wait for you in the parking lot of the Capital Branch. After your assessment, if you cannot find her, simply contact her through the app. All right. Upon hearing Liang Qiushi still refer to her as Aksu, Li Wei realized that this driver could not be entirely trusted. She promptly switched to her obedient daughter-in-law demeanor, nodding in compliance. Shortly thereafter, the car came to a stop at the Grand Plaza in front of the branch building. She took a deep breath, stepped out, exchanged a brief farewell with Liang Qiushi, and crossed the expansive square, approaching the imposing and prestigious structure that loomed ahead. In that moment, she felt the sky was bluer and the air particularly fresh, as if she had escaped from the cliché scenes of a melodramatic urban romance and returned to the exhilarating familiarity of her own racing track. A life of audacious bravado. Here I come. Chapter 45. Lu Feifei. The hall of the Martial Arts Alliance was bustling with activity, vibrant and lively. Upon entering, Li Wei felt as if she were a magnet dropped into a pile of iron filings, instantly drawing the attention of those around her. Some gazes were admiring, some curious, and others quite repulsive. She steadied herself, disregarding the stares, and quickened her pace towards the service area, following the directional signs. As she passed through an open waiting area, she heard a chorus of laughter and chatter among a group of young men and women clad in martial arts uniforms or casual wear. Glancing over, she noticed a banner that read Tingxiang Martial University Freshman Representative Team, though the latter part was rolled up, obscuring the text. Among the crowd, a girl with a high ponytail and a meticulously crafted makeup look caught her eye, her features appearing somewhat familiar. Li Wei paused momentarily, rifling through the memories of her original self, quickly identifying Lu Feifei. She was the high school classmate of the original Li Wei, the very person she had called for help when she could not locate Cheng Hao's contact information. Recalling the girl's sharp-tongued and sarcastic demeanor from that time, Li Wei felt a twinge of annoyance. However, upon reflection, she recognized that Lu Feifei had ultimately sent her the number, thus providing assistance. There was no need to hold a grudge, but rather to express gratitude. Instinctively, she raised her hand, intending to greet her old classmate. Yet, just as her hand moved, she jolted back to reality. Oh no, I almost forgot. I am now Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui. As she recalled the tense demeanor of Liang Qiushi during their recent meal, Li Wei felt an inexplicable chill, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing her from the shadows. She hastily averted her gaze, straightened her posture, and walked past the cluster of youthful faces without a glance. However, given her allure, it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. The previously boisterous group of young people fell into an unexpected silence, particularly the boys, whose eyes seemed glued to her. Lu Feifei stared, somewhat dazed, at the girl who passed by, her beauty strikingly surreal. A sudden pang gripped her heart, as if something had struck her mind, leaving a vague ache. That profile seemed hauntingly familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Who could it be? The name lingered tantalizingly on the tip of her tongue, yet refused to emerge, causing her to sweat in frustration. Noticing her bewilderment, a girl with neatly cropped hair gently nudged her with her elbow, whispering with a teasing smile. Feifei, you look like you've lost your wits. Is your soul wandering off? TSK, who would have thought you had a taste for this? Startled by the jolt, Lu Feifei snapped back to reality, though her expression remained perplexed. She shook her head vigorously, her voice somewhat airy as she murmured, "No, I just feel like I know her. She seems so familiar." At this, several boys nearby immediately converged, bombarding her with questions. "Feifei, do you really know that stunning beauty? Hurry, tell us who she is. Which school does she attend? What's her name?" Their incessant chatter only exacerbated her headache, prompting her to wave them off impatiently. "I don't know. Stop asking." Unbeknownst to Li Wei, she had unwittingly caused quite a stir among her former classmates. She proceeded to the entrance of the service area, swiped Jiang Shui's ID at the self-service ticket machine, and received a queue number. Glancing around the bustling hall, she chose a secluded corner with minimal foot traffic to sit down and casually opened her system panel. Health, Special Effect, Purification 500-3500, 1 Essence Supplement, 100 Health. Mental Method, Tine Yulian Baoju 1 Petal Lotus 500-310000. Slightly. Had her cultivation only increased by 2 points since last night? Was that considered fast or slow? She pondered, recalling that she had seemingly dozed off mid-practice. How long had she actually been at it? Ugh, I forgot. Sigh, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is arduous. After experiencing that exhilarating sensation of rapid gains, who can endure the slow grind of self-cultivation? She pursed her lips, yet her eyes gradually brightened. Little Tyene, once I finish registering as a warrior, I will gather essence to nourish you. By then, with the 9 petals of the lotus fully unfurled, we shall ascend to martial immortality and dominate the world. As she awakened from her daydream, she belatedly realized that the vacant seats around her had been occupied by a group of male martial artists. Each one sat rigidly, their expressions remarkably solemn. Some feigned interest in their phones, while others engaged in earnest discussions about martial arts insights. However, their furtive glances and overly stiff postures betrayed their inner thoughts. TSK. Men's methods of stealing glances at beautiful women have not changed since my day. Li Wei silently rolled her eyes, simultaneously expressing disdain for her former self. Please. Number 437. Proceed to window 3 for your business. The crisp electronic prompt resonated, coinciding perfectly with Li Wei's ticket number. Her spirit lifted, and she promptly rose, striding toward the designated window amidst a mix of admiration and regretful gazes. Hello, I wish to participate in the first-tier martial artist qualification assessment. She presented Jiang Shui's identification card. Behind the counter stood a capable-looking young woman who accepted the ID and swiftly began entering information. Will you be testing with bare hands or weapons? With weapons, I will be using a sword. The professional weapon testing fee is $500, and the assessment fee is $998, totaling $1,498. Please scan to pay. Li Wei hurriedly completed the payment, utilizing Jiang Shui's Lingshuan account, which held a substantial balance. Soon, a card with a number and barcode, accompanied by the identification card, was handed back to her. With this, proceed to the assessment area inside and wait for your number to be called. The staff member stated in a businesslike manner. Li Wei collected the 2 cards and expressed her gratitude, just as she was about to leave. Excuse me, miss. The young woman behind the counter suddenly called out, a hint of shyness on her face, but her eyes sparkled with curiosity. I hope it's not too forward of me to ask, but your skin is simply radiant. What skincare products do you use? Li Wei stumbled slightly, nearly showcasing an ungraceful fall. Isn't it customary for window staff in novels to be astonished by the protagonist's age and prowess, subsequently offering a wave of emotional value? She pondered. Why is it that, in my case, the focus is on my appearance? Faced with the staff's eager, sparkling gaze, Li Wei felt her cheeks twitch. After a brief moment of contemplation, she managed to utter, "It's natural," before fleeing without looking back. Due to the multitude of eyes upon her in the hall, her perception was disrupted, and she failed to notice that not far behind, Lu Feifei's gaze remained fixed on her. The confusion and curiosity in her old classmate's eyes seemed to hold an unshakable weight, as if something significant were on the verge of being recalled, yet was stubbornly suppressed. Who exactly is she? Chapter 46. Endurance? 2 individuals were queuing ahead of her, and she hurriedly followed, peering curiously inside. A spacious area, measuring over 300 or 400 square meters, came into view. Though devoid of windows, it was brightly lit, with rows of seats filled with candidates awaiting their assessments. Among them, the most boisterous were a group of young people in the central zone, clad in standardized black martial arts uniforms adorned with a flying horse emblem embroidered on their left chests. This was the insignia of Tengxiang Martial University, a collective assessment organized by the school. Li Wei mused, unwittingly recalling the desolate Anhum Martial University during the holidays. The disparity is evident. Soon, it was Li Wei's turn to enter. She took her assessment card and gently swiped it at the turnstile, mimicking the actions of those before her as she blew into a small device handed to her by the staff. As the green light illuminated, she lifted her foot to step inside, only to be halted by a staff member's outstretched hand. The staff member wore a rather complex expression and pointed at her attire. It was then that Li Wei belatedly glanced down at herself. Dressed in a well-tailored dress and sporting a pair of exquisite stilettos, she realized, oh no, I forgot to change. Looking around, it was evident that everyone else wore martial arts uniforms or sleek athletic gear, making her appear as if she had wandered into the wrong venue. She hesitated for a moment, too lazy to return home for a change. The Jiang family's reflected Moon 9 swords followed a fairy-like theme, emphasizing grace and elegance, and certainly wouldn't risk any wardrobe malfunctions. After all, she had managed just fine during yesterday's intense session. How could today's assessment be any different? Besides, she was wearing her specially supplied safety shorts underneath. She assured the staff member that there was no issue. Seeing her insistence, the staff member refrained from further discussion and directed her to find a seat, advising her to wait for the announcement of her number. Additionally, with a stern expression, they cautioned, no fighting in the waiting area. Violators will be disqualified from the assessment, and the league may impose further penalties depending on the severity. Li Wei touched her nose, suppressing a smile. Sister, do I look like someone who would instigate a fight? My demeanor is that of a delicate flower. Why not warn me to watch out for lecherous gazes? The staff member seemed to read her thoughts and chuckled. Just a formality, please don't take offense. Li Wei smirked slightly, turning to enter the waiting area. Initially intending to find a secluded corner, she scanned the room only to find limited available seats, with one remaining next to the group of Tingxiang students. As she approached, two female students from Tingxiang glared at her suspiciously, akin to protective chicks. Li Wei, unfazed, nudged the two girls occupying 3 seats back to their original places and plopped down gracefully, crossing her long legs and folding her arms, exuding an air of confidence. Hey, someone's sitting here, protested the girl beside Li Wei. This is my classmate's spot. Li Wei didn't even glance up, merely looking at her and asking, oh, and where is she? The girl was momentarily taken aback, her neck stiffening as she replied, she went to take the assessment. And then? Li Wei inquired, her tone indifferent. The young woman fell silent. After the assessment, who would still return here? She couldn't possibly lie and claim someone would be back soon. Another girl, standing a little farther away, could no longer tolerate the situation. She had already found Li Wei's attire unappealing, and now, hearing her speak so harshly, her temper flared. This is our school's designated area. You can't just sit here uninvited. Li Wei finally lifted her gaze, her eyes icy. I am sitting here now, what of it? The girl, infuriated, almost reached out to grab her, but Li Wei coolly reminded her, hey, I've said no private disputes. It'll lead to disqualification. The girl's actions froze, her face flushed with anger, yet she ultimately dared not strike, begrudgingly returning to her seat, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at Li Wei. Li Wei paid them no mind, her attention shifting to the large screen on the front wall. At that moment, an assessment was being broadcast live. A middle-aged warrior wielding a pitch-black long knife was engaged in an intense battle with a roughly 6-foot-tall, matte, gray humanoid figure. In the upper left corner of the screen, a line of small text read, Second Stage Warrior Practical Assessment, Zhang Yu, Live. Li Wei watched with keen interest, nearly craving a bucket of popcorn. However, her desire to avoid trouble did not mean others shared the same sentiment. Within a few minutes, whispers from the two girls nearby drifted over, their volume just right for her to overhear. TSK, which young lady is this? Dressed like that for the assessment? Is she mistaking this for a beauty pageant? Thinking that a pretty face will suffice? The warrior assessment is all about strength. Lacking ability, she should prepare for embarrassment. She clearly doesn't seem to have any real skills. Just a pretty fade. I bet she's just here to fish for compliments. The two exchanged remarks, their disdain and sarcasm nearly spilling over. Li Wei raised an eyebrow, her anger flaring, and her right hand instinctively moved toward the holster at her waist. How dare they think I look easily bullied? Just as she contemplated teaching them a lesson, she recalled the prohibition against private disputes and restrained herself. The assessment is crucial. I must secure my first-tier warrior qualification. I still need to upgrade through the cracks. Li Wei took a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Li Wei, you must remain calm. She urged herself, clenching her fists. The world is so beautiful, yet here I am, so irritable. Is this acceptable? It is not. She ground her teeth. Forcing herself to focus on the large screen once more, she saw Zhang Yu, the middle-aged warrior, step forward, raising his knife high for a powerful downward strike against the humanoid. However, the figure reacted even more swiftly. With a quick maneuver, it deftly absorbed the force of the blow. Zhang Yu stumbled, nearly falling, and executed a roll to evade the follow-up punch from the humanoid. Upon witnessing the combat prowess of the assessment robots, a collective gasp echoed throughout the waiting area. To Li Wei, the skirmish appeared rather lackluster. Yet as she observed this live broadcast format, her spirits began to lift. Ah, splendid. This live streaming is simply essential for showmanship. She mused. When it's my turn, I'll unsheathe my sword and swish. Decapitate that robot. Then a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Wait, that's not right. According to the script, I must allow the audience a moment to be astonished. If I act too swiftly, they won't even have time to exclaim in horror, and that would be rather dull. I have an idea. I could first circle around it with my agility, showcasing my skills, and then proceed with this and that. While she was delighting in her grand plan for ostentation, an unexpected buzzing noise intruded her ears. This time, it was not from the two girls beside her, but from a group further away, engaged in hushed discussions. The fragmented words she could catch included references to the Jiang family, a wealthy lineage from the past. The notion of a sticky note specialist, in terms like having not produced a sixth-tier warrior in decades, imitating others, and vanity, alongside the phrase White Lotus. Is this little white lotus perched atop my head? Li Wei's fists clenched instantly, her emotions surging, causing her blood to boil. Calm down. Calm down. Engaging in a private dispute won't earn me a warrior's certificate. Without a certificate, I cannot enter the rift, and without entering the rift, I cannot grow stronger. Stay composed, Li Wei, exercise patience. She repeatedly reminded herself while striving to take deep breaths. The two girls nearby perked up their ears and quickly grasped the situation. One of them, brimming with excitement, pointed at the lotus petal mark on Li Wei's forehead, her voice rising an octave. Hey, you must be from the Jiang family. No wonder you have a lotus here. By the way, could you share where you customized that sticker? It's so lifelike, haha. Upon hearing this, many male warriors who had been secretly observing Li Wei displayed expressions of sudden realization, their gazes towards her now laced with intrigue. The other girl, seizing the moment to reclaim her footing, joined in the ruckus. Yes, yes. Do tell where you got it. I want to get one too. Boom. Li Wei, unable to endure any longer, unleashed a punch, sending the heckling girl flying like a discarded sack, crashing into a row of chairs behind her, causing 4 or 5 students from the Tengxiang Martial University to topple over. I can't tolerate this any longer. Li Wei shook her fist, her dress billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. The nearby girl widened her eyes in shock and screamed, attempting to retreat, only to be seized by Li Wei, who delivered a knee strike to her abdomen. Thud! The girl fell to the ground without uttering a sound. This act was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Over 40 students from Tengxiang Martial University sprang to their feet, all members of the school team who had trained together for at least 2 years. Fueled by camaraderie and youthful vigor, they hardly cared about beauty in that moment. A few, quick to react, wasted no time in retaliating against Li Wei. Chapter 47. An opportunity to showcase your skills. Dare to strike Xiao Xiao and Qing Tian? Bring it on. The air was filled with the sound of fists, feet, elbows, and knees as a barrage of attacks descended upon Li Wei from various directions. So you wish to gang up on me? Li Wei's temper flared, and her right hand instinctively reached for the hilt at her waist, intent on drawing her sword. However, the moment her fingers brushed against the cold steel, she hesitated. No, that would lead to dire consequences. A private dispute is one thing, but taking a life is another matter entirely. Her thoughts raced as she adjusted her stance, her fingertips gliding apart. With her index and middle fingers aligned, her vital energy surged along a unique trajectory, culminating at her fingertips. A barely audible hum resonated, and a cold smile graced Li Wei's lips. In the next instant, she kicked lightly, sending her delicate stilettos airborne, and deftly caught them in her left hand. With her bare, snow-white feet, she transformed into a blur of white, moving with astonishing speed. The boy at the forefront barely registered the flash of white before he vanished from sight. Suddenly, a sharp, icy pain pierced his side. Thud! The excruciating agony clouded his vision, rendering half his body numb as he collapsed like a limp noodle onto the ground. Li Wei had incapacitated one opponent, and without missing a beat, she executed a swift backward kick, her delicate heel lightly striking the facial bone of another boy. Bang! He let out a muffled groan, spinning midair before landing hard on his backside. Utilizing the momentum from the impact, she vanished once more. Bang! 2 students attempting to flank her collided with a resounding crash, blood and tears streaming from their faces. Pathetic bunch. Li Wei flitted about like a white butterfly among the throng, always managing to evade attacks at the last possible moment. Strangely, despite the magnitude of her movements, she produced little noise, save for the faint rustle of her skirt in the breeze. The students of Tengxiang Martial University were in a frenzy, desperately trying to encircle her, yet they could not even grasp her shadow. Often, just as they locked onto a target, their fists would fall short, only to strike their own comrades instead. Hiss! Another boy was struck at the nape of his neck, his eyelids fluttering before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hiss! Nearby, A girl swinging her fist felt a sharp jab at her wrist, causing her to wince in pain, clutching her arm as she crouched down. Li Wei formed her fingers into a sword shape, alternating between pressure point strikes, precise cuts, and joint slaps, employing no lethal techniques. She instead demonstrated exquisite skill and an astute understanding of the human body's vulnerabilities. Nerves, pressure points, power zones. Each strike rendered a Tongxiang student incapable of continuing the fight. In mere moments, the ground was littered with more than a dozen fallen opponents. Those waiting for their assessment watched in stunned silence, initially believing that Tongxiang Martial University was merely using its influence to bully others. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the situation would completely reverse? The beauty, who had just been the subject of ridicule for her attire, was now single-handedly pursuing dozens of martial arts students from Tongxiang University. It is important to note that these students are all practitioners at the first level of the skin membrane realm, with some of the strongest having even reached the second level of the bone framework realm. They lacked the corresponding status and identity solely because they had yet to pass their assessments. Goodness, what kind of movement technique is this? Such astonishing speed. It is nearly impossible to discern. The strikes are ferocious. Surely several bones have been fractured. They deserve it. This group from Tongxiang barged in, seizing positions and behaving tyrannically. They have finally encountered their match. It's being recorded. I must share this on social media. I have it on tape too. This girl is incredible. Sisters, please share. After a brief uproar, the onlooking candidates instinctively stepped back, clearing a substantial area in the center, wary of being caught in the fray. Many realized the gravity of the situation and hastily retrieved their phones, aiming them at the formidable white figure in the arena, beginning to record. Simultaneously, from the rear of the Tongxiang student crowd, a tall, dark-skinned boy bellowed sharply, "Assemble! Form a combined attack formation." The remaining 20 or so students who could still move promptly gathered, seeking to create distance first. Planning to flee? It's too late. Li Wei shouted fiercely, her foot striking the ground as she pursued her target. The white figure traced ethereal paths, flickering like a specter. The blade of her finger darted with icy precision. One after another, Tongxiang students fell to the ground, either clutching their injuries and wailing or simply succumbing to unconsciousness. Within 7 or 8 seconds, the once menacing group of over 40 was mostly sprawled on the ground. Only 3 timid souls, who had hesitated to engage earlier, were now pale with fear, shrinking back, wishing they could rip the school emblem from their chests. Li Wei caught up to the last of the tall boys who had been issuing commands, swiftly incapacitating him with a pointed gesture, her foot resting assertively on his chest as she finally halted. She shook her slightly numb fingers, glancing around to discover a circle of onlookers fervently capturing the scene on their phones. A jolt of realization struck her. She quickly adjusted her slightly disheveled hair, adopting a demeanor of cold aloofness. "Hey, did I make it into the shot? All right then, everyone, mind the angles. Although it's not quite as I had envisioned. The goal of impressing has still been achieved. Yet, why does it feel like something is missing? The emotional impact is lacking." She pondered for a while, and suddenly the visage of a renowned director from her past life flashed in her mind. Clearing her throat, she straightened her posture, deliberately elongating her tone, and in an annoyingly challenging manner declared, "Is there anyone else?" Her clear, resonant voice echoed throughout the waiting area, causing one surviving Tongxiang girl to tremble, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Li Wei was feeling quite satisfied with the results when suddenly, a booming voice reminiscent of a great bell resonated from the entrance of the waiting area. "Oh, quite the bravado, aren't we? Very well. I'll grant you an opportunity to showcase your abilities." Who could it be? Li Wei turned her head sharply to see a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue, high-collared Tang suit standing behind the turnstile, flanked by a throng of men and women in suits, all gazing at her in astonishment. Li Wei felt a bit perplexed. Before she could gather her thoughts, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Huang Zhengshu. It's Huang Zhengshu. Oh my, it truly is Huang Zhengshu." Which Huang Zhengshu? Some were still confused. Who else could it be? Our Imperial Capital District's guardian, Huang Lei. Huang Lei raised both hands and gently gestured for silence, and the previously noisy scene fell instantly quiet. His gaze swept over the excited candidates and then landed on Li Wei, who seemed somewhat out of the loop. A faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a rich voice. "Listen closely. In this waiting area, all third-tier martial artists preparing for the assessment. Whoever can defeat this young lady," he nodded towards Li Wei, shall be deemed to have passed the evaluation. Remember, keep it within reason. Li Wei blinked rapidly. Locking eyes with Huang Lei's significant gaze, her mind momentarily short-circuiting. What did he just say? If someone beats me, they pass the assessment? The candidates who had been gleefully recording moments earlier had, unbeknownst to her, already stowed away their phones. A multitude of fervent, scrutinizing, and eager gazes converged upon her. No, are they serious? Li Wei felt a chill creeping down her spine. Chapter 48. Inspection. A few minutes prior, during the freshman competition period. Various functional areas on the first floor of the building were being transformed and partitioned to accommodate the participating martial arts universities for their daily teaching and training. Ouyang Ming, chairman of the Education Coordination Committee of the Imperial Capital Branch, accompanied Huang Lei as he walked and reported on the preparations. A large group of heads from various departments followed behind, drawing the attention of the social martial artists in the lobby. In just a month, the National Freshman Competition for Martial Arts Universities would commence in the Imperial Capital. As the host, the Imperial Capital Branch had been diligently preparing for over a month. Today, Huang Lei, the guardian of this branch, had managed to carve out some time to meet with Ouyang Ming, the head of the event, along with several relevant department heads, to review the process in person and address any gaps. After listening to Ouyang Ming's report, Huang Lei nodded slightly and inquired, "What arrangements are in place for the regular martial artist assessments during this competition month?" Ouyang Ming responded, "We plan to temporarily move them to the third-tier assessment area on the underground floor. It is usually not crowded, so relocating for a month should pose no significant issues." He then added, "The accommodation for the participating teams will be arranged at the Yuhua International Hotel, which is closest to the competition venue. Thus, the hotel, the building, and the venue behind the building will all align perfectly in a straight line. My proposal is that the participating students and teachers should come directly from the hotel to the competition venue without taking a longer route to the main entrance. They could traverse through the building, with the ground floor designated as the competition and daily training area. This approach would maximize efficiency and convenience, eliminating the need for temporary facilities." Huang Lei listened attentively, nodding occasionally. This year's freshman competition, being the first to utilize the newly constructed all-terrain variable competition ground, posed challenges due to its urban location and limited space, making the overall arrangement more demanding than in previous years. Although Ouyang Ming's plan was not particularly remarkable, it effectively made use of existing conditions, which was commendable. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired about the segregation of competitors and ordinary martial artists, as well as the measures for ensuring student safety. Ouyang Ming gestured to a robust middle-aged man following behind him, Jinshu. "This aspect will primarily be overseen by Director Liu from the building management." Director Liu quickly approached, responding, "We will arrange for security personnel to be on duty throughout the event and will establish isolation barriers. Additionally, we have coordinated with the Rift Investigation Bureau, and they will send personnel to assist with security during the competition." Barriers? Huang Lei raised an eyebrow. That may suffice for ordinary individuals, but what about martial artists? Especially the impulsive students. What if conflicts arise with social martial artists? I have heard that in the public areas of the building, instances of private altercations have seemingly persisted. A bead of sweat formed on Director Liu's forehead, yet he refrained from wiping it away, offering an awkward smile. "Rest assured, Jinshu and Chairman Ouyang. Over the past month, we have exerted considerable effort in promoting a culture of civility, particularly in high-conflict areas such as the assessment waiting zone. We have mandated our staff to issue stern warnings to each participant." Seemingly regaining some confidence, he straightened his posture, declaring, through enhanced patrols, repeated briefings, and increased penalties, the occurrence of private conflicts has been nearly eradicated. I, Luingjia, assure you that we will present the safest, most orderly, and most exemplary environment for the incoming Martial University students. We will not tarnish the reputation of our Imperial Capital District. Just as he finished speaking, the group reached the entrance to the lower-level assessment waiting area, where a sudden sharp voice pierced the air. "I can't endure you any longer." Thud. Following this, chaos erupted with the sounds of bodies hitting the floor, overturned tables and chairs, and the screams of girls alongside the shouts of boys. Director Liu's smile froze instantly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Instinctively, he reached for his walkie-talkie to call for patrol personnel. "Wait." Huang Lei raised his hand, halting him. Director Liu was taken aback, looking at Huang Lei in confusion. Without providing an explanation, Huang Lei's gaze pierced through the tumult of the waiting area, precisely locking onto a white figure, barefooted and ghostly agile. Intrigued, he observed with increasing focus. The girl struck swiftly and accurately, each blow targeting her opponent's vulnerabilities, rendering them momentarily defenseless. Moreover, her movements were graceful and ethereal, her speed far surpassing that of her peers. One individual, confronted by a group of over 40 martial arts students of the same rank, not only suffered no detriment, but rather dispatched them with the ease of slicing through vegetables, swiftly toppling a multitude. What astonishing speed! This technique is unconventional. It employs fingers as if wielding a sword. Is this the Jiang family's moonlit 9 swords? When did the Jiang family produce such an extraordinarily talented descendant? Fascinating, utterly fascinating. Huang Lei watched with rapt attention, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, Ouyang Ming and other officials were equally entranced. All of them were at least third-tier warriors, with many being of mid-third tier, and could instantly discern the girl's exceptional prowess. Swift, silent, and agile. Judging solely by her vital energy fluctuations, the girl was at the pinnacle of second tier, effortlessly overcoming a group of first and second tier students. Were she to wield a true sword, she could likely annihilate all 40 of her opponents in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a dreadful thought crept into the minds of many. Could Xin Yaoqi have achieved such feats in her time? Emotionally, they certainly hoped so. Xin Yaoqi, the brightest star of the past decade in Huagua, the only fourth-tier student at the Martial Arts University and a direct disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance's chairman, possessed such extraordinary talent that she ought to dominate her era. Yet reason reminded them that, no matter how formidable Xin Yaoqi was, it was impossible for her to single-handedly overpower dozens of opponents of the same rank. The closest instance of her combat prowess was when, at the pinnacle of first tier, she faced 2 second-tier and 9 first-tier assailants, successfully retaliating at the cost of her own injuries. In comparison, observing the present scene with the girl in a white dress against 43 adversaries, 6 of whom were second-tier, while the rest were competent first-tier martial arts students. It was clear that even Xin Yaoqi at her second-tier peak would likely have had to retreat. In an instant, the official sentiments became rather complex. Only Supervisor Liu remained frozen in place, gripping his walkie-talkie so tightly that it creaked, his expression more grotesque than if he had swallowed a fly. At that moment, he wished he could dismember Li Wei for this predicament. Just then, a clear, slightly arrogant voice rang out from within. "Who else dares to challenge me?" Supervisor Liu's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to collapse. Huang Lei glanced at the fallen students and then at the poised girl in the white dress, unable to contain himself any longer. He laughed heartily, his voice resounding. "Oh, such bravado. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your abilities." Chapter 49. Tensions rise. The sealed passage beside the turnstile slid open. A team of medical personnel swiftly entered, pushing stretchers as they efficiently began to tend to the sprawled students of Tingxiang. The sounds of groans, bones being realigned, and the wheels of stretchers rolling created a cacophony. The 3 surviving Tingxiang students, who had previously cowered at the back and dared not engage, exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward, feigning assistance and lifting their peers, seizing the chaos to slip away with the stretchers. They sought to pass the assessment, yet lacked the courage to face Li Wei once more. As for Li Wei, she stood solitary in the center of the arena, surrounded by the remnants of the recent skirmish. She cast her gaze around, noting the throng of onlookers encircling her. A daunting sea of black-clad figures. A rough count revealed no fewer than 200 individuals, a mix of genders and ages, judging by their attire and demeanor. The vast majority were martial artists from the streets, though some resembled university students of martial arts. Moreover, she could hardly believe that among them there were no third-tier practitioners, especially considering this was the waiting area for third-tier warriors' assessments. An invisible pressure closed in from all sides, making the air feel thick and viscous. As for retreat, that notion never crossed her mind. With the atmosphere charged to such a degree, to refrain from engaging in a decisive battle would be unthinkable for a traverser. Taking stock of her condition, Li Wei glanced at her status panel. Vitality, Effect, Purification 2, 915. 003. Although her recent encounter with Tingxiang and his companions had ended in victory with relative ease, the use of her finger sword and the exertion of her vital energy had drained her reserves more than if she had wielded a proper sword. In just this brief time, Her vitality had diminished by nearly half. Next, she examined her supplies. Abyss Essence, 211. Each essence replenished 100 vitality. Theoretically, she possessed over 20,000 vitality points, enough to endure for quite some time. However, Li Wei felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of using the essence as if it were a mere blue potion. It seemed an utter waste, akin to burning 100 yuan bills to cook. This substance was meant to be cherished. With that thought, she raised her gaze towards Huang Lei. Guardian Huang. Her voice resonated throughout the crowd. If they defeat me, they may consider it a successful assessment. But what if I were to triumph over them? As her words echoed, a ripple of agitation coursed through the assembly. Indeed, her earlier confrontation with Teng Xiang's group had been impressive. Her agility and offensive maneuvers were quite formidable. But what was the current situation? Over 200 martial artists. Among them were several bona fide third-tier practitioners. Even if she were a second-tier girl at her peak. Facing such a multitude, even a fourth-tier expert would find it perilous to engage without retreating. The very idea of a counterattack seemed absurd. A few impatient individuals moved their lips, ready to scoff, but upon catching sight of the imposing figure at the entrance, they abruptly stifled their remarks. Huang Lei, having heard Li Wei's declaration, wore an even broader smile. His voice remained robust, ensuring his words reached every ear. Should you emerge victorious, passing the assessment will be a foregone conclusion, and the penalties for private dueling shall be waived. Within my authority, I will arrange for the highest level of treatment reserved for geniuses from the Imperial Capital Branch, prioritizing your access to resources. After a brief pause, he emphasized additionally, I shall personally draft a report to the League headquarters, recommending your entry into this year's Genius Training Camp. Boom. His words struck the crowd like a splash of cold water on hot oil, igniting a frenzy of excitement. What did he just say? The Genius Training Camp. Surely, I must have misheard. Is Guardian Huang referring to that very camp? Resources prioritized. Can one truly bypass others to enter the training camp? Wasn't the quota established at the beginning of the year? I heard the camp has already commenced. What justifies her receiving such treatment? One person expressed discontent. Immediately, someone nearby retorted, she has the ability. What's your problem? She'd better truly win first. Exactly. We can't allow her to ascend at our expense. Brothers, let's fight. This was the instinctive reaction of the martial artists present, and a few martial university students in the crowd had reddened eyes. The Genius Training Camp. Each year, the Martial Arts Alliance meticulously selects 100 top students from across the nation, with masters personally guiding them, providing an abundance of resources. It is important to note that there are over 200 martial arts universities nationwide, with each institution averaging less than one quota. Not to mention the 3 major schools having multiple slots. Moreover, this year's training camp includes instructors such as Shun Yaoqi. The students instantly united in their shared animosity, resolutely determining to suppress Li Wei here and ensure that she does not use them as a stepping stone. Li Wei observed the fervent crowd and cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Huang Lei at the entrance, her expression darkening. That old fox. Playing tricks, are we? What a wave of animosity he has stirred. Resource allocation? Genius Training Camp? He might as well bind a line of 6th-tier abyssal creatures and show me some real action. However, if resources are to be allocated, it would be beneficial for that kid Li Cheng. Wait a minute, if I do that, will that guy Gu misunderstand me as a benevolent supporter? The thought of Gu Jinji sent a shiver down her spine. Damn it, why am I thinking of him? Our relationship isn't that serious. Ugh, what bad luck. Venting her frustration, Li Wei huffed. Fine, I accept. Bring it on. At the same time, she secretly resolved to use the Abyss Essence for a maximum of 11 points to replenish 1100 vitality. If it truly became unbearable, she would simply concede. For she wasn't particularly desperate for any resources. The training camp wasn't that rarefied. No sooner had she spoken than the encircling crowd began to stir restlessly. A few seasoned martial artists commenced applying verbal pressure. Little girl, you seemed quite spirited earlier, but your vitality must have diminished considerably, right? How much longer can you endure? Hey, we aren't those student kids. We play rough. If we accidentally mar that beautiful face of yours, what a pity that would be. Take my advice. Concede to avoid suffering. Interspersed within this banter was a composed male voice, discreetly directing, Tier 3 fighters, step forward to hold her off. Others, circle around. Don't engage her directly. Wear her vitality down first. Li Wei paid no mind. The group of Tang Xiang and his companions had an element of playfulness about them. Now, facing over 200 individuals, her fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited. With her left hand, she casually tossed the slender object she held towards Huang Lei. Huang, lend me a hand, thanks. Whoosh. The delicate white shoe traced a parabolic arc in the air. Huang Lei stood motionless, effortlessly catching it with a swift motion. Behind him, a subordinate in a suit hurried forward, eager to assist. However, Huang Lei waved his hand dismissively, no need. Thus, the esteemed protector of the imperial capital, a council member of the alliance, and a genuine master of the craft stood there with an air of nonchalance. One hand casually resting in his pocket, while the other grasped a pair of elegant pointed stilettos. It was as if he held not mere footwear, but rather instruments of divine retribution. Behind him, his subordinates could only watch in astonishment, their eyes twitching at the audacity displayed by both the protector and the young lady accompanying him, whose unconventional thought processes seemed to defy the norm. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, as Li Wei hurled one of her shoes, four figures emerged from the throng. Leading the charge was the stout middle-aged man who had previously issued commands. His presence was formidable, with a steady and profound aura as he approached with silent poise. Others from various directions followed suit. A silver-haired elder, his sinewy muscles rippling, towering close to 6 feet tall, a rather unremarkable middle-aged woman with a flat nose and small eyes, barely reaching 5 feet, and finally, a young man clad in casual athletic wear, yet exuding a sharp, piercing demeanor akin to a poised spear. These 4 formidable warriors of the 3rd stage encircled Li Wei, while over 200 first and 2nd stage martial artists in the periphery watched with eager intensity. The air thick with anticipation as the tension escalated, an imminent clash on the horizon. Chapter 50. The chaotic battle. Li Wei surveyed her surroundings, her right hand forming a blade-like gesture while her left hung naturally by her side. With a subtle pout of her lips, she prepared for the confrontation. The atmosphere fell into a momentary hush. Such audacity. The stout middle-aged man was the first to react, bellowing as he unleashed a barrage of blood-red energy towards Li Wei's face. At that moment, to his right, the muscular elder lunged forth like a tiger descending from the mountains, his massive hand cleaving through the air aimed at her shoulder. Meanwhile, from the left rear, the unassuming middle-aged woman crouched low, akin to a snake slithering across the ground, her fingers curling into claws aimed directly at Li Wei's ankle. The sharp young man, silent as a shadow, circled to Li Wei's rear, his fist coiled tight, ready to strike at her vulnerable back. For individuals, for directions, an instantaneous and remarkably synchronized assault that seemingly cut off all paths for her escape. At least, that was their assumption. The stout middle-aged warrior's strategy of engaging the strong while harrying the weak was sound, yet he gravely misjudged Li Wei's speed. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only swiftness remains unbroken. Li Wei's delicate toes barely grazed the ground as she vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting blur that soon dissipated. Boom. The quartet's attacks met with empty air. Among them, the stout middle-aged man's fist nearly collided with that of the sharp young man, and they narrowly avoided a collision, their movements becoming somewhat clumsy in the process. Such incredible speed. The middle-aged woman gasped, her voice laced with disbelief. She was the strongest among the 4. As I observed earlier, I was merely struck by the girl's astonishing speed. Now, experiencing it firsthand, the pressure has escalated dramatically, and a sense of retreat has begun to take root in my heart. Surround her. The stout man steadied himself, witnessing his companion momentarily dazed, and shouted urgently. Alas, it was too late. In the instant she broke free from the encirclement, Li Wei darted away like an unrestrained fish, plunging into the throng of eager 1st and 2nd-tier warriors. Swish, swish, swish. Her fingers danced with the sword, and her assault rained down like a torrential storm. She did not even glance at her attackers, relying solely on her instinctive combat skills, her vital energy surging into her fingertips as she struck at the slightest opening. In pursuit of efficiency, she even abandoned the sound-suppressing techniques of the cold pool's silent jade. Her fingertips sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. Wherever she passed, chaos ensued. Ah, my hand. Groans and the sickening crack of dislocated bones echoed throughout the waiting area in an instant. The 1st and 2nd-tier warriors were utterly unprepared. In their line of sight, there was often just a fleeting white shadow, followed by a sudden jolt of pain or numbness, rendering them incapable of resistance in a heartbeat. Li Wei, her delicate feet bare and white as snow, danced upon the cold, hard floor, her speed leaving behind elusive trails of white. Occasionally pausing, she would strike with her sword, her skirt billowing and swirling like a blooming white lotus. Behind her, four enraged third-tier warriors shouted in disarray. "Everyone back off! Damn it! Retreat!" The stout man pushed aside several obstructing first-tier warriors, his voice hoarse from shouting. The muscular elder was also agitated. He leaped up, flipping in midair, his feet crashing forcefully against the ceiling that was more than 4 meters high, using the recoil to descend upon the possible location of Li Wei like a falling meteor. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the hard floor was smashed into a spiderweb-like pit, debris scattering everywhere. Yet, the impact site was completely empty, and the flying fragments struck several unfortunate first-tier warriors nearby. Fortunately, the warriors were tough and resilient. Otherwise, several would have been laid low. Meanwhile, the young man attempted to blend into the crowd, relying on anticipation to intercept Li Wei. However, her movements were too elusive, often involving sharp, sudden turns at high speeds, causing him to miss his ambush multiple times. As for the middle-aged woman, she merely lingered on the periphery, exerting little effort at all. In the brief span of 30 seconds, nearly a third of the over 200 individuals present had collapsed. The wails of the fallen rose and fell, creating utter chaos. The stout man felt as though his lungs would burst from fury, bellowing, "Everyone, get down. I command you to lie down." Yet, no one heeded his call. The crowd continued to scurry about like headless flies, colliding with one another and obstructing the way. Amidst this turmoil, Li Wei efficiently dispatched her foes. At the same time, she became acutely aware of the rapid depletion of her vital energy. With a flicker of thought, a panel appeared before her. Vital energy, effect, purification 487-5003. It's running low. She acted without hesitation, immediately channeling 4 points of abyssal essence. An incredibly pure energy surged into her limbs, instantly filling her withered acupoints, revitalizing her spirit. Continue. Her speed did not diminish in the slightest. Rather, with the restoration of her vitality, her strikes became even swifter and more ferocious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yet another group fell before her. At the entrance of the waiting area, aside from Huang Lei and his entourage, an immense crowd had gathered, their presence darkening the scene. All were rendered speechless by the spectacle unfolding before them. Who was that woman? How is she so ferocious? Taking on hundreds alone? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Goodness. Look at her movement. Her finger techniques. Absolutely outrageous. Wasn't it said that dueling was prohibited within the building? With such chaos ensuing, why is no one intervening? Shoot, keep it down. Can't you see Huang standing there? If the big shots aren't saying anything, we might as well enjoy the show. Whispered discussions, gasps of amazement, and the incessant clicking of phone cameras filled the air. Huang Lei remained unfazed, one hand in his pocket while the other held Li Wei's delicate white stiletto heels, ignoring the surrounding clamorous crowd and allowing everyone to observe and capture the moment. In a corner of the crowd, Lu Feifei fixed her gaze on the white figure in the arena, her temples throbbing painfully. 2 minutes later, the battle began to subside. Most of the once formidable challengers now lay on the ground, some groaning, others unconscious. The only ones still standing, aside from the 4 ashen-faced third-tier warriors, were merely a handful of fortunate souls who had remained on the periphery from the beginning. Li Wei finally came to a halt. Amidst the chaos, she stood drenched in sweat, her chest heaving from rapid breaths. A pure, ethereal fragrance radiated from her, enveloping a small area around her. Despite her extreme fatigue, her eyes remained bright and filled with fighting spirit. 8 points of essence consumed, with 91 vitality remaining, a decent amount. The remaining third-tier fighters seemed significantly weaker than Gu Jinji. However, using her fingers to substitute for a sword might be overstating things. With this thought, Li Wei instinctively placed her right hand on her waist, her mind focusing on the panel, preparing to recover her energy. At that moment, the 4 third-tier warriors regrouped, glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground, then at Li Wei, who, despite her disheveled breath, remained unscathed. A chill crept up from their hearts. What kind of monster is this girl? Huang Lei's eyes were similarly filled with astonishment. The Jiang family's first form of the moonlit 9 swords, Cold Pond's Quiet Wall, was indeed renowned for its low energy consumption and prowess in group battles. But that was with a sword. She was substituting her fingers for a sword, relying solely on her own vitality to breach the defenses of warriors of equal rank. How could the energy expenditure be the same? A girl who appeared to be no more than a second-tier martial artist. Where does she draw such monstrous endurance from? No, this doesn't add up. Endurance. She is not necessarily a second tier. A spark of inspiration ignited in Huang Lei's mind. If she were to break through to a first-tier warrior with the perfection of nurturing blood, then her vitality at the first tier could rival that of a second-tier warrior. Her recovery speed would be comparable to that of a third tier, just like the once great Shen Yaoqi. Contemplating this possibility, Huang Lei's expression instantly grew solemn. He abruptly raised his hand, his voice no longer calm, carrying an undeniable authority. This is where it ends. Clear the area. Chapter 51. Distinct thoughts on the top floor of the building, in a spacious office. The two sat opposite each other on a sofa in the reception area. Huang Lei held a tablet in his hands, his fingertips gliding over the screen as he scrutinized Jiang Shui's information. Li Wei sat across from him, diligently attempting to use her vital energy to dry her skirt. This was a method Huang Lei had just taught her, claiming that by stimulating the rapid circulation of vital energy, warmth could emanate from her body's pores, achieving a complete drying effect. However, after half a day of effort, the results were minimal. The damp hem clung uncomfortably to her skin. Fortunately, her undergarments were of a light color. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Could it be because the Taiyin Yulian Baolu possesses a cold? She speculated aimlessly. Across from her, Huang Lei's nostrils flared slightly as the refreshing, ethereal fragrance seemed to intensify. He glanced up and noticed Li Wei's skirt fluttering gently, unable to suppress a chuckle, reminiscing about his past experiences fighting alongside Jiang Xinyue. That subtle scent remained vividly etched in his memory. He nearly teased her with a remark about whether all members of the Jiang family possessed a natural fragrance. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but were swallowed back. No, such levity would be unbecoming. After all, he was a guardian commander and must maintain his dignity. Clearing his throat, he wore a gentle smile. The Martial Arts Alliance has always placed great emphasis on talent, particularly our branch in the imperial capital. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, lowering his voice and shifting the topic. I have a rather unaccomplished son, 26 this year. A few years your senior, already at the pinnacle of the third tier. He works at the Rift Investigation Bureau in Modu. He is decent-looking and possesses a character that is upright and dependable. Li Wei's lips twitched, increasingly sensing something amiss. Observing that this esteemed commander was intent on promoting his son further, she felt a chill and decisively interrupted. He is married. Huang Lei, caught up in his enthusiasm, was momentarily taken aback. Married? Seeing his bewildered expression, Li Wei added a few more words. Yes, married. Furthermore, we just obtained the certificate this morning. The smile on Huang Lei's face completely froze, his eyes widening in shock. After a long pause, recollecting the rumored engagement between the Gu and Jiang families, he tentatively asked, the Gu family? Li Wei nodded, yes. Huang Lei, even more perplexed, felt the years of tempering his vital energy slip away. How could your grandmother agree to this? Is the Gu family truly unaware of your Jiang family circumstances? Li Wei remained silent, her neck stiffened and exuding an air of a virtuous woman. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Huang Lei waved his hand, appearing rather disinterested. Since you are already the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, according to the agreement between the Alliance and the Wu Xian family, I can no longer recruit you directly. This matter, I will seek an opportunity to discuss with the head of the Gu family. Li Wei had been anticipating Huang Lei to lavish her with resources, but upon hearing this, her spirits waned. Damn, was that effort in vain? My precious essence points, she murmured, a hint of reluctance in her tone. This was her final line. At the very least, she hoped for a martial artist status, allowing her to venture into the rifts to hunt monsters, right? Huang Lei sensed her misunderstanding and clarified. What I meant was, the Alliance cannot directly poach you, but that does not imply the cancellation of your genius status. A talent like yours is an invaluable asset to Huagua and humanity as a whole. Since I have encountered you, I shall certainly endeavor to nurture your potential. He gazed at Li Wei and reconfirmed. You broke through with a solid foundation, correct? Yes. Li Wei nodded. In her plans with Liang Qiushi and Jiang Xinyue, the information regarding her completion of the great perfection was common knowledge. What's your peak blood energy value before the breakthrough? Is it convenient to mention? Huang Lei inquired further. Li Wei, without any reservation, replied, 93. This figure had been mutually agreed upon by the three of them. It was higher than Zhang Pengcheng's, but not as high as Shen Yaoqi's. While there were peers in the country who also reached the great perfection, such as Min Zimo from the Beijing Investigation Bureau and Su Mo from the Danding sect, both were prodigies. However, the specific values of their breakthroughs remained unknown to outsiders, rendering them useless for comparison. Thus, they simply adopted a median between Shun and Zhang's figures, which conveyed enough weight without being excessively astounding. Upon hearing the number 93, a flicker of confusion crossed Huang Lei's face. Based on Li Wei's earlier display of combat prowess, he had initially presumed that even if she was not a near-path body, her capabilities would be quite close. The blood energy value prior to her breakthrough should have been around 97 or 98 at the very least. To find it was merely 93 prompted him to reconsider her exhibited combat effectiveness. The mind of a master-level expert raced, swiftly replaying Li Wei's entire battle. Moments later, Huang Lei revealed a wry smile, realizing he had been overly presumptuous. Although Li Wei appeared unstoppable, her performance relied significantly on her speed and striking frequency, attributes inherent to the Han Tan Shun by technique. Conversely, Shun Yaoqi specialized in the Yun Yuan sword classic, passed down by the president, sword immortal Yun Shang. Both wielded swords, yet the Yun Yuan sword classic adopted a more regal approach, overpowering opponents through sheer strength. In terms of efficiency against lesser foes, it could not compete with the directness of the Han Tan Shin Bai. If one were to make a somewhat inappropriate analogy, the Yun Yuan sword classic resembled an anti-material sniper rifle, while the Han Tan Shin Bai functioned like a submachine gun. Against unarmored targets, both could deliver lethal strikes. But when faced with heavily armored foes, the submachine gun would merely scratch the surface. Relying on the Han Tan Shin Bai, Li Wei could easily dispatch opponents of the same tier or lower, yet when challenged to face those beyond her level, she would encounter significant difficulties. As Shun Yaoqi journeyed through several renowned battles, he predominantly engaged in challenges beyond his level, facing numerous seasoned experts. In this regard, Li Wei still could not compare. Unbeknownst to him, during the recent skirmish, Li Wei had yet to exert her full strength. As he contemplated this, Huang Lei exhaled softly, his initial excitement subsiding, accompanied by a sense of disappointment. It was not that Li Wei lacked talent. Among her contemporaries in Huagua, there were only 4 who had achieved the pinnacle of perfection, and she was the youngest among them. However, in comparison to Huang Lei's earlier expectations, the disparity was indeed significant. After reaching the pinnacle, the first realm of vitality and blood was no trivial matter. Shen Yaoqi, with a score of 96, surpassed Zhang Pengcheng, who scored 90 by 6 points. At 23 years of age, Shen Yaoqi was at the 5th stage, while 22-year-old Zhang Pengcheng was at the 2nd stage. As for Gu Jinji, despite having only reached the limit of the small perfection, he advanced to the 3rd stage more swiftly than Zhang Pengcheng. This was due to his decision to forego further nurturing of his vitality, breaking through to become a martial artist in the 2nd semester of his freshman year. If all went as anticipated, Zhang Pengcheng would soon catch up to Gu Jinji, only to then leave him further behind. The gap between foundation and talent can sometimes be overwhelmingly despairing. Suddenly, Huang Lei's tablet emitted a notification indicating new messages. Upon checking, his expression softened. Your blood test results are in, confirming a breakthrough to the pinnacle of perfection without issue. Li Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how anxious she was during the blood draw, fearing her secret of 991 might be discovered. Fortunately, as Jiang Xinyue had stated, once a quasi-martial artist breaks through, their foundation can no longer be sensed. Even the most advanced instruments can only ascertain that she is above the pinnacle without revealing specific values. I will promptly report to headquarters, striving to ensure you join this year's genius training camp. Huang Lei maintained his gentle demeanor. However, even if you miss it, there will certainly be a spot for you next year. He picked up the tablet, swiped a few times, and brought up a screen resembling a marketplace, presenting it to Li Wei. According to the treatment for dual-class geniuses, starting next month, the Martial Arts Alliance's Capital Division will deposit 1,000 Alliance contribution points into your martial artist account each month. You may use these points to exchange for items within the internal system, limited to dual-class privileges, including cultivation resources, weapons, armor, combat techniques, and mental methods, everything one could desire. Moreover, he added, dual class is merely the highest level the division can offer, given your circumstances. Applying for triple-class status should pose no significant issue. I will expedite this matter for you. Thank you for your support. Li Wei expressed her gratitude. However, she held no interest in the genius training camp. With just over a month until her departure for Shijiang, she had no time for such frivolities. Thus, she resolutely declared, I have heard that this year's training camp has already been underway for some time. I think I shall forego attending, as there will be spots available next year. Huang Lei pondered for a moment before nodding. This year, forcing Jiang Shui into the camp could potentially stir unnecessary rumors, which indeed was not warranted. Afterward, he elaborated to Li Wei on the types of resources she could redeem, as well as the usage and value of the alliance contribution points. It was then that she comprehended that receiving 1,000 alliance contribution points each month was indeed considerable. The intrinsic value of one contribution point approximately equated to 15,000 to 20,000 Huahua currency. The fluctuations in value were attributed to the discrepancies in pricing of resources within the alliance compared to the external market. For instance, daily consumables were priced similarly to those outside, whereas equipment and weapons were significantly more affordable. Li Wei felt a surge of joy, pondering, if this is the case, will we soon be among the elite earning millions monthly? Her laughter grew increasingly jubilant, and Huang Lei, upon seeing her delight, couldn't help but share in her happiness. At that moment, both harbored their own thoughts, yet their spirits were high. Chapter 52, A Grand Encounter at around 5 in the afternoon. Li Wei completed all the necessary formalities and finally obtained her certification as a first-tier warrior. The accompanying warrior badge was casually tucked into the pocket of her dress. This badge served more as a decorative accessory. To verify one's identity, facial recognition was essential. Fortunately, this dress, imbued with a sense of elegance, surprisingly featured pockets. As for the second tier, she would have to wait 3 months before she could sit for the examination. Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim internally, bureaucracy is truly a bane. After bidding farewell to Huang Lei and the overly enthusiastic staff of the Martial Arts Alliance, Li Wei made her way to the underground parking garage. Xiaoyan was already waiting by the car. Upon first meeting, Li Wei was taken aback by the girl's height. She stood at least 175 meters tall, and even in flat shoes. She towered over Li Wei by half a head. Yet, astonishingly, this tall figure possessed a cherubic round face, exuding a somewhat naive and endearing demeanor. Initially, Xiaoyan appeared somewhat reserved, speaking with great caution. As their journey progressed, they gradually grew more comfortable with one another. Through their conversation, Li Wei discovered that the girl also bore the surname Gu, her full name being Gu Yan, a distant relative of the Gu family. Previously, she had been employed at a modest company associated with the Gu family, but recently, she had caught the attention of Liang Xiushi and was transferred to her side. Her role extended beyond that of a driver. She also served as Li Wei's personal assistant. Gu Yan earnestly stated, Young madam, should you require any assistance in your daily life, please do not hesitate to instruct me. Li Wei felt a bit awkward, but managed to muster a polite smile, acknowledging the enthusiasm of her new assistant. Outside the car window, the vibrant splendor of the capital rushed by. As she gazed at the dazzling scenery, her thoughts drifted towards leveling up through monster hunting. Now that she had attained the status of a first-tier warrior, shouldn't she settle into an abyssal rift? However, glancing down at her wrinkled dress, which had barely dried from her exertions, she dismissed the notion, along with the idea of wearing delicate heels. Never mind. I should return and prepare myself. At the very least, I need to change into proper attire suitable for combat. I cannot continue wearing such expensive and fragile dresses. Upon returning to Gu Garden, the vehicle did not enter through the main entrance, but rather navigated to the side, gliding into a spacious underground garage. After traversing a short distance within the garage, it came to a steady halt at a designated parking space. With her keen spatial awareness, Li Wei quickly discerned that this location was directly beneath Gu Jinji's small building. Indeed, Gu Yan assisted her in unlocking a heavy, intricately carved security door, revealing a familiar layout that caused her eyelid to twitch involuntarily. The first sight to greet her was the laundry room. The embarrassing incident from the previous night replayed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, clearing her throat to mask her discomfort. She hastily bid farewell to Gu Yan and ascended the stairs with quickened steps. On the first floor, the dining room was adorned with an abundant dinner spread. The main course consisted of 3 varieties of exotic beast meat, sourced from land, sea, and air, accompanied by an assortment of 7 or 8 exquisite side dishes. Li Wei contemplated whether to wait for Gu Jinji and Liang Qiushi to return for a meal together. However, the butler soon informed her that they would not be home that evening. She casually inquired about Gu Xiong and the 2 younger ones, only to learn that the elder was with the 2nd young master and the 3rd young lady at the training grounds, enjoying a light meal while continuing their practice, which would likely extend for some time. Upon hearing this, Li Wei could not help but smile. This was splendid news. She could indulge in the lavish spread without reservation. Despite her petite frame, as a martial artist, her appetite was anything but small, especially after enduring a demanding battle. The maid observed as the newlywed lady took her seat and then, with an astonishing speed that belied her delicate appearance, began to devour the feast. In less than 20 minutes, the table, once laden with delectable dishes, was left entirely cleared. Returning to her bedroom, she took a refreshing shower and changed into a light apricot silk nightgown, a thoughtful gift from Liang Qiushi. Casually tossing her discarded clothes into the laundry basket in the bathroom, climbing into bed, Li Wei picked up her phone, preparing to embark on an online shopping spree. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone jolted her. After several days of silence since her return, her phone had been as quiet as a brick, receiving only the occasional promotional advertisement and operator messages, but no personal calls. To her surprise, the caller ID displayed Ninghua. Her mind raced as she recalled Jiang Shui's recounting from her time in England. This was Jiang Shui's middle school deskmate, the young lady from a martial arts family in another region. Their relationship had a moderate closeness rating of 2 black hearts. Hesitating momentarily, Li Wei ultimately swiped to answer. Hello? Is it Xiao Xue? Oh my goodness, you've finally returned to the country. The voice on the other end erupted with a saccharine enthusiasm that bordered on insincerity, as if they were long-lost sisters reunited after years apart. Li Wei suppressed the discomfort rising in her stomach and managed to squeeze out a vague sound of acknowledgement. Emichum. However, internally, she scoffed. I've been back for nearly a week, and I've posted updates on social media. The news of the marriage alliance between the Gu family and the Jiang family has stirred quite a commotion. You, being from the Ning family, a clan of martial artists, are surely aware that even in a secluded circle, such news would not elude you until now, would it? Oh, you have no idea how heartbroken I was when you went to England all those years ago. Those were such splendid days in middle school when we attended classes together, shared meals, and enjoyed each other as company. Ninghua completely disregarded Li Wei's coldness, lost in her own reverie, reminiscing about the so-called sweet past. Filled with exaggerated and non-existent moments of joy, Li Wei felt a throbbing in her temples. Was this truly the dialogue expected from 2 individuals with such black hearts? Such acting talent would be wasted outside the entertainment industry. I have something to attend to at the moment. It's rather inconvenient, Li Wei finally interjected, unable to listen any longer. Oh, is that so? Well then, you take care of your business. We must definitely gather properly another day. I await your call. Ninghua finally ceased her rambling, her tone still excessively affectionate. All right, we shall talk when there's time, Li Wei replied perfunctorily. After hanging up, she exhaled deeply, feeling more fatigued than after her afternoon of contacting over 200 people. What on earth is going on? She shook her head, attempting to dismiss the absurd call, and resumed her online shopping. Just as she selected a durable black raincoat to add to her cart, her phone rang again. This time, the caller ID displayed Zhou Jingya. Li Wei recalled Jiang Shui, her high school deskmate, equally dubious in nature. She ground her molars and answered the call. Shui? It's Jingya. I heard you've returned to the country. When are you free to hang out? Zhou Jingya's voice lacked the cloying sweetness, yet the forced familiarity still made Li Wei feel uncomfortable. Another round of insipid small talk ensued, culminating in an empty promise to meet again that neither would take seriously. And Li Wei hung up once more. Staring at her phone screen, her brows knitted tightly. Something was amiss, far too amiss. However, this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing hours, her phone went into a frenzy. One after another, so-called close friends, and even many unfamiliar numbers, inundated her with calls. Without exception, they were all acquaintances with whom she had previously shared a less than pleasant relationship, some even quite dreadful. Each individual exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm, inquiring about her well-being with an underlying urgency that suggested a long-standing bond, as if they were eager for her to arrange a gathering. From initial bewilderment to growing irritation, Li Wei ultimately felt numb. She mechanically answered each call, using the most succinct responses to brush them off, then hung up. After a full 2 hours, her phone finally quieted. Li Wei lay sprawled on her soft bed, her mind a chaotic jumble, buzzing incessantly. Are these people in cahoots? Have they collectively lost their minds? When I returned to the country, everything was calm. What on earth is happening today? Wait a moment. At that moment, the phone screen illuminated once more. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Grandma, Li Wei's spirit soared as she promptly sat up to answer. Hello, Grandma? My dear grandchild, came Jiang Xinyue's signature voice. Laced with a hint of playful sarcasm, you certainly drew quite the attention today. What? Li Wei was taken aback. Go check the trending news online, little one. Jiang Xinyue elongated her tone, her voice brimming with mischief. Thanks to you, our Jiang family has truly made a splash this time. Chapter 53. This situation is quite significant. After ending the call with Jiang Xinyue, Li Wei swiftly opened the trending section of Weibo's Tianji network. Upon glancing at the homepage's hot search list, she was rendered speechless. 1 against 100. The Martial Arts Alliance's Capital Division unveils a historic prodigy. The mysterious girl's identity is revealed. Her name is Jiang Shui, the 5th individual of the Huagua 990s. New Era 190199 has made her grand appearance, with the value of the Platinum Generation of 90 still on the rise. Shocking. 200 burly men assault a young girl, all 4. The Tianji Network's second-tier combat strength ranking has been urgently updated. Jiang Shui has soared to 2nd place, just behind Zhang Pengqing. From a notorious heiress to an unparalleled prodigy, Jiang Shui's magnificent transformation. Gu Jinji and Jiang Shui, their decade-long romance has finally borne fruit. An insider from the Civil Affairs Bureau. They just got married this morning. Truly. It's so sweet, it nearly kills me. Master Huang, the guardian of the capital, I have high hopes for her. Shin Yaoqi, Jiang Shui, who is your heart's moonlight? Get Jiang Shui's dress now. Jiang Shui's makeup tutorial, even novices can learn. As she scrolled through the barrage of posts, Li Wei's complexion shifted from pale to green, and then to a deep shade of black. What is going on? In a high martial world, with abyssal invasions, aren't you all supposed to be training and battling? So idle? The shock factor has arrived? Could we not have a shred of decorum? And a decade-long romance. Does the principal even know? Please, Civil Affairs Bureau employee. Which eye of yours saw us in love? We were merely visiting a grave, for goodness sake. And a makeup tutorial? Spare me, please. Just let me be. Well, this is it. I've completely socially died in front of my family. Undeterred, she continued to scroll, her fingers racing down the screen until she stumbled upon a solitary entry regarding a celebrity named Wang releasing a new album at the bottom of the list. The heat of this topic seemed so intense that it would likely render her unable to step outside for days. No way, I need to escape. I must find refuge in the rift. I'll leave tomorrow. She immediately opened an online shopping app, preparing to procure some equipment. However, upon noticing the painfully slow estimated delivery time, she quietly closed it. Forget it, I can't wait. Tomorrow, I'll head straight to the mall for a shopping spree. A physical store will suffice, and then I can level up by battling. Casting aside her phone, she prepared for bed but abruptly sat upright. Since becoming a first-tier martial artist, she had yet to properly test the duration of her 991 status. Tomorrow she would be entering the abyss, and she needed to clearly understand her most significant trump card. Inspired by a sudden impulse, she settled herself in a meditative pose, her mind delving deep into the space between her brows. In an instant, invisible ripples began to emanate throughout the bedroom, and the pure white lotus petals at her forehead swayed gracefully. Li Wei lightly pressed the timer on her phone. 0:03 a.m. stream of air surrounded her. 0:05 a.m. few birds alighted outside the window, frolicking on the small balcony. 0:11 the sound of water cascading from the side of the building echoed melodiously, as if the splashes were singing in unison. 0:20 with nothing else to occupy her, Li Wei resolved to attempt her practice of the Taiyin Yulian Baolu in this state. 1:35 her progress in the mental technique increased by 10 points. 3:04 again. Her progress surged by another 10 points. Li Wei noted the intervals were not consistent. 3:16 indeed, another 10 points had been added, this time in just 12 seconds, quicker than the previous attempts. Perhaps it was due to a fleeting moment of insight? 4:57 another 10 points increased. Yet a dull ache began to throb at her temples, and her brow felt as if it were swelling. She was nearing her limit. 5:03 Li Wei could maintain no longer. Her vision darkened, and she abruptly exited that state. She collapsed onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat, her breath faint. An hour passed before the feeling of spiritual exhaustion gradually dissipated. Li Wei reflected on her gains. In merely 5 minutes, the progress of the Taiyin Yulian Baolu had surged by 40 points. This was incomparably faster than her normal practice the previous night, though the duration was too brief to fully comprehend. Qi and blood, effect, purification for 195. 043. 1 essence replenishes 100 qi and blood. Mental technique. Taiyin Yulian Baolu 1 petal lotus 50 for 310000. Slightly noted. Moreover, the limit of 991 seemed to be approximately 5 minutes. Significantly longer than her initial duration. After 4 minutes and 30 seconds, a sense of drowsiness clouded her mind. At 4 minutes and 50 seconds, a stinging pain emerged. By 5 minutes, every second felt as though her brain was being stirred with an iron rod. The cooldown period remains to be observed. Last time she relied on Jiang Xinyue's guidance for recovery, which holds limited reference value. Furthermore, if the body of the near path can resonate with the celestial, then what does this make of me? Is it a union with the celestial? Alas, I dare not inquire of others. I am left to navigate this path alone. She remained with her eyes closed, pondering, gradually drifting into a haze. The night deepened. At the Zeng family residence, at the Quangsha Martial Arts Hall, and the General Hall of the Imperial Capital. Bang! Bang! The sounds of fists striking flesh echoed relentlessly in the arena, energy surging. Gu Jinji, bare-chested, was fending off for opponents. His face appeared relatively unscathed, yet from his neck to his abdomen, horrifying bruises of varying hues marred his skin. Sweat mixed with tiny droplets of blood continually trickling down his taut muscles. Yet he seemed oblivious to it all, his gaze dark and resolute, his attacks frenzied and terrifying. Each punch infused with a blazing torrent of energy, as if he sought to incinerate his adversaries. The 4 martial artists battling against him found themselves in a state of frustration, their faces etched with bitterness. They were merely senior coaches at the dojo, well-paid employees with no intention of risking their positions. Inflicting such harm on this privileged young master had already been a perilous endeavor. They dared not strike with full force again. Instead, they resorted to defensive maneuvers, evading and stalling to deplete his stamina. On the sidelines, Zeng, dressed in a flamboyant shirt and adorned with shimmering earrings, was anxiously bouncing in place. Stop! Gu Jinji, what on earth are you doing? Damn it! With those injuries. How are you going to get married next week? Upon hearing the word married, Gu Jinji's movements intensified, his fists becoming even swifter and more ferocious. The coaches, unable to evade his onslaught, braced themselves to counter, only to find themselves adding new wounds to his already battered form. After a grueling 15 minutes, Gu Jinji's movements visibly slowed, his punches losing their power. An experienced peak-level coach saw an opening and executed a sweeping kick, only to abruptly pull back just before contacting Gu Jinji's calf, transforming the strike into a trip. With a deft maneuver, Gu Jinji stumbled, desperately attempting to regain his balance, but was suddenly engulfed in darkness as he collapsed. Quick, get someone! Zeng Yi shouted, the first to leap onto the ring, followed closely by several staff members who hurriedly lifted the utterly exhausted Gu Jinji off the platform, transporting him to Zeng Yi's exclusive lounge at the dojo. 5 minutes later, Gu Jinji lay upon a soft sofa, his brow furrowed, an inescapable gloom shadowing his features. Zeng Yi, holding a clean towel, cautiously wiped away the sweat and blood from Gu Jinji's body, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, lunatic. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Zeng Yi replied tersely, without lifting his gaze. The door opened to reveal a girl, around 20, clad in the dojo's uniform, her delicate and sweet visage carrying a tray. The tray held ice packs, gauze, cotton swabs, iodine, and a bottle of the Zeng family's specially formulated ointment for injuries. Young Master Zeng, I brought Gu Xiao's medicine, the girl said, her voice soft yet betraying a glance at Gu Jinji's strikingly handsome face. Place it there, Zeng Yi instructed, still not looking up. The girl set the tray down but hesitated, stepping forward with a hint of shyness. Zeng Xiao, this ointment needs to be rubbed in for it to be effective. Perhaps I could assist Gu Xiao with the application? Before waiting for Zeng Yi's response, she reached for the bottle, her eyes revealing a mix of timidity and hope. There's no need. Gu Jinji, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse but icy, piercing to the core. Slowly, he opened his eyes. his dark gaze devoid of warmth as it fixed upon the girl. She felt a shiver run through her hand freezing mid-air, the color draining from her face. Zhang Yi, noticing her reaction, frowned slightly. Enough, this is not your concern. Please leave. His tone remained polite, yet laden with warnings. Furthermore, he advised her to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. This individual was not someone she could afford to covet, lest she invite trouble upon herself. The girl's face flickered with shades of pale and flushed, her lower lip caught between her teeth, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ultimately, she dared not utter another word, lowering her gaze as she hastily retreated, closing the door behind her. As soon as the lounge door clicked shut, the girl's expression of grievance and shyness vanished without a trace. She hurried through the corridor, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before slipping into the adjacent ladies' restroom. Once inside a stall, she retrieved her phone and sent a message. Failed. Chapter 54. A moment of hesitation. The lounge fell silent once again. Zhang Yi sighed and took a seat beside Gu Jinji, warming some ointment in his palm before gently applying it to the bruise on Gu Jinji's shoulder. A sharp intake of breath escaped Gu Jinji in response to the pain. Zhang Yi continued his ministrations, his mouth never ceasing to chatter. What on earth has happened to you today? Coming here and causing a ruckus? Picking a fight with 3 people? Do you have a death wish? Gu Jinji's lips moved slightly, words poised on the brink of utterance before he swallowed them back. Observing this, Zhang Yi felt the flames of curiosity ignite within him. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice and inquired tentatively, "Is it because of your sister-in-law?" Gu Jinji's body stiffened abruptly. Though he quickly regained his composure, that fleeting reaction spoke volumes. "I knew it." Zhang Yi chuckled, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. "You've been like a robot for years, and now that you're about to marry, so many complications arise. Your feelings are tied to your sister-in-law, aren't they?" Gu Jinji's expression darkened further as he struggled to sit up, only to find his body protesting in pain. Zhang Yi grinned mischievously, leaning in closer. "Seriously though, last time you had your buddies come up with ridiculous ideas to make your sister-in-law dislike you. You even said we'd discuss how to proceed based on the situation. Why didn't you discuss it this time?" Gu Jinji abruptly shut his eyes, pressing his lips together in a clear refusal to engage. Zhang Yi grew increasingly animated, a knowing smile gracing his face. "No way, Brother Jinji, you're not saying you've been denying your feelings, but secretly have developed an affection for her, are you?" At Zhang Yi's teasing, Gu Jinji felt as though his heart had been squeezed. An image of her, radiant in pure white, invaded his thoughts uncontrollably. At the fitting room's entrance, she twirled gently, her silhouette graceful, her face adorned with a charm he had never witnessed before. The beauty of that moment, coupled with the reality of their lawful union, stirred within him a warmth and connection he had never experienced. This sensation was entirely distinct from familial or platonic love. For him, it was profoundly unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that it left him flustered, at a loss, even instilling a sense of dread. He feared the prospect of being softened, of being swayed. He could not afford to waver. Thus, he fled. Now, he attempts to expel that pure white light from his mind through this nearly self-destructive means, suppressing the chaos within his heart with a body full of pain. Yet, it seems futile. Zhang Yi observes Gu Jinji's face, shifting between expressions, and nearly restrains a laugh. Hey, the more one feigns indifference, the more tumultuous their heart becomes. The online novels do not deceive me. I must have a serious discussion with the brothers later. Seeing Gu Jinji still wearing that deeply troubled expression, Zhang Yi feels compelled to stoke the fire. If you like her, then just admit it. Why all the convolutions? Brother Da, if you keep dawdling like this, I might just lose respect for you. Gu Jinji slowly opens his eyes, gazing at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, his voice raspy. If I do not return. Bah, nonsense. Zhang Yi immediately interrupts. However, his hand, which was applying ointment, halts abruptly as realization strikes him. He stares wide-eyed at Gu Jinji. He has uttered similar words before, but at that time, it felt like a calm analysis, as though it were someone else. Not Gu Jinji, who was about to face the Zhang family's persecution in the western frontier. Yet this time, the tone is entirely different. This is the first time in over a decade, especially since the grievous injury of old Master Gu 5 years ago, that he has seen Gu Jinji appear somewhat lost. Brother Da, Zhang Yi's throat dries up, his heart heavy and constricted, a surge of anger rising to his head. He abruptly stands, pacing irritably in the lounge for a few steps, before stopping resolutely before Gu Jinji, his gaze fiercely determined. I don't care. I must go with you to the western frontier. If my great-grandfather dares to stop me, I will roll on the ground to show him. Even if he breaks my legs, I will crawl there. What of the enmity between the Gu and Zhang families? I, Xing Yi, intend to involve myself. I want to see if Zhang Lui dares to lay a finger on me, the sole male heir of the Zheng family. Gu Jinji silently regards him. The brief moment of vulnerability swiftly covered by a layer of icy resolve. Enduring excruciating pain, he slowly sits up, his expression returning to its previous aloof and unapproachable demeanor. Zhang Yi, he speaks in a calm voice, yet with an unassailable determination. I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter ends here. Do not complicate things for your family, nor create trouble for me. I will handle my own affairs. Zhang Yi, infuriated, points at Gu Jinji, speechless for a long moment. Finally, he erupts. Damn it. Zhang Yi slams his fist against the adjacent sofa back, the expensive leather bursting open with a loud pop, its stuffing scattering everywhere. He then shoves the medicine bottle back into Gu Jinji's hand, turns, and storms out. Fine, you have your way. I won't serve you anymore. Bang. The door is slammed shut with great force. Gu Jinji gazes at the closed door, then looks down at the medicine bottle in his hand, managing to pull a wry smile of helplessness. After a while, he leaned against the wall, gradually rising to his feet, tucking the ointment into his pocket, and leaving the crazy shark martial arts hall with unsteady steps. Li Wei was roused from her slumber by a cacophony of commotion. Thinking it was dawn, she peered out the window, only to find the outside still shrouded in darkness. She retrieved her phone to check the time, 2:13. What on earth is going on? She murmured as she climbed out of bed, opened the door, and cautiously poked her head out. Just then, she caught sight of two maids, one carrying a basin of water and a towel, while the other bore a medical kit, hastily entering the adjacent room of Gu Jinji. Following this, a somewhat familiar-looking driver emerged from the bedroom, carrying a shirt stained with dark red blood. As he passed the corridor and noticed Li Wei, his face lit up with delight. Young madam, you're awake. That is splendid. You must go in and see the young master. He forbade us from informing the master and madam, or calling a doctor, but his injuries are severe. It's not wise for him to endure this alone. Upon hearing this, and glancing at the bloodied shirt, Li Wei was momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? Wasn't he everything fine this morning? Could it be that he was assaulted for failing to pay after a pre-wedding revelry? In truth, Li Wei had intended to return to her slumber and had no faith in the severity of the injuries. If Gu Jinji were truly gravely injured, would this driver dare to conceal it? Nevertheless, since she had been seen, it would be rather inappropriate to close the door and continue sleeping, wouldn't it? She intermittently reminded herself that she was now Jiang Shui. Clearing her throat, she coughed lightly to mask her indifferent expression. Then, after gathering her emotions, she let her face fall, stumbled as she opened the door, and with a pitiful demeanor, tiptoed into the adjacent room. Upon entering, she immediately heard Gu Jinji's low, restrained roar. Everyone out. The maids in the bedroom were startled into silence by his outburst, hastily placing down their belongings and retreating in a flurry. Li Wei, caught up in the crowd, found herself bewilderedly ushered out as well. However, once she stood in the corridor, realization dawned on her. Wait a minute. Why am I leaving? I've already shown my emotions. Are you asking me to exit the stage? Coming to this understanding, she paused mid-step, swiftly turned around, and slipped back into the room. Just as she did, a heavy thud resonated behind her. The solid wooden door of the master bedroom closed with a decisive thump, courtesy of an especially considerate maid. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. Li Wei felt her cheeks flush slightly, her performance faltering in an instant. Yet, in that brief pause, she was able to fully grasp Gu Jinji's condition. He wore nothing but black athletic shorts, his upper body exposed, with his knees and calves marred by bruises of various hues, and some areas bore scabs of dried blood. At this moment, he sat at the edge of the bed with his back to the door, clutching a porcelain vase in his left hand while struggling to reach behind his shoulder with his right, his movements stiff and labored. This was Li Wei, somewhat bewildered. How could such a distinguished young master reduce himself to such a pitiful state? Having just heard from the driver about his severe injuries, the reality had yet to sink in. However, witnessing it firsthand stirred a twinge of compassion within her. Regrettably, that flicker of empathy did not endure even for a fraction of a second. Miss Jiang, you should leave as well. Gu Jinji's voice, cold as ice, came without a glance back. Upon hearing this, Li Wei thought, oh, You are rather arrogant, aren't you? I shall not serve you any longer. Isn't it more pleasant to return to sleep? She turned to leave, but her persona activated once more. In an instant, Li Wei pivoted back, extending her hand. Mr. Gu, if you dislike something about me, I can change. Gu Jinji abruptly turned his head, his brows furrowing with sharpness, his expression frigid. Just as he began to reprimand her, he caught sight of Li Wei in a light apricot silk nightgown, his words faltering, a strange unease creeping into his heart. Li Wei noticed his gaze, yet he remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Determined to warm the scene, she rifled through her memory for a good friend. Li Wei brightened, her demeanor becoming increasingly earnest. Surely, you must have been ensnared by some sister to be so dismissive. The air hung heavy for a long moment. Gu Jinji's lips twitched imperceptibly as he turned his head away from her, his voice hoarse. Act normally. Li Wei chuckled awkwardly, complying instantly, retracting her hand, her persona dissipating as her true self emerged. To be honest, she felt an urge to flee, yet glancing at Gu Jinji's wounds, particularly the sizable scabs on his back, made her reconsider. She pondered that if she left like this, her conscience would weigh heavily upon her. With this thought, Li Wei stepped around the foot of the bed and approached Gu Jinji, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. How about I help you apply some medicine? She proposed. As she drew near, the faint, ethereal fragrance of lotus wafted from her, again filling Gu Jinji's nostrils. Instinctively, he lowered his head to avoid her almond-shaped eyes. However, as he did, he noticed the graceful curve of her neck, the delicate outline of her collarbone, and the enchanting silhouette defined by her nightgown. Gu Jinji simply shut his eyes, his heart pounding, warmth spreading from his cheeks to the nape of his neck. Hey, Mr. Gu, can you hear me? Li Wei, noticing his feigned ignorance, playfully pushed the uninjured part of his right shoulder. At this touch, Gu Jinji felt as if he might ignite. Miss Jiang, you should change your clothes. The moment the words left his mouth, he was taken aback. Why suggest she change clothes instead of just leaving? Was it possible that, deep down, he still hoped for her presence? Gu Jinji, you are truly losing your mind. His thoughts spiraled chaotically. As for Li Wei, she felt little sensation. After all, it was not a vacuum inside. If it had been the first few days after her arrival or before she came to the Gu family, she might have felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, since encountering this gentleman with the surname Gu, she had faced numerous mortifying moments. What was this little scene now? Besides, her wardrobe was filled with similar attire. She tugged at the hem of her skirt, the only one that fell below the knee. Did Master Gu wish to see something shorter? Jiang Shui, why are you not addressing me as Miss Jiang? What do you mean by what? Hand it over. With a swift motion, Li Wei could no longer tolerate his hesitation. She snatched the medicine bottle from his hand, slipped off her slippers, and with a nimble movement, settled onto the mattress behind him. Gu Jinji was startled, attempting to distance himself from her. Yet, a delicate hand reached from behind, with a wrist so slender it seemed it could snap with a mere bend. Then, that small hand pressed down, exerting a surprisingly heavy force, rendering Gu Jinji immobile. Just be obedient and hurry up. Once we're done, we can all sleep well, Li Wei instructed. Gu Jinji thought to himself that this woman was utterly unreasonable. Exhausted by his futile struggle, he surrendered. Noticing his lack of resistance, Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. Just as she was about to apply the ointment, she realized there was still considerable dirt around the scab that needed addressing. Reluctantly, she retrieved saline solution and cotton swabs from the medicine cabinet, cleaning the wound while chiding him. You want to apply medicine without even cleaning the wound? Can you not be more meticulous? What she assumed would be a one-sided rant took an unexpected turn when Gu Jinji, after a moment of silence, spoke up. I am a martial artist. It's nothing serious. His voice remained cold, yet it trembled slightly. Li Wei considered this. After all, they were both martial artists. Who better to understand the other? What might cause infection in an ordinary person was indeed trivial to someone like him. Consequently, her cleaning became less meticulous. She wiped away the conspicuous dirt and then picked up the ointment. Bringing the bottle to her nose, she remarked, the scent is peculiar, both fragrant and foul. Is this medicine? Gu Jinji stiffly nodded, once again responding earnestly. It is a secret remedy from the Zheng family. Is it effective? She inquired further. Gu Jinji, as if compelled to respond, replied, very effective. All right then, I shall begin. By the way, if it hurts, do let me know so I can be gentler. She kindly reminded him. Li Wei poured some ointment into her palm, warming it before gently applying it to the bruised area on his back, patiently massaging it in. The muscles beneath her hands were smooth and firm, subtly undulating with her movements. While she worked, she asked, "How did you get this injury? Did you wrestle with a T-Rex?" Gu Jinji pondered for a few seconds before responding. "A T-Rex could not harm me." Li Wei's lips twitched slightly. "No, I was just joking." "Did you really take that seriously?" Gu Jinji. Li Wei. "Oh my, is this the legendary dog waist? The sensation is quite delightful." Gu Jinji. Li Wei. "Wow, look. This muscle even moves. I have truly gained insight." Gu Jinji, eyes closed and teeth clenched, felt the throbbing of veins at his temples as he experienced the tender and gentle touch behind him and inhaled the ethereal fragrance of the girl. An uncontrollable shiver coursed through his body, and a wave of shame washed over him, nearly submerging him. Gu Jinji hastily pressed his legs together, his body slightly arched, squirming in an attempt to conceal his discomfort. "All right, I have applied the ointment to the spots you cannot reach. The rest is not my concern." Li Wei set down the medicine bottle, sprang off the bed, and wiped her hands with a towel from the foot of the bed. Turning back, she happened to catch sight of Gu Jinji's peculiar posture. He had his knees together, abdomen taut, and his upper body slightly bent, resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. "Huh?" Li Wei squinted her almond-shaped eyes, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Gu Jinji seemed to sense her gaze, and his right hand instinctively reached for the top of his socks, feigning a difficult bend. Could it be that my thoughts are too impure? Is he trying to remove his socks, but is hindered by his injury, unable to bend down? With a resigned sigh, Li Wei approached Gu Jinji, squatted down, and reached for the opening of his sock. "Let me help you." "No, don't." Gu Jinji's face flushed crimson as he hastily withdrew his legs. Li Wei leaned slightly forward, continuing her reach. What's there to be polite about? Neither of them noticed that their current positions, if viewed from the doorway, would appear quite scandalous. Suddenly, bang. Jinji. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiushi froze as he stepped into the bedroom. Bang. In the next moment, the heavy wooden door was slammed shut with great force, as if nothing had occurred. Inside, Li Wei's movements halted. The two exchanged a blank stare, instinctively lowering their gazes to assess their own and each other's positions. Both were not lacking in intelligence and swiftly comprehended the implications of the recent scene through another's eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Li Wei shrieked, covering her face, utterly flustered. "It's over, it's over, it's over. This time, I fear even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse us of this." Gu Jinji, on the other hand, seemed struck by lightning. His body stiff as a statue, his face alternating between shades of red and white, ultimately settling into a hue of deep humiliation and despair. Chapter 56. The plan must change in the early morning. At the small building's dining hall, an atmosphere thick with embarrassment hung in the air. Li Wei wished to bury her entire face in the bowl of congee before her, the spoon in her hand moving rapidly, swallowing as if on autopilot. "Help! Is it possible to just die on the spot and have a complete cremation service? What the hell? I am absolutely incompatible with this surname Gu. It's a cosmic clash. This life is unbearable." Opposite her, Gu Jinji was not particularly impressive either. He sat rigidly, his posture unnaturally stiff, his handsome face, one that could incite both admiration and resentment, occasionally twitching with subtle muscle spasms, his gaze evasively drifting, steadfastly avoiding eye contact with Li Wei or Liang Qiushi. Meanwhile, Liang Qiushi, seated at the head of the table, maintained her elegant demeanor, dining at a leisurely pace. However, upon closer inspection, the slight furrow of her brows betrayed hints of her inner turmoil. Li Wei, on the other hand, devoured her meal with the fervor of someone who had competed for sustenance in a past life, swiftly clearing her plate as if caught in a whirlwind. By the end, her cheeks were stuffed with 2 shrimp dumplings, and she exclaimed, "Aunt Liang, I'm done." She sprang to her feet with such vigor that the chair scraped loudly against the floor. "I'm leaving now." Before her words had fully settled in the air, she had already bolted from the dining room. As for her intentions to venture into the abyssal rift, she kept them to herself, confident that Liang Qiushi would keep her word and Gu Yin would surely report her whereabouts. All she desired was to hide away in the underground garage, where Gu Yin awaited her by the car. Upon seeing Li Wei approach, she promptly handed over a paper bag. "Young madam, here is what you requested." Inside were sunglasses and a mask, which Li Wei had asked her to prepare half an hour prior. With the events of the previous day gaining traction, She had unwittingly become a semi-public figure, necessitating some semblance of disguise. They swiftly got into the car, Li Wei leaning back against the seat, muttering with a troubled tone. Elbow, to the Hu-In-Mo Center. Understood, young madam. Gu Yin replied, and the car smoothly exited the garage, merging into the morning traffic of the capital. Li Wei let out a long breath, feeling as though she had finally emerged from a suffocating situation. She could not bear to linger at Gu Yuan for even a moment longer. This time, she vowed not to return until she had reached at least the second tier. The destination she sought bore the official designation 301045. This indicated a low-tier rift, with the 3 denoting that the highest level abyssal creature within was of the 3rd tier. The 01 represented the district code for the capital, and 045 was the rift's specific number. Li Wei referred to it as the Hu-In-Mo Center, as it had originally been a large shopping mall, which had been commandeered by the authorities following the rift's emergence. Presently, the Martial Arts Alliance had transformed the mall into a commercial district exclusively for martial artists, offering weaponry, cultivation resources, and a plethora of intelligence. Warriors could conduct transactions on the upper floors, rest, and then descend directly into the rift for combat, a highly convenient arrangement. After leaving Gu Jinji's room the previous night, Li Wei had not idled. She had spent the entire night researching, finally settling on this location after much deliberation. In the restaurant, following Li Wei's abrupt departure, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Liang Qiushi gently dabbed her mouth with a napkin and set down her soup bowl. She glanced at her still silent son. Her voice tinged with an indescribable emotion. Jinji, last night. Gu Jinji's body tensed suddenly, his cheeks flushing a deep crimson. His voice was somewhat hoarse, sounding rather awkward. Mom. It's not what you think. After a brief pause, he added, Jiang Shaojing and Shui, she was merely assisting me with my injury. Liang Qiushi gazed at him in silence. And after a moment, she slowly nodded. She lifted the cup of tea beside her and took a gentle sip, the rising steam perfectly obscuring the complex thoughts that flickered in her eyes. The marriage she orchestrated had always been a performance. She only hoped these 2 children would not become truly ensnared. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's villa, in the study, Zhang Yanxing frowned as he fixated on the morning news playing on the television, the host eloquently reporting on Jiang Shui. Uncle An stood nearby, hands clasped at his sides, quietly reporting, Master, the Beijing division has just relayed the news. Jiang Shui is not a 2nd tier, but a 1st tier. 1st tier? Zhang Yanxing repeated, his expression shifting. He remained silent for quite some time before directing his gaze towards Zhang Pengqing beside him. What are your chances of confronting her now? Zhang Pengqing's countenance was decidedly grim. Only days prior, he had mocked Gu Jinji as a mere ephemeral being, yet here was his wife creating such a significant stir, a resounding slap to his face. Humph. Zhang Pengqing retorted defiantly, she is merely relying on the speed of the Hantan Shunbai. My ranking is higher than hers. Ranking? Zhang Yanxing smirked slightly. Do you genuinely believe in the rankings of Tianji Network? Those entertainment folks understand nothing of martial arts. Zhang Pengqing was momentarily speechless, his face darkening further, his knuckles turning white from clenching. Zhang Yanxing no longer regarded him, rising to pace around the study, his demeanor serious. Jiang Shui's strength is somewhat beyond expectations. The plan must change. The plan changes again? Zhang Pengqing was taken aback. This was the 2nd time, was it not? Of course it must change. Zhang Yanxing resumed his seat with an air of inevitability. What shall we do otherwise? Can you defeat her? Can you contend against her and her husband together? Will we still be attending the wedding? Zhang Pengqing inquired. Without hesitation, Zhang Yanxing affirmed, yes, why wouldn't we? I have already contacted experts to jointly suppress the Gu family. If we don't go, won't it make your father and me appear foolish? And then? Zhang Pengqing asked weakly. Zhang Yanxing sighed. It has become rather complicated. Zhang Pengqing scoffed, muttering softly, damn it, what an idiot. Rascal. Zhang Yanxing's expression darkened, his hand itching to retaliate. On the other side, in the elegant flower hall of the Yun family estate, she held a delicate bone china cup, her posture graceful and relaxed. Opposite her sat a sweet and charming young girl, sitting upright and respectfully. The very same individual who attempted to approach Gu Jinji at the Zhang family martial arts hall the previous night. Over 6 months prior, the Zhang family had arranged for 16 girls to infiltrate the venues frequently visited by the young Master Gu, such as the Quangsha Martial Arts Hall and the Wei Ming Club. Our primary task was to gather intelligence, should the opportunity arise. We might also attempt to entice the young Master Gu. On the 25th, just the day before yesterday morning, a sudden notification arrived, instructing us to redirect our focus towards seduction. My position is too lowly to comprehend the specific reasons behind this directive. The girl's voice was steady, her demeanor calm, as if she were discussing trivial matters of daily life. Yunqi gazed at her for a moment, nodded, and gestured for her to proceed with her tasks, advising her not to reveal any weaknesses. The girl complied, bowing slightly before exiting the floral hall, which soon returned to its tranquil state. Yunqi's gaze drifted towards the gently swaying branches outside the window, her expression pensive. Suddenly struck by a thought, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, miss. What prompted you to call me?" came the reply. "You can just relax and enjoy yourself in Yinshan. I assure you I will handle everything flawlessly." Upon hearing the phrase enjoying oneself, Yunqi rubbed her throbbing temples. "Yunlan, do you not follow the news?" Yunlan responded, "If you're not leading, how would you understand the burdens of leadership? With only 3 months left until the exchange competition, I hardly have time to keep up with the news." Yunqi replied, "Listen, there has been a change of plans. When Jiang Shui enters the school, do not provoke her." "Why not? Wasn't it agreed that we would seek revenge for Xiaozheng?" "You cannot defeat her. I am at the peak of the 2nd tier. How can I not defeat someone at the 1st tier? Read the news for yourself." "I am too weary to explain." After a moment's thought, she added, "The school will undoubtedly allow Jiang Shui to join the team. Go find Lei Xiaoyu and ensure she teaches Jiang Shui a lesson during the team assessment. Furthermore, remember to isolate her. I do not wish to see her establish herself at Qingyun, do you understand? I will guarantee the completion of the task." Chapter 57. Stepping into the rift on July 27, 216, in the underground of the International Trade Center, in the maintenance area of Rift number 301045. Li Wei sat alone in a small classroom, listening to a survival tutorial exclusively for novice warriors in the Abyss Rift. At that moment, she was clad in a brand new hooded jacket, sturdy and durable work pants, and combat boots reinforced with alloy linings. Her face obscured by a black mask that covered most of her features. Her medium-sized hiking backpack, bulging in appearance, was stuffed with survival supplies touted by merchants as miraculous. This entire outfit had cost her a staggering 8,888. Had she not inherited Jiang Shui's spirit communication wallet, she would not have been able to afford it. 5 minutes later, the educational short film on the classroom's large screen concluded. The girl from the Rift Investigation Bureau, responsible for the instruction, turned to Li Wei and asked if there was anything she did not understand. After a moment of silence, Li Wei inquired about the claim made in the film that one could exit at any time for meals or rest. The girl nodded, affirming that as long as one wished to return with sufficient resolve and found the staircase, a swift return was possible. She added, "Remember, within the rift, there is no concept of direction or distance." Li Wei pointed to her backpack, asking about the items inside. The girl could not suppress a small smile as she replied, "Those are the unscrupulous wares of merchants preying on novices. Consider it a lesson learned at a cost. Certainly, it cannot be deemed a complete waste. In the future, should I wish to indulge in mountain climbing or camping, it may indeed prove useful." Li Wei felt a throb at her temple. She inquired once more, "Do you also provide combat uniforms here?" The girl blinked her large, luminous eyes, her expression innocent. "Indeed, the first set is complimentary, and subsequent purchases come with official subsidies. After all, every warrior willing to enter the rift alleviates our burdens." The girl scrutinized Li Wei, who was wrapped up like a zongzi, and kindly cautioned, "Ordinary clothing simply cannot withstand the corrosive environment of the rift. If you wish to avoid exposure, it is advisable to don the standard combat uniform we provide." Li Wei's face darkened considerably. At that moment, she yearned to rush upstairs and wring the neck of the outdoor equipment shop owner. "Are there any other questions?" the girl asked again. Li Wei took a deep breath, mourning the loss of her 8,000 yuan for a brief moment, then shook her head. "No. Can I enter now?" "Wait a moment." The girl opened a technologically advanced box nearby and retrieved a simple silver bracelet. "This is the order bracelet. Please wear it." Li Wei took it and slipped it onto her delicate, fair wrist. "Infuse it with a trace of your vitality to activate it," the girl instructed. Li Wei complied, allowing a flicker of vitality to flow where the bracelet met her skin. With a click, the order bracelet automatically constricted, fitting snugly against her wrist as though it were a part of her. Immediately, a minuscule trace of vitality was drawn out by the bracelet, circulating around its form before returning to her body. With her extraordinarily acute perception, Li Wei could distinctly sense that each circulation resulted in a negligible expenditure of vitality. However, the consumption was so minimal, even far below the natural recovery rate of vitality, that an ordinary first-tier warrior would likely remain oblivious to it. Observing that she had donned the bracelet, the girl's tone grew serious. Once you enter the rift, the order bracelet will vibrate every hour. During the vibration, you must promptly count aloud from 1 to 9. If you count correctly, the bracelet will cease vibrating and move into the next timing cycle. If you miscount, it will tighten instantly, at which point you must immediately recount until you get it right. Remember, if you miscount, you must quickly distance yourself from the abyssal creatures. Escape combat, and cultivate a strong desire to return. Simultaneously, seek an upward passage. As long as you wish to return, climbing just one floor will suffice. Remember, failing to do so will result in complete disorientation, leading to your assimilation into the abyss. Li Wei's right hand instinctively brushed over the icy silver bracelet on her left wrist, sending a chill down her spine. This cursed place seemed far removed from her initial imaginings. In truth, she only comprehended today that the abyss is the abyss, and the rift is the rift. The fissure is a peculiar zone formed by the erosion of the abyss in the reality we inhabit. Initially, I had presumed that the abyssal fissure was merely an alternate spatial replica, an arena for slaying monsters and acquiring equipment and materials in a straightforward manner. Yet, it has proven to be far more intricate than I anticipated. However, having arrived, I cannot allow a few words to deter me. Moreover, the fissure, under the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance, is generally quite safe. The bustling activity of practitioners coming and going outside creates an atmosphere of familiarity and ease. Noticing Li Wei's serious demeanor, the girl from the Investigation Bureau chuckled lightly, her tone soothing. The concerns she had previously articulated were merely standard risk advisories, mandated by protocol. In truth, the danger level of the fissure is quite low, as long as one refrains from reckless wandering into the depths or lingering too long within. One is unlikely to encounter the extreme situations I mentioned. However, as you are at the first tier and relatively weak in strength, it is advisable to remain in the shallower layers. Li Wei breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. The distinction between deep and shallow, as the girl described, is not a matter of physical depth. The abyssal fissure fundamentally represents the boundary where the forces of the abyss encroach upon the realm of reality. The closer one is to the side of reality, the more stable and ordered the familiar human rules become, hence referred to as the shallow layer. Conversely, the nearer one approaches the abyss, the more chaotic and weaker the order becomes, thus termed the deep layer. This is a human-defined reference to assist practitioners in navigation. For prolonged disorientation can lead to significant psychological distress, a challenge that even practitioners, particularly those below the third tier, find difficult to overcome. As the instruction concluded, Li Wei, guided by the girl, received a black combat suit that also concealed her face. She registered her identity information and stored her personal belongings, clothing, and backpack. Subsequently, the girl escorted her to the end of a lengthy queue. After exchanging brief farewells, Li Wei joined the line, gradually making her way into a broad and straight metallic corridor. The corridor was flanked by cold alloy walls, with glaring overhead lights that were somewhat blinding. After approximately 10 minutes, she finally beheld the entrance to the abyssal fissure. Contrary to her expectations of a magnificent portal or swirling vortex of energy, it appeared as a distortion of air. It resembled the shimmering heat waves rising from an asphalt road on a summer noon, yet it was far more viscous. Light bent oddly in that space, creating an indistinct region where the interior remained entirely obscured. Those ahead of her stepped into the distortion, their figures vanishing as if pebbles cast into water, creating only the faintest ripples before disappearing without a trace. Those in groups held hands tightly, entering and disappearing together. The gray-clad officers of the Fisher Investigation Bureau had established the final checkpoint here. Before entry, each individual was required to undergo another identity verification, a procedure marked by meticulous rigor. Soon, it was Li Wei's turn, and the officer in gray signaled for her to remove her mask. Upon catching sight of Li Wei's true visage, he momentarily froze, only regaining his composure 2 or 3 seconds later, hastily guiding her through the verification process, and bashfully gesturing for her to proceed. "Please take care," the young man whispered gently. "Thank you," Li Wei replied with a courteous smile. Subsequently, she took a moment to steady her breath, suppressing the instinctual aversion that stirred within her, and stepped boldly into the chasm. Chapter 58. Model. There was no dizziness, no sensation of weightlessness, nor that nauseating feeling of being thrust into a drain and then pulled out again. It was as though she had traversed a delicate membrane of water. In an instant, Li Wei found herself in an immense underground parking facility, filled with various vehicles. Clutching her delicate sword, the blade taut and straight under the infusion of her vitality, it mirrored the tension of her heartstrings. She scanned her surroundings vigilantly, detecting no abnormalities. Or rather, it was strikingly ordinary. The parking structure extended as far as her eyes could see. The lights were bright, the floor immaculate, and rows of cars occupied their designated spaces. Some vehicles gleamed like new, while others bore the dust of recent travel. Li Wei inhaled deeply, the mingled scents of exhaust fumes, epoxy flooring, and burnt rubber filling her nostrils. This aroma was all too familiar, reminiscent of the underground parking lots of Guyuan, the Martial Arts Alliance, and every subterranean garage she had visited in her past life, a universal scent of such places. Time seemed to have paused here. Everything resembled a serene afternoon on a holiday, with the mall still in operation. Not a soul in sight. Was the entry point chosen at random? Li Wei muttered softly, beginning to move. She harnessed her vitality, employing the techniques of the cold pool's deep jewel, moving with utter silence. Initially cautious, she utilized columns and vehicles as cover, gradually exploring the area. Yet, after a few minutes elapsed without encountering a single shadow, impatience began to gnaw at her. No matter where she wandered, the view remained a repetitive array of vehicles, identical directional signs, and garish advertising boards, monotonous and dreary. Time seemed to lose its significance in this space, leaving only an overwhelming silence and solitude. This sensation unsettled Li Wei, a heavy weight pressing upon her heart. Damn it! Am I here to slay monsters, or to play a horror game? Frustration welled up within her, and with her temper flaring, she abandoned all caution. With a swift flick of her toes against the ground, she propelled herself to the utmost limits of her agility, becoming a shadow, darting rapidly between vehicles, passages, and columns. After 4 or 5 minutes, Li Wei leaped across 8 meters, landing deftly on the hood of a red car. Then, placing her hands on her hips, she called out, "Is anyone there?" After her shout echoed, she surveyed her surroundings once more, but it was as if nothing had changed, not even a trace of a lurking creature. How tedious it is to seek out the abyssal beasts, she mused, glancing down at the letters etched into the ground. I entered this place in one piece, and have ventured far. Hey, abyssal beast, come out and play. Undeterred, she called out once more, but the only reply was her own echo reverberating through the silence. Should any other warriors witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop. In this realm, abyssal beasts neither drop crystal cores nor equipment. They bring only carnage and decay. Apart from specialized hunting teams that pursue these beasts, most warriors enter the rifts in search of existence matter. What existence matter truly is remains a mystery to all but official researchers. It is known as one of the fundamental materials for crafting all martial-related supplies. For instance, the combat suit worn by Li Wei and the standard cicada-winged soft sword favored by the core members of the Jiang family both contain varying amounts of existence matter. Without it, stability within the rift environment would be unattainable. Existence matter appears sporadically within the rifts, taking forms such as a gem, a thread, a cup, a card, a phone, a coin, or even a leaf. It emits a unique resonance that warriors can sense upon proximity. Securing such matter, whether to sell to the authorities or to private buyers, promises substantial profit. Thus, most warriors navigate the rifts while evading abyssal beasts, focusing solely on locating existence matter. Li Wei, however, who boldly roams about in pursuit of beasts, would undoubtedly be deemed eccentric. Well then, that girl from the Rift Investigation Bureau wasn't lying. Level 1 rifts are indeed safe, but I hardly desire this kind of safety. Why on earth was I so anxious just now? Li Wei slapped her forehead in exasperation. She contemplated searching for a staircase to delve deeper, as scientific videos suggested that one must traverse symbolic structures to access more profound regions. However, after some reflection, she decided against it, recalling that the rift environment enhances the strength of the abyssal beasts. She preferred to test the waters by battling a creature in the shallower depths, familiarizing herself with the situation to avoid catastrophic overconfidence. This was not akin to her experience in the Alliance building. Mistakes in the rift could be fatal. Resolute, Li Wei leaped once more, darting about like a specter. Simultaneously, she raised her voice in song, hoping to lure forth a beast. Me and my homeland cannot be separated for even a moment. As a warrior, Li Wei possessed exceptional control over her body. To her surprise, her singing was unexpectedly melodious. Her voice echoed through the eerily silent underground parking lot, both jarring and harmonious. No matter where I go, a hymn flows forth. Li Wei ceased to regulate the whistling wind from her rapid movements and the sound of her battle boots striking the ground. Bang! She crushed the roof of a luxury sedan beneath her foot, and with a surge of strength, the connection points between the pillars and the roof collapsed with a thunderous roar. Glass, metal beams, and rubber pads scattered everywhere. I sing of every mountain. I sing of every river. Reaching the edge of the area, she propelled herself off a wall at the parking lot's boundary, pivoting instantly and soaring over 10 meters to land squarely in the middle of another lane. Wisps of smoke trailed from a small village, marking a path. As she traversed a row of parking spaces, the signs on the ground and walls transformed, when suddenly, clatter, a monotonous, mechanical sound of stiff footsteps emanated from a corner. My beloved homeland, I shall forever remain close to your heart. Li Wei's voice soared with excitement. In an instant, her form made a sharp turn, akin to a streak of black lightning. Nearby, a security mannequin stood in an empty parking space, its head and limbs resembling those of a mannequin from a clothing store. Its exterior was pitch black, and upon hearing the melody, it creaked as it turned its head. You speak to me with the pulse of a mother. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the mannequin's body disintegrated, its torso and limbs collapsing in an instant, dark mist swirling at the fracture. A faint wisp of black light shot forth, swiftly burrowing into Li Wei's brow. Essence of the Abyss, 203212, she furrowed her brow. Is it only 9 o'clock? A first-tier Karami gift? Chapter 59, Delving Deeper. Li Wei weighed her soft sword in hand, recalling the sensation of severing the mannequin's neck moments before. It's no different from when I sliced through the cloud at 8 pounds. My vitality hasn't diminished significantly, and I've expended less than when traveling. It seems that first-tier abyssal creatures indeed pose no real threat to me. She cast a glance at her attribute panel. Vitality, effect, purification 49, 315. 043, 1 essence replenishes 100 vitality. Having sprinted just now and made a single attack, she had only consumed a few vitality points. Li Wei felt satisfied. With her foundation fully established, as a martial artist, her vitality recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. This minor expenditure would be replenished shortly, hardly worth mentioning. Not to mention, she still had the essence of the abyss in that blue vial unused. Yesterday, both she and Gu Jinji had depleted their vitality. However, after a night's rest, she was rejuvenated, while Gu Jinji appeared tired this morning. This disparity was evident, especially when compared to a genius like Gu Jinji, right? And there's the purification effect. Jiang Xinyue had mentioned that the White Lotus's purifying power inherently countered abyssal creatures. The ease with which she dispatched foes was likely due to this effect. With her confidence firmly established, Li Wei lost all patience for further searching in this area. The efficiency was too low, even inferior to her time spent idling in the beast arena a few days prior. She hesitated no longer, and along the periphery of the underground parking lot, she began her pursuit of a passage leading deeper within. The parking lot was spacious, however, at Li Wei's pace. It did not take long for her to locate an elevator lobby. Inside, 3 elevators stood side by side, and further in, a heavy fire door led to the stairwell. Li Wei pressed the up and down buttons of the elevator with little expectation, receiving no response, as anticipated. Without hesitation, she pulled open the weighty fire door and stepped into the stairwell. The moment she entered, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Although there were lights in the stairwell, the illumination was significantly dimmer than in the parking lot, as if veiled by a thick layer of dust, creating a stifling and oppressive ambience. A faint musty odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of the scent from the old residential building she inhabited in her previous life. Am I beginning to drift away from reality? Li Wei pondered, consciously disregarding the upward staircase and opting to descend. Though she understood that within the chasm of the abyss, as long as she did not harbor thoughts of wanting to return, there was little distinction between moving up or down. Yet, she instinctively preferred to delve deeper, naturally choosing to go downward. With the swiftness of the wind, she dashed down the stairwell. Bang! Li Wei kicked open the fire door to the next level, ready to charge out, only to freeze at the sight before her. She did not emerge into the anticipated elevator lobby on the next floor. Instead, she found herself within a lavishly adorned women's clothing store. Stunned, she turned to see a petite wooden door behind her, clearly marked with the words fitting room. What a bizarre twist of the abyss. Just as a sense of absurdity began to rise within her, a chilling gust swept past her from behind. With a smirk, Li Wei barely turned her head, her figure blurring and vanishing in an instant. Crash! A grotesque humanoid creature, haphazardly assembled from tattered clothing, broken plastic mannequins, and glimmering metallic accessories, lunged forward, only to grasp at thin air. Crash! Its heavy form smashed the small wooden fitting room door into splinters. The creature had no time to adjust its stance before a cold flash of sword light sliced through the air. The cicada-winged soft sword silently cleaved its torso in two. The various fragments that constituted the monster lost their cohesion and tumbled to the ground, while a faint black light shot out from the remnants, merging into Li Wei's body. Abyss Essence, 212223. This time it was 11 o'clock, Li Wei mused, stroking her chin. At that moment, the order bracelet on her left wrist vibrated violently and distinctly. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively silenced all distractions, almost reflexively counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, as the final number echoed. The bracelet's tremor abruptly ceased, returning to calm. In that fleeting moment, her heart nearly missed a beat. Fortunately, she had counted correctly, and nothing strange transpired. An hour has already passed. Time truly flies. Alas, I have only accumulated 20 points in this hour. I must hurry back before the wedding on August 2nd. With determination, Li Wei strode out of the women's clothing store and found herself in the circular corridor of the shopping mall's atrium. She glanced up at the suspended floor directory. 2. I distinctly remember that when I entered the elevator, the parking level indicator read 2. After descending a flight of stairs, how did I end up on the second floor? This place is utterly bewildering. She pivoted once more, surveying her surroundings, every detail within her gaze. From the shop signs and displayed merchandise to the painted walls and tiled floor, appeared akin to a faded photograph, colors dulled and saturated to a lesser degree, emanating an indescribable sense of antiquity and desolation. She called out, waiting a few seconds, but aside from her own shallow breaths, silence prevailed. Damn it, I have to take matters into my own hands. Clearing her throat, she gathered her emotions. The vibrant melody resounded again, this time with an energetic tune. As she sang, she swiftly maneuvered along the edge of the atrium, her combat boots echoing sharply against the tiles. The song reverberated through the desolate expanse of the second floor. Almost immediately, it bore fruit. The glass window of a nearby sports brand store shattered with a resounding crash, and a mannequin clad in a basketball uniform, complete with a basketball, burst forth. Its faceless form moved with an awkward yet rapid urgency, lunging directly at Li Wei. Undeterred, she continued her song, her feet gliding to the side like a specter, effortlessly evading the creature's charge. With a swift motion, her soft blade gleamed as it sliced upward, and the monster disintegrated before her eyes. Essence of the Abyss, 223234. 11 points will suffice. Without pausing, she pressed onward along the corridor. A cacophony erupted as the door of a resplendent jewelry store swung open violently, and a grotesque, pitch-black creature emerged, adorned with several clunky gold chains that jingled with its movements. Li Wei barely spared it a glance, swiftly responding with a strike. In an instant, the creature froze, then erupted into a cloud of essence. Essence of the Abyss, 234244. For nearly 2 hours that followed, the order bracelet vibrated precisely 2 more times. With each tremor, Li Wei instinctively halted all her actions, loudly counting from 1 to 9 without the slightest hesitation or delay. Once the counting concluded and her bracelet returned to tranquility, she resumed her melodious singing while vanquishing monsters. Over the course of 2 hours, she traversed nearly the entire second floor of the mall, which had been magnified by an unseen force. She successfully defeated 9 grotesque first-tier abyssal beasts, with each kill yielding between 8 and 12 abyssal essences. Ultimately, her tally reached abyssal essence 307. Darn it, still too slow. Li Wei paused, her agitation prompting her to tug at the hood of her combat suit. The first petal of the Tyene Yulian talismans still requires nearly 5,000 points for an upgrade. At this pace, when will I ever reach the second tier? No, I can't linger here any longer. Her patience with the rewards from this level had entirely evaporated. With sharp eyes scanning her surroundings, she swiftly spotted a stairwell sign. This time, without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the staircase, instinctively heading downward. The dimness and mustiness inside seemed even more pronounced. Bang! She flung open the fire door, her breath momentarily catching. The familiar underground parking lot lay before her, but this time it was far more dilapidated and desolate than when she first entered. A nauseating stench of decay pervaded the air. Every vehicle was cloaked in a layer of dust, with many tires already deflated. Mold marred the walls and ceiling, and only half of the fluorescent lights flickered, casting an exceedingly dim glow. The most noticeable change, however, was in the color palette. The saturation here was even lower than before, creating a stifling atmosphere that was hard to bear. This wretched place is truly uncomfortable, Li Wei frowned. Forget it. Let us lure some monsters. Just as she prepared to unleash another explosive tune, suddenly, a cacophony of frantic fighting sounds echoed from the depths of the parking lot. Amongst the chaos, it seemed human shouts could be discerned. Were there others? Li Wei paused, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Had she encountered other warriors? She immediately stifled her presence, stealthily prowling like a cat toward the direction of the sounds. Chapter 60. Monster snatching. The deeper she ventured into the parking lot, the more suffocating the stench of decay became. Li Wei held her breath, maneuvering silently among the abandoned vehicles. Soon, the path ahead opened up dramatically. Not far away, 5 grotesque creatures, exuding thick black mist, were assailing 4 warriors clad in dark green combat suits. These monsters had long transcended the realm of human creation. Reduced to bloated masses of flesh and disproportionate limbs, most towered over 2 meters, with some approaching 3 meters, clearly indicating they were second-tier abyssal beasts. Among the 4 warriors, 3 were valiantly resisting, each bearing the marks of injury. The most severely wounded had a large gash at his side, his battle attire soaked in blood. His complexion pale and movement sluggish. Every block he attempted was an arduous endeavor. Another warrior, with his back turned to the battlefield, wielded a massive hammer, relentlessly striking the concrete surface of a support pillar. Bang! 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 Chunks of concrete crumbled away, revealing the rusted steel framework within. His target was a particular rebar, unique in its faint silvery hue. Li Wei, hiding over 10 meters away, observed the man's strenuous efforts and silently urged, 80, 80, 80. Lao Qin, hurry up. I can barely hold on. The burly man in charge of the frontal defense bellowed, wielding a long-handled battle axe, barely managing to repel a monstrous creature lunging at him. Damn it. This cursed thing is embedded too deeply. Lao Qin, drenched in sweat, had switched to an alloy pickaxe, but despite his vigorous attempts, the rebar remained immovable. Captain, we need to retreat. If we don't leave now, we'll all perish here. The injured warrior coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice laced with despair. The captain's eyes flickered with conflict as he glanced at the steel bar, just within reach, but unyielding, then at the precarious state of the battle. He clenched his teeth and shouted, withdraw. Lao Qin, forget about that thing. Survival is paramount. No, I'm so close. This thing weighs at least 1 kilogram. It could fetch 10 million outside. Lao Qin's eyes blazed with determination, ignoring the pleas and redoubling his efforts to pry it free. You're courting death. Don't drag us down with you. The captain cursed angrily, and in that moment of distraction, the largest abyssal creature seized the opportunity. Its claws elongated dramatically and swept viciously across his chest. Thud! The captain staggered back, his combat attire torn, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. Captain! The remaining young warrior gasped as the pressure mounted, and he was immediately ensnared by 2 abyssal creatures, perilously close to demise. The injured warrior could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground. Lao Qin continued his futile struggle against the wall. The captain, clutching his chest, gazed at the abyssal creature charging towards him, his face a mask of despair and resignation. It was over. In that critical moment, a shadow, black as night, appeared without warning, like a wraith manifesting on the battlefield. Swift, exceedingly swift, yet eerily silent, as though the shadow were merely a figment of their dying minds. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless blades pierced flesh, a symphony of rapid and precise strikes. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the 5 second-tier abyssal creatures, besieging the warriors, froze in unison. The next moment, with a cacophony, their bodies disintegrated, scattering into a mass of darkened remains. Abyssal Essence, 307-454. Li Wei twirled her sword, the soft blade emitting a delicate chime before vanishing into silence. Her movements flowed like a graceful stream, exuding both elegance and charisma. Yet this time, her exertion was considerable. She had faced 5 second-tier abyssal beasts, averaging over 20 strikes per creature, resulting in a depletion of nearly 200 health points with each encounter. However, the rewards were equally remarkable, as she amassed close to 150 essence points in a single breath. Delightful. At this pace, second-tier status is just around the corner. She shook her slightly numb wrist, taking a moment to recuperate, her gaze already drifting deeper into the parking lot. The 4 martial artists she had saved stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. The bearded captain clutched his chest, his mouth agape as if to accommodate an egg, his eyes vacant. The young warrior maintained a defensive posture, staring blankly at the empty expanse ahead. The injured man on the ground struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with incredulity. Even the elderly Qin, who had been diligently chiseling the wall, paused, still gripping his pickaxe, staring dumbfounded at the suddenly desolate battlefield and the slender figure of the woman in black standing at its center. A swift execution? 5 second-tier abyssal beasts, capable of annihilating them, had been vanquished so effortlessly? It was worth noting that the bearded captain was a 3rd-tier martial artist. Despite his rank advantage, he had fared poorly against the largest of the abyssal beasts, as the rift's environment enhanced their power. After a brief silence, a wave of euphoric relief washed over them, mingled with profound astonishment. Many thanks to the esteemed elder for saving our lives. The captain was the first to recover, disregarding the sharp pain in his chest as he struggled to bow. The other 2 also wore expressions of gratitude and admiration, gazing at Li Wei as if she were a celestial being. Only the elderly Qin, standing by a support column, instinctively shielded the exposed steel rebar, glistening with a peculiar sheen. The other 3 noticed Qin's protective gesture, and their expressions of gratitude faltered, revealing an undeniable worry and embarrassment in their eyes. Given the elder's formidable strength, would she be tempted by this material worth millions? However, to their astonishment, Li Wei did not even cast a glance at the steel rebar, treating it as if it were mere scrap metal. Her focus was entirely elsewhere. After confirming that no other abyssal beasts lurked nearby, she did not bother with pleasantries. With a gentle push of her toes against the dust-laden floor, she shot forward. Whoosh! The figure in black transformed into a fleeting shadow, unhesitatingly dashing into the deeper, darker recesses of the parking lot, vanishing from their sight in an instant. The 4 exchanged glances, remaining silent for a long while. Gratitude, relief, and confusion ultimately morphed into a profound sense of shame. As they ventured deeper, the density of the abyssal beasts markedly increased, requiring no effort on her part to draw them out. As she sped through the shadows, the abyssal beasts would occasionally leap forth with ferocious roars. Most were of the 1st tier, yet the 2nd tier began to appear with increasing frequency. In reward for their voluntary demise, Li Wei swiftly dispatched them with a silent flash of her sword, granting them a final repose. Indeed, the height of the 2nd tier is somewhat tougher, yet it is manageable. It merely requires a few more strikes. During her journey, she encountered 2 groups of warriors engaged in combat with the abyssal beasts. Their situation was somewhat improved compared to the first group, as most were able to hold their own. However, Li Wei did not hesitate to intervene, seizing every opportunity to strike, as if drawn by an irresistible force. Like a bolt of black lightning, she moved with unparalleled swiftness, her swordlight flickering as the abyssal beasts fell in droves, transformed into her essence. The warriors, whose prey she had claimed, expressed no resentment. Instead, they beamed with delight, gazing at her retreating figure with fervent admiration, as if they had stumbled upon a remarkable sale at the local market. After all, individuals like Li Wei, who solely hunted beasts while disregarding material possessions and actively cleared paths for others, were becoming increasingly rare in society. For the majority of warriors venturing into the rifts, the abyssal beasts were mere nuisances obstructing their quest for material existence, a looming threat to their lives that they would rather avoid than confront. Li Wei's proactive approach to exterminating these creatures appeared to them as the manifestation of a benevolent deity. Naturally, some wished to engage her in conversation, hoping to forge a connection or gain favor by aligning themselves with her. However, they were swiftly left behind by her astonishing speed, disappearing from view. Gradually, her exploits began to circulate quietly among the warriors in the region. Chapter 61. The volunteer on the morning of the 28th, in the temporary rest area. Li Wei opened her eyes and sat up from the makeshift cot. The room was modest, containing only 4 beds, 3 of which were unoccupied. The 3 young women who had originally shared the space had departed in the latter half of the night, leaving Li Wei alone. Rising to her feet, she stretched her neck, feeling the fatigue from the previous day's rapid movement and frequent strikes dissipate significantly. Abyssal Essence, 1233, Combat Technique, Initial String of Cold Pool. Minor Accomplishment 6071,000. Gazing at the numbers on her attribute panel, a smile involuntarily crept across Li Wei's lips. The efficiency of her efforts surpassed that of idling in the arena by far, although it was somewhat taxing. Moreover, combat indeed enhances combat techniques, albeit at a slower pace. In the 991 mode, the rate of improvement was swift, but that was a trump card not to be recklessly employed. Furthermore, she had sensed a profound relaxation in her spirit before sleep last night, realizing that the cooldown for the 991 state had concluded. By this reasoning, the recovery time for a single use was approximately 24 hours. As Li Wei contemplated this, her stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. Enough of this. After grabbing a bite to eat, I shall procure a few nutritional supplements to sustain myself as I delve into my endeavors today. The officially sold nutritional agents are infused with trace substances that render them impervious to the encroaching abyssal environment, facilitating warriors in replenishing their energy and hydration within the fissures. Li Wei had neglected to purchase these yesterday and found herself famished by the afternoon, her efficiency in battling monsters plummeting. She resolved to learn from her past mistakes and ensure her endurance was greater today. With a firm determination, Li Wei donned her battle attire, pulled up her hood and mask, and made her way to the dining hall. At this moment, the communal dining area of the preparation zone was abuzz with chatter, the air thick with the aromatic blend of various cuisines. Warriors congregated in small groups, indulging in hearty feasts while engaging in boisterous conversations, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Li Wei, carrying a heaping platter of food, settled into a discreet corner, keen to avoid recognition, especially as she was still trending on social media. However, just as she lifted her chopsticks, she overheard a conversation about herself. "Hey, have you heard? There was a remarkable individual here yesterday." "What kind of remarkable individual?" "Do tell." "A woman, dressed in black. Her speed was astonishing, like a wraith. She sliced through second-tier abyssal creatures as if they were mere vegetables." "Is that for real? So formidable." "What tier was she?" "Who knows? Anyway, Old Wong's team had some bad luck yesterday, encountering 5 second-tier monsters, and just when they thought it was over for them, this heroine swooped in and dispatched them in a flash. The best part? She only kills monsters, not interested in the trace substances." "Wow. Is there really such a benevolent figure?" "Indeed. Several groups encountered her yesterday. They all say she only hunts monsters and desires nothing else. They've even dubbed her the little bodhisattva in black." Li Wei nearly spewed the mouthful of soy milk she had just taken, nearly hitting the wall opposite her. Little bodhisattva in black? What a ridiculous nickname. Her temples throbbed with embarrassment. What a ludicrous moniker. It's utterly cringeworthy. Mortified, she wished she could bury her entire face in her food, her cheeks burning beneath her mask. Fortunately, not everyone was absorbed in discussing the exploits of the so-called little bodhisattva. Just as that conversation waned, another table nearby began to speak in hushed tones. "Hey, have you heard? About half an hour ago, they carried out a gray uniform on a stretcher, covered in blood." "Really? I just woke up and didn't see anything." "Indeed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It seems they encountered something formidable. TSK, the blood was flowing." "No way. Just a tear fissure? How could someone from the investigation bureau get hurt like that? The gray uniforms are different from us. They often delve deeper, facing greater dangers." As the conversation faded into quieter murmurs, Li Wei picked at her food, a flicker of unease rising within her. Could it be? Has something gone awry? Am I cursed with a knack for attracting trouble? Or perhaps my ruckus yesterday stirred something formidable? Is it really that serious? I've only taken down a few second-tier ones. The numbers may seem overwhelming, but I am just one person. How much can I truly accomplish? As she contemplated this, an urgent announcement abruptly interrupted her thoughts. The restaurant's overhead speakers crackled to life, and a clear female voice resonated throughout the hall, bringing all activity to a halt. Attention! The rift number 301045 will be temporarily sealed effective immediately. All warriors are to stand by in the preparation area. I repeat, the rift number 301045 will be temporarily sealed. The restaurant erupted into a cacophony of bewildered chatter. What is going on? Why the sudden closure? Wait, stand by. I was just about to head home. Are we still able to leave? What the hell is happening? When will it be reopened? Our team just accepted a mission to capture the octopus monster. And their essay deadline. Li Wei furrowed her brow, her chopsticks suspended in midair. Sealed? Then my plans for leveling up are doomed. Amidst the rising tide of complaints and speculations, the broadcast shifted once more. This time, it was no longer the melodious female voice, but a deep, raspy male voice. Tinged with weariness. Everyone, a critical team has encountered a large-scale upheaval of abyss beasts in the deep zone and has gone missing. The situation is dire and requires immediate assistance. I repeat, this rescue operation is of utmost importance. We are severely understaffed. We implore all willing warriors to assemble at entrance number 3 immediately. A strange silence enveloped the restaurant momentarily, only to be followed by an even louder uproar. A rescue? Trapped? A critical team? There must be someone significant among them. Otherwise, this wouldn't warrant such an uproar. Significant? Have you ever seen the Investigation Bureau show anyone favoritism? It's probably one of those exceptionally talented individuals they are nurturing. They are likely concerned about losing them. Just like during that massive rescue operation in Spring City a few years back, which was for a prodigy. Let us go. We should see what is happening. If we can help, we ought to. Count me in. My life was saved by the Bureau years ago. This is a perfect opportunity to repay that debt. After a brief period of commotion and discussion, nearly half of the restaurant's patrons, close to 100 warriors, suddenly rose from their seats, leaving their trays behind as they surged towards the exit, their footsteps chaotic and hurried. Those who remained displayed a mix of hesitation and struggle. Some shook their heads with a sigh, while others continued to eat, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding crisis. Li Wei was momentarily stunned. Officials were in trouble, and it was due to an uprising of abyss beasts. Although her initial motivation for entering the rift was personal advancement, the deep-rooted sense of collective honor and responsibility that belonged to her nation made it difficult for her to turn a blind eye. Just after singing me and my motherland, and now a test arrives? She sighed internally, finding herself unable to remain seated any longer. Swallowing her last bite, she joined the throng rushing towards the exit. In the grand hall before entrance 3, a dense crowd had gathered, with a rough estimate of at least 300 individuals present. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a crisp gray uniform, with gray hair and a square face, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 stars on his shoulders. Although he did not employ a loudspeaker, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every attendee. The situation was dire, and time was of the essence. I shall be brief. The interior of the rift is chaotic and disordered, with paths changing randomly, making precise point-to-point assistance impossible. The only viable strategy is to employ a human wave tactic, relying on probability. Therefore, this rescue operation will not involve teams or specified directions. The singular objective is to advance at the fastest possible pace towards the depths of the rift. I shall reiterate, it is a solo endeavor. There will be no teammates. No logistical support. The man's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sweeping across all present. Thus, you have 30 seconds to contemplate. Those unwilling to participate or who feel inadequate may withdraw now. The Bureau will not hold this against anyone. We are grateful for your courage in coming here. As his words fell, a palpable stir and whispers rippled through the crowd. After a brief moment of hesitation, struggle, and contemplation, approximately half of the individuals quietly bowed their heads and turned to leave the hall, their steps somewhat heavy. Yet, concurrently, others continued to arrive from various directions. Upon grasping the situation, some stepped forward into the throng without hesitation, while others silently departed. After 30 seconds, the number of individuals in the hall stabilized at around 200. Alongside the Bureau's emergency assembly of a dozen standby teams, the total count approached 400. The middle-aged man regarded those who remained, his expression inscrutable, though the tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. And a glimmer of light seemed to flicker within his fierce eyes. He inhaled deeply, softening his tone. Remember, your mission is to provide support, not to seek martyrdom. Regardless of whether you locate the stranded team, If the situation becomes untenable, please withdraw immediately. Your lives are equally precious. The nation does not require needless sacrifices. He cast a solemn gaze over the assembled crowd, seemingly having made a profound resolution. Students from martial arts universities, only children, or those with children under the age of 10 at home, please leave at once. This time, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The more than 200 volunteers who remained, regardless of age, gender, height, or build, did not shift a single foot. They stood quietly, their gazes either fixed ahead or slightly lowered, resembling a silent forest. Li Wei stood among the crowd, witnessing this scene, her eyes slightly glistening, her heart surging with unspoken emotions. Am I becoming more sentimental? The gray-haired man's eyes too were reddened. He suddenly straightened his posture, raised his right hand, and rendered an exceptionally solemn and precise military salute to all the volunteers below. Attention, he commanded. Weapons, armor, and supplies will be distributed immediately. In a bid to leave a message for her family, individuals were urged to approach the staff, each allotted a mere minute to convey their thoughts. The diligent administrative personnel, ever prepared, promptly stepped forward, initiating a flurry of organized activity. Li Wei joined the line, quietly awaiting her turn to receive equipment, while absent-mindedly moistening her lips. I wonder how much essence I could acquire this time. Chapter 62, The Longest 10 Minutes, an additional chapter dedicated to the esteemed white-haired cat leader. With just 10 minutes remaining before the rescue operation commenced, Li Wei weighed the standard long sword in her hand. Its heft was substantial, and the chill of the metal was palpable. While the delicate soft sword was indeed commendable, it was prudent to be thoroughly prepared. For armor, she opted for a piece of lightweight half-plate, comprised of hexagonal plates that offered minimal protection to her vital areas, yet provided an advantage in speed due to its feather-light nature. Beside her stood a fellow clad in heavy armor, wielding a sword and shield, exuding an air of security. Regrettably, she could not emulate such an encumbrance, as it would severely impede her agility. Upon collecting her gear, a cart brimming with supplies was wheeled over. To her surprise, the individual responsible for distribution was the same young woman from the investigation bureau who had lectured her the previous day. Upon spotting Li Wei, she paused momentarily, astonished, and exclaimed, "What are you, a low tier, doing here in the midst of all this commotion? Ah, it seems this girl is not online. She is unaware of my illustrious feats." Remembering her confiscated phone, Li Wei found herself understanding her sentiment. It was commendable how these public servants could endure such solitude. She gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "This is what youth is all about." Indeed, uttering those words made me feel a tad more heroic. The girl in the gray uniform gazed at her in disbelief, eventually transforming her expression into a solemn sigh as she rendered Li Wei a military salute, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. With 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining until the rescue operation commenced, within the Abyssal Rift Investigation Bureau, the office of the deputy director in the capital was in disarray. A deafening crash echoed through the room as a solid wood desk shattered into splinters. Deputy Director Yu Jing'an's eyes were bloodshot, his temples throbbing as if he were a ferocious beast poised to strike. Yang Yinshan, what on earth is he thinking? In this critical moment, he speaks of volunteers. How can he equate lives? The lives of those societal warriors were trivial compared to Zemo's worth. Could the deaths of 100 of them reclaim even a single strand of Zemo's hair? The director of the Rift Management Office, who had just delivered the report, was equally drenched in sweat. Min Zmo was trapped within the 301045 rift, with her fate uncertain. To compound the situation, the director was on official business at the Beihai Rift, absent from the capital. The capital's bureau was in a state of chaos. Yu Jing'an gasped for breath, his chest heaving, and it took several moments for him to regain composure. Xiao He, mobilize all available third-tier elites. Have them converge at the Ring Trade Center. Quickly, after issuing the command, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Yu Jing'an spoke with a grave demeanor. "Pan Yu, this is Yu Jing'an. Immediately seal off the Ring Trade Center. Not a single fly is to escape. Since the fragmented remnants of the Dream Sect have infiltrated the 045 maintenance area, it is evident that there must be insiders among us. Conduct a thorough investigation. Furthermore, anyone who might have knowledge of Zemo's whereabouts must be apprehended and subjected to isolation and scrutiny." It seems there was something said on the other end of the phone. "You say I am aware? Very well. From this moment forth, I shall also suspend my duties to undergo an investigation. However, the lockdown and inquiry must be enforced. There are 6 minutes and 26 seconds remaining until the commencement of the rescue operation. Li Wei toyed with a pale blue analgesic and a light red blood replenishing supplement from her standard issue waist pouch, alongside hemostatic spray, regenerative gel, and a plethora of other supplies, all quite comprehensive. Before her journey to the British Isles, Liang Qiushi had administered a precious blood-nourishing pill to her. Combined with the memories of her original self, she had assumed that the remedies in the martial arts realm were solely pills or powders. She never anticipated such a diverse array of options. At that moment, the staff responsible for recording messages had approached the young couple beside her. The two youths playfully shoved each other, both appearing somewhat bashful. Ultimately, the girl took a deep breath and stepped forward. Her voice trembled slightly as she addressed the recording device. Dad, Mom, you are so capable of procreation, I am not an exception. If I were to say, hypothetically, that I had not emerged, you must take good care of yourselves. After finishing her message, she retreated to the side, yielding her position to her boyfriend. The boy patted her shoulder, teasingly stating, "Hey, you didn't leave me a line?" The girl, somewhat exasperated, playfully struck him. "Aren't you here?" The boy shrugged and, into the microphone, said, "Xiaofu, my parents perished in battle, leaving me all alone. I can only leave you a message. By the way, I'm grateful to fate for allowing me to meet you. The past 5 years with you have brought me immense joy. If I am no longer here, do not grieve or act foolishly. In the future, should you see the stars shining brightly, that will be me coming to visit you." At this, the girl could no longer contain her emotions, leaping into the boy's embrace, her fists weakly pounding against his sturdy back, weeping inconsolably. The boy held her tightly, lowering his voice, "When we enter, hold my hand tightly." The girl responded, "What?" The boy whispered, "Shu, staff member, Li Wei, there are 4 minutes and 14 seconds remaining until the start of the rescue operation. Gu family, training ground." Gu Xiang wielded his blade with a fierce intensity, unleashing a powerful aura that forced Gu Jinji into a retreat, beads of sweat cascading down. The clash of the searing air and the blade produced a resonant metallic sound that echoed throughout the training ground. On the sidelines, Gu Jinxuan and Gu Jini watched with pale faces, their hearts pounding in terror. This was truly hellish training. The elder brother and father had been sparring since 5 in the morning, relying solely on a vial of blood-replenishing supplement to sustain their endurance, recklessly pushing their limits. Gu Jinxuan whispered, "What has possessed my brother? Why is he so relentless?" Gu Jini, with an expression of someone who had seen through it all, replied, "If he doesn't exert himself, someone's family standing will be at stake." Gu Jinxuan, "That makes sense." Just then, Gu Jinji's phone, placed on the side, suddenly rang. Gu Jini hurried over to pick up the phone, the screen illuminating the name Zheng Yi. Recognizing him as her elder brother's close friend, she answered the call. "Hello, Brother Zheng?" Zheng Yi's anxious voice came through. "Xiaoyi? Quick, get your brother on the line. His wife is in trouble." Gu Jini was startled. "Sister-in-law is in trouble?" Before she could finish her sentence, the phone was snatched away by a long, powerful hand. Gu Jinji, barely wiping the sweat from his brow, spoke with a cold and steady voice. "Speak." Zheng Yi urgently replied, "The Huandao has been sealed off. The people you arranged to go in are probably unable to contact you. I just heard about this and called you." Gu Jinji's pupils dilated, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Thank you," he said tersely, and hung up the phone. His gaze swept over his equally shocked siblings, finally landing on their father. Gu Xiang. Gu Shiheng's expression was somber as he nodded. "You must go to Huandao immediately. I will contact my friends in the investigation bureau for information." 3 minutes and 23 seconds until the rescue operation begins. The recording microphone was handed to Li Wei. She blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, at her speed, the lurking dangers below were no match for her. Participating in the rescue posed minimal risk, leaving her devoid of any tragic sentiments or last words to convey. Yet, glancing around, everyone else was either making arrangements for their affairs or declaring heartfelt sentiments. And the atmosphere had reached a crescendo. Caught in her dilemma, the armored figure beside her spoke into another microphone with a calm voice. "Mom, you've given birth to 3 sons. If I were to perish, you needn't worry about having no one to look after you in your old age. Though my elder brother is not a martial artist, he is kind-hearted, and my younger brother is a bit mischievous, but he is dutiful. So, I can rest easy. Just remember one thing. The fund I bought for you, Don't be frugal. Enjoy your meals, drinks, and leisure activities. I believe in living for the moment. I detest being controlled by women. So don't bother saving money for my bride price. It's of no use. Li Wei felt a twitch at the corner of her eye as she glanced at the microphone, realizing that if she didn't contribute, she would seem out of place. Clearing her throat, she declared, "Let us hold the wedding after the operation is complete." The staff member holding the recording device visibly trembled. 2 minutes and 40 seconds until the rescue operation begins. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance in the capital, in the upper office, Huang Lei slammed his palm onto the table. How could such a blunder occur? Allowing the wicked followers of the Dream Sect to infiltrate the fissure where Min Zimo is located. What are those incompetent fools in the investigation bureau doing? His face betrayed unrestrained anger and sarcasm. What did that old fool Ding, the head of the investigation bureau, say to me back then? He claimed my reach was too long, that I was greedy, trying to swallow an elephant whole, refusing to hand over the people to me. Now look, an incident has occurred. Now that they are short on personnel, they suddenly think of us. They let go of a fine talent, and this is how they protect him? Heaving with rage, Huang Lei's chest rose and fell violently, the air around him seemingly ignited with heat. After venting his fury, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain composure as he issued commands. Relay my orders. Immediately assemble all available Tier 3 warriors from the divisions. Urgent gathering. All personnel to the Ring Trade Center for support. Move swiftly. With merely 10 seconds remaining before the rescue operation commenced, the gray-haired middle-aged man, Yang Yinshan, glanced at his watch, his expression grave. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy with tension. Time ticked away, second by second. Tick. The watch emitted a soft chime. Yang Yinshan abruptly lifted his head, his voice resonating with authority and determination. Tier 3 warriors. Engage. Swoosh. 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 Over 40 figures at the forefront surged forward without hesitation, vanishing into the distorted expanse. 10 seconds later. Tier 2 warriors. Engage. This time, a torrent of over 200 surged forth. Another 10 seconds passed. All remaining personnel. Move in. Li Wei inhaled deeply, her toes lightly tapping the ground, her form darting forth like lightning, the first to plunge into the ominous distortion. Here I come, experienced comrades. I'm on my way. Behind her, the remaining volunteers and investigators followed closely. Yang Yinshan raised his right hand towards the entrance, offering a solemn military salute. Behind him, over 100 support staff from the Investigation Bureau spontaneously formed a neat line, standing at attention in unison, saluting. 44 seconds into the operation, a young man in gray uniform stumbled into the vast hall, his face etched with anxiety and fear. He scanned the area, realizing the absence of individuals. Nearly on the verge of tears, Yang Yinshan furrowed his brow. Xiao Mo, what is it? The young man, Xiao Mo, gasped for breath. Yang Jian. Just now, in the volunteer team, there was the young mistress of the Gu family. The young mistress of the Gu family? Yang Yinshan's frown deepened. What Gu family? What Li family? Once one becomes a volunteer, they are a soldier. On the battlefield, there are no identities. His tone was stern, evidently disapproving of such special treatment. Xiao Mo shrank back under the reprimand, his voice barely above a whisper. Be but that young mistress of the Gu family, she is also a grandmaster. What? Yang Yinshan exclaimed sharply. Chapter 63, Struggle and Adversity in the Abyssal Rift. At the 8th level, color had entirely faded. As far as the eye could see, there was only an array of blacks, whites, and grays. The air was thick with a putrid stench, suffocating and oppressive. The layout of what once was the dining area on the 3rd floor of the mall had become unrecognizable. Only a single team trudged slowly and laboriously through the ruins. Amidst the abyssal creatures, roar. A colossal Tier 3 abyssal creature, resembling a giant octopus with tentacles thrashing like steel whips, let out a deafening roar. Amidst the surging dark mist, several robust tentacles cleaved through the air, accompanied by a fierce gale that struck violently towards the imposing figure at the forefront of the team. In Min Zimo's hand, the silver-gray spear shimmered not in the dim light, save for the glint of its sharp tip. Unflinching before the onslaught of the octopus creature, he executed a swift twist of his wrist, thrusting the spear forward with remarkable speed. Boom! The spear tip erupted into a billowing umbrella of white mist, unleashing a surge of vitality that shattered the resilient tentacles, impervious to even a typical 3rd-tier warrior's assault. Utilizing the recoil, Min Zimo deftly retreated, narrowly evading the insidious ambushes of several lurking abyssal monsters, while his spear swept horizontally in counteraction, slicing through the air. 7 or 8 first and second-tier abyssal creatures were instantaneously torn asunder by the spear's brilliance, creating a momentary void around him. Behind him, 9 agents clad in various standardized armors formed a tight defensive circle, meticulously mirroring his movements as they struggled to advance towards a designated shop. The clashing of blades reverberated incessantly, each individual exerting their utmost to repel the tidal wave of attacks converging from all sides. Once more, Min Zimo struck a third-tier abyssal creature attempting to flank them away with the shaft of his spear, allowing the squad to finally breach the chosen store under his protective cover. This establishment was rather secluded, one side pressed against the edge of a fissure, and the other a sturdy wall, with the only entrance a 3-meter-wide front door, making it a defensible stronghold. Dust lay thick upon the floor, nearly an inch deep, yet the outlines of tables and chairs could still be discerned. As they ventured deeper, the space appeared to have been distorted by some unseen force, the lines of walls, floor, and ceiling twisting and fracturing in an absurd manner. However, the investigators had no time to ponder these oddities. Upon entering the store, they swiftly reconfigured their formation. 2 shield bearers firmly positioned themselves at the forefront, with those wielding long knives and swords flanking them, while 2 long spears took position in the rear, poised to deliver lethal thrusts through the gaps in the shields. Captain, switch defenses. With the new defensive formation just solidified, the shield bearer at the front shouted hoarsely at Min Zimo, his voice gravelly from exertion. Without a moment's hesitation, Min Zimo exerted force beneath his feet, retreating into the formation, his breath quickening, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy alloy shields braced against the oncoming tentacles with unwavering resolve. The 2 third-tier investigators gripping the shields gritted their teeth, their feet carving deep grooves into the dust-laden floor. The shields clashed violently with the tentacles, producing a grating sound that set teeth on edge, barely staving off this frenzied assault. After enduring this onslaught, the admiration in the eyes of his comrades for Min Zimo intensified. They had all witnessed how he single-handedly absorbed countless ferocious strikes to ensure their safe retreat. The battle had persisted for at least half an hour, with each individual's vitality swiftly depleting, their armor and combat attire soiled with dark filth. Min Zimo quickly adjusted his breathing for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the weary yet resolute faces of his squad members. He understood all too well that if they merely clung to their positions, their demise would be merely a matter of time. Damn that despicable dream cult. One of the team members gasped heavily, his voice laden with uncontainable exhaustion and resentment. Silence. Min Zimo's voice was as hard as iron, cutting through the air. Conserve your strength. He fixed his steely gaze on the relentless tide of abyssal beasts surging through the doorway, nearly filling his entire field of vision, while his mind raced to devise a strategy. Given the current state of the squad, relying on the advantageous terrain for defense, combined with his own combat prowess, they could perhaps endure for 1 to 2 hours, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The attacking third-tier abyssal beasts numbered at least 40, while the first and second tiers exceeded 200 and continued to increase. Breaking through was utterly impossible. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. Even he could not make an escape. Thus, within 2 hours, or more conservatively, around 1 hour, would reinforcements arrive. A bitter smile tugged at Min Zimo's lips as he reflected on how a seemingly routine extermination mission had spiraled into such dire straits due to the machinations of the dream cult, leaving his elite squad in this precarious situation. Captain, this cannot continue. One team member declared resolutely, let us assist you in breaking through. You are a paragon of the nation's hope. You cannot fall here. Upon hearing this, the remaining 8 members, though silent, shared the same sentiment in their eyes, their grips on their weapons tightening unconsciously. Enough. Min Zimo's gun trembled in his hands as the barrel expertly slipped between the gaps of 2 shield bearers, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, deflecting an attack that had snuck through the monster horde. His tone was decisive and brooked no argument. Not even their combined efforts would guarantee a successful escape. Even if they could break through, he, Min Zimo, a warrior not particularly renowned for speed, would not elude the relentless pursuit of the third-tier abyssal beasts. To take a step back, even if he were to escape, he could never do so at the cost of the blood of those comrades with whom he had shared countless days and nights. Before the age of 22, he was merely an ordinary person. Although he possessed the innate potential of a prodigy destined for greatness, this talent lay dormant, unactivated, leading to his elimination from the martial examination and his subsequent enrollment in a liberal arts university. It wasn't until after graduation, when he joined the Rift Investigation Bureau for clerical work, that he was discovered by the perceptive director Ding Pijun of the Imperial Capital Investigation Bureau, who recognized his potential and took him under his wing. However, given Ding Pijun's demanding schedule, the time available for instruction was limited. During his martial enlightenment, it was this very group of individuals who served as his mentors. As he progressed rapidly in his abilities, they became his sparring partners. Later, when he ascended to the role of captain, these very individuals naturally became his team members. To ask them to sacrifice their lives to pave a path for him? Minzimo could not bear the thought. Captain, the proposing team member's eyes were red-rimmed, still insisting, "We must hold on." I said, "Enough?" Minzimo once again regulated his breath, and with a swift shake of his spear, he broke through the battlefield anew. The spear danced like a dragon, instantly sweeping away a swath of low-tier abyssal monsters, alleviating some pressure from the defensive line. At the rear of the squad, a weakened member, his abdomen swathed in thick bandages, struggled to speak, but violent coughs interrupted him, blood-stained phlegm escaping his lips. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he retrieved a pale red blood-replenishing supplement from his pouch, uncapped it, and forcefully injected it into his arm. Moments later, his previously ashen complexion began to regain a hint of color. After a brief moment of recuperation, his voice, though still frail, carried a glimmer of hope. "I wonder if anyone received our distress signal." The wristbands utilized by the official investigators possessed a crucial feature absent in the versions distributed to ordinary warriors: the ability to send distress and alert signals. As long as they remained within the same fissure, once a signal was transmitted, the wristbands of other investigators would vibrate at a specific frequency. This vibration could even convey simple messages. Half an hour prior, when their squad was encircled by abyssal monsters, they had sent out a distress signal. If no one received it, it might take half a day, or even a full day, for the higher-ups to realize they were in peril. Reinforcements will undoubtedly come, Minzimo declared firmly, striving to bolster the morale of his comrades. "If we can hold our ground, there is hope." Before his words could fade, the three-tiered octopus monster, previously wounded by his spear, launched into a more frenzied assault. This time, its numerous tentacles flailed in unison, transforming into a dense, impenetrable curtain of black whips, descending upon them like a relentless storm. Confronted with this near-fatal strike, Minzimo's pupils constricted, and he forcefully propelled himself off the ground. In an instant, he surged forward into the throng of monsters. The spear in his grasp seemed to come alive, morphing into a blazing streak of light, its tip trailing a dazzling orange flame. With piercing strikes, the low-tier abyssal monsters before him had no time to react before being pierced and shredded by the fierce spear light. Seizing the fleeting moment when the octopus monster exposed its defenses due to its full-on assault, Minzimo closed in like a meteor racing toward the moon. "Kill!" With a low shout, his spear transformed into a torrent of flames, infused with his nearly boiling vital energy, and thrust powerfully into the octopus monster's core. With a sharp sound, the spear pierced through. Black ichor gushed forth like a fountain. The octopus monster emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive form quaking violently, and all its tentacles instantly softened and withered as if bereft of support. Having struck true, Minzimo showed no inclination to linger. He delivered a powerful kick to the slick corpse of the octopus monster, using the momentum to retreat gracefully back to the formation. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body of the octopus monster collapsed, releasing a dense cloud of black mist. The defeat of a three-tiered foe momentarily stalled the offensive of the abyssal creatures, granting the squad a precious moment of respite. Minzimo's chest rose and fell slightly. The recent explosive strike had taken its toll, and his arm muscles trembled faintly from gripping the weapon. Yet, he did not rest. His penetrating gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, fixing upon the staircase entrance diagonally across the street. "Listen to me," he enunciated clearly, ensuring every team member could hear. "Let's hold out a little longer. We will head to the 9th layer, the inverted domain." The team members were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting uncertainty. The inverted domain? That place was far more perilous than here. Wasn't it too reckless? The team member who had previously suggested sacrificing himself hesitated. Min Zimo swiftly elucidated, as you all know. Despite the erratic nature of the routes leading into the rift, all passages ultimately converge at the inverted domain of the 9th layer. Even if reinforcements are dispatched, our best chance of rendezvousing with them lies there. This proposal was undoubtedly audacious, even bordering on madness. The inverted domain teetered on the brink of a true abyss, with rules more chaotic and the strength of the abyss beasts significantly amplified. However, seasoned investigators quickly grasped that Min Zimo was indeed correct. Remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. Attempting a retreat was futile. As long as they could not shake off the abyss beast's relentless pursuit, escape from the rift was impossible. This setting is crucial. I urge everyone to pay heed. Although the inverted domain was fraught with danger, it remained their sole avenue of survival. Captain, we will follow your lead. Let's fight these fiends. The team's fighting spirit rekindled, and consensus was swiftly reached. Min Zimo shifted his tone, adding, however, we cannot proceed just yet. Assuming our call for assistance is successful, he began to calculate rapidly in his mind. The organization will gather forces, and then the rescue team must enter the rift, navigate through the chaotic area, and finally reach the 9th layer. This will take time. Min Zimo's expression hardened. Resolute as he declared, we must endure for another 40 minutes. After that, we will break through and head to the inverted domain. Yes, the team responded with renewed vigor, their voices weary yet imbued with determination. Chapter 64. Encountering the enemy. As she navigated through the distorted light and shadows, Li Wei found herself in a brightly lit, pristine automotive showroom. The floor gleamed brightly enough to cast reflections, and in the center of the exhibition hall stood a massive black six-wheeled off-road vehicle, its lines sharp and exuding a sense of power. Everything here was immaculate, as though time had been suspended. Li Wei swiftly scanned her surroundings, confirming the absence of any moving objects. With a slight push off her toes, her form transformed into a blurred shadow, darting out of the showroom's entrance. She raced down the corridor of the shopping mall, searching for the passage to the next level. The exit square of the rift, 301045, had been temporarily transformed into a makeshift field hospital. Dozens of medical personnel from the bureau, clad in white coats, hurried about, while various unidentifiable precision medical instruments were being urgently assembled, all bustling in an orderly manner. At the edge of the square, a temporary command center was established. Yang Yinshan paced anxiously, one hand on his hip and the other gripping a walkie-talkie, barking into it. You want me to find someone? With what? All my men are inside. Tell them I'm powerless. If they wish to save anyone, they must come themselves. With a frustrated grunt, he abruptly ended the communication, only for the device to buzz again almost immediately. Commander Yang, the Martial Arts Alliance's Huang is calling. Commander Yang, the head of the Gu family, is on the line. Commander Yang, there's a call from Master Jiang. Listening to the relentless reports from his subordinates, Yang felt his temples throb, a surge of frustration rising within him. He bellowed, from this moment on, if anyone dares to disturb me with such matters, I will have them executed. After his outburst, he slammed the walkie-talkie onto the table, his chest heaving violently as he irritably raked his fingers through his graying hair. One Min Zimo is enough to give me a headache. Now another Gushaefuren has emerged? What chaos! He could only hope that among these so-called volunteers, a third individual requiring special attention would not materialize. Suddenly, Li Wei burst through the fire door, racing out from the stairwell. The familiar layout of the underground parking lot unfolded before her once more. The signs on the walls indicated 3. Was this the next level down from the previously visited 2? According to her mental map of the shopping complex, this should be the bottom floor. Compared to level 2, level 3 lacked the numerous advertising lights, and vehicles were markedly sparse. She glanced back, vaguely yearning to see if the stairwell was still there. If it was, she could delve deeper without further delay, saving a considerable amount of time. Unfortunately, all that awaited her was a cold support column. The space shifted once more. I knew it couldn't be that simple, Li Wei sighed, resuming her frantic sprint. In the shadows of the surrounding corners, faint rustling noises could be heard, suggesting that some lurking creature was nearby. However, she paid no heed. Her goal was clear: rescue first. She maneuvered swiftly along the edge of the parking lot, searching for an entrance leading deeper within. This level seemed particularly vast, or perhaps the space had been severely distorted. Many times, she experienced a strong sense of déjà vu, as if she were running in circles. After wasting 7 or 8 minutes, she finally discovered a new stairwell entrance in a secluded corner. Without a moment's hesitation, she darted inside. As soon as she stepped into the stairwell, a foul wind assaulted her senses. A pitch-black, tentacle-like appendage, slick with viscous liquid, lashed out at her like a steel whip. Its speed far surpassed any creature she had encountered before. Danger! Li Wei's instinct screamed, and with no time to draw her cicada-winged sword, she instinctively raised her standard long sword to block. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed deafeningly. A tremendous force surged along the blade. Bang! Li Wei felt her right arm violently tremble, the flesh of her palm splitting open in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. She was uncontrollably hurled away by this immense force, resembling a kite severed from its string, crashing back into the parking lot. Boom! She landed heavily, crumpling the hood of a dark blue sedan with a resounding thud. What overwhelming strength! Before she could regain her footing, a spine-chilling figure slowly emerged from the stairwell. At its core was a pulsating mass of flesh, merely over a meter in diameter, its surface covered with a multitude of pallid, pupil-less eyeball-like protrusions, densely packed and enough to make one's scalp tingle. Extending from this grotesque tumor were numerous black tentacles of varying thickness, flailing about like an octopus, expanding its actual occupied space to an astonishing 4 or 5 meters. It lacked legs, crawling with its tentacles, exhibiting an extraordinary agility. As soon as it left the stairwell, it silently ascended to the ceiling along the wall. Countless ghastly white eyeballs rotated, fixating intently on Li Wei, who was struggling to rise from the dented car hood, gripping her back in pain. She shook her numb right hand, blood dripping, yet her gaze sharpened. The roar of engines was deafening. A helicopter soared swiftly over the towering edifices of the capital. Inside the cabin, Gu Jinji sat upright, his back straight as ever, yet an aura of icy intensity radiated from him. Clad in a deep blue tactical suit that allowed for ease of movement, beads of uncooled sweat still lingered in his hair. His usually calm ebony eyes were now filled with agitation. Jiang Shui, after the mission, would hold a wedding. That recent message, laced with a hint of mockery, pricked at him like a needle, incessantly tormenting his thoughts. Did she even comprehend what she was doing? A first-tier warrior, even at the peak of her abilities, daring to participate in such a perilous rescue mission? That was akin to courting death. That foolish woman. Does she think a rift is just some playground? He clenched his fist, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced down to find a notification confirming his application to join the rescue team. Gu Jinji tightened his fist, his gaze deep and resolute. In the Yun family mansion, the flower hall. Bang! A delicate bone china cup was forcefully slammed onto a rosewood table, the crisp sound shattering the prior tranquility. The usual composed and graceful smile on Yun Shi's face vanished, replaced by a cloud of gloom. The suited man before her dared not breathe, lowering his head, bearing the unspoken pressure. What did you say? Jiang Shui is participating in the rescue mission? Yun Shi's voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling undertone that sent shivers down the spine. Yes, miss. The news has just been confirmed, the suited man replied in a hushed tone. Yun Shi closed her eyes momentarily, her chest rising and falling slightly as she forcibly suppressed the agitation and fury within. She could not allow this pawn to slip from her grasp, nor could she permit her demise. Instantly, she raised her hand, her slender fingers curling slightly as she commanded with remarkable speed, mobilize the most elite forces. Spare no effort to retrieve Jiang Shui. Remember, I require her alive. The man in the suit felt a chill run down his spine, immediately bowing in acknowledgement, ready to depart. Suddenly, he heard Yunshi call out, "Wait." He quickly halted, standing by to await further instructions. Yunshi arranged her hair by her temples, her gaze profound. After a long pause, she coldly stated, "Forget about this matter. You may leave." Despite his confusion, the man maintained a composed exterior. The thoughts of the young lady were not for him to decipher. After bowing once more, he turned and exited. In the flower hall, Yunshi stood alone, gazing absently out at the blossoming branches. Chapter 65, Battling the Third Tier, an additional chapter for the esteemed Xia Guanyuan. The two sides faced off briefly. The octopus-like creature suspended from the ceiling suddenly contracted and lunged downward with astonishing speed. In an instant, several tentacles of varying thickness tore through the air, launching towards Li Wei like a barrage of spears. Watch out! Li Wei exerted force beneath her feet, narrowly slipping through the gaps between the tentacles. The sound of piercing echoed behind her as the tentacles effortlessly penetrated the hard concrete floor, leaving deep craters and sending debris flying. Without a glance back, she moved swiftly, transferring her standard long sword to her left hand. Her right hand, quick as lightning, drew the cicada wing soft sword coiled at her waist. Clang! In a flash, the sword glimmered. Infused with her vitality, the cicada wing soft sword straightened instantly, slashing diagonally towards the fleshy tumor suspended at the center of the creature's tentacles. This strike was swift, precise, and vicious. However, just as the blade was about to touch the surface of the tumor, the creature seemed entirely devoid of the concept of a back or blind spot. Its downward momentum abruptly halted, defying the laws of physics. 3 tentacles, originally aimed downward, twisted as if imbued with independent consciousness, darting toward Li Wei's chest and abdomen with a sharp whoosh. Startled, Li Wei's heart raced, forcing her to halt her assault. The trajectory of the cicada wing's soft sword traced an incredible arc in the air, changing direction in a bizarre manner. Thud! The sword's edge accurately struck one of the tentacles, but failed to sever it. The blade felt as though it had penetrated an extraordinarily tough and oddly adhesive hide. It sank less than halfway before becoming firmly lodged, unable to advance further. In the next moment, the tentacle coiled, attempting to wrest the cicada wing's soft sword from her grasp, even threatening to crush her wrist. Instinctively, Li Wei severed the infusion of her vitality into the sword. The blade instantly regained its flexibility, slipping from the incision like a serpent. Meanwhile, she abruptly swept her standard longsword upward at an angle, striking fiercely at the 2 tentacles that threatened her vital points. With a muffled thud, the blade met its mark, yet this time it failed to even pierce the surface of the tentacles. Nevertheless, the intent of her strike was fulfilled. The tentacle that had aimed for her lower abdomen veered off, grazing her combat suit and leaving a stinging, shallow gash beneath her right rib. The other tentacle, which had been directed toward her chest, was deflected by her blow, colliding with her light armor and bouncing away. Leveraging the recoil from her block, Li Wei rapidly retreated, putting over 10 meters of distance between herself and the octopus creature in just a few agile bounds. Her brow furrowed slightly as she scrutinized the bizarrely shaped, formidable beast before her. Its speed was astonishing, its reactions unfathomable, and its defensive capabilities were nothing short of incredible. Relying on her superior agility, she found her own safety temporarily assured. Yet, the thought of vanquishing it seemed a daunting task. This creature is undoubtedly a Tier 3. But how could a Tier 3 abyssal creature appear on the 2nd level? Wasn't it said that one could only encounter a Tier 3 at least below the 6th level? Or is it possible that the scale of this abyssal creature uprising is so vast that even the higher tier beasts have lost control and ventured into the shallow regions? A chilling realization dawned upon her. She could easily evade this octopus creature with her speed, drawing it away and seizing the opportunity to slip into the stairwell and delve deeper. However, if she abandoned it, leaving this Tier 3 beast behind, those who entered afterward, far weaker than herself, would face a gruesome fate should they encounter it. Li Wei clenched her teeth, her gaze sharpening with determination. By all that is holy, I'm committed now. I shall slay you today. With a surge of will, she focused on her system panel. Combat technique. Initial chord of the cold pool. Minor completion 1000. Combat technique. Initial chord of the cold pool. Major completion 10,000. Abyssal essence. 840. Suddenly, an immense flow of indescribable information surged into her mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Countless insights regarding swordsmanship, techniques, and the very essence of the art flooded her consciousness, as if she had practiced this sword style for decades, integrating it into her very being. In an instant, Li Wei's aura transformed subtly. It was still her, 2 swords in hand, but now, a thin layer of frosty brilliance enveloped her blade, causing the surrounding air to drop several degrees. Is this the essence of sword intent? A spark ignited within Li Wei. She suddenly recalled the day she first arrived at Gu Garden, when Gu Jinji had, under her pressure, transcended to the realm of mastery with the solar blade. At that moment, he emanated a similar aura, a surge of sword intent that even subdued himself. Contemplating this, Li Wei could not help but smile faintly. Hey, Gu Jinji, upon my return, just wait and see how I will crush you. In her moment of triumph, Li Wei felt the pain in her tiger's mouth and the wound beneath her right rib diminish. She cast a playful glance at the octopus monster, which was once again writhing with its tentacles, preparing to launch an attack. In the next instant, with a sharp reprimand, Li Wei's figure suddenly vanished from her spot, leaving only a blurred afterimage in her wake. With a swift flash of cold light, just as the octopus monster was about to pounce, a robust tentacle inexplicably snapped in two. Viscous, black, and foul-smelling ichor gushed forth from the wound. Roaring in agony, the octopus monster emitted an enraged screech. However, before it could locate Li Wei's position or mount any effective counterattack, her silhouette reappeared like a phantom on its other side. The sword light surged anew. A faint frost shimmered, cascading down like the serene glow of a cold moon, silent, yet piercingly frigid. With a series of punctuating sounds, 3 more robust tentacles were severed almost simultaneously. The cut surfaces were as smooth as polished glass. The severed tentacles, still propelled by their momentum, flew a short distance before plummeting to the ground, twitching slightly. At that moment, even Li Wei herself felt a twinge of surprise. She had not anticipated that her growth from childhood would yield such a profound transformation. With each stroke of her sword flowing seamlessly into the next, she reveled in the novel sensation. As the sword intent emerged, the synergy between her movements and swordplay became increasingly harmonious, as if it were a natural extension of her being. Both her speed and strength seemed to have seen a slight enhancement. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial revelation was that with every strike she unleashed, a peculiar resonance seemed to arise with her consciousness. Amidst the pervasive sword intent, she felt as though she had melded into her surroundings, her aura becoming ethereal and elusive. The once remarkably swift octopus monster now appeared somewhat clumsy and sluggish before her. Li Wei's sword had already struck its target, while its counterattack had only just begun. Recalling the over 800 pages of visual and textual information from the cold pool's deep blue, Li Wei suddenly understood. It is the shielding effect of the sword intent. In battle, whether in the life or death struggle of combat or the spirited exchange of skills, even in instructional duels, a warrior's gaze instinctively locks onto the target before an attack. Even without direct focus, their thoughts involuntarily converge on the point of impact. For perceptive warriors, this locking and focusing serve as the most evident premonition of an impending attack, sufficient for them to react and respond in advance. The cold pool's deep blade, with its breathtaking speed, often instills a sense of dread in opponents within the lower-tier matches, leaving them unable to react before being struck. However, in higher-tier encounters, where adversaries possess both acute perception and rapid reflexes, relying solely on speed becomes considerably more challenging. Yet, once the cold pool's deep blade reaches its zenith, one of its remarkable attributes is its ability to obscure its murderous intent and offensive motives. The strike is silent, executed with unparalleled swiftness, and combined with the inherent concealment of its sword intent, it renders opponents incapable of foreseeing or predicting the attack. Even though it may not reach the pinnacle of prowess, it boasts a commendable capacity for armor penetration and lethality when enhanced by the sword intent. This is the true essence of the initial strings of the cold pool's deep blade. With this understanding, Li Wei's confidence surged. With a decisive thrust, the frost-laden soft sword pierced deeply into the core of the octopus creature. The monster emitted a sharp, piercing wail as dark, tainted blood gushed forth. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wei retreated without hesitation. In agony, the octopus creature thrashed its tentacles wildly, akin to a chaotic meat grinder, shredding the surrounding ground and walls to pieces. However, Li Wei had already distanced herself to safety, observing coldly. As the creature's frenzy subsided and its breath grew noticeably weaker, she once again advanced. With precision, she struck with another blow, driving her sword into the previous wound. Again, she followed up with another thrust, each attack targeting the same area, gradually widening the gash. After repeating this maneuver 4 or 5 times, the once ferocious octopus creature began to slow, its strength waning. Finally, with her last strike, imbued with a chilling sword intent, Li Wei forcefully plunged her blade into its core and twisted. The octopus creature emitted a faint, pitiful cry as its massive form swiftly deflated, collapsing like a punctured balloon. It crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. At that moment, a wisp of dark light surged forth from its corpse, merging with Li Wei's brow. Essence of the Abyss, 833-926. Call 9 3 points. Li Wei took a gentle breath. raising her hand to wipe away the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. This battle had not been easily won. She glanced down at herself. Her right hand had split open at the base, blood staining her sleeve and sword hilt. The combat suit beneath her ribs had been grazed by a tentacle, leaving a long tear that stung fiercely, oozing droplets of blood. The vitality within her had diminished by nearly 400 points, and a sense of emptiness coursed through her meridians. Reflecting on the ongoing rescue operation and gazing upon the enormous, desiccated body of the octopus creature, a heaviness settled in Li Wei's heart. If the appearance of a third-tier entity in the shallow zone is not an anomaly, then this rescue operation is likely to devolve into a massacre. How many of those second-tier or even first-tier volunteers will survive? Chapter 66. Wu Go. Frost and Snow. Li Wei retrieved a hemostatic spray from the emergency medical kit distributed prior to the operation. The silver spray felt cold to the touch. She aimed it at the gaping wound on the webbing of her right hand and pressed the nozzle. A sharp hiss erupted. The intense sting caused her scalp to tingle. It felt akin to applying alcohol to an open wound. Frowning tightly, she directed the spray at the long, bloody gash on her side, inflicted by a tentacle. Hiss. Ouch. The searing pain compelled her muscles to tense involuntarily. After enduring the initial moments, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, observing as the blood at the wound rapidly coagulated. Subsequently, she applied a toothpaste-like regenerative gel evenly over the injury before wrapping it with a bandage. Done. She flexed her right hand and gently twisted her waist, a look of astonishment gracing her features. The pain in her hand and side had nearly vanished, replaced by a tingling sensation and a lingering coolness. Having treated her wound, she cast a glance at the shriveled remains of the third-tier octopus creature on the ground. And without further delay, she turned and plunged once more into the dark stairwell. In the plaza at the Cracks exit, in front of the makeshift field hospital, the space rippled and distorted as a young man stumbled out, crashing heavily to the ground. He was drenched in dark red blood, his right shoulder a hollowed void, jagged and oozing blood in steady streams. Quick! A stretcher! A medical staff member shouted urgently. The waiting white-coated professionals immediately rushed forward, hoisting him onto a stretcher and sprinting toward the emergency area without a moment's pause. The man's labored breaths and suppressed groans intensified the tension in the plaza. Yang Yunshan's face turned ashen as he rushed to the side of the stretcher, his voice hoarse with urgency. What's the situation inside? The one-armed warrior's lips were pale, his breath faint. There's a third-tier octopus monster in the shallow zone. It's too powerful. Realization seemed to dawn on him, and his voice trembled with emotion. If it weren't for your investigation team risking their lives to cover my retreat, I would have been done for. At that moment, the once mighty man resembled a child, sobbing. His words sent shockwaves through the surrounding warriors and staff, who had been eagerly awaiting news. What? There's a third-tier entity in the shallow zone. Does that mean those who entered are in grave danger? Yang Yunshan's heart sank. This was a serious predicament. If the emergence of a third-tier abyssal creature in the shallow zone was not an isolated incident, then his earlier order to disperse the rescue forces had essentially led them to their doom. Yet before he could wallow in regret or guilt, a civilian staff member hurriedly approached, handing him a secure communicator with an anxious expression. Director Yang, there's a call from Director Ding. Yang Yunshan seized the communicator and pressed it to his ear. The restrained and austere voice of Ding Pujuan resonated. What is the situation? Not favorable, Yang Yunshan replied, his voice dry. 3 third-tier abyssal beasts have emerged in the shallow region. He then conveyed his previous strategies and current concerns to Ding Pujuan in a torrent of words. A brief silence lingered on the other end before Ding Pujuan's voice emerged once more. Your initial instinct was correct. If I were in your position, I would have acted similarly, for you do not comprehend Zemo. Yang Yunshan was perplexed by his superior's meaning. However, Ding Pujuan offered no further explanation, instead making a resolute decision. For the next wave of reinforcements, do not disperse. Have them form teams and proceed directly to the 9th layer. Eliminate any obstacles at all costs. Yang Yunshan hesitated, but what if? Execute the order, Ding Pujuan commanded. Yang Yunshan swiftly straightened his posture. Understood. On the helipad of the Trade and Commerce Center, numerous helicopters stirred up a powerful gust as they descended one after another. Among them, a striking private helicopter, entirely black and emblazoned with the Gu family's blazing sun emblem, stood out prominently. As the cabin door swung open, Gu Jinji emerged with a stern expression. striding purposefully to the assembly point. A waiting investigator from the bureau approached immediately, saying, "Mr. Gu, the second wave of rescue teams is gathering. Please follow me." In the Fisher's third layer, within a supermarket, an investigator clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword, resembling a sci-fi version of a heavily armed general, shouted at the young couple nearby who were poised to assist. "You two must retreat immediately and report the anomaly." No sooner had he spoken than two dark, sinuous tentacles, accompanied by a fierce gale that tore through the air, swept toward him, targeting his midsection. With an enraged shout, he bent at the waist and slashed upwards with his broadsword, attempting to block the impending assault. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, sparks flying. Clang, clang. Upon contact, the investigator was sent hurtling backward, his heavily armored body shattering several rows of shelves behind him, fruits and vegetables scattering across the floor. Moments later, a massive, overturned refrigeration unit crashed down upon him, eliciting a muffled groan. The young couple, who had just maneuvered to the side with the intention of throwing debris to distract the octopus creature, froze in shock, the color draining from their faces. They watched in horror as the multitude of pallid eyes of the octopus creature turned to fixate upon them. With its numerous tentacles, it began to crawl over the toppled shelves, shifting its direction toward them. The boy snapped back to reality, pushing the girl behind him as he shouted, "Xiaofu, run. Run now." Xiaofu jolted awake, instinctively hurling an emergency light toward the creature's core before turning to flee. However, the two of them, barely at the second tier of martial prowess, stood no chance of evading the pursuit of a third-tier abyssal beast. After running merely 20 or 30 meters, a piercing sound sliced through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that made her stomach churn. Xiaofu felt her heart drop. She had already witnessed the formidable prowess of the creature's tentacles. The powerful third-tier agent from the Investigation Bureau, despite being fully equipped, had sustained grievous injuries, his life hanging by a thread. Ayang, she intended to warn her boyfriend, but suddenly, her right arm was struck by an immense force, sending her uncontrollably flying sideways for 3 or 4 meters before crashing onto the slick, cold floor of the supermarket, toppling a row of shelves. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank, a buzzing sound filling her ears. When she regained her senses and struggled to look towards her boyfriend, she froze, her pupils constricting in horror. At that moment, Ayang remained in a stance with his hands outstretched, having pushed her away with all his might. Yet, 3 pitch-black tentacles had already pierced through his left rib, abdomen, and thigh. A copious amount of blood gushed from his wounds, trickling down the tentacles and staining the ground beneath him a vivid dark red, a sight utterly grotesque. Ayang's face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, he continued to fixate on Xiaofu, enduring the excruciating pain, and managed to force out a grim smile, one that was more painful than tears. He seemed to want to say something, but as he opened his mouth, he was choked by the blood pooling in his throat and could only mouth the words "run." Xiaofu's tears burst forth, her vision blurring. She felt a surge of heated blood rush to her head, her sanity shattering in that moment as she screamed frantically and dashed towards Ayang, wildly swinging her sword in a desperate attempt to sever the tentacles. "No, run." Ayang's eyes widened with despair, nearly breaking under the weight of his anguish. He summoned his last ounce of strength to emit a hoarse shout from the depths of his throat. Meanwhile, the heavily armored investigator, who had just struggled free from beneath the heavy cold storage, witnessed this horrific scene. His right arm was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He longed to rush forward to save the couple who, instead of fleeing during his fierce battle, had bravely attempted to assist him. Unfortunately, he was not a warrior known for speed, and with multiple fractures and internal injuries. Every movement sent waves of excruciating pain through him. He could only watch helplessly as the girl charged towards her doom, while several of the creature's tentacles lunged towards her head and waist with cruel intent. The investigator despairingly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a sword light, as cold as the moon and adorned with a faint frost, silently descended. With a swift motion, the tentacles aimed at Xiaofu were severed midair, as if cut by a hot knife through butter. Li Wei deftly turned the blade, smoothly retracting her soft sword back to her waist. The octopus creature, cleaved in two, emitted a mournful cry as it departed uneasily. In the presence of the 3 astonished onlookers, it offered a cryptic smile, its expression inscrutable. "Are you the little bodhisattva in black?" Xiaofu, supporting the precariously teetering Ayang, spoke with tear-streaked cheeks, her voice trembling with the aftershocks of survival and tinged with uncertainty. Huh. Li Wei could no longer maintain her aloof demeanor, nearly gasping for breath. She forcefully suppressed the throbbing veins at her temples, mentally cursing the individual who had coined that nickname no less than 800 times. Fortunately, her magnanimity prevailed, and she resolved not to lower herself to the level of the young lady. You three, can you make it out on your own? The investigator, who had just administered a potent analgesic to his arm, had now risen. He reached beneath his shoulder guard, and, with a few audible clicks, the cumbersome armor detached at several key joints, falling away effortlessly. Clad only in a snug, dark gray combat suit, he found himself significantly unburdened, moving with newfound agility. Upon hearing Li Wei's inquiry, the investigator nodded firmly. Leave it to me. I will lead them out. He then turned to Li Wei, saluting solemnly. I am grateful for your life-saving grace. Li Wei waved her hand dismissively, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such grave expressions of gratitude. Her gaze flitted over to the girl frantically tending to her boyfriend's wounds, then to Yang, whose pallid complexion belied the effort he made to muster a smile for his girlfriend. A barely perceptible frown crossed her brow. It's just a trivial matter, she replied, forcing a smile and adopting a light-hearted tone. I merely have an aversion to tragedy. No sooner had she spoken than her form flickered, vanishing like a specter at the far end of the supermarket aisle, leaving behind a faint trace of floral fragrance. In the 8th layer of the rift, Team Min Zimo. Prepare. Min Zimo's steady and solemn voice resonated clearly in the ears of every team member. The order rings are about to vibrate. We will count in turn. Ma Tao, Sun Yufei, and I will lead. The rest hold the line. Yes. All team members responded with solemnity. Moments later, a collective vibration coursed through everyone's order rings. Before them, the relentless onslaught of the abyssal beasts surged on, with tentacles occasionally launching surprise attacks, compelling everyone to remain utterly focused. Push! Roared the foremost shield-bearer, pressing his shield firmly against the throng of monsters, veins bulging on his forehead. Beside him, another shield-bearer and 2 short-armed support fighters braced themselves under immense pressure, striving to create a momentary stability for those behind. Min Zimo, along with 2 other long gun wielders, held their positions slightly behind the formation, concentrating their minds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The trio completed their count almost in unison, their voices resonating loudly and precisely in order. The vibrations on their wrists abruptly ceased. Thank goodness. Min Zimo felt a slight release of tension within, yet did not linger for a moment. With a flick of his silver-gray long gun, he leaped into the fray like a cheetah, once more charging into the horde of monsters. In an instant, the gun barrel traced swift afterimages in the dim light. Whirling at high speed, the force emanating from the gun's tip tearing through the air and creating a fleeting safe zone. Hurry, it's your turn. Min Zimo barked sharply. The remaining 7 team members inside the shop immediately began to count. 1, 2, 3, 9. 1, 9. 6 members successfully completed the count, their wristbands ceasing to vibrate in succession. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, a muffled cry of pain pierced the air. Lu Zhao, the team member severely injured in the abdomen and who had coughed up blood earlier, abruptly halted his counting at 8, his face turning a ghostly white. This is bad, he exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. I missed 7. No sooner had the words left his lips than his order wristband constricted violently. The intense pressure forced a groan from him, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his mind spiraling into disarray. Hold the line, Min Zimo shouted fiercely, sweeping his gun to annihilate several low-tier abyssal monsters attempting to breach their defenses, simultaneously retreating to rejoin the formation, swiftly filling the gap left by Lu Zhao's momentary lapse. Stay calm. Count again. Min Zimo's voice struck Lu Zhao's nearly shattered spirit like a cold hammer, urging him to focus. From the beginning, count clearly, 1 by 1. Lu Zhao's jaw quivered, beads of sweat rolling down his temples. He forced himself to concentrate and began once more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9. Another mistake. Why? Why is this happening? He screamed, despair saturating his voice. Again, Min Zimo's tone remained steady, devoid of any tremor, yet his grip on the gun tightened slightly. 1, 2, where's 3? Damn it. I can't do it. I'm done for, Captain. Time and again, Lu Zhao faltered at different numbers. either skipping or reversing the order entirely. His body trembled slightly, breath coming in gasps, his face a mask of anguish and helplessness. The other team members watched in anxious distress, powerless to assist. They could only fight desperately against the increasingly fierce onslaught of the abyssal creatures, each heart heavy with dread. Minzimo furrowed his brow, turning slightly to catch a glimpse of Lu Zhao's abdominal wound amidst the chaos of blocking attacks. The edges of the blood-soaked bandage and the exposed flesh were gradually fading in color, taking on a strange grayish-white hue. It was a sign of being corroded by the abyss. After a tense few seconds, Lu Zhao seemed to surrender entirely. His voice, hoarse and weak, carried a hint of a grim smile as he coughed. "I'll break through and pave the way for the brothers. Even if I die, I refuse to become one of those ghastly beings out there." "Shut up," Min Zimo interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. "It's not time to give up yet." He pierced the skull of an approaching second-tier abyssal creature with a single shot, flinging it aside. "Listen, keep counting. From 1 to 9, count in your mind. Count in your heart, and do not let your lips cease." Min Zimo took a deep breath, his voice resolute. "The erosion speed of the fissure is not that rapid. You still have at least 2 or 3 hours. However, we cannot endure for that long." He swiftly calculated the time. "In just over 10 minutes. We must commence our breakout. Once we enter the inverted domain, we shall either be saved together or perish together. 2 to 3 hours is ample time to reach a conclusion. Lu Zhao, hold on for me." At the fissure's exit, a makeshift field hospital awaited. The lights of 5 temporary operating rooms glowed ominously red, already filled to capacity. The 3 severely injured individuals who emerged were drenched in blood, relegated to makeshift stretchers in the ward area. Medical personnel, drenched in perspiration, hurriedly and methodically attended to the 3 with urgent care. "Saline solution, quickly. Hemostatic spray. Give it to me." "The spray is ineffective. Bring the hemostatic clamp." Cries of anguish, suppressed sobs, the clattering of instruments, the frantic calls of medical staff, and the monotonous hum of various life support devices intermingled. Merely a few minutes had elapsed since the first severely injured patient arrived, and the makeshift hospital had already transitioned into a state of full operational capacity. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, inducing nausea. Meanwhile, at the fissure's exit, shadows flickered as the battered figures of warriors continued to emerge relentlessly. Each individual bore wounds, whether light or severe, their faces etched with exhaustion and terror. Yang Yunshan stood in the command area, his complexion ashen, his lips pressed into a thin line. He silently observed the harrowing scene, guilt and helplessness crashing over him like a frigid tide, nearly engulfing him. Yet, thoughts of Min Zimo's team still trapped deep within the fissure, and that so-called Lady Gu compelled him to forcefully suppress his untimely weakness. The rescue operation must proceed. The second wave of emergency support forces had begun to assemble and prepare. May they find fewer casualties within. Chapter 68. Gu Jinji enters the fissure in the International Trade Center, 1,000 meters above ground. Jiang Xinyue, clad in a crimson dress, bore a striking visage that was, at this moment, somewhat pallid. She furrowed her delicate brows, appearing slightly unwell, yet persisted alongside the middle-aged Huang Lei, clad in traditional garb, standing shoulder to shoulder in the void. The high-altitude winds howled ferociously, yet within a few feet around them, an unseen barrier seemed to form, rendering their hair and garments undisturbed, the aura of the master exerting an intangible pressure that awed the surroundings. "Senior sister, you are injured. Why must you personally undertake this journey?" Huang Lei's voice resonated, rich and commanding, easily overshadowing the howling winds and reaching Jiang Xinyue's ears. "My precious granddaughter's life hangs in the balance. If I do not come to oversee, what if someone is negligent and a mishap occurs? Who shall I weep to then?" Jiang Xinyue cast a sidelong glance at him, her crimson lips curling into a chilling arc, her eyes reflecting frost. "Do not take your anger out on me," Huang Lei said, retracting his neck as if haunted by some psychological shadow, hastily distancing himself from the responsibility. "If you seek accountability, go find Ding Pejun. Humph. That rascal cannot escape. My granddaughter, after all, has risked herself to save his apprentice." Jiang Xinyue slightly bowed her head, her gaze directed towards the vast and bustling modern metropolis below. In her usually radiant phoenix eyes, a rare hint of concealed worry and concern shimmered at this moment. Huang Lei also bore a heavy heart. He had just discovered such a remarkable talent in Jiang Shui and had yet to negotiate with the Gu family for her. When this unforeseen complication arose, should Min Zimo and Jiang Shui both meet their demise, it would mean the loss of 2 out of the 90 platinum generations of Huagua, a burden too great to bear, even at a national level. Huang Lei sensed the subtle, yet vast spiritual fluctuations that occasionally rippled through the void. He understood that it was the powerful martial immortal, stationed in the imperial capital, who rarely revealed themselves to the world. Clearly, the upheaval here had already alarmed the highest echelons. Thus, his intention to indirectly inquire of Jiang Xinyue why she would allow such a prodigy as Jiang Shui to wade through the murky waters of the Gu family had to be swallowed back. The third layer of the rift, the sword light, as cold as the moonlight, spread silently and swiftly like quicksilver. The faint sound of slicing resonated in a sudden cascade. Behind Li Wei, for second-tier abyssal beasts abruptly froze in their movements, and then their bodies disintegrated, scattering across the ground. A surviving warrior, with his chest torn open and flesh turned inside out, was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the black-clad woman who had appeared before him in an instant, his eyes brimming with the euphoric relief of having survived. However, Li Wei had no time to ponder his thoughts. Her gaze swept over his nearly fatal wound, her brow furrowing. "Can you still move?" Her tone was cold, laced with a hint of urgency. The warrior seemed to misinterpret her intent, mistakenly believing she wished to take him along, and gritted his teeth, attempting to follow her. The moment he moved, however, the pain from his chest wound surged, causing him to gasp and beads of cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. "Administer a painkiller and then evacuate. No time to linger here and perish." Li Wei stated bluntly, "Don't stay here to die." The warrior, upon hearing this, revealed a bitter smile, soon replaced by profound gratitude. He seemed to recognize her iconic black combat attire, along with her ghostly speed and unmatched sword light. "You are the black-clad." "Silence," Li Wei interrupted sharply, her veins pulsing at her temples. "If you can walk, then hurry and go, no time for chatter." The mere mention of that moniker made her head ache. The warrior, chastened by her command, found renewed vigor. He nodded solemnly, his voice hoarse. "Thank you for saving my life. I will leave at once." He fumbled a painkiller from his pouch, trembling as he injected himself before staggering away. With the warrior gone, Li Wei made no further delay. Under the influence of the sword's intent, the movement of Han Tan Shun Bai became increasingly swift and elusive, akin to a specter in the dark of night. She began to navigate the expansive space of the third layer of the rift at high speed, not hastening deeper. Uncertain of the significant figures trapped in the depths of the rift, who warranted such relentless pursuit by so many, she was nonetheless acutely aware of the menacing anomalies in the shallower regions, an undeniable and lethal threat. Recalling the young couple she had encountered earlier, the uncle who had urged his mother not to be frugal while preparing to face death himself, and the resolute faces of those in the restaurant and assembly hall, some youthful, others weathered by time, Li Wei let out a gentle sigh. Well, since her speed was commendable, lingering in these layers for a while wouldn't cause much delay. Saving even one soul was worth the effort. Accumulating more essence would also be beneficial, and perhaps even a chance to cultivate some virtue. In the underground of the trade center, at the Abyssal Rift Maintenance Zone 301045, entrance hall number 3, the atmosphere was far more somber and oppressive compared to the earlier chaos and solemnity when the first wave of rescuers had entered. Gu Jinji stood among a formation of over 80 individuals, his expression austere as he meticulously checked his waist knife and combat gear. His temporary teammates, elite members hastily drawn from the Imperial Capital's preparedness teams, were all brimming with vitality and wore expressions of grim determination. Staff members hurriedly weaved through the ranks, distributing wristbands of various colors to each person. Each team was assigned a specific color, and Gu Jinji's team received dark purple. He recognized this special wristband, which, compared to the ordinary ones, possessed a crucial additional function. It ensured team cohesion. As long as they wore wristbands of the same color, they would not be separated upon entering the rift. Such a connection was far more reliable and convenient than simple hand-holding or other physical means. To his knowledge, the crafting of these special wristbands was exceedingly complex, requiring exceptionally rare core materials. Due to the scarcity of these materials, each set of matching wristbands could produce only 15 to 20 pieces at most. If lost or damaged during combat, They could not be replaced until the next batch of materials arrived, necessitating the crafting of a new set. Once the wristbands were distributed, the temporary team leader, a middle-aged investigator with a square face and a calm demeanor, approached Gu Jinji and spoke with a modicum of politeness. Mr. Gu, you will be paired with our 10-member team, and I am the leader, Zhou Shi. Understood. Gu Jinji swiftly fastened the dark purple wristband around his left wrist with decisive efficiency. A surge of vitality coursed through him, and the wristband immediately adhered snugly to his wrist. When can we commence our mission? He raised his gaze to Zhou Shi, his voice cool and composed, awaiting a response. However, before Zhou Shi could reply, in the queue, a third-tier warrior with a buzz cut was the first to voice his complaints, his tone laced with indignation. It was one thing to assist the rescue team, but now they were expected to divert their attention to a woman who seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Wasn't he this merely inviting chaos? His voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the quiet preparation area. I've heard she's your wife. Is that correct, young Master Gu? He taunted, casting a provocative glance at Gu Jinji, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, several members of the investigative bureau displayed subtle signs of agreement. However, before they could chime in, an overwhelming aura surged forth, akin to the blazing sun at its zenith, radiating an oppressive and terrifying presence. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze in that instant. Gu Jinji slowly turned his head, his dark eyes, usually calm and inscrutable, revealing no hint of emotion. Yet, the audacious warrior who had spoken out found himself instantly ensnared by an icy dread upon meeting his gaze, his body stiffening in fear. What is this? Such a formidable and unyielding intent. Other discontented investigators lowered their heads, understanding the weight of the moment. After all, a third-tier warrior was capable of crystallizing martial intent. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Zhou Shi, witnessing the scene, struggled to quell his own unease, wishing to mediate. Yet, Gu Jinji spoke first, his voice cool and measured, devoid of any tremor. Captain Zhou, I can undertake this mission alone. Mr. Gu, Zhou Shi replied solemnly, his tone earnest. Please trust in the strength of our team. With that, he turned to the buzz-cut warrior, his expression darkening as he sternly admonished, Xue Ling, mind your words. Since Ms. Jiang Xue has chosen to volunteer and risk her life for this rescue operation, she deserves the respect of each one of us, regardless of her abilities. Xue Ling, his face flushed, lowered his head in silence. The other team members straightened, the atmosphere growing solemn. Just then, the voice of Commander Yang Yunshan echoed through the broadcast system. All rescue teams of the second batch, attention. Now, proceed immediately into the rift. Zhou Shi took a deep breath, raising his hand to signal. Follow me. Gu Jinji suppressed the urgency within him, gripping his blade tightly, and silently followed the team as they moved orderly toward the distorted opening. Chapter 69. I shall return. The bustling Huamao Center, once alive with activity, was now eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. Investigators of lower ranks, who had not been selected for the second wave of rescue operations, surrounded the entire building like a fortress. Particularly at several entrances, there were guards stationed every 5 steps. Every 10 steps, with each official warrior exuding an air of chilling authority. Yet, amidst this, there were those who seemed out of place. At this moment, in the square at the main entrance of the Huamao Center, a row of luxury cars stood parked. In front of these opulent vehicles, a group of young people had gathered. Leading them was a young man sporting a freshly dyed red mohawk. He donned a flamboyant pink floral shirt, paired with bright yellow shorts adorned with dragon patterns. Upon his feet rested a pair of incongruous obsidian battle boots adorned with the visage of a Qilin. Who else could it be but Zhang Yi? Beside him stood a cohort of peers, similarly clad in eccentric attire. A slender, bespectacled gentleman in a suit wielded an imposing green dragon crescent blade, its blade intricately patterned, glimmering with an ethereal radiance that bespoke its extraordinary nature. Another, a sunlit youth in casual garb, donned a majestic golden battle armor over his luxurious shirt. Though the armor's design was somewhat antiquated, it emanated a profound earthy aura, steadfast as a mountain. One individual, though attired in a manner deemed conventional, clutched a bronze ding, seemingly liberated from some museum, its purpose shrouded in mystery. Zhang Yi himself was a veritable embodiment of armament. His left arm was encased in a resplendent gauntlet, ornately engraved with the visage of a Taotai. its gaping maw embellished with 3 gemstones the size of pigeon eggs, radiating brilliance. In his right hand, he grasped a jade ruby, a mere foot in length, its surface smooth and translucent, with an inner glow of shifting azure light. Around his waist jingled a cacophony of diverse trinkets, and his neck bore an array of at least 7 or 8 distinctive ornaments. Even his ankles were adorned with a pair of quaint golden bells, which chimed in a peculiar melody that could leave even the most novice of warriors dazed. Each insignificant item possessed the potential to incite chaos among martial practitioners should they find their way into the outside world. As the group gathered, Zhang Yi cleared his throat and puffed out his chest. His posture caused the large breastplate he wore, capable of reflecting light like a mirror, to emit a blinding flash, nearly dazzling his companions. "Brothers," he bellowed, his voice imbued with an inexplicable bravado. "Why have we come here today?" He surveyed the assembly, his expression a curious blend of seriousness and levity. "For Brother Deji," shouted the man with the green dragon crescent blade, his voice resonant. "To rescue sister-in-law," exclaimed the one with the bronze ding, his volume even greater. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, for Brother Deji, for sister-in-law," he emphasized, his tone growing more fervent. "How has Brother Deji treated us?" There was no doubt about it. Now that sister-in-law is in peril, can we stand idly by? Absolutely not. The crowd roared in unison, their fervor palpable. "Excellent," Zhang Yi declared, a sweeping gesture nearly sending his jade ruby flying. "Today, we shall storm in and rescue sister-in-law. Whatever fissures or abyssal monsters stand in our way, we shall vanquish them." His proclamation, brimming with vigor, coupled with his imposing attire, rendered him akin to a bandit chieftain. "Charge in. Rescue sister-in-law." The throng of youthful warriors, invigorated by his words, eagerly prepared to surge into the trade center. However, just as they approached the entrance, they were met with an obstruction. "Please, may I have your attention?" One of the investigators stepped forward, maintaining a courteous tone, yet exhibiting unwavering determination. "The trade center has been placed under strict lockdown, prohibiting unauthorized individuals from entering." "What nonsense is this? Are you suggesting that I am an unauthorized person?" Zhang Yi pointed his jade ruby at his own nose, demanding to know if they were aware of who his father was. The investigator's expression remained unchanged as he reiterated, "I'm sorry, unauthorized individuals cannot enter." "Huh." Zhang Yi laughed in anger. It was the first time he had been treated with such blatant disrespect. "Do you dare to stop me? Do you believe that with one phone call, I could summon your superior to personally open the door for us?" He pulled out his phone, feigning to dial. Instead of intimidating the security, his words attracted the attention of alert personnel who had been observing from behind. Surrounding him in unison, they formed a wall, their expressions grim, causing a chill to run down the spines of Zhang Yi and his companions. Zhang Yi took a step back, feeling a bit embarrassed and incensed. He quickly dialed his father's number. "Hello, Dad," Zhang Yi shouted, brimming with indignation. Before he could voice his grievance, a stern and exasperated male voice erupted from the other end. "You little rascal, think you're capable now? Do you dare to steal from the house?" "I intend to help brother to rescue his sister-in-law," Zhang Yi replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You, a mere second-tier warrior, what chaos are you trying to create?" His father thundered. "I've told you time and again that you lack any real skills, but you refuse to acknowledge it. If high-tier divine weapons could be brought into the rifts, would the investigation bureau be in such a frenzy?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. He glanced around, holding his phone, and looked towards the guy with the bronze ding. Knowing he was considered studious among their group, he inquired, "Are you aware of this matter?" As they were all warriors. The volume of his phone's speaker rendered repetition unnecessary. The guy raised the bronze ding in his hand, stating, "So I merely took a pseudo-divine weapon." The expressions of the surrounding youths contorted in disgust, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Enraged, Zhang Yi abruptly hung up the phone, disregarding his father's continued shouting. Clearing his throat, he was about to speak when suddenly, he felt his body tighten. An irresistible force descended from above, akin to an invisible hand gripping him. In the next moment, he was lifted off the ground, with only the sound of rushing wind in his ears. Good grief. He barely managed to exclaim this before his body soared into the sky like a released arrow. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he became a mere black, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Faintly, he left behind a resonant declaration. "I, Zhang Yi, shall return." The investigators and his companions were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Before they could comprehend the situation, the distant sky erupted with thunderous roars. Soon after, figures began to streak through the air at breakneck speed. They were a mix of men and women, old and young, yet all wore grim expressions, glaring menacingly at the group of youths. "You little brat, do you dare to steal my void blade?" An elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, seized a young man wielding a crescent blade, lifting him as effortlessly as one might a chick. "You wretched child, is your grandfather's battle armor something you can toy with?" A burly middle-aged man roared, rushing forward to deliver a powerful slap that sent the young man clad in golden armor sprawling to the ground. In an instant, the square echoed with cries of despair, a chaotic scene unfolding as panic ensued. Before long, this group of newly arrived experts, whether carrying or dragging, had escorted the troublemaking heirs away from the scene. Left behind in the square were only a row of luxurious cars, their doors wide open and standing desolately. Chapter 70. The Rift. In the dim light of the second layer of the rift, a team was hastily advancing. Suddenly, Gujinji, who had been positioned at the rear of the group, pivoted and accelerated, his figure swiftly appearing on the right side of the crowd. The pseudo-divine weapon, the swift blade, unsheathed with ferocity. Boom! The searing blade light erupted, instantaneously illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. A domineering aura that incinerated all in its path surged towards a seemingly inconspicuous shadowy corner nearby. Under the glow of the blade, the onlookers finally discerned what lay there. A pitch-black octopus-like creature had curled into a ball, its numerous tentacles stealthily rising, aimed directly at Xue Ling in the center of the team. With a swift thrust, the scalding blade sliced through the mass of tentacles, cleaving the monster's core in two. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. The creature unable to emit even a cry, its tentacles now strewn about, revealing the charred halves of its core, from which wisps of black gas escaped. Only then did the remaining members of the team snap out of their shock. Captain Zhou Shi's pupils constricted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had failed to notice the lurking abyssal creature. Had it not been for Gu Jinji's swift reaction, the consequences would have been dire. Xue Ling's face turned ashen, his legs trembling slightly. He stiffly turned his head to gaze at the charred monster split in two on the ground, his heart racing uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhou Shi's expression darkened to an extreme. Prior to their entrance, they had received a notification indicating the presence of third-tier abyssal creatures in the shallow area. He had thought that with his temporary team of 11, all third-tier warriors, including himself and Gu Jinji, who were among the stronger third-tier fighters, they could traverse the rift with ease. However, the level of danger was evidently far beyond their expectations. They had barely entered when they had come perilously close to casualties. Everyone, remain vigilant. Maintain combat formation and alternate cover as we advance. Zhou Shi suppressed the fear rising within him and issued a stern command. The team continued forward. The atmosphere now heavier than before, their pace slowed. After a while, Xue Ling hesitated several times before finally moving closer to Gu Jinji. His voice dry and low as he said, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for earlier." Had it not been for Gu Jinji, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. The earlier feelings of dissatisfaction and provocation towards Gu Jinji now seemed absurd and laughable, leaving him with a burning shame on his face. Gu Jin's gaze remained unwavering, and his footsteps showed no sign of hesitation, as if he had not heard a word spoken. His cold profile was taut, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Xue Ling, feeling disheartened, retreated awkwardly, yet he dared not harbor a shred of resentment. The debt of life saved could hardly be offset by mere words of gratitude. 2 minutes later, the group traversed a corridor marked by clear signs of a fierce struggle. Numerous shattered human remains and bones littered the ground, with large splashes of blood staining the walls, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Upon witnessing this, nearly everyone could not help but utter low curses. "Silence!" Zhou Shi suddenly interjected, signaling for quiet. His expression turned increasingly grim. Almost simultaneously, 3 octopus-like creatures slithered around the corner at the end of the corridor. Behind them, 4 more emerged from their hiding spots, blocking their retreat. "Damn it! Why are there so many?" Zhou Shi ordered with a darkened expression, "Prepare for battle." The team members instinctively formed a circular formation, utilizing 2 sword and shield warriors as cover. Quickly entering a state of readiness, Zhou Shi observed Gu Jin, who remained detached from the formation, and after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Mr. Gu, You possess the greatest strength. Would you be willing to maneuver and provide support? Gu Jin nodded solemnly, focusing on the encroaching octopus monsters. Yet an indescribable sense of anxiety welled up within him. Jiang Shui was in peril with every passing moment. His grip on the hilt of the Jinghong sword tightened unconsciously, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Even before drawing the blade, a fierce and turbulent energy began to brew around him. The fifth layer, a chasm of darkness, spread silently. Its colors nearly faded. The air was thick with a noxious blend of dust and decay, far more potent than in the upper layers. Li Wei's silhouette silently alighted upon the courtyard railing. She lingered on this layer for a while. Here, no other rescuers could be found. Those who had rushed in first had only ventured as deep as the fourth layer at most. Reflecting on her journey, since slaying the first octopus creature, she had personally saved around 30 warriors, all the while dispatching countless abyssal monsters. Were it not for the abyss essence elixir hanging by her side, she would have likely succumbed to exhaustion long ago. A glance at her panel revealed, Abyss Essence, 2127, a gratifying yield, yet Li Wei's body was nearing its limits. With each exertion, every stretch of muscle felt frail. The vital energy surged through her veins, no longer flowing smoothly, but rather feeling as if scorching sands were scraping against her, a searing pain. This sense of depletion was something even the small elixir could not remedy. She pondered whether, in her current state, she could still rescue the significant figures from the Investigation Bureau, especially with all other rescue teams having met with disaster. However, her journey thus far had revealed an unexpected delight. Not long ago, while she was on the fourth floor rescuing a martial artist from the Bureau of Investigation, a dark light surged from the individual, piercing into Li Wei's brow as she approached within 30 meters. Observing the several abyssal creatures' corpses around him, Li Wei comprehended the situation. It was akin to the dark light that activated the system during her time in the ambulance. The essence of the abyss could briefly attach itself to others, allowing for absorption. However, the most pivotal change was her increase in range. As she ascended to the first tier of martial artists, the absorption distance of the abyssal essence had expanded from 10 meters during her preliminary phase to 30 meters. What of the second tier, the third tier, the intermediate stages, or even the masters? Indeed, the battlefield is my true home. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. Li Wei inhaled deeply, forcing down the discomfort that coursed through her body. She resolved to continue her mission. She had done her utmost to save those she could. Now, she needed to descend swiftly in search of her designated target. Should she reach the 9th floor's inverted domain without finding any trace of the individual, she would have to resign herself to her limitations. At the very least, she could uphold her conscience. With her resolve firm, she hesitated no longer. Her toes lightly touched the decaying metal railing, and she gracefully soared into the abyss. The technique of cold pool, deep jade was pushed to its utmost. Her sword intent reined in, leaving only pure speed. Her figure became ghostly, weaving through the dark ruins, evading all unnecessary confrontations, rushing into one dilapidated staircase after another, penetrating deeper into the darkness. Each level pressed down more heavily than the last, the wails of abyssal creatures echoing around her. Yet, Li Wei's speed was astonishingly swift. Often, before they could mount an attack, she had vanished from view. Her aim was clear, her focus unwavering. Regarding combat prowess, some readers have expressed confusion over the complexities of power levels. I acknowledge that the settings have indeed become convoluted. This being my first attempt at writing, my lack of experience and skill hindered my ability to manage the intricacies effectively. Allow me to summarize for reference. First, concerning the foundational stage of preliminary martial artists, 6069 represents the most basic level, where societal martial artists and ordinary martial arts students typically reside. Upon breaking through to the martial artist realm, the upper limit of vitality for Tier 3 is approximately 1,000, making it nearly impossible to advance to Tier 4. 7079 signifies the resonance of muscles and bones, marking the initial transformation of the preliminary martial artist's body after breaking through. The upper limit of vitality in Tier 3 is roughly 2,000, with a high probability of advancing to Tier 4. And reaching the master level is not out of the question, though challenging. Most elite martial arts students and key figures within organizations, such as official sects, fall within this foundational category. The so-called prodigies who fight beyond their tier are indeed those who have achieved breakthroughs at this foundational level. 8089 denotes a minor perfection. At this stage, The transformation of the preliminary martial artist's body is complete. After breaking through, the upper limit of vitality in Tier 3 is around 3,000, ensuring a near-certain promotion to Master, with the Grandmaster level also within reach, provided they do not fall. In this phase, both innate talent and resources are indispensable. Attaining the pinnacle of minor perfection is often the limit for many prodigies from powerful factions, such as Zheng Yi, Yin Shi, and Gu, whose circumstances are somewhat exceptional. The 9099 threshold signifies major perfection, where a nascent warrior undergoes a transformation of spirit that harmonizes with the physical body. Upon breaking through, the upper limit of vital energy at the third tier reaches approximately 6,000, effectively guaranteeing advancement to a Grandmaster and the potential to become a martial immortal. Notably, the 99 stage is unique, as it allows entry into a state of resonance with the heavens, thus referred to as the near-divine body. The protagonist resides at the 100 stage, where the body and spirit achieve complete perfection without flaw, enabling a voluntary union with the heavens. Often described as a congenital Tao body, although the author did not bestow it a specific name, as such a concept has yet to manifest in the narrative world. Should the protagonist break through to the third tier, the upper limit of their vital energy could soar to 10,000 points, representing the true pinnacle of the lower third tier. Regarding several encounters. 1. The protagonist faced Yun Bajin, a 100 vital energy nascent warrior, who bullied a nascent warrior with over 80 vital energy, augmented by the minor completion of the Cold Pond's profound wall, effectively suppressing the advanced level Blood Dragon Claw, leading to a swift defeat. 2. In a confrontation with Gu Jinji, who possessed 500 vital energy at the first tier, the protagonist, at the third tier with over 2,000 vital energy, being a novice at this tier, faced challenges due to the Cold Pond's profound wall, which provided an overwhelming speed advantage akin to Lin Pingji mastering the evil-repelling sword manual. Although Gu Jinji's numbers eclipsed those of the protagonist, he lacked effective countermeasures against such speed, compelling him to resort to his perfected blade techniques, ultimately forcing the protagonist to reveal all his hidden trump cards. 3. When the protagonist confronted the octopus creature, the primary challenge was to avoid breaking through its defenses, necessitating the enhancement of the Cold Pond's profound wall to full mastery. Once the defenses were breached, the protagonist swiftly regained control, utilizing familiar tactics to overwhelm with speed and lethal intent. 4. Minzimo, at the pinnacle of the third tier with nearly 6,000 vital energy, managed to single-handedly hold off the octopus creature and several lesser foes, providing cover for his team. However, the sheer number of adversaries proved daunting, and his marksmanship remained unrefined, his aptitude being inferior to Gu Jinji, lacking the comprehension of blade intent. At this juncture, Minzimo was not yet a complete entity, merely a statistically formidable super soldier. 5. Gu Jinji, with over 2,000 vital energy, proved sufficient, amplifying the lethality of the perfected solar blade to the extent that a single strike could indeed surpass Minzimo's capability, effortlessly dispatching the octopus creature with a swift blow. In summary, with all cards laid bare, the brief skirmish between Gu Jinji and Minzimo devolved into a war of attrition against Gu Jinji. Chapter 71. The inverted domain in the 8th layer. As the countdown to the breakout commenced after 40 minutes, Minzimo silently calculated. Seconds trickled by, the weight of pressure akin to a mountain nearly suffocating him. Was this choice truly wise? Would it lead the entire team into an irretrievable abyss? With the inverted domain perilously close to the edge of the abyss, would the corruption afflicting Lu Zhao accelerate due to this proximity? Countless thoughts swirled within his mind. Yet, as the final second of the countdown elapsed, Minzimo found a profound tranquility settling in his heart. He concluded a brief 3-minute respite, standing tall amidst the crumbling defensive formation. Breakthrough. Minzimo's voice resonated with a deep timbre, yet it possessed a penetrating quality that struck at the very hearts of every team member, akin to the resounding beat of war drums. Before his words could fully settle, he leapt forward, soaring out of the shop, his silver-gray spear angled toward the ground. With one hand firmly gripping the spear's tail, he exerted a powerful force from his core, causing his body to whirl with sudden ferocity. The spear, pivoting around him, traced a grand arc. Its sharp tip and heavy shaft, infused with a surging vitality, swept forth with tremendous might. A deafening roar erupted as a fiery gale surged through the area. The horde of abyssal creatures that had been violently pressing against the shop's entrance were struck by this sweeping force, as if they had been crushed by a colossal hammer. Over a dozen first- and second-tier abyssal beasts disintegrated into a cloud of debris on the spot. Even a few nearby octopus monsters found their tentacles severed, howling in agony as they tumbled away, temporarily rendered incapable of combat. The shop's entrance, previously choked with abyssal creatures, was suddenly cleared into a fan-shaped vacuum. "Let us go." Minzimo did not hesitate for a moment. Transferring the spear to his left hand, he swiftly drew a faint red syringe from his waist with his right, plunging it into his next carotid artery without a second thought. In defiance of regulations, the potion's effects rapidly coursed through his body, replenishing the vital energy expended in his explosive maneuver. "Follow the captain. Break through." The team members, poised and ready, roared in unison, rallying behind Minzimo as they formed a sharp formation and charged towards the staircase at an angle. Two sword and shield bearers held the front line, no longer simply defending but instead alternating in a relentless assault, carving a bloody path forward for their comrades. The remaining members safeguarded the flanks and rear, mercilessly slaying any abyssal creatures that dared approach. Minzimo transformed into an indomitable blade. The spear in his grasp moved with powerful fluidity, sending abyssal creatures flying and staggering them. Blackened blood and severed limbs erupted around him, yet he remained undeterred, his steps resolute and his objective clear. A sudden attack emerged as an octopus monster struck from the side, its tentacle tips glimmering ominously, aimed directly at the injured Lu Zhao within the team. Lu Zhao, already wounded, was slower to react, and it seemed he would be impaled, turning into a mere human kebab. "Watch out." Minzimo caught sight of the peril from the corner of his eye. He abruptly halted his advance, twisting his waist at an angle impossible for an ordinary person to achieve. With a swift thrust, the spear struck upward, precisely targeting the midsection of the tentacle. The spear tip penetrated slightly, unleashing a surge of vitality. The octopus monster emitted a piercing, shrill wail. Its assault interrupted as the remaining tentacles retreated swiftly back into the throng of monsters. Minzimo had saved Lu Zhao with that strike. But before he could adjust his stance, another lurking octopus monster surged forth, its black tentacles intertwining into a steel whip, striking fiercely at his back. Minzimo sensed the impending danger, but was unable to evade completely in time. With a sudden clench of determination, he advanced rather than retreated, deliberately presenting his left shoulder. Crack! The shoulder armor shattered with a resounding noise. The combat suit was torn apart, and a deep gash appeared on his shoulder blade, instantly staining his attire with crimson blood. "Captain!" The team members gasped in horror. Yet, Minzimo remained unfazed, not even uttering a sound, as he forcefully yanked back his spear, using the momentum to deliver a heavy blow to the core of the ambushing octopus creature, sending it flying into the distant courtyard. Completing this strike, he did not even glance at the wound on his shoulder, merely bellowing once more, "Hurry! Do not falter!" Blood dripped down his arm, mingling with the foul ichor of the abyssal beast, trailing a shocking streak upon the ground. Throughout the ensuing journey, he continuously navigated around the team, at times charging forward to clear a path, at others retreating to sever pursuits, and occasionally flanking them on both sides. The spear in his hand moved with remarkable agility, each strike precise and lethal, neutralizing every threat posed to his comrades. The seemingly short distance of mere dozens of meters felt interminably long. With each passing second, abyssal creatures fell, while new wounds appeared on his teammates. At last, after Minzimo once more withstood a strike from the octopus creature, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, the team finally surged to the entrance of the opposite staircase. It was a dilapidated, slanted deep well, with cement, rebar, and railings all decayed and twisted, rendering the staircase unrecognizable. "In! Quickly!" Minzimo shouted hoarsely. His team showed no hesitation, filing in one after another. As the last member entered, Minzimo pivoted and fired a shot, forcing back the two relentless octopus creatures before he staggered into the stairwell. Boom! He summoned all his strength and kicked against a crumbling load-bearing wall. A large mass of decayed rubble and concrete crashed down, temporarily sealing the staircase's entrance. The stairwell was enveloped in darkness, punctuated only by the hurried breaths of the group. "Captain, your wound." A team member spoke tremulously, his voice laced with concern. Just as he finished speaking, a tentacle pierced through the debris, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Hiss! Many gasped in shock. It's of no consequence. Minzimo waved his hand dismissively, leaning against the cold wall, his expression serious. We need to move. This place is unsafe. The team dared not linger, helping one another as they slid down the ruins of the staircase. The further they descended, the more bizarre their surroundings became. The walls and floor began to crack, contorted by an invisible force, with faint glimmers of eerie light flickering from the fissures. The air thickened with a gray-black mist, and tiny, shimmering particles began to float, glistening with a dark iridescence. After sliding for several seconds, when they finally emerged from the stairwell, the scene before them sent shivers down their spines. They seemed to have entered a vast, bizarre realm of chaos. The ground was fragmented into uneven chunks, suspended precariously in the air. Between these floating islands, an array of disproportionately scaled objects interconnects them. There are colossal, dilapidated Barbie doll heads, larger than city gate towers, with threads dangling from their severed necks like the noose of death. Lego bricks, the size of vans, are either clustered together or scattered, silently suspended in the air. They even observe an electric toothbrush as large as a bus, with its brush head resting on the edge of a floating island, while its handle is embedded in the head of a brand-new, gigantic panda plush toy. It appears to be outdoors, the distant horizon and sky shrouded in a gray haze. There is neither sun nor moon nor stars, only vast, slowly undulating shadows, as if some indescribable behemoth lies in slumber. This is the ninth layer, the inverted domain, a realm where the layout is completely reconstructed every few days, a chaotic abyss. Yet, before the team members can catch their breath, the sleeping octopus monsters on the floating islands awaken. They shriek and writhe, as the feast seems to have begun. Chapter 72. Despair. Yang Yunshan exited the rift and returned to the monitoring command center in the preparation zone. Ahead, a gigantic screen wall, towering over 2 men and spanning more than 10 meters in width, divided the space into several areas of varying sizes. The outer rim of the trade zone and the interior of the preparation area displayed a plethora of abyss monitoring data, which flickered alternately on the screen. Over a dozen civilian investigators were incessantly on the phone, communicating with various parties, as information poured in like a flurry of snowflakes to Yang Yunshan. At this moment, Yang Yunshan sat in the main seat, his eyes bloodshot, his back slightly hunched, exuding the ferocity of a wounded beast. A civilian investigator responsible for compiling communications, holding a tablet, bore a grim expression. After hesitating for a few seconds at the newly received data, he steeled himself and approached. Yang Yunshan swallowed hard, his throat dry. He did not turn around, his gaze fixed on a corner of the large screen, which displayed the situation in the exit zone. Speak. A single word, laden with undeniable weight. The investigator steeled himself. The first batch of rescue forces totaled 397 individuals. Currently, 203 have been successfully evacuated, while 194 remain unrescued. Among those evacuated, 59 are seriously injured, 122 lightly injured, and only 22 are unharmed. Among those unrescued, 35 confirmed fatalities have been reported, with the status of the remaining individuals unknown. Of the 45 third-tier martial artists, 31 have been successfully evacuated, 2 are confirmed dead, and the others are missing. Among the 201 second tier, Yang Yunshan raised his hand, interrupting the report, his voice trembling slightly. Provide the conclusion. The investigator pressed his lips together, based on the information provided by survivors. After compilation and comparison, the intelligence department concludes that the first wave of rescue operations has failed. There is one more matter. He paused, uncertain, feeling that the information sounded fantastical, fearing it might mislead Yang Yunshan. Leaning back in his chair, Yang Yunshan struggled to restrain himself. Spit it out. The administrative investigator jolted with surprise. 37 survivors reported that they were rescued by the same female warrior. They further stated that this warrior possessed extraordinary strength, capable of dispatching third-tier octopuses in a remarkably brief time. Among the 37, 5 were from our ranks, lending credibility to the information. Cross-referencing with the volunteers' reports, it became evident that the warrior they spoke of was none other than Jiang Shui, the young mistress of the Gu family. However, he paused momentarily before continuing. Having just confirmed with the Martial Alliance that despite Jiang Shui's foundation being exceptionally solid, she was merely a first-tier martial artist. The intelligence department analyzed the circulated footage online and concluded that she should not possess the capability to eliminate an octopus. At this juncture, Yang Yinshan was not overly concerned with Jiang Shue's true abilities. Even if she could indeed slay an octopus, how did that help in saving Min Zimo? Alone, she could not rescue him. The recent rift disturbance had already unleashed numerous third-tier creatures into the shallow layers. One could only dread to imagine how many lurked deeper. His sole worry now was Jiang Shue's safety. Moments ago, his superior had contacted him with two crucial points. First, he had vacated the Beihai Rift and was en route back to the capital. Second, the fiery-tempered matriarch of the Jiang family, with her vast connections, was currently hovering ominously above Huamao. If anything were to happen to Jiang Shui on the Investigation Bureau's territory, Ding Pujuan might encounter some trouble. But Yang Yinshan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Hearing that Jiang Shui was unharmed, he felt a slight relief. Keep a close watch on Jiang Shui and ensure she doesn't wander off again. Additionally, send someone clever to the rooftop to announce that Jiang Shui had already. The administrative investigator's face contorted in distress. She emerged. With a sudden motion, Yang Yinshan crushed the sturdy alloy armrest of his chair, rising abruptly, his voice trembling. What do you mean she hasn't come out? Realizing Yang Yinshan had misunderstood, the investigator hastily clarified. She is unharmed. She simply hasn't exited. During her last rescue, we urged her to retreat with us, but she insisted on going back down to take a look. Absurd. Yang Yinshan gasped in anger, his right fist unconsciously flailing, utterly exasperated. Does she even comprehend what she is doing? He wanted to accuse Jiang Shui of being willful, to reprimand her for engaging in personal heroism. Yet, those words faltered on his lips, swallowed back. To call her willful? She was acting to save Min Zimo, and in the process, had rescued over 30 others. To label her actions as personal heroism? In the current predicament, what other form of reckless heroism could they rely upon? Defeated, he slumped back into his chair, the previously crushed armrest groaning under the strain. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. It was at this moment that he suddenly recalled the investigator's earlier report, particularly the ambiguous remarks regarding Jiang Shui's strength. You mentioned Jiang Shui could kill an octopus? Elaborate. Yang Yinshan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hope he did not even recognize within himself. The administrative investigator, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly flipped through the records on the tablet, reciting, Yes. Director Yang. According to the accounts of multiple survivors, Ms. Jiang Shui possesses extraordinary strength. One survivor, at the late stage of the third rank, recounted witnessing Ms. Jiang effortlessly sever the thickest and most resilient tentacles of an octopus with a single sword stroke, subsequently shattering its core with remarkable precision in mere moments. Others remarked upon her speed, which was so swift that the creatures had no time to react before being dispatched. Even one of our own second-rank investigators described Ms. Jiang's slaughter of the octopuses as akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. As the administrative investigator continued, his voice dwindled, for even he found these descriptions incredulous. How could a first-rank martial artist, even one at the pinnacle of their level, achieve such feats? Yang Yinshan felt a twitch in his eyelids, his heart a tempest of astonishment and disbelief. If these accounts were true, Ms. Jiang's prowess might rival that of Min Zimo. The thought troubled him further. Such a gem, if lost in a place like 301045, would signify a tremendous loss for the martial arts community of Huagua. Yet, he pondered, if Jiang Shui truly possessed such power and could successfully rendezvous with Min Zimo, perhaps they could endure a while longer? This thought flickered in his mind, only to be extinguished by Yang Yinshan's own bitter smile. A dreamer's folly. The initial wave of nearly 400 rescue personnel had failed to penetrate the depths effectively, suffering grievous losses even at the shallow layers. No matter how formidable Jiang Shui was, she remained but one individual. At that moment, an investigator responsible for liaising with the rift's exit rushed in, his face pale. Yang, we have a situation. The second batch has had individuals escape. Yang Yinshan sprang to his feet, demanding, what is happening? The investigator stammered, his lips trembling. Barely able to articulate, the temporary squad leader reported they were besieged by over a dozen octopuses. Out of a team of 10, only 5 managed to escape. The others are dead. Boom. This news struck the hearts of everyone in the command center like a heavy blow. The second batch consisted of elite third-rank martial artists drawn from the entire capital's bureau. Such a team had suffered such devastating losses, with one small squad reduced by half. What of the other 7 squads? Yang Yunshan felt a wave of disorientation, his mind clouded. It was over. If even the elite squad could not penetrate, and their own safety was compromised, then what hope did this rescue operation have? He opened his mouth to issue commands, only to find his throat parched, unable to produce any sound. The earlier reports from survivors regarding Jiang Shui's solitary rampage now seemed trivial and even somewhat ludicrous in the face of this harsh reality. Yang Yunshan slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, only silence and resolve remained. He gestured with a weary hand, his voice hoarse as if ground down by stone. Continue urging the Martial Arts Alliance to expedite the organization of the third wave. Chapter 73. A resounding roar echoed through the sky. The silence of the inverted domain was shattered by the anguished cries of the octopus monsters. Min Zimo surveyed his surroundings, his heart sinking slightly. The elongated floating island beneath his feet was ostensibly suited for defense. However, it was simultaneously connected to 3 other floating landmasses of varying sizes, indicating that they would have to fend off attackers from 3 directions at once. Given the current combat strength of his team, such a feat was utterly impossible. His gaze swiftly swept across the bizarre and chaotic expanse. Compared to the upper 8 levels, the scope of the inverted domain was relatively small. Over 20 floating islands, unevenly distributed in height, were tenuously held together by a hodgepodge of distorted, disproportionate commercial debris. Thus, in just a second or two, Min Zimo pinpointed his desired location. It was a relatively low-lying floating island, massive in area, yet possessing only a single bridge leading to it, a dead-end island. If they could secure it, they would merely need to block the bridge, mirroring their previous defensive strategy on the 8th level. Follow me, Min Zimo commanded sharply, taking the lead. Seizing the moment while more octopus monsters had yet to encircle them, the team surged forward across a bridge composed of countless floating debris and twisted steel. They sprinted until they reached the end. On the second floating island, 4 or 5 octopus monsters had already gathered, obstructing their path. Hiss! Hiss! They brandished their tentacles, emitting menacing hisses. Attack! Min Zimo's silver spear struck like a dragon, unleashing his vitality without reservation. Boom! The crimson spear light suddenly pierced through, instantly penetrating the core of an octopus monster before it erupted, fragments of its shattered tentacles scattering in all directions. The others were also pushed aside by the shockwave, creating a passageway. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Min Zimo led his team into the expansive child-sized Lego town occupying the second floating island. The brightly colored plastic blocks were stacked together, forming houses, trees, roads, and even pedestrians and vehicles, exuding a disquieting strangeness. Yet, no matter how bizarre, it could not hinder the team's progress. United in purpose, they repelled several sporadic assaults from the octopus monsters and quickly traversed the town's main thoroughfare, stretching a kilometer long, before stepping onto a fractured, twisted giant colored pencil. The pencil's tip pointed downward, connecting to the target floating island. Down, Min Zimo commanded succinctly. The team hesitated not for a moment, sliding and running in succession down the pencil at high speed. Min Zimo wounded another octopus monster before being the last to ascend the pencil, racing downward. As his feet firmly planted, he felt as though he had plunged into a hillock composed of cars. Thousands of vehicles, both new and old, large and small, even peculiar toy cars, were haphazardly piled into hills of cars, obscuring their view to the horizon. The car hills blocked their sight, leaving them entirely unaware of what lay within the floating island. But for them now, securing the pencil's tip was of paramount importance. As Min Zimo firmly established his stance, he bellowed, "Reorganize the formation." The team members promptly sprang into action, forming a familiar line with swords and shields at the forefront, short weapons at the sides, and long spears at the rear. Only Lu Zhao lagged slightly behind in his response. He coughed, his body swaying, his complexion alarmingly pale, and his gaze began to dull. Weakly, he gasped, "Captain, let me guard the front. I will hold your position." Min Zimo interrupted him, his voice cold and resolute. He stepped forward, positioning himself at the tip of the giant pencil that served as a bridge, his silver spear planted firmly into the ground, sealing off the sole entrance. Behind him, 9 team members, each bearing wounds, exuded a waning spirit, yet their eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. Seizing the moment of tranquility before the onslaught of the octopus monsters, Min Zimo glanced back at his comrades, his voice clear and unwavering. "Hold the line. Reinforcements will arrive." No sooner had he spoken than the nearest octopus monster closed in. Dozens of tentacles flailed wildly, lunging towards Min Zimo. His brow furrowed, and with a flourish of his spear, he unleashed a barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Several tentacles exploded in succession, sending the creature tumbling off the pencil with a mournful wail. However, before he could catch his breath, 3 or 4 more octopus monsters charged forth, their myriad tentacles swiftly encroaching, blocking all avenues of escape for Min Zimo. He pressed his foot down with force, his spear dancing like a wheel, shredding the incoming tentacles into segments. Hold the pencil tip. Maintain formation. The team, invigorated by his words, valiantly suppressed their fatigue and pain, steadfastly defending their line. The clash of blades against tentacles echoed with a jarring metallic screech, sparks flying in every direction. Yet, their exhaustion was palpable. After nearly 2 hours of relentless battle, during which they had narrowly escaped peril numerous times, each individual's stamina and vitality were nearly depleted. One swordsman stumbled, and for a fleeting moment, a gap appeared in his shield's defense. A tentacle, akin to a venomous serpent finding an opening, darted towards the long spear wielder behind him. Fortunately, a swordsman reacted swiftly, wielding his sword in a slashing motion, delivering a decisive blow to the tentacle. The blade met the tentacle with a resounding clash. As the tentacle attempted to retract, another swordsman struck again, severing it completely. On the pencil, another wave of octopus monsters surged forth, 3 to 5 dozen tentacles instantly extending, violently lashing towards Min Zimo. With no room to evade, he could only cross his spear in defense. Thud, thud, thud. The weighty force struck him, causing his blood to surge within, a sweet taste filling his throat as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. Captain, his team members gasped, their formation momentarily faltering. Seizing the opportunity, the abyssal monsters intensified their assault. Steady yourselves. Min Zimo suppressed his injuries, roaring once more as he thrust his spear forward. He stood like a steadfast nail driven into the pencil tip, impervious to the ferocity of the abyssal creature's onslaught, unable to be uprooted. The team members gazed at the blood-soaked Min Zimo, their eyes reddened as they witnessed the fresh wounds accumulating on his body. One member raged, his voice echoing with madness. An increasing number of octopus monsters surged toward the pencil, threatening to shatter the team's fragile defense at any moment. At that moment, Lu Zhao, who had been listless, suddenly let out a thunderous roar. He abruptly straightened his posture, and his once pallid face now bore a vivid crimson glow. A vigorous wave of vitality, far surpassing that of a typical third-tier warrior, erupted from within him. The surrounding air seemed to momentarily freeze. Lu Zhao? You! Min Zimo exclaimed in astonishment as he turned. Lu Zhao's acupoints glimmered like stars, each igniting and then exploding, releasing a dense mist of blood that enveloped him entirely. His form visibly shrank, yet his momentum soared. The secret technique of the Hua nation military, burning acupoints. Brothers, I shall take the lead, he shouted hoarsely, yet his voice resonated with an unwavering resolve. Before his words had fully escaped, he lunged over the heads of his comrades, charging toward the throng of octopus monsters pressing upon the pencil. Boom! The blades surged with crimson light, expanding several feet, solid as reality. Vitality separated from the body. This was a technique only a 4th-tier warrior could master. Boom! With a single stroke, Lu Zhao cleaved the foremost octopus monster and its tentacles in 2. Black ichor and shredded flesh filled the air. He did not pause for a moment. With each subsequent strike, he unleashed a ferocity that was both tragic and magnificent. Each blow felled an octopus monster on the spot. In that instant, he resembled a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell. The once unstoppable horde of octopus monsters faltered, retreating before his single-handed onslaught. Behind him, tears silently streamed down every face. They yearned to rush forward to assist, but Min Zimo held them back firmly. Inject the supplements. Regulate your breathing. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain. Min Zimo's voice was hoarse, his heart aching. After 7 or 8 seconds, Lu Zhao's vitality began to wane at an astonishing rate. The protective aura composed of his life force gradually dissipated, revealing his almost entirely withered body. Bang! Several tentacles swept through, striking him mercilessly. Lu Zhao's torso and limbs crumpled, but not a drop of blood remained. Only dry skin encasing shattered bones, cascading into the endless, gray void below. Lu Zhao? The remaining members cried out in heart-wrenching agony. Min Zimo gritted his teeth, desperately stifling the tears threatening to spill. Lu Zhao had sacrificed his life to secure them a precious moment to breathe, forcing most of the abyssal monsters back to the opposite end of the pencil. A team member's voice trembled as he spoke. "We will guard you. Go inside and see if there is an exit." The others, upon hearing this, glanced over while tending to their wounds. Min Zimo slowly closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a profound calmness enveloped him. He shook his head, his voice low yet imbued with unwavering resolve. "At this moment, you are presented with but two choices. 1. I will hold the line while you escape. 2. Follow me and await reinforcements. Furthermore, without my command, do not ignite any flames. Otherwise, if you perish, I shall accompany you." The remaining 8 gritted their teeth, fully aware of Min Zimo's nature, and refrained from further discussion. As they observed the encroaching octopus-like monsters, they silently tightened their grips on their weapons. Chapter 74. The dazzling entrance of Li Wei. Time passed inexorably. Amidst the relentless carnage, Min Zimo's vision began to blur. His silver-gray spear had long since been stained a deep black, with a viscous liquid resembling tar flowing down its shaft, pooling around his feet like a dark abyss. His breaths were labored. Each strike or parry sent pain surging through the myriad wounds on his body. Yet, he felt no pain, only an overwhelming sense of numbness and weakness. After repelling 2 more assaults from the monstrous octopuses, a fleeting thought crossed Min Zimo's foggy mind. How long had it been since Lu Zhao's sacrifice? 5 minutes? Or perhaps 10? He attempted to calculate, but his thoughts remained stagnant, unable to move forward. The onslaught of the monsters came in relentless waves, seemingly endless. Despite Min Zimo's utmost efforts to bear the majority of the burden alone, it was impossible to cover every angle. Suddenly, an octopus creature leaped from the side, surging onto the floating island's cliff before slithering up and circumventing him. With a whoosh, a powerful gust of wind erupted as a dark tentacle struck a swordsman who was unable to block in time. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered. The swordsman's left forearm bent grotesquely, blood gushing forth like a fountain. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he lost grip of his sword, nearly toppling over. Thankfully, a vigilant shield-bearer reacted swiftly, stepping in to shield him with his shield, deflecting subsequent attacks. Min Zimo turned in response to the sound, just in time to witness the scene unfold. His gaze swept across the entire team. Aside from the 2 heavily armored shield-bearers, all others bore injuries. Several appeared gravely wounded, their faces pale and on the verge of collapse. The last flicker of hope dimmed in Min Zimo's bloodshot eyes. He realized reinforcements were unlikely to arrive. In a moment of clarity akin to a fleeting glimmer, his mind sharpened, and he resolved decisively. "You all head back. Try to find the stairs." Min Zimo's chest heaved violently, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet resolute in its command. "I will hold the rear." Before his words faded, a sudden transformation enveloped him, an undeniable resolve surging forth. Upon his exposed neck, several acupoints faintly glimmered with a sanguine light, a harbinger of the igniting orifice. "With my strength and foundation, sustaining this for a minute should pose no issue. This interval is ample for them to retreat. I hope they can." Bang! Just as the igniting orifice technique was on the verge of complete activation, a swift strike from a hand blade landed heavily on the side of Min Zimo's neck. His nape tingled, darkness engulfed his vision, and the amassed energy dissipated in an instant. At that moment, his body could no longer endure, collapsing softly forward. All over him, numerous wounds erupted, and as he lost the suppression of his vitality, blood gushed forth violently, instantly transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. The one who rendered Min Zimo unconscious was none other than the shield-bearer, Mao Bin, who had concealed himself beside his right hand. The vice-captain of Min Zimo's squad. Steadying the fallen captain's body, Mao Bin deftly pushed him backward. Subsequently, he discarded the cracked alloy shield from his grasp, displaying not a trace of hesitation, only an unwavering calmness in the face of death. Roar! In the next instant, Mao Bin let out a muffled roar towards the heavens. A denser and more ferocious sanguine light erupted from within him, with acupoints bursting one after another, enveloped in a mist of blood. The shockwave of his vitality sent nearby teammates and the encroaching octopus monsters reeling backward. "Ma Tao, you are the least injured. Take the captain away immediately." Mao Bin's voice emerged from the blood mist with astonishing clarity. "Others, prepare to relay." Do not wait for any futile rescue. We shall aid the captain one final time. He wielded his waist knife with one hand, stepping onto the pencil tip, defying the current. Clang, clang, clang. The blade glimmered like a crimson crescent, slicing through the two octopus monsters in an instant, reducing them to mere fragments. Witnessing this, the remaining octopus monsters emitted a series of shrill, piercing shrieks. Then, they unexpectedly halted their advance, retreating towards the end of the pencil. Damn, have they learned to be clever? Malbin cursed furiously, relentlessly pursuing them. The sanguine blade continued its relentless assault, his roars and curses fading into the distance. 13 seconds later, the sanguine glow upon him swiftly dimmed, his figure withering. Movements becoming rigid at the tip of the pencil. Several tentacles seized the opportunity to ensnare him, rendering him into tatters. Brother Mao? The remaining team member's eyes brimmed with tears, softly calling his name, then falling into a heavy silence. Ma Tao, the one named, took a deep breath, discarding his nearly destroyed spear, and dashed to Min Zimo's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder. The other 6 team members silently positioned themselves in front of Ma Tao and Min Zimo, facing the pencil bridge, now once again filled with the endless dark octopus monsters, a bridge that Mao Bin had cleared with his life. Each face bore a resolute expression, mirroring that of Lu Zhao and Mao Bin. This time, I shall take the lead. A swordsman, his left arm rendered limp, stepped forth from the ranks, an unconcerned smile adorning his face. Ma Tao, run. If anything happens to the captain, I swear I won't let you rest even in death. Ma Tao, bearing the weight of Min Zimo, had tears, sweat, and blood mingling on his face, creating a grotesque mask. At that moment, he turned his back on his comrades, sprinting with all his might. Upon hearing the swordsman's shout, he bellowed in a choked voice, Hu Yuqing, stop your prattling, or next time, I'll stab you where it hurts. Laughter erupted among them all. The long gun wielders had developed a penchant for jesting about such things, almost making it a tradition within their operational unit. Though they understood the humor, one couldn't help but wonder if the jested would feel the chill of battle in their rear. As Ma Tao listened to the carefree laughter of his teammates, his heart ached, almost rendering him breathless. Yet, he pressed on, accelerating with every ounce of strength he could muster. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching cry, only to be abruptly halted, as if struck by an unseen force. He caught sight of a figure atop the nearest mound of vehicles, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Slender and graceful, she stood tall like a solitary peak. Who is she? A fleeting moment of confusion crossed Ma Tao's grief-stricken mind. In the next instant, the figure moved, without warning or preparation, as if merely stepping forward at random. In the blink of an eye, she traversed dozens of meters, plummeting towards the pencil tip. Her speed was astonishing, as she soared over the heads of the remaining team members in an instant. With a swift motion, cold moonlight transformed into a streak, sweeping horizontally. The crisp sound of slicing resonated, as over a dozen dark tendrils were severed. The cut edges were smooth, with inky blood splattering. Li Wei spun gracefully, landing firmly, her twin swords readjusting into a striking pose. Dark blood dripped from the tips of her blades, as a chilling, ethereal sword intent mingled with a subtle floral fragrance, suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Almost simultaneously, countless black lights emerged from the bodies of the surviving investigators and the nearby carcass of the octopus creature, surging into Li Wei's brow. Abyss Essence, 22546077. Li Wei blinked in surprise. Oh, what a delightful surprise. The others? Chapter 75, Second Stage, Unity of Heaven and Man. The team members were initially bewildered. Then, a surge of energy coursed through them. Reinforcements had indeed arrived. In an instant, despair dissipated, morale reignited, and even Ma Tao, who had been carrying Min Zimo, turned back. They gazed with wide eyes, filled with excitement, at the girl who had just delivered that breathtaking strike. The brilliance of that moment's moonlit glow was indelibly etched in their hearts. A profound sense of surreal relief and liberation washed over her amidst the dire straits. Many around her trembled, their lips quivering and eyes reddened. Yet, Li Wei had no time to concern herself with their plight. She cast a glance at the octopus-like creatures that lingered, bewildered by her earlier display of power. Clearing her throat, she proclaimed with authority, "These monsters. They are all mine to handle. You must flee at once." Li Wei was by no means a self-sacrificing saint. Primarily, she desired to conceal her true strength, the 991. from prying eyes. Moreover, she wished to avoid any witnesses to her potential ascension to the second tier. However, the prospect of confronting such a formidable horde of octopus creatures without revealing her true capabilities left her feeling uncertain. Thus, weighing the pros and cons, she resolved to send these burdensome companions away first. However, several seconds passed after her declaration, yet no one moved. Observing the restless octopus monsters behind her, Li Wei felt her patience waning. "Hey," I said, "retreat immediately. Did you hear me?" The members of her squad seemed oblivious. Li Wei's ears twitched, but still, they remained rooted in place. Could it be that they were lost? Reluctantly, she added, "There's an emergency staircase at the other end of the floating island. I saw it earlier. Go find it. Don't dawdle here." Upon hearing her words, it was Hu Yuqing who stepped forward first, gripping his long knife with fervor. He declared, "Miss, we cannot leave you behind. Your presence signifies that the main force is on its way. We must hold our ground together. Yes, we can still fight. Together, we shall defend." The others chimed in. They had just lost Lu Zhao and Mao Bin, and they could not bear to witness another rescuer fall while they merely clung to life. Reinforcements? The main force? Li Wei furrowed her brow tightly, nearly tempted to kick these oblivious individuals away. Suppressing her frustration, she spoke in a low voice. "What are you waiting for? There are no reinforcements. I am the only support you have." "What? How can that be?" "Impossible." The team members murmured, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. At that moment, the octopus creatures, evidently losing patience, seemed to sense the enemy before them was merely posturing. A few of the braver monsters tentatively waved their tentacles, emitting a cacophony of hisses and shrieks. Suddenly, one tentacle lunged forward violently toward Li Wei. There was no time to explain. With a sharp clang, Li Wei sprang into action, her twin swords shimmering like cascading waterfalls. In an instant, the young girl's figure became a blur, her blades flashing as tentacles were severed and forced back. Seizing a moment amidst the chaos to expedite the departure of her troublesome companions, Li Wei spoke rapidly. "Do you see? My fighting style emphasizes speed and agility. With you here, I cannot unleash my full potential and will be easily ensnared. Do you understand? Alone, even if I cannot fight back, fleeing is far simpler." "Huh. And as for escaping?" With such an abundance of mobility essence before her, how could Li Wei possibly run away? The surviving team members gazed at Li Wei's agile and swift movements, then at the unconscious Min Zimo slumped over Ma Tao's shoulder. An inner turmoil raged within each of them. The investigation bureau is affiliated with the military. First and foremost, they are soldiers. As soldiers, abandoning a comrade to escape alone? They could not bring themselves to do so. Yet, if they stayed, as the girl suggested, they would indeed become a burden. What then should they do? Hu Yuqing clenched his teeth, blood and sweat mingling on his face. Here, he held the highest rank, and all eyes were upon him. He stamped his foot resolutely and exclaimed, "Gather all available supplies and give them to this young lady." Yes, everyone sprang into action. However, amid the frantic search, a chilling realization struck their hearts. The prolonged intense combat had drained all their vitality supplements. In the end, they could only muster 2 vials of concentrated nutrient solution, a few nearly depleted bottles of hemostatic spray, and some regenerative gel. Hu Yuqing's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Yet, he hastily stuffed these meager supplies into a waist pouch. Observing Li Wei once more unleashing a flurry of strikes, driving back several octopus monsters attempting to ascend the floating island, he seized the moment to hurl the pouch filled with the last of their provisions. "Catch, young lady. Take care." Li Wei did not look back. With a swift motion, she released her swords, deftly grasping the pouch mid-air and securing it at her waist before reclaiming her blades. "Hurry, do not waste time," she urged again. The others gazed intently at the fierce battle at the pencil tip. Then, they collectively raised their right hands, paying a solemn military salute to that seemingly fragile yet incredibly resilient figure. "Take care." Their voices were hoarse, tinged with emotion. In that moment, these steadfast men no longer restrained their feelings. After the salute, the lightly injured members assisted their severely wounded comrades and resolutely turned to run deeper into the floating island as directed by Li Wei. Catching a glimpse of those troublesome rescue targets retreating, Li Wei finally exhaled in relief. In the next moment, she swiftly stepped aside, intentionally allowing the abyssal monsters to land. Her combat style was ill-suited for enduring in narrow confines. The more expansive the battlefield, the more she could exploit her speed advantage. The octopus monsters, momentarily taken aback by the absence of obstruction, erupted into a piercing, shrill cacophony, akin to a black tide breaking through a dam. They surged past the pencil tip, completely engulfing the area where Li Wei had previously stood. Just as the remnants of Min Zimo's team rounded the bend, they chanced upon this scene. No. Hu Yuqing's eyes burned with fury as he turned to charge back. Hu Gu, do not act rashly. The imposing figure beside him, a formidable shield-bearer, gripped him tightly, veins bulging from his arms. He too yearned to return, but forced himself to cling to the last vestiges of reason. If we go back now, we will achieve nothing but death. We cannot let her sacrifice be in vain. Seeing Hu Yuqing still struggling, he widened his eyes and shouted, Brother Hu, think of the captain. At these words, Hu Yuqing's shoulders slumped dramatically. The team paused momentarily before resuming their journey, yet tears brimmed in every eye. Meanwhile, on Li Wei's side, as she observed the tide of grotesque creatures surging towards her, a cold smile curled at her lips as her consciousness sank into the system interface. Mental method. Taiyin Yulian Bao Lu 1 Petal Lotus 504 310000. Mental method. Taiyin Yulian Bao Lu 1 Petal Lotus 100 001 0000. 2 Petals Lotus 15003000. Vitality. Effect. Purification 2125 043 2500. 1 Essence restores 100 vitality. Abyss Essence 60771120. A faint sound echoed, almost imperceptible, resonating within every cell of Li Wei's body. In her sea of consciousness, beside the solitary lotus petal, a second translucent petal quietly unfurled, blossoming alongside the first, creating a harmonious radiance. Simultaneously, a warmth enveloped her smooth forehead. The two lotus petals, resembling delicate white wings, symmetrically imprinted upon her, radiated a pure and ethereal glow. Ah, how delightful! She swiftly replenished her vitality, feeling an unprecedented and unending surge of power within her, her gaze towards the octopus monsters filled with yearning. As for the initial progress of the second petal, which granted an additional 50, she had no time to ponder. For her sole desire was to grind monsters and level up. 991. Activate, she silently chanted. An invisible wave suddenly rippled outward from her center, carrying with it a cool and vast aura. Li Wei slowly raised her head, and a more solid white lotus phantom materialized above her, slowly rotating as sacred light cascaded down, making her appear as a celestial being descended from the heavens. The hunt was about to commence. Chapter 76. A glimpse of hope in the seventh layer of the abyss. The air was thick with a blend of dust and decay, provoking a choking sensation in the throat. Inside a clothing store, the light was dim, shelves overturned, and the dismembered limbs of mannequins lay scattered everywhere. In the depths of the store, Zhou Shi leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his left arm bandaged and soaked in blood, his face as pale as parchment. Nearby, Xue Ling lay supine on the ground, a large gash in his right abdomen, armor shattered, flesh exposed, dark crimson blood staining the small patch of ground beneath him. His eyes were half closed, muttering incomprehensible syllables, his consciousness fading. Gu Jinji crouched before Zhou Shi, expressionless as he applied regenerative gel to the new wound on his chest. The wound stretched from his left shoulder to his right rib, a sight both chilling and ghastly, yet not deep, merely a flesh wound. However, Zhou Shi was acutely aware that had Gu Jinji not pulled him back moments ago, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. He gazed at Gu Jinji's sharply defined profile, observing the focused manner in which he tended to the injury, and felt his throat constrict slightly as he hoarsely uttered, Mr. Gu, have you truly made up your mind? Just moments prior, Gu Jinji had declared his intention to press deeper into the perilous depths alone. Zhou Shi, alarmed, felt the need to confirm once more. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinji continued his task, though the pressure of his grip inadvertently intensified. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhou Shi as pain shot through him. Conserve your strength. Gu Jinji's voice remained steady and devoid of fluctuation, retaining its characteristic coldness. It will soon be over. Yet Zhou Shi, undeterred by the throbbing ache in his chest, suddenly reached out, seizing Gu Jinji's arm. Mr. Gu, allow me to offer you some counsel, including you. There are only 3 of us left from the 11 who entered. I must take Xue Ling out of here. He hesitated, then gritted his teeth. I understand your concern for your wife, but charging ahead alone is tantamount to seeking death. Mr. Gu, I genuinely admire your abilities. A talent like yours deserves to live on. Gu Jinji, however, seemed impervious to his words. After tending to Zhou Shi's wound, he reached out, gently yet firmly prying apart Zhou Shi's fingers one by one. Then he rose without a word, without farewells, merely lowering his head to swiftly check his gear and the supplies in his waist pouch. Subsequently, he turned and strode purposefully into the enveloping darkness. Zhou Shi's hand hung suspended in the air as he watched that solitary, resolute figure retreat into the shadows, swallowed by the night. Slowly, he lowered his hand and turned to glance at the dying Shui Ling on the ground, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions, struggles, helplessness, and perhaps an inexplicable admiration. In the assembly area, at the fissured exit square, the edges of the distorted zone flickered with shifting light and shadow. Beyond the hastily erected barrier, Yang Yunshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance somber. The metallic scent of blood hung thick in the air. Investigators involved in the second wave of rescue emerged from the distortions, only to be swiftly carried away by medical personnel. Most appeared battered, their armor in tatters, and their bodies drenched in blood. Some had even lost limbs, their expressions vacant. Each individual who emerged felt like a dull blade repeatedly slicing at Yang Yunshan's heart. At that moment, a staff member responsible for statistics hurried to Yang Yunshan's side, their voice strained. Director Yang, from the second batch, 8 teams have already withdrawn. There are 33 casualties, 30 severely injured, and 7 with minor injuries. Yang Yunshan's visage twitched slightly, his fierce gaze fixed intently on the distorted shadows before him. What of the third wave organized by the Martial Arts Alliance? When will they arrive? His voice was hoarse, as if inquiring yet also in a soliloquy. The subordinate's tone carried a hint of hesitation. The Alliance has responded. The earliest we can expect is 20 minutes. 20 minutes? A chill enveloped Yang Yunshan's heart. To assemble in 20 minutes. How much longer would it take to traverse that treacherous rift? At that moment, the light and shadow at the rift's exit quivered. In the next instant, Zhou Shi's robust figure stumbled forth, cradling the deeply unconscious Shui Ling on his back. Quick, save him, he urged, suppressing his exhaustion and calling for medical assistance. The medical personnel, already on standby, surged forward, hastily taking Shui Ling from Zhou Shi's grasp and swiftly placing him on a stretcher, directing it towards the emergency area. Zhou Shi wiped the blood and sweat from his face and hastened to Yang Yunshan, almost collapsing in his unsteady gait. Director Yang. His voice was raspy, laced with lingering terror. Our team is finished. Yang Yunshan met his bloodshot gaze, realizing further inquiry was unnecessary. The second wave had also met utter failure. Suddenly, it struck him that Gu's young man must have been part of Zhou Shi's team. Yang Yunshan's expression darkened further. Although the Gu family's influence had waned, their martial immortals had not yet fallen. The thought of the Gu couple perishing within his jurisdiction was unfathomable. The ensuing troubles would be immense. What about Gu Jinji? Yang Yunshan inquired urgently. Zhou Shi gasped for breath, a complex expression crossing his face. He went to find Miss Jiang and didn't retreat with us. What? Yang Yunshan's temples throbbed, a surge of anger nearly bursting forth. This is madness. Utterly absurd. How could this couple be so reckless? With the rescue operation having failed, the chances of saving Min Zimo were slim. Now, another formidable figure and an heir to a martial immortal family had also fallen into peril. At that moment, the iron-wrought backbone of Yang Yunshan finally buckled under the relentless pressure. After a brief pause, he gestured for Zhou Shi to tend to his injuries first. Zhou Shi opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, retreating in silence. The surrounding administrative investigators stood frozen, hardly daring to breathe. The atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. Yang Yunshan stared vacantly at the ground. After a long while, he slowly lifted his head and retrieved a black communicator from his waist. His fingers grazed the cold metallic surface, trembling slightly as he pressed a preset number. The connection was swiftly established. The voice of Director Yang Yunshan was painfully hoarse, imbued with a choked emotion he was unaware of. I apologize for this operation. However, before he could finish his words, a sudden upheaval occurred. The distorted light and shadow at the rift's exit surged violently once more fiercely than any previous instance. What is this? Signs of around 10 individuals returning through the transmission? Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. In the next moment, with a sudden burst, 8 disheveled figures were expelled from the crevice, tumbling to the ground one after another. Leading the pack was none other than Hu Yuqing. Following closely behind was Min Dui. Hoisted upon Ma Tao's shoulder, a startled gasp escaped from an unknown onlooker. Yang Yinshan abruptly straightened, the communicator slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the bloodied figures before him. Hu Yuqing, Ma Tao, Sun Yufei, and Min Zimo. How on earth did they manage to escape?